Kanglan Realm. Xinguang Sect. The morning bells rang continuously, and all the disciples woke up, full of energy, breathing in and out of qi. The sound of morning exercises resounded throughout the sect, full of vitality. On the seven-colored peak, Qi Yuan was lying on the bed. The morning bells were particularly harsh, and he covered his ears. The wooden cat puppet also opened its mouth appropriately and made a sound. Get up! Get up! Qi Yuan waved his hand and stuffed a small wooden fish into the mouth of the wooden cat puppet, and it suddenly couldn't make a sound. He changed his posture and slept comfortably. As the saying goes, I sleep alone when the sun is high in the sky. Who is the immortal? I am the immortal. I don't know how long it took before Qi Yuan woke up slowly. He took a deep breath of air. Well, the air in the other world is quite sweet. Qi Yuan was originally a member of the countless creatures on Blue Star. He traveled to this world half a year ago. Unlike the world in his previous life, this world has extraordinary people and immortal cultivators. By chance, Qi Yuan became a disciple of the seven-colored peak and the only one. Qi Yuan washed up, dressed neatly, and left the yard. Yesterday, the master sent a message and told him something. Qi Yuan stood on the hillside and looked up at the peak, which was towering into the clouds and ethereal. Qi Yuan looked at the palace and the clouds and whispered, "It's another day to miss the master." The clouds on the peak rippled in an instant, and then dissipated in an instant, as if nothing had happened. The master lived on the peak and issued a ban, not allowing Qi Yuan to go up. Qi Yuan did not see the clouds on the peak gather and disperse, and he walked down the seven-colored peak. Today, the Xinguang sect held a ceremony to recruit disciples. He is about to represent the seven-colored peak, one of the 5 peaks of the Xinguang sect, to recruit disciples. The huge seven-colored peak has only one useless disciple, and the sect has some opinions. Of course, the peak master of the seven-colored peak is strong, so those opinions can only be kept. However, Qi Yuan now made the seven-colored peak's master dissatisfied, so he planned to recruit some more disciples. Qi Yuan slowly walked down the seven-colored peak. When he reached the halfway point of the mountain, Qi Yuan stopped. There was a big tree here, several feet high. Looking down from above, Qi Yuan stood under the big tree. He glanced at the green and tender grass on the ground, and a series of words emerged in his mind. He was stunned for a moment. If he remembered correctly, he came here a few days ago, and his eyes saw what he saw was. This is an ordinary grass, but 4 days ago, a wild dog urinated on it. This grass is quite interesting. After entering the qi refining stage, Qi Yuan found that there was something wrong with his eyes, and he could see things that others could not see. For example, when he first looked at the immortal cultivation method given to him by his master, 7 colors fire refining method, what he saw was. This is a jade-level cultivation method, which has a total of 371 obvious loopholes and several other loopholes. Cultivating to the supreme realm will become a kind of indescribable resource. At that time, Qi Yuan was stunned when he saw this news. He went to look at other cultivation methods. Most of them were similar. The supreme realm? Resource? Very far away? It was not something that he, a small qi refining cultivator, considered. Of course, his cultivation was also stuck in qi refining. Because, according to what he saw with his eyes, once he broke through the realm of cultivation, he would be confirmed as a resource. Therefore, Qi Yuan has been looking for a suitable cultivation method and working hard for it. In the main hall of the sect, divine light spread out. The white-haired Kong Fulu held a whisk in his hand and sat upright in the air. Behind him, the senior disciples of other peaks all stood tall. Kong Fulu looked at the hundreds of new disciples who had just passed the assessment and showed a satisfied expression. However, he thought of something and slowly asked, "Has the people from the seven-colored peak not arrived yet?" Senior brother Kong, the senior brother of the seven-colored peak, you also know his character, a man in gold clothes whispered. Kong Fulu heard this and stopped talking. At this time, a voice came, "Senior brother Qi Yuan from the seven-colored peak is here." With this voice, Qi Yuan, dressed in a white robe, appeared in front of everyone, with an upright figure and a jade ring on his waist, coming to greet the light. Many disciples of the Divine Light sect and those new disciples looked at Qi Yuan with different eyes. I didn't expect senior brother Qi Yuan to come down the mountain. He's even more handsome than the legend says. What a pity, such a handsome man, but what? He behaves weirdly, he has mental problems. Not really, it's just that his cultivation is different from that of ordinary people. He is from the idiot lineage, and all cultivators from this lineage have unique personalities. A mental patient in the world of immortal cultivation? Don't mess with him, don't mess with him. Although he's a little crazy, he's a real genius, with a lot of insights into cultivation, and many of them are very clever. Senior brothers and sisters would go to him to ask for advice on their cultivation problems. The cultivators below were talking about it, and many of them looked at Chi Yuan with strange eyes. In the Kanglan realm, there are 3 things not to mess with. 1 is not to mess with doctors, 2 is not to mess with sword cultivators, 3 is not to mess with crazy cultivators. Doctors have mastered medical skills and can heal injuries and save lives. All cultivators may get injured in battles at any time, and need doctors to heal their injuries and recover quickly, so they are not to be messed with. Moreover, doctors are generally good at refining strange poisons and poison pills, killing people invisibly, so they should not be offended if they can. Sword cultivators have amazing combat power and are decisive in killing, so they should not be offended if they can. Crazy cultivators, on the other hand, are quite different. The cultivators of this lineage pay attention to being obsessed with one thing. It could be a sword, a flower, or a person. Extreme obsession means that there are some mental problems. This kind of cultivator is not easy to mess with. Who knows if the mentally ill person will suddenly go crazy? And Chi Yuan is a cultivator of the crazy lineage. Junior brother Chi Yuan, you are a little late. Kong Fulu said softly. I slept too late yesterday. Chi Yuan yawned. Seeing this, the other senior disciples of the peaks were all speechless. Kong Fulu said, since everyone is here, let's start recruiting disciples. Now on the square, most of the disciples have just passed the entrance examination. And the senior disciples of their peaks are responsible for selecting candidates and assigning them to each peak. Kong Fulu stepped forward, he looked at the hundreds of new disciples under the field, and said slowly. Xinguang sect is one of the 3 major sects of cultivating immortals in Dishang. Congratulations, everyone, you have passed the layers of tests, and you will be disciples of Xinguang sect in the future. Hundreds of boys and girls on the field were a little excited to hear this. After all, Xinguang sect is one of the 3 most powerful sects of cultivating immortals in Dishang. Once you join the sect, you will be the best. Kong Fulu was very satisfied with the performance of everyone on the field, he continued. There are 5 peaks in Xinguang sect, you can choose one to join. This is Zhuge Miao, the senior disciple of Xinyao Peak. This is Sui, the eldest disciple of Wanfa Peak. This is Chi Yuan, the eldest disciple of Chi Se Peak. This is Kuang Ren, the eldest disciple of Dozhan Peak. I am Kong Fulu, the last disciple of the master of Wuguang Peak, the son-in-law of the master of Xinguang sect, the master of Wuguang Sacred Law, the founder of Shaori Guangzhou, and the chief disciple of Wuguang Peak. As the white-haired Kong Fulu spoke, a 5-color divine light appeared on his head, making him look extremely brilliant and conspicuous. That's right, Kong Fulu, known as the most conspicuous person in Wuguang Peak. Many newcomers in the audience looked at Kong Fulu with different eyes. Admiration, envy, or amusement. Kong Fulu continued, the information of the 5 peaks of Xinguang sect has been circulated to you. From now on, those who get B and C in the assessment will start to choose the peak to join. The results of the assessment are divided into 3 levels, A, B, and C. A is the best, B is the second, and C is the worst. Therefore, those who get B and C will choose the peak to join first. B is a formal disciple, and C is a chores disciple. Only A is qualified to become a true disciple. As for those who get A, each of them is a genius and needs to be trained intensively. The main purpose of these senior disciples of the peaks coming here is to communicate with the new disciples who got A and invite them to join the peak. Brother Kong is so impressive, it's definitely worth it to join Wuguang Peak. I still choose Wanfa Peak. Taoism is the key to cultivation. My ideal is to be a pharmacist. Only pharmacists can save Dishang. I'm going to Xinyao Peak. Fighting Peak is suitable for someone. It's a pity that Chisei Peak doesn't recruit ordinary disciples and menial disciples, otherwise I would definitely choose Chisei Peak. It is said that there is only one brother there. If I join, I will be the second disciple, and the resources will be abundant. Not long after, those who got B and C grades all chose the sects of their choice. Among them, the most people joined from Wuguang Peak. Apart from Chisei Peak, the least people came from Xinyao Peak. After all, not everyone can become a pharmacist. If you waste decades and have no achievements, you will be expelled. It's better to practice honestly. Everyone chose the mountain they joined, leaving only the 7 people who finally received the A-level evaluation, 4 men and 3 women. My fellow brothers, how do you choose these 7 people? Kong Fulu said, his eyes fixed on a young man in black, who was his favorite person. The others thought of something, but did not speak. At this time, Zhuge Miao, the eldest disciple of Xinyao Peak, suddenly said, before coming here, Master instructed that the 7-color peak will be the first to choose this time. Kong Fulu sighed when he heard this. Originally, he wanted to keep this information secret. After all, it was not public. He was afraid that Chi Yuan would choose the person he liked. After all, there was only one disciple in the seven-color peak, which was too attractive to others. Going to other peaks, you need to compete with a bunch of disciples, but going to the seven-color peak, there is only one competitor. Moreover, this only competitor looks very unreliable. The 7 new disciples present looked at Chi Yuan with more or less fiery eyes. The words "choose me" seemed to be written on their faces. Junior brother Chi Yuan, please choose someone, Kung Fu Lu said. He did not tell Chi Yuan the information of these 7 people, otherwise, the talented ones would be chosen, and his 5 lights peak would suffer a great loss. Chi Yuan looked at the 7 people present, his expression calm. Since the master asked him to choose a disciple to increase the popularity of the 7 colors peak, he must choose a suitable one. He looked at the 7 people, and some information also appeared in his eyes. The first person he looked at was the man in black, who was also the genius that Kung Fu Lu cared about the most. Seeing this, Kung Fu Lu's heart tightened. The black-clothed boy was a rare light spiritual root. This kind of spiritual root is most suitable for the 5 lights peak, and practicing the 5 lights holy law may be successful. Chi Yuan looked at the black-clothed boy, and a piece of information came into his mind. This is an ordinary boy, but he joined the Divine Light sect with an ulterior motive. Secret? Chi Yuan directly brushed him off. As for these news, tell the other people in Xinguang's sect? No. After all, 3 months ago, he had revealed that the leader of Xinguang's sect was a spy of the Demon Desire sect and was only locked up for a few days. Of course, this has a lot to do with his powerful master. In Chi Yuan's eyes, Xinguang's sect is full of problems. This world is also full of problems. Since there are problems everywhere, then there are no big problems. Let it go. Chi Yuan looked at the innocent-looking girl in a goose yellow dress. The girl looked at Chi Yuan and blinked, which seemed to be charming. This is an ordinary girl, but her physique is special. She was spotted by the black chicken old demon and regarded as a cauldron. It may bring trouble to Xinguang's sect. Excluded. Chi Yuan looked at the remaining few people again. This is an ordinary boy. He has 2.5 years of cultivation, but now he has no cultivation. In the depths of his consciousness, a remnant soul is sleeping. Before coming to Xinguang's sect, he broke off the engagement with his fiancée. People who look like the main character? Stay away. In the movies and TV shows that Chi Yuan watched before he crossed over, he had to stay away from the main character. Usually, if a supporting character is nice to the main character, the supporting character will be killed soon. People like this cannot be friends. He looked at the remaining people again. A man with 3 legs? Exclude. A man with a woman's heart? There is no updated version of Kanglan Realm. Exclude. Mental illness? Too dangerous. Exclude. Chi Yuan eliminated the remaining 3. He looked at the last girl. This is an ordinary girl. She is a little mysterious, and seems to have some ideas about the master of the 7-colored peak. Chi Yuan's eyes were a little strange. Competitor? Must be eliminated. The girl Jiang Lingsu looked at Chi Yuan, lowered her head, and looked cautiously. When she saw that Chi Yuan seemed to have the intention of refusing, her eyes became firm, and she bowed deeply to Chi Yuan. Brother Chi Yuan, please give me a chance to enter the 7-colored peak. Jiang Lingsu is not from the Great Shang Kingdom, but from the Far East. She is of noble birth and has a respected status. She would not have paid much attention to sects like the Xinguang sect before. However, a month ago, her blood awakened and she got a chance to control the treasure of the clan, the Qiankuan Mirror. In the Qiankuan Mirror, she glimpsed and saw a scene like the end of the world. There was killing everywhere, and countless monks fell. Her father died in battle, and her mother's blood was spilled in the palace. The continent collapsed and the sea overturned. Only the small Xinguang sect seemed to have a master who was spared. The Qiankuan Mirror is a treasure. She saw the future. Or it could be said that it was a warning from heaven. So she came to the Xinguang sect. Before coming to the Xinguang sect, she had already investigated this sect. This sect is very ordinary. The only thing that is not ordinary is probably the peak master on the 7 colors peak. His origin is mysterious and his cultivation is stronger than expected. Unfortunately, she can't tell everyone in any way about the future seen by the Qiankuan Mirror. Once it is leaked, everyone will forget this memory, including her. So now, she can be said to have a huge responsibility. She doesn't want to see her loved ones die, nor does she want to see the sky collapse. She must enter the 7 colors peak. Chi Yuan looked at the girl's resolute eyes and yawned. The girl Jiang Lingsu immediately said, "Join the 7 colors peak. I am willing to be a slave and help my senior brother solve his problems." Before coming to the Xinguang sect, she had investigated the master and apprentice of the Seven Colors Peak. The Peak Master is extremely mysterious, and the dragon is invisible. As for that disciple, he was a little talented and a cultivator of the Qi lineage. The cultivators of the Qi lineage all had some personality problems. Moreover, because of their Qi, they ignored other things and lacked someone to take care of them or do things for them. Qi Yuan glanced at Jiang Lingsu calmly and said slowly, "Yes." Jiang Lingsu breathed a sigh of relief after getting this answer. For the sake of the people of the world, what's wrong with being wronged? Hearing Qi Yuan's agreement, Jiang Lingsu's heart was relieved. "Hello, senior brother." The other 6 people also looked at Jiang Lingsu with some envy. Kong Fulu breathed a sigh of relief that Qi Yuan did not choose the person he liked. "The selection is finished, everyone, goodbye," Qi Yuan said. The senior disciples of the other peaks all nodded. Although Qi Yuan was a little silly, he was still very polite. "Junior brother Qi Yuan, goodbye. Junior brother Qi Yuan, see you tonight." These people greeted Qi Yuan warmly and happily. In places that did not involve interests, they were very good at giving Qi Yuan face. However, Zhuge Miao of Xinyao Peak hesitated for a moment and said, "Junior brother Qi Yuan, I have some questions about the recipe of Yang Yuan pill. I wonder if junior brother Qi Yuan has time to teach me? If junior brother Qi Yuan can solve my doubts, I am willing to offer a spiritual object for building the foundation." Zhuge Miao's attitude was sincere. Just now, he reminded Qi Yuan to choose someone just to talk to Qi Yuan. His words made several disciples of the Xinguang sect present show different expressions. Qi Yuan looked at Zhuge Miao. "I will go down the mountain to walk my pet in the evening. I can help you take a look." Zhuge Miao was delighted when he heard this. When Sui from Manhwa Peak heard Qi Yuan mention pets, she thought of something and a smile appeared on her cold face. "Junior sister, let's go." Qi Yuan called Jiang Lingsu, and the two left the crowd. Kong Fulu then said, "Junior brother Zhuge, are you sure you want to ask Qi Yuan about the pill formula?" The other people present also showed puzzled expressions or smiled. They didn't think that Qi Yuan could help Zhuge Miao. Junior brother Qi Yuan is amazingly talented and always has shocking ideas. He may also have his own ideas about pills. Zhuge Miao said. Half a month ago, he met Qi Yuan walking his pet one day and discussed the pill formula with him. Unexpectedly, the views put forward by Qi Yuan gave him a lot of help. If he is so powerful, how could he not gather a foundation-building spiritual item? The eldest brother of Dozhan Peak, Kuang Ren, always speaks frankly. "Brother Zhuge, you may lose a foundation-building spiritual item. Foundation-building spiritual items are expensive and are spiritual items that must be prepared by cultivators who have reached the perfection of qi refining to break through to the foundation-building stage. The higher the grade of the foundation-building spiritual item, the more suitable it is for the cultivator, and the better the effect of foundation building will be. Now, except for Qi Yuan, all the disciples of the 5 peaks have already established their foundations. In their opinion, Qi Yuan was unable to build his foundation because he had offended his master and had not given him spiritual objects for building his foundation. Sui, the eldest disciple of Wanfa Peak, said, "One step of genius, one step of madness. Qi Yuan may not have unique insights." "Okay, let's chat about these things later, we still have business to do," Kong Fulu said. The crowd stopped chatting, and Kong Fulu looked at the remaining 5 people. No need to introduce them. "And I, Kong Fulu, am from Wuguang Peak." Everyone present rolled their eyes. Xianyan Bao began to introduce himself again. Jiang Lingsu followed behind Qi Yuan, very well behaved. She was full of curiosity about the 7-colored peak, especially the peak master of the 7-colored peak, Ruan Ishi. Even her family's power did not investigate Ruan Ishi's true origin. Of course, this was related to the fact that her family was too far away from the Xinguang sect and the time was too rushed. But even so, it proved that Ruan Ishi was definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps, she was the reason why the Xinguang sect was able to escape the disaster. She came all the way to Xinguang sect just for Ruan Ishi. As for this senior brother? He was just senior brother Lu Shuai. Big brother, what kind of person is master? Jiang Lingsu asked cautiously. She wanted to learn about Ruan Ishi, the master of the 7 colors peak, through Qi Yuan. Master is a very beautiful person, Qi Yuan said without hesitation. Jiang Lingsu was stunned for a moment. How could a disciple describe a master like this? It's too treasonous. There is a suspicion of betraying the teacher and destroying the ancestors. However, thinking that senior brother Qi Yuan was a cultivator of the Qi lineage, she accepted it. The cultivators of the Qi lineage are the most strange and speak very directly, which is nothing. Jiang Lingsu continued to ask, besides being beautiful? Qi Yuan stopped and thought for a while. Jiang Lingsu was full of expectations. Good figure. Jiang Lingsu. Jiang Lingsu regretted that she would not have asked senior brother if she had known. The cultivators of the Qi lineage are too eccentric. What's in their heads? She decided not to ask her senior brother anymore. After all, she would be able to see her master right away after entering the seven-colored peak. The two climbed up the seven-colored peak in silence. After about 3/4 of an hour, Qi Yuan stopped. This is my room. Qi Yuan pointed to a small courtyard. Jiang Lingsu didn't know what Qi Yuan meant. She asked, where is the master? Should I go to see the master? Qi Yuan looking up at the top of the mountain. Master lives in the palace on the top of the mountain. Jiang Lingsu looked up at the top of the mountain and saw a pavilion in the clouds. Compared with senior brother Qi Yuan's thatched house, it is much better. Let's go to see master now. Jiang Lingsu was eager to try. Qi Yuan shook his head, no. Master is not here? No, there is a band from the mountainside to the top of the mountain, we can't go up. Ah? Jiang Lingsu was puzzled. Master once said that if you don't enter the Yuandan realm, you are not allowed to go to the top of the mountain to see her. In the path of cultivation, there are 7 realms: Qi refining, foundation building, Yuandan, Shenying, Zifu, Yinshan, and Yangshan. Xingguang sect is one of the 3 major sects of immortal cultivation in the Great Shang Kingdom, with thousands of disciples. Most of these thousands of disciples are Qi refining. Above Qi refining is foundation building. The combat power of foundation building is already the middle-level combat power of a sect. In the sect, the status is lofty enough to serve as a deacon or even an elder. Once you step into the Yuandan realm, you will be a real high-level member of the sect. In the Great Shang Kingdom, except for those old monsters with divine infants, you can almost walk sideways. As for the higher Yinshan and Yangshan realms, it is rumored that there is not a single one in the Great Shang Kingdom. Jiang Lingsu was stunned. Yuandan cultivators are not weak no matter where they are placed. Even if she relies on the resources of her family, it will take at least 10 years of polishing to become a Yuandan cultivator. As for senior brother Qi Yuan, he is from the Qi lineage, and although his talent is acceptable, in her eyes, he can only be considered average. He may not be able to step into the Yuandan realm in this life. Even if he steps into the Yuandan realm, the quality of the elixir may not be high. Senior brother, why did the master leave such a harsh requirement? Jiang Lingsu was puzzled. She didn't have so much time to wait. Qi Yuan looked at Jiang Lingsu and said slowly, the master may be afraid. To see me. Ah? Jiang Lingsu was stunned, and recalled Qi Yuan's previous opinion of the master. The master is too lazy to see you. Senior brother, I understand. Jiang Lingsu was indeed powerless against the cultivators of the Qi lineage. She looked at Qi Yuan, brother, where should I live? They couldn't go to the top of the mountain, and there were no other houses here. There is thatch in the yard, and some wood. Hearing this, Jiang Lingsu had a bad feeling in her heart. Would the senior brother build her a thatched house? She had never lived in a thatched house. You move it yourself, build a thatched house, and live there yourself. Qi Yuan yawned again. Jiang Lingsu stayed where she was. She couldn't believe her ears. She built a house by herself? Or a thatched house? Her magic was used to do this? She wanted to say something to Qi Yuan. Unfortunately, Qi Yuan didn't seem to notice her expression. He looked up at the clouds in the sky and said, you have to hurry up. It might rain tonight. Jiang Lingsu was stunned and blinked. Big brother, what if I don't finish it? She wanted to send a voice message to her senior brother, help me. There is a bench in my room. Qi Yuan said, if you are afraid of getting wet in the rain, I will lend you the bench to sleep on. After Qi Yuan finished speaking, he walked into the thatched house. Jiang Lingsu clenched her fists and looked at her senior brother's back. Accept her fate. After all, she is not the kind of woman who forces others to be sympathetic to her. Do your own things yourself. She followed Qi Yuan into the yard, and then began to hold thatch and some wood to build her own nest. Although she was annoyed, Jiang Lingsu still remembered the purpose of her coming here. The first thing to do is to find the expert. Although Wan Ishi, the leader of the seven-colored peak, is most likely to be the expert, there may be someone else. Maybe, under the Divine Light sect, there is a seal, and a powerful person is sleeping inside. As for Qi Yuan, she just treats him as an ordinary senior brother, without close contact, nor deliberately ignoring him, and everything is up to fate. Clouds gather and disperse, and Jiang Lingsu is working hard to build her own thatched hut. A thatched hut appeared in the originally empty place. Although she has never built a house or lived in a thatched hut, she has practiced magic after all. and she also has a lot of treasures hidden on her body. The house is not stable, and she is afraid that the house will collapse if she puts a fixing talisman directly. After the house is repaired, it is still early. Jiang Lingsu clapped her hands and looked at the house, feeling extremely satisfied. Senior brother. She went to the outside of Qi Yuan's house and shouted. In any case, she joined the seven-colored Kanglan realm. Xinguang sect. The morning bells rang continuously, and all the disciples woke up, full of energy, breathing in and out of qi. The sound of morning exercises resounded throughout the sect, full of vitality. On the seven-colored peak, Qi Yuan was lying on the bed. The morning bells were particularly harsh, and he covered his ears. The wooden cat puppet also opened its mouth appropriately and made a sound. Get up! Get up! Qi Yuan waved his hand and stuffed a small wooden fish into the mouth of the wooden cat puppet, and it suddenly couldn't make a sound. He changed his posture and slept comfortably. As the saying goes, I sleep alone when the sun is high in the sky. Who is the immortal? I am the immortal. I don't know how long it took before Qi Yuan woke up slowly. He took a deep breath of air. Well, the air in the other world is quite sweet. Qi Yuan was originally a member of the countless creatures on Blue Star. He traveled to this world half a year ago. Unlike the world in his previous life, this world has extraordinary people and immortal cultivators. By chance, Qi Yuan became a disciple of the seven-colored peak and the only one. Qi Yuan washed up, dressed neatly, and left the yard. Yesterday, the master sent a message and told him something. Qi Yuan stood on the hillside and looked up at the peak, which was towering into the clouds and ethereal. Qi Yuan looked at the palace and the clouds and whispered, "It's another day to miss the master." The clouds on the peak rippled in an instant, and then dissipated in an instant, as if nothing had happened. The master lived on the peak and issued a ban, not allowing Qi Yuan to go up. Qi Yuan did not see the clouds on the peak gather and disperse, and he walked down the seven-colored peak. Today, the Xinguang sect held a ceremony to recruit disciples. He is about to represent the seven-colored peak, one of the 5 peaks of the Xinguang sect, to recruit disciples. The huge seven-colored peak has only one useless disciple, and the sect has some opinions. Of course, the peak master of the seven-colored peak is strong, so those opinions can only be kept. However, Qi Yuan now made the seven-colored peak's master dissatisfied, so he planned to recruit some more disciples. Qi Yuan slowly walked down the seven-colored peak. When he reached the halfway point of the mountain, Qi Yuan stopped. There was a big tree here, several feet high. Looking down from above, Qi Yuan stood under the big tree. He glanced at the green and tender grass on the ground, and a series of words emerged in his mind. He was stunned for a moment. If he remembered correctly, he came here a few days ago, and his eyes saw what he saw was. This is an ordinary grass, but 4 days ago, a wild dog urinated on it. This grass is quite interesting. After entering the qi refining stage, Qi Yuan found that there was something wrong with his eyes, and he could see things that others could not see. For example, when he first looked at the immortal cultivation method given to him by his master, 7 colors fire refining method, what he saw was. This is a jade-level cultivation method, which has a total of 371 obvious loopholes and several other loopholes. Cultivating to the supreme realm will become a kind of indescribable resource. At that time, Qi Yuan was stunned when he saw this news. He went to look at other cultivation methods. Most of them were similar. The supreme realm? Resource? Very far away? It was not something that he, a small qi refining cultivator, considered. Of course, his cultivation was also stuck in qi refining. Because, according to what he saw with his eyes, once he broke through the realm of cultivation, he would be confirmed as a resource. Therefore, Qi Yuan has been looking for a suitable cultivation method and working hard for it. In the main hall of the sect, divine light spread out. The white-haired Kong Fulu held a whisk in his hand and sat upright in the air. Behind him, the senior disciples of other peaks all stood tall. Kong Fulu looked at the hundreds of new disciples who had just passed the assessment and showed a satisfied expression. However, he thought of something and slowly asked, "Has the people from the seven-colored peak not arrived yet?" Senior brother Kong, the senior brother of the seven-colored peak, you also know his character, a man in gold clothes whispered. Kong Fulu heard this and stopped talking. At this time, a voice came, "Senior brother Qi Yuan from the seven-colored peak is here." With this voice, Qi Yuan, dressed in a white robe, appeared in front of everyone, with an upright figure and a jade ring on his waist, coming to greet the light. Many disciples of the Divine Light sect and those new disciples looked at Qi Yuan with different eyes. I didn't expect senior brother Qi Yuan to come down the mountain. He's even more handsome than the legend says. What a pity, such a handsome man, but what? He behaves weirdly, he has mental problems. Ah, not really, it's just that his cultivation is different from that of ordinary people. He is from the idiot lineage, and all cultivators from this lineage have unique personalities. A mental patient in the world of immortal cultivation? Don't mess with him, don't mess with him. Although he's a little crazy, he's a real genius, with a lot of insights into cultivation, and many of them are very clever. Senior brothers and sisters would go to him to ask for advice on their cultivation problems. The cultivators below were talking about it, and many of them looked at Qi Yuan with strange eyes. In the Kanglan realm, there are 3 things not to mess with. 1 is not to mess with doctors, 2 is not to mess with sword cultivators, 3 is not to mess with crazy cultivators. Doctors have mastered medical skills and can heal injuries and save lives. All cultivators may get injured in battles at any time, and need doctors to heal their injuries and recover quickly, so they are not to be messed with. Moreover, doctors are generally good at refining strange poisons and poison pills, killing people invisibly, so they should not be offended if they can. Sword cultivators have amazing combat power and are decisive in killing, so they should not be offended if they can. Crazy cultivators, on the other hand, are quite different. The cultivators of this lineage pay attention to being obsessed with one thing. It could be a sword, a flower, or a person. Extreme obsession means that there are some mental problems. This kind of cultivator is not easy to mess with. Who knows if the mentally ill person will suddenly go crazy? And Qi Yuan is a cultivator of the crazy lineage. Junior brother Qi Yuan, you are a little late. Kong Fulu said softly. I slept too late yesterday. Qi Yuan yawned. Seeing this, the other senior disciples of the peaks were all speechless. Kong Fulu said, since everyone is here, let's start recruiting disciples. Now on the square, most of the disciples have just passed the entrance examination. And the senior disciples of their peaks are responsible for selecting candidates and assigning them to each peak. Kong Fulu stepped forward, he looked at the hundreds of new disciples under the field, and said slowly, Xinguang sect is one of the 3 major sects of cultivating immortals in Dishang. Congratulations, everyone, you have passed the layers of tests, and you will be disciples of Xinguang sect in the future. Hundreds of boys and girls on the field were a little excited to hear this. After all, Xinguang sect is one of the 3 most powerful sects of cultivating immortals in Dishang. Once you join the sect, you will be the best. Kong Fulu was very satisfied with the performance of everyone on the field, he continued. There are 5 peaks in Xinguang sect, you can choose one to join. This is Zhuge Miao, the senior disciple of Xinyao Peak. This is Sui, the eldest disciple of Wanfa Peak. This is Qi Yuan, the eldest disciple of Qisei Peak. This is Kuang Ren, the eldest disciple of Dozhan Peak. I am Kong Fulu, the last disciple of the master of Wuguang Peak, the son-in-law of the master of Xinguang sect, the master of Wuguang Sacred Law, the founder of Shaori Guangzhu, and the chief disciple of Wuguang Peak. As the white-haired Kong Fulu spoke, a 5-color divine light appeared on his head, making him look extremely brilliant and conspicuous. That's right, Kong Fulu, known as the most conspicuous person in Wuguang Peak. Many newcomers in the audience looked at Kong Fulu with different eyes. Admiration, envy, or amusement. Kong Fulu continued, the information of the 5 peaks of Xinguang sect has been circulated to you. From now on, those who get B and C in the assessment will start to choose the peak to join. The results of the assessment are divided into 3 levels, A, B, and C. A is the best, B is the second, and C is the worst. Therefore, those who get B and C will choose the peak to join first. B is a formal disciple, and C is a chores disciple. Only A is qualified to become a true disciple. As for those who get A, each of them is a genius and needs to be trained intensively. The main purpose of these senior disciples of the peaks coming here is to communicate with the new disciples who got A and invite them to join the peak. Brother Kong is so impressive, it's definitely worth it to join Wuguang Peak. I still choose Wanfa Peak. Taoism is the key to cultivation. My ideal is to be a pharmacist. Only pharmacists can save Dishang. I'm going to Xinyao Peak. Fighting Peak is suitable for someone. It's a pity that Qisei Peak doesn't recruit ordinary disciples and menial disciples, otherwise I would definitely choose Qisei Peak. It is said that there is only one brother there. If I join, I will be the second disciple, and the resources will be abundant. Not long after, those who got B and C grades all chose the sects of their choice. Among them, the most people joined from Wuguang Peak. Apart from Qisei Peak, the least people came from Xinyao Peak. After all, not everyone can become a pharmacist. If you waste decades and have no achievements, you will be expelled. It's better to practice honestly. Everyone chose the mountain they joined, leaving only the 7 people who finally received the A-level evaluation, 4 men and 3 women. My fellow brothers, how do you choose these 7 people? Kung Fu Lu said, his eyes fixed on a young man in black, who was his favorite person. The others thought of something, but did not speak. At this time, Zhuge Miao, the eldest disciple of Xinyao Peak, suddenly said, before coming here, Master instructed that the 7-color peak will be the first to choose this time. Kung Fu Lu sighed when he heard this. Originally, he wanted to keep this information secret, after all, it was not public. He was afraid that Qi Yuan would choose the person he liked. After all, there was only one disciple in the 7-color peak, which was too attractive to others. Going to other peaks, you need to compete with a bunch of disciples, but going to the 7-color peak, there is only one competitor. Moreover, this only competitor looks very unreliable. The 7 new disciples present looked at Qi Yuan with more or less fiery eyes. The words "choose me" seemed to be written on their faces. Junior brother Qi Yuan, please choose someone, Kung Fu Lu said. He did not tell Qi Yuan the information of these 7 people, otherwise, the talented ones would be chosen, and his 5 lights peak would suffer a great loss. Qi Yuan looked at the 7 people present, his expression calm. Since the master asked him to choose a disciple to increase the popularity of the 7 colors peak, he must choose a suitable one. He looked at the 7 people, and some information also appeared in his eyes. The first person he looked at was the man in black, who was also the genius that Kung Fu Lu cared about the most. Seeing this, Kung Fu Lu's heart tightened. The black-clothed boy was a rare light spiritual root. This kind of spiritual root is most suitable for the 5 lights peak, and practicing the 5 lights holy law may be successful. Qi Yuan looked at the black-clothed boy, and a piece of information came into his mind. This is an ordinary boy, but he joined the Divine Light sect with an ulterior motive. Secret? Qi Yuan directly brushed him off. As for these news, tell the other people in Xinguang sect? No. After all, 3 months ago, he had revealed that the leader of Xinguang sect was a spy of the Demon Desire sect and was only locked up for a few days. Of course, this has a lot to do with his powerful master. In Qi Yuan's eyes, Xinguang sect is full of problems. This world is also full of problems. Since there are problems everywhere, then there are no big problems. Let it go. Qi Yuan looked at the innocent-looking girl in a goose yellow dress. The girl looked at Qi Yuan and blinked, which seemed to be charming. This is an ordinary girl, but her physique is special. She was spotted by the black chicken old demon and regarded as a cauldron. It may bring trouble to Xinguang sect. Excluded. Qi Yuan looked at the remaining few people again. This is an ordinary boy. He has 2.5 years of cultivation, but now he has no cultivation. In the depths of his consciousness, a remnant soul is sleeping. Before coming to Xinguang sect, he broke off the engagement with his fiancée. People who look like the main character? Stay away. In the movies and TV shows that Qi Yuan watched before he crossed over, he had to stay away from the main character. Usually, if a supporting character is nice to the main character, the supporting character will be killed soon. People like this cannot be friends. He looked at the remaining people again. A man with 3 legs? Exclude. A man with a woman's heart? There is no updated version of Kanglan Realm. Exclude. Mental illness? Too dangerous. Exclude. Qi Yuan eliminated the remaining 3. He looked at the last girl. This is an ordinary girl. She is a little mysterious, and seems to have some ideas about the master of the 7-colored peak. Qi Yuan's eyes were a little strange. Competitor? Must be eliminated. The girl Jiang Lingsu looked at Qi Yuan, lowered her head, and looked cautiously. When she saw that Qi Yuan seemed to have the intention of refusing, her eyes became firm, and she bowed deeply to Qi Yuan. Brother Qi Yuan, please give me a chance to enter the 7-colored peak. Jiang Lingsu is not from the Great Shan Kingdom, but from the Far East. She is of noble birth and has a respected status. She would not have paid much attention to sects like the Xinguang sect before. However, a month ago, her blood awakened and she got a chance to control the treasure of the clan, the Qiankuan Mirror. In the Qiankuan Mirror, she glimpsed and saw a scene like the end of the world. There was killing everywhere, and countless monks fell. Her father died in battle, and her mother's blood was spilled in the palace. The continent collapsed and the sea overturned. Only the small Xinguang sect seemed to have a master who was spared. The Qiankuan Mirror is a treasure. She saw the future. Or it could be said that it was a warning from heaven. So she came to the Xinguang sect. Before coming to the Xinguang sect, she had already investigated this sect. This sect is very ordinary. The only thing that is not ordinary is probably the peak master on the 7 colors peak. His origin is mysterious and his cultivation is stronger than expected. Unfortunately, she can't tell everyone in any way about the future seen by the Qiankuan Mirror. Once it is leaked, everyone will forget this memory, including her. So now, she can be said to have a huge responsibility. She doesn't want to see her loved ones die, nor does she want to see the sky collapse. She must enter the Seven Colors Peak. Chi Yuan looked at the girl's resolute eyes and yawned. The girl Jiang Lingsu immediately said, "Join the Seven Colors Peak. I am willing to be a slave and help my senior brother solve his problems." Before coming to the Xinguang sect, she had investigated the master and apprentice of the Seven Colors Peak. The Peak Master is extremely mysterious, and the dragon is invisible. As for that disciple, he was a little talented and a cultivator of the Qi lineage. The cultivators of the Qi lineage all had some personality problems. Moreover, because of their Qi, they ignored other things and lacked someone to take care of them or do things for them. Qi Yuan glanced at Jiang Lingsu calmly and said slowly, "Yes." Jiang Lingsu breathed a sigh of relief after getting this answer. For the sake of the people of the world, what's wrong with being wronged? Hearing Qi Yuan's agreement, Jiang Lingsu's heart was relieved. "Hello, senior brother." The other 6 people also looked at Jiang Lingsu with some envy. Kong Fulu breathed a sigh of relief that Qi Yuan did not choose the person he liked. "The selection is finished, everyone, goodbye," Qi Yuan said. The senior disciples of the other peaks all nodded. Although Qi Yuan was a little silly, he was still very polite. "Junior brother Qi Yuan, goodbye. Junior brother Qi Yuan, see you tonight." These people greeted Qi Yuan warmly and happily. In places that did not involve interests, they were very good at giving Qi Yuan face. However, Zhuge Miao of Xinyao Peak hesitated for a moment and said, "Junior brother Qi Yuan, I have some questions about the recipe of Yang Yuan pill. I wonder if junior brother Qi Yuan has time to teach me? If junior brother Qi Yuan can solve my doubts, I am willing to offer a spiritual object for building the foundation." Zhuge Miao's attitude was sincere. Just now, he reminded Qi Yuan to choose someone just to talk to Qi Yuan. His words made several disciples of the Xinguang sect present show different expressions. Qi Yuan looked at Zhuge Miao. "I will go down the mountain to walk my pet in the evening. I can help you take a look." Zhuge Miao was delighted when he heard this. When Sui from Manhwa Peak heard Qi Yuan mention pets, she thought of something and a smile appeared on her cold face. "Junior sister, let's go." Qi Yuan called Jiang Lingsu, and the two left the crowd. Kong Fulu then said, "Junior brother Zhuge, are you sure you want to ask Qi Yuan about the pill formula?" The other people present also showed puzzled expressions or smiled. They didn't think that Qi Yuan could help Zhuge Miao. Junior brother Qi Yuan is amazingly talented and always has shocking ideas. He may also have his own ideas about pills. Zhuge Miao said. Half a month ago, he met Qi Yuan walking his pet one day and discussed the pill formula with him. Unexpectedly, the views put forward by Qi Yuan gave him a lot of help. If he is so powerful, how could he not gather a foundation-building spiritual item? The eldest brother of Dozhan Peak, Kuang Ren, always speaks frankly. "Brother Zhuge, you may lose a foundation-building spiritual item. Foundation-building spiritual items are expensive and are spiritual items that must be prepared by cultivators who have reached the perfection of qi refining to break through to the foundation-building stage. The higher the grade of the foundation-building spiritual item, the more suitable it is for the cultivator, and the better the effect of foundation building will be. Now, except for Qi Yuan, all the disciples of the 5 peaks have already established their foundations. In their opinion, Qi Yuan was unable to build his foundation because he had offended his master and had not given him spiritual objects for building his foundation. Sui, the eldest disciple of Wanfa Peak, said, "One step of genius, one step of madness. Qi Yuan may not have unique insights." "Okay, let's chat about these things later, we still have business to do," Kong Fulu said. The crowd stopped chatting, and Kong Fulu looked at the remaining 5 people. No need to introduce them. "And I, Kong Fulu, am from Wuguang Peak." Everyone present rolled their eyes. Xianyan Bao began to introduce himself again. Jiang Lingsu followed behind Qi Yuan, very well behaved. She was full of curiosity about the 7-colored peak, especially the peak master of the 7-colored peak, Ruan Ishi. Even her family's power did not investigate Ruan Ishi's true origin. Of course, this was related to the fact that her family was too far away from the Xinguang sect and the time was too rushed. But even so, it proved that Ruan Ishi was definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps, she was the reason why the Xinguang sect was able to escape the disaster. She came all the way to Xinguang sect just for Ruan Ishi. As for this senior brother? He was just senior brother Lu Shuai. Big brother, what kind of person is master? Jiang Lingsu asked cautiously. She wanted to learn about Ruan Ishi, the master of the 7 colors peak, through Qi Yuan. Master is a very beautiful person. Qi Yuan said without hesitation. Jiang Lingsu was stunned for a moment. How could a disciple describe a master like this? It's too treasonous. There is a suspicion of betraying the teacher and destroying the ancestors. However, thinking that senior brother Qi Yuan was a cultivator of the Qi lineage, she accepted it. The cultivators of the Qi lineage are the most strange and speak very directly, which is nothing. Jiang Lingsu continued to ask, besides being beautiful? Qi Yuan stopped and thought for a while. Jiang Lingsu was full of expectations. Good figure. Jiang Lingsu regretted that she would not have asked senior brother if she had known. The cultivators of the Qi lineage are too eccentric. What's in their heads? She decided not to ask her senior brother anymore. After all, she would be able to see her master right away after entering the seven-colored peak. The two climbed up the seven-colored peak in silence. After about 2/4 of an hour, Qi Yuan stopped. This is my room. Qi Yuan pointed to a small courtyard. Jiang Lingsu didn't know what Qi Yuan meant. She asked, where is the master? Should I go to see the master? Qi Yuan looking up at the top of the mountain. Master lives in the palace on the top of the mountain. Jiang Lingsu looked up at the top of the mountain and saw a pavilion in the clouds. Compared with senior brother Qi Yuan's thatched house, it is much better. Let's go to see master now. Jiang Lingsu was eager to try. Qi Yuan shook his head. No. Master is not here? No, there is a ban from the mountainside to the top of the mountain, we can't go up. Ah? Jiang Lingsu was puzzled. Master once said that if you don't enter the Yuandan realm, you are not allowed to go to the top of the mountain to see her. In the path of cultivation, there are 7 realms: Qi refining, foundation building, Yuandan, Shenying, Zifu, Yinshan, and Yangshan. Xinguang sect is one of the 3 major sects of immortal cultivation in the Great Shang Kingdom, with thousands of disciples. Most of these thousands of disciples are Qi refining. Above Qi refining is foundation building. The combat power of foundation building is already the middle-level combat power of a sect. In the sect, the status is lofty enough to serve as a deacon or even an elder. Once you step into the Yuandan realm, you will be a real high-level member of the sect. In the Great Shang Kingdom, except for those old monsters with divine infants, you can almost walk sideways. As for the higher Yinshan and Yangshan realms, it is rumored that there is not a single one in the Great Shang Kingdom. Jiang Lingsu was stunned. Yuandan cultivators are not weak no matter where they are placed. Even if she relies on the resources of her family, it will take at least 10 years of polishing to become a Yuandan cultivator. As for senior brother Qi Yuan, he is from the Qi lineage, and although his talent is acceptable, in her eyes, he can only be considered average. He may not be able to step into the Yuandan realm in this life. Even if he steps into the Yuandan realm, the quality of the elixir may not be high. Senior brother, why did the master leave such a harsh requirement? Jiang Lingsu was puzzled. She didn't have so much time to wait. Qi Yuan looked at Jiang Lingsu and said slowly, the master may be afraid. To see me. Ah? Jiang Lingsu was stunned, and recalled Qi Yuan's previous opinion of the master. The master is too lazy to see you. Senior brother, I understand. Jiang Lingsu was indeed powerless against the cultivators of the Qi lineage. She looked at Qi Yuan. Brother, where should I live? They couldn't go to the top of the mountain, and there were no other houses here. There is thatch in the yard, and some wood. Hearing this, Jiang Lingsu had a bad feeling in her heart. Would the senior brother build her a thatched house? She had never lived in a thatched house. You move it yourself, build a thatched house, and live there yourself. Qi Yuan yawned again. Jiang Lingsu stayed where she was. She couldn't believe her ears. She built a house by herself? Or a thatched house? Her magic was used to do this? She wanted to say something to Qi Yuan. Unfortunately, Qi Yuan didn't seem to notice her expression. He looked up at the clouds in the sky and said, you have to hurry up. It might rain tonight. Jiang Lingsu was stunned and blinked. Big brother, what if I don't finish it? She wanted to send a voice message to her senior brother, help me. There is a bench in my room. Qi Yuan said, if you are afraid of getting wet in the rain, I will lend you the bench to sleep on. After Qi Yuan finished speaking, he walked into the thatched house. Jiang Lingsu clenched her fists and looked at her senior brother's back. Accept her fate. After all, she is not the kind of woman who forces others to be sympathetic to her. Do your own things yourself. She followed Qi Yuan into the yard, and then began to hold thatch and some wood to build her own nest. Although she was annoyed, Jiang Lingsu still remembered the purpose of her coming here. The first thing to do is to find the expert. Although Wan Ishi, the leader of the seven-colored peak, is most likely to be the expert, there may be someone else. Maybe, under the Divine Light sect, there is a seal, and a powerful person is sleeping inside. As for Chi Yuan, she just treats him as an ordinary senior brother, without close contact, nor deliberately ignoring him, and everything is up to fate. Clouds gather and disperse, and Jiang Lingsu is working hard to build her own thatched hut. A thatched hut appeared in the originally empty place. Although she has never built a house or lived in a thatched hut, she has practiced magic after all. And she also has a lot of treasures hidden on her body. The house is not stable, and she is afraid that the house will collapse if she puts a fixing talisman directly. After the house is repaired, it is still early. Jiang Lingsu clapped her hands and looked at the house, feeling extremely satisfied. Senior brother. She went to the outside of Chi Yuan's house and shouted. In any case, she joined the seven-colored peak, and she needed to do the superficial work. She needs to practice the magic of the seven-colored peak. Come in. Chi Yuan's voice came. Jiang Lingsu hurried in. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Chi Yuan holding a square jade slip in his hand. She had seen the shape of this jade slip before. Brother, are you playing a game? Jiang Lingsu asked. The current world of immortal cultivation is no longer the world of immortal cultivation that was in decline. Entertainment is also extremely rich. Gambling on pills. Listening to music in brothels. Sword fairy dance. Even games are very rich. The square jade slip in Chi Yuan's hand is a game jade slip judging by its shape. This kind of jade slip generally stores various types of games. Fighting, cave exploration, farming. Everything is available. However, this kind of game jade slip is not cheap. Especially the complex large-scale games, which even have formations engraved on them, and the backgrounds of the characters in them are lifelike, just like the real ones. Because of this, jade slip games are particularly popular. Of course, many of them can only be circulated in secret because they are too pornographic. Of course, those who can afford jade slip games are not short of money. Chi Yuan played the game without raising his head. Yeah. Brother, did you play games all afternoon? Jiang Lingsu asked. Thinking that she had been working all the time, and her brother was playing games here, she felt a little unbalanced. Brother, don't you practice? If I'm not mistaken, senior brother should have reached the peak of chi refining, and he's only one step away from becoming a foundation building person. Jiang Lingsu was also at the peak of chi refining. I'm practicing. Chi Yuan said. Playing games is practicing? Although some games in the game jade slips are indeed good for practicing, those game jade slips are very rare and precious. Playing games? Practicing? Jiang Lingsu was stunned for a moment, and then he thought of something. Senior brother, you are from the Qi lineage, what are you pinning your hopes on? The practice of the Qi lineage is quite different from that of other lineages. Other lineages, when practicing, all find a method that suits their spiritual roots and practice on their own. The Qi lineage needs to find something that they are obsessed with. They are obsessed with things, such as jade, flowers, and swords. According to the elders in Jiang Lingsu's family, the Qi lineage practices and focuses on the power of the mind. They are attentive to the things they are obsessed with. The extreme obsession is insane. They are a bit out of tune with the outside world. Therefore, cultivators of the Qi lineage are extremely difficult to communicate with. Jiang Lingsu has seen cultivators of the Qi lineage, but has never seen one who plays games with love. Generally speaking, those who play games with love will be sent to treatment by the clan, and lightning therapy is the most popular. After all, the traditional world of immortal cultivation, not too convinced that the infatuation game is a branch of the infatuation. Is this also considered infatuation? Chi Yuan did not even raise his head. If it is, then it is an infatuation for it. Jiang Lingsu did not know what to say. Should I apply for lightning therapy for my senior brother? Infatuation game, is there a future? Big brother, isn't this a bit unreliable? I have not heard of any great monk who was obsessed with games. The infatuation branch, the things they are obsessed with have different potentials. For example, the 1,000-year-old dragon blood tree is better than ordinary trees, and the Tianyun wood is better than the 1,000-year-old dragon blood tree. What is the future of games? In the new era, we must accept new things. Chi Yuan glanced at Jiang Lingsu indifferently. He has obtained this game jade slip for a year. He had obtained it before he crossed into this world. In Chi Yuan's view, this jade slip is a game console. But this game console is a little special, it seems. Can be connected to the internet. His crossing into this world has a lot to do with this game jade slip. It can even be said that his eyes can see hidden information. Chi Yuan guessed that it was related to this game jade slip. In this world, he also saw many game jade slips, some of which were similar to his, but in fact they were completely different. Jiang Lingsu was choked and couldn't speak. However, she thought of her purpose. She continued, brother, can you give me the cultivation method of the 7-color peak? Qi Yuan looked at Jiang Lingsu and said seriously, the cultivation method of the 7-color peak cannot be practiced. Why? Jiang Lingsu asked. Could it be that the eldest brother knows some secrets? Does this have anything to do with the peak master? The method is poisonous. Puff. If Jiang Lingsu had water in his mouth, it would have sprayed out. Now Qi Yuan, in her eyes, is a crazy man who talks nonsense. But thinking of the information she investigated before coming here, this eldest brother of the 7-color peak is indeed talking nonsense. This is not surprising. Big brother, I don't mind if you give me the method, Jiang Lingsu said. Qi Yuan slowly took out a jade slip and handed it to Jiang Lingsu. This is the cultivation method of the 7-colored peak. However, it is only 1.5. The front part is the original method, and the back part is modified by me, but not completely. He handed the jade slip of the method to Jiang Lingsu. Brother, can you modify the cultivation method? Jiang Lingsu's eyes were smiling, and her charming face was even more charming. How could the cultivation method be modified so easily? Especially, he was a cultivator in the qi refining realm. Those who were qualified to modify the method were at least Yuan Dan cultivators. Therefore, Jiang Lingsu did not take brother Qi Yuan's words seriously. She took the jade slip of the cultivation method, thought of something, and reminded him, Big brother, the cultivation method is very important. Don't modify it casually. If you practice it casually, it will easily lead to obsession. She and brother Qi Yuan had just met not long ago, and it was most taboo to talk about deep things with a shallow friend, so she reminded him. Qi Yuan looked at her and said faintly, Do you think that if you don't modify the cultivation method, everything will be fine? Jiang Lingsu choked. It seems that brother really has a problem with his head, and the problem is very big. A cultivator of the qi lineage. She didn't say anything else, but took the jade slip of the cultivation method back to her room. 7 colors fire refining art? Jade level art? Looks ordinary. She originally wanted to use this technique to check the foundation of the 7 colors peak master. But it looked ordinary. Although the jade level art was of good quality, she didn't take it seriously. After all, there were a lot of jade level art in her family. She observed the content of the technique. The latter part was modified by senior brother? It looks pretty good at fooling people. At least it fooled me. The Ascension Pavilion contains all kinds of techniques, and it seems that this technique is included. I wonder if Sister Yaya has any comments. She is best at modifying techniques. If there is time, let her comment on the modified content. If senior brother practices, he will avoid detours. Jiang Lingsu muttered to herself. In the thatched hut, Qi Yuan's attention was all focused on the game Jade Slip. He had obtained this game Jade Slip for a year. He had also played this game for about a year. It was just an ordinary boss-beating game. The game map showed that the place was called Wanhua Continent. There are 4 forbidden areas and 2 deadly areas in the Moonwatching Continent. The map Qi Yuan is currently in is called Xianyuan Forbidden. There are many monsters in Xianyuan Forbidden. These monsters are fierce and brutal. There are snakes as thick as buckets, carnivorous flowers with sharp teeth, and beetles as big as tanks. These monsters are very powerful. Qi Yuan said that they were all experience packs. However, there was a monster in Xianyuan Forbidden that made Qi Yuan feel uncomfortable and reduced his gaming experience. The monster was a fox tail shaped like a brush, with a resounding name, Crazy Pen. In Xianyuan Forbidden, Qi Yuan's game character was wearing golden armor and was killing people everywhere. Those powerful monsters had no resistance at all in Qi Yuan's hands. A mere level 50 monster dares to show off in front of me. Kill. Qi Yuan swept away with a sword. At level 80, he could be said to be killing people in Xianyuan Forbidden. These days, Qi Yuan was also killing people indiscriminately. At the beginning, when he entered Xianyuan Forbidden, he was just an ordinary level 1 player. The game he played was PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. In a year, he leveled up to level 80 and could walk sideways in Xianyuan Forbidden. Now he is playing the arrogant thug. The monsters in Xianyuan Forbidden are now terrified when they see him. Killing monsters in the Moonwatching Continent is also of great help to Qi Yuan in the present world. Otherwise, how could he achieve perfection in Qi refining in just 1 year? Even for a true genius, it would take at least 3 years to achieve perfection in Qi refining. The cultivation in the game can affect him. Of course, it is only a part of it. After all, he is very strong in the game now. How strong? Qi Yuan has no idea. But it is not a big problem to kill the leader of the Xinguang sect with 1 sword. However, in reality, he is just a newbie in the qi refining realm. After solving the last boss, the crazy pen, I have cleared this dungeon. Shi Yuan thought of this and became more motivated. He will clear the dungeon today. I wonder what reward you will give me. How about rewarding me with a harmless cultivation method? At the very least, a simple foundation building spiritual object will do. Thinking of the crazy pen, Shi Yuan's eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit. This kind of pen is in the form of a pen during the day, but it will turn into a beautiful fox demon at night, turning into a human form, full of charm. And what they love to do most is to attack at night. If you fall into their trap, when they are most aroused, they will show their fangs. They will directly turn into sharp pens and pierce into the holes in the body of the bewitched person. Shi Yuan saw that in Xianyuan Forbidden, many monsters were bewitched by the crazy pen. Shi Yuan would not be seduced by the crazy pen, but he had to hang up at night. Once he was offline, he had to be on guard against the crazy pen. At that time, he almost imitated the male protagonist in a certain anime in the previous world and made himself a golden crotch. In the end, he dug a hole and buried himself in the soil before logging off, which prevented the night attack of the crazy pen. The last crazy pen boss is only level 70, a small problem. I have to kill it quickly, and I have to take my little pet out for a walk in the evening. Shi Yuan held a long sword, covered with golden armor, and had colorful brilliance on his body. When he chopped down with a sword, there were all kinds of special effects, which looked fancy. If it were in other games, you would know at a glance that this was a Krypton guy, and a very coquettish one. Half an hour later, Shi Yuan attacked the Xianyuan Palace. He held a big sword and shouted in a rather middle school second-year voice, "Where can the monster escape?" He was timid in reality, but he hit hard in the game. In response to him, the crazy pen screamed in fear. He held a long sword and was invincible. One by one, the crazy pens broke. His experience bar was also rising. "Come out, monster!" Shi Yuan shouted, wanting to call out the biggest boss in Xianyuan Forbidden. Unfortunately, no one responded to him at all. All the crazy pens were fleeing everywhere. Shi Yuan was having a lot of fun killing. However, at this moment, a golden light shook. The Xianyuan Palace was shaking. A pen shaped like a foxtail broke out of the ground. The sharp pen, like a sharp sword, longed for a worthy opponent and stabbed Shi Yuan directly. Fortunately, I was prepared. Shi Yuan was not in a hurry. Before coming, he had prepared a response plan. Moreover, he was not afraid even if there was no response plan. His strength was there. Summer 8 cuts. Shi Yuan used his strongest swordsmanship. That's right, he used swordsmanship. In an instant, the crazy pen broke directly. Shi Yuan shrugged, "You are only worthy of taking one of my blows, too weak. There are still 7 blows left. I wonder who can take it, it's lonely." The crazy pen fell, and Xianyuan Palace collapsed at this moment. At this time, a prompt sound also reached Shi Yuan's ears. The Xianyuan Forbidden Dungeon has been cleared, and rewards have been obtained. Reward 1, Heavenly Dao Fragments *10. Reward 2, Magic Pen. Heavenly Dao Fragments? This game is quite generous, the gifts are quite good. As a Blue Star person, what Heavenly Dao Fragments are, they are very familiar with it. After all, going against the trend has become old-fashioned. But no matter what, Heavenly Dao Fragments are definitely good things. It seems that Xianyuan Forbidden has become mine? Shi Yuan accepted the Heavenly Dao Fragments. He suddenly felt that Xianyuan Forbidden seemed to have become his territory. Interesting. Shi Yuan murmured. Heavenly Dao Fragments seem to be in charge of Xianyuan Forbidden's authority. Shi Yuan obtained Heavenly Dao Fragments, just like becoming the GM of the game. This Xianyuan Forbidden is mine? Shi Yuan was not happy. That's all Heavenly Dao Fragments are? Or is it that it's only useful if all the fragments are collected? Shi Yuan shifted his attention from Heavenly Dao Fragments to the Magic Pen. The Magic Pen is condensed by the power of rules, and can engrave rules on Xianyuan Forbidden? For example, how can you enter Xianyuan Forbidden? You have to carry a ladder to enter. Shi Yuan remembered the interesting things he saw on Blue Star. As long as a person carries a ladder on his back, it seems that he can go anywhere. Whatever movie theater, amusement park, or zoo, as long as you carry a ladder on your back, the staff will not stop you. After thinking about it, Shi Yuan wrote a rule in Xianyuan Forbidden. You can enter with a ladder on your back, unimpeded. It's getting late, it's time to walk my pet. Shi Yuan rubbed his sore eyes. He played this game too much, and it was a bit mentally exhausting for him. So, in Xinguang sect, he sometimes looked muddle-headed and out of tune. Of course, it's not entirely because of the game. His personality is the same. It looks a little crazy. Shi Yuan packed up and prepared to walk his pet and meet Zhuge Miao by the way. At the same time, Jiang Lingsu also came out of the thatched hut. She was busy all day to get the house ready. Now I'm thinking about going down the mountain to buy some daily necessities. At this time, footsteps were heard, and Jiang Lingsu immediately looked over. Is it the eldest brother who went out? However, when he saw the eldest brother, Jiang Lingsu was stunned. Eldest brother, what are you doing? Jiang Lingsu's face was puzzled. In her sight, Shi Yuan was still wearing the white robe he wore today, but it was different from when she first saw him. He was holding a rope in his hand. It looked like he was walking a pet. But, that pet. Was it a pet? It was. A kitchen knife. That's right, there was a kitchen knife tied to the end of the rope. And Shi Yuan was holding the kitchen knife. This scene was too outrageous. I'm walking my pet, Shi Yuan said calmly. It has been in the house for too long, and its legs are rusty. Let's go for a walk and breathe some fresh air. A kitchen knife has legs? It won't rust if it walks? You think it's spiritual iron. This is obviously an ordinary iron kitchen knife. She is now finally sure that this senior brother has a problem with his brain. The taste of the senior brother is a bit peculiar. Jiang Lingsu squeezed out these words. Are you going down the mountain too? Do you want to come together? Shi Yuan invited. No. Jiang Lingsu quickly refused. Senior brother, you go first, I'll go later. If the senior brother walks a kitchen knife, she will definitely attract too much attention if she follows. That would be too embarrassing. Shi Yuan glanced at Jiang Lingsu, then retracted his gaze. He looked at the kitchen knife behind the rope and said attentively, Be good, listen, don't break free from the rope, or you will be beaten to death with sticks, I don't care. Shi Yuan still has some manners. He also leashes his pet when walking it. Unlike some people, they don't leash their pets when walking them. Then the pets run around. It's better to leash his pet, otherwise it will be too bad in summer. He leashed the rope and slowly walked down the seven-colored peak. The night breeze was cool, and the sun above the sky became dim. Shi Yuan was particularly comfortable holding his pet. Playing too many games will make your eyes hurt, and your fingers will also hurt. It's not bad to blow the wind, walk, and look at beauties. After all, this is a world of cultivation, and the probability of beauties appearing is much higher than in the previous life. Not to mention other things, everyone has fair skin. There are no obvious blemishes on their faces. They are also very good without makeup. Brother Chi Yuan. A tall young woman greeted Chi Yuan. She was wearing a short skirt, with long legs, white as jade but not too white, which was particularly attractive. Yeah. Chi Yuan responded. He would walk his pet almost every night. At first, he was the only one walking. But he was the eldest brother of the Seven Colors Peak, and he had a certain celebrity effect. Walking pets gradually became popular in the Xinguang sect, and many people would follow Chi Yuan's example and walk their pets. Of course, those brothers and sisters would a pet that is walking is a real pet, or in other words, a spiritual beast with combat power. Your little AO is good. It will probably be able to awaken its spiritual intelligence in a few thousand years. Chi Yuan looked at the pet led by the long-legged woman and gave his evaluation. The long-legged woman was still full of pride when she heard the first half of the words. She had chosen this spiritual beast for a long time. But the second half of the words made her a little depressed. It took thousands of years to awaken its spiritual intelligence? Is this good? No matter how good her temper was, she couldn't help but retort, Brother Chi Yuan, when will your pet be able to awaken its spiritual intelligence? Chi Yuan's pet is a kitchen knife. How can it awaken its spiritual intelligence? Many disciples of the Xinguang sect nearby laughed when they saw what happened here. Shi Yuan frowned, thought for a while, and said seriously, it should be able to awaken its spiritual intelligence in a year at most or very short. Brother, you are really joking. The long-legged woman laughed, obviously not believing Chi Yuan's words. Chi Yuan just smiled and didn't explain. At this time, Zhuge Miao's figure also appeared in everyone's sight. He said, Junior brother Chi Yuan modified the soul forging technique and tried it himself. Whether it succeeds or not, it is commendable for his courage. You are just sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Hearing Zhuge Miao's words, everyone present lowered their heads. Brother, you are right. Zhuge Miao is the eldest brother of Xinyao Peak and a strong foundation building expert. They are extremely afraid. As for the kind Chi Yuan, they don't have much respect in their hearts. Zhuge Miao taught everyone a lesson, and he walked up to Chi Yuan, Junior brother Chi Yuan, today the master is refining medicine, and I am serving by the side. Please forgive me for being late. Zhuge Miao's domineering aura dissipated. Facing Chi Yuan, he treated him equally and with a hint of admiration. Junior brother Chi Yuan, this is the recipe for the Yang Yuan pill I got from a cave. But there is a part missing in it. I wonder if you can give me some guidance. I would like to offer you a spiritual object for foundation building. Zhuge Miao's attitude was very low, which formed a sharp contrast with his domineering attitude just now. Chi Yuan took the recipe for the Yang Yuan pill and looked at it. This is an incomplete recipe for the Yang Yuan pill. If the red and yellow in it are replaced with privet, and the missing sheep drum is replaced with small tai hua, the effect of the pill can be improved by 50%, and the poison of the pill will be reduced by 1 or 2. Chi Yuan's eyes can see hidden information. In an instant, he saw the shortcomings of this pill formula. Moreover, the method of improving the pill formula also appeared in an instant. Of course, this improvement is not the optimal solution. If the pill formula is shown to him again tomorrow, new improvement methods will appear. The effect of the improvement is also better. However, he can only see the hidden information of the same item once a day. And the 7 colors fire refining art that he practiced has been constantly modified. But even so, the 7 colors fire refining art has a lot of problems. There are many problems with the Yang Yuan pill formula. Chi Yuan answered directly. Zhuge Miao showed an expectant look in his eyes. Please teach me, junior brother. Replace Zhu Huang with Ligustrum lucidum. Ligustrum lucidum? Zhuge Miao was a little puzzled. Because what he wanted to ask most was why the missing part, but junior brother Chi Yuan directly changed the pill formula. However, thinking of the last time he went to junior brother Chi Yuan to communicate, junior brother Chi Yuan's wild ideas still amazed him. That time, junior brother Chi Yuan helped him a lot. Moreover, he took the initiative to ask junior brother Chi Yuan for help, so he had to hold back his opinions. Just at this moment, Zhuge Miao noticed something, and he said, "Junior brother Chi Yuan, wait a minute, I have a message." Phone? Chi Yuan didn't care, you answer it first. The world of immortal cultivation did not invent the phone, but there was messaging. Cultivators can communicate with each other through messaging. However, this kind of messaging is limited by distance. The farther the message is, the higher the price. Moreover, when entering some secret realms, it loses its due effect. Therefore, not all cultivators can afford it. Junior brother, what's wrong? Zhuge Miao lowered his voice to answer the message. The complete pill formula, have you found it? No, don't worry about it. After a message, Zhuge Miao's face was originally a little happy, and then he heard the dissuasion of his junior brother, and he became a little angry. He ended the communication, looked at Chi Yuan, and calmed down. Junior brother, continue. What is missing is the sheep drum. However, the sheep drum is yang in nature, which is quite conflicting. It can be replaced with a small tai hua, which will be more effective. Chi Yuan finished speaking and stretched out his hand. Where is the foundation building spiritual object? Zhuge Miao was still digesting Chi Yuan's words. When he heard that Chi Yuan wanted a foundation building spiritual object, he hurriedly took out a jade bamboo. The color of the jade bamboo is purple, like purple jade, and there is a hint of white at the joints. This is purple crystal jade bamboo, an 8th grade foundation building spiritual object. Foundation building spiritual objects are ranked. They are the lower 3 grades, the middle 3 grades, and the upper 3 grades. As for above the upper 3 grades, there are even higher grades in legend. The higher the grade of the foundation building spiritual object, the better the foundation building effect and the greater the potential. Of course, cultivating immortals, the world is a place where miracles exist and adventures are everywhere. Nothing is inevitable. It is not the case that if you use low-grade foundation building spiritual objects to build your foundation, you can only stay at a certain level in this life. Every foundation building spiritual object is worth a lot of money. The 8th grade is the foundation building spiritual object of the lower 3 grades. But even so, most ordinary chi refining disciples of the Xinguang sect cannot afford the purple crystal jade bamboo even if they empty their pockets. Zhuge Miao can use the purple crystal jade bamboo as a reward, which shows his financial strength. This is the gap between the chief disciple and ordinary disciples. Of course, even Zhuge Miao would feel a little painful when he took out the purple crystal jade bamboo. Zhuge Miao continued, the grade of the purple crystal jade bamboo is a little low. If junior brother Chi Yuan is not in a hurry, you can gather more spirit stones and exchange it with the purple crystal jade bamboo for a higher grade foundation building spiritual object. The purple crystal jade bamboo is indeed extremely precious among other disciples. Ordinary disciples will use it to build their foundation after cultivating their magic power to the perfection of chi refining. But for the chief disciples of each peak, it would be a bit disappointing if they used low-grade spiritual objects for foundation building. For example, Zhuge Miao used the 5th grade dragon-seeking ruler, a spiritual object of the 3rd grade middle grade, to build their foundation. Qi Yuan took the purple crystal jade bamboo and nodded, yes. The purple crystal jade bamboo was not his first choice for spiritual objects for foundation building. Even if he didn't use it in the future, he could exchange it for spiritual stones. Although he was the eldest brother of the 7-colored peak, he was really poor. Compared with the chief disciples of other peaks, he was not a little bit worse. Alas! Thinking of something, Zhuge Miao said, "Junior brother Qi Yuan, if you didn't offend your master, I'm afraid you would have a medium-grade spiritual object or even a high-grade spiritual object for foundation building at this moment, and enter the foundation building stage." There was a trace of regret in Zhuge Miao's words. He felt that Qi Yuan was really bold and dared to offend the 7-colored peak master. You know, even the leader of the Divine Light sect was in awe of the 7-colored peak master. Zhuge Miao once heard from his master that the Xinguang sect originally had only 4 peaks, but after Ruan Yishi came, the Xinguang sect had one more peak, named the 7-colored peak. This peak has a history of 1,000 years. This means that the master of the 7-colored peak has probably lived for 1,000 years. 1,000 years of life means that one must be at least in the divine infant realm. Such a strong man can walk sideways in the great Shang dynasty. How big of an elephant leg is Qi Yuan clinging to by worshipping Ruan Yishi as his master? As a result, Qi Yuan was so audacious that he angered Ruan Yishi. All resources were cut off from Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan's situation was miserable. If it were Zhuge Miao, he would have cried and apologized in front of his master. But Qi Yuan, on the other hand, did not even think of apologizing. However, thinking that Qi Yuan was a fool. It is easy to understand for cultivators of this lineage. The cultivators of this lineage are unruly and their brain circuits are not normal. When Qi Yuan heard Zhuge Miao's words, his eyes became gentle. "I didn't say anything wrong, why should I apologize?" Cold sweat flowed down Zhuge Miao's back. "Junior brother Qi Yuan, stop it." He was afraid that junior brother Qi Yuan would do something ridiculous again and offend the cold and beautiful fairy who was high above the 7-colored peak. At that time, it would be bad if he was implicated. Qi Yuan smiled. "You are all afraid of Ruan Yishi, but I am not, because she is my." "Stop talking." Zhuge Miao was frightened and hurriedly stopped Qi Yuan. "Otherwise, if the person on the 7-colored peak gets angry, he will suffer." Qi Yuan said nothing more and said goodbye to Zhuge Miao. He took his kitchen knife and continued to stroll. Zhuge Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened. At this time, an anxious voice came. "Big brother, have you changed?" Su Longhu was wearing a blue cloth shirt, with a gourd tied around his waist, and his steps were hurried. As he spoke, he took out a yellowed piece of paper. "This is a pill recipe I found in the market today. It is the same as the Yang Yuan pill you got in the secret realm, so I hurried to contact Big Brother." Su Longhu handed the pill recipe to Zhuge Miao. When he saw that the purple crystal jade bamboo on Zhuge Miao's waist was gone, he said with great sorrow, "Big brother, we already have the pill recipe here, why are we still trading with Qi Yuan? Qi Yuan is not from our Xinyao peak, how can he help you look at the pill recipe? He should not have left yet, I will chase him now and get the purple crystal jade bamboo back." Su Longhu said a lot, unaware that Zhuge Miao's face had become gloomy. "I am trading with junior brother Qi Yuan, what qualifications do you have to judge? Moreover, even if junior brother Qi Yuan didn't help me, so what? I am willing to give him a face." Before, the message Zhuge Miao received was sent by Su Longhu. At that time, Zhuge Miao had already learned that junior brother had the complete pill formula, and he had the opportunity to terminate the transaction, but he didn't. "Big brother." Su Longhu's voice was a little uneasy. "I was worried that senior brother would return empty-handed. Fortunately, I got the complete pill formula. Big brother saved my life, so the pill is dedicated to Big brother." He no longer mentioned Qi Yuan. In his opinion, how could Qi Yuan understand the pill formula? He had been studying medicine at Xinyao Peak for 10 years, but he couldn't complete the pill formula. Qi Yuan could? Zhuge Miao took the pill formula. "Let me take a look, compare it with what junior brother Qi Yuan said, and refine a few furnaces of Yang Yuan Dan. This is a bit of a waste of medicinal materials." Su Longhu muttered. Obviously he felt that using Qi Yuan's method, he couldn't refine any Yang Yuan Dan. Qi Yuan led the kitchen knife and walked slowly in the Xinguang sect. On the road, laughter and love words could be heard from time to time. This world of cultivating immortals is really harmonious. He led his pet and looked at the sky. It's time to go back to the peak. It was still early, and he could open the game Jade Slip and play a game. When he returned to the 7-colored peak, it was already late at night. On the top of the peak, a half-moon was hanging on the palace built of white jade. The cold moonlight shone down, and across the night, a graceful figure was looming. However, the figure only glanced at Qi Yuan and disappeared. Qi Yuan retracted his gaze. He glanced at the thatched house built by Jiang Lingsu, and murmured in his heart, if there were these fixed talismans, when an earthquake occurred on Blue Star, those houses would not collapse. After sighing, he led the kitchen knife back to his own courtyard. The yard was empty, waiting only for the sound of Qi Yuan's footsteps. He untied the rope from the handle of the kitchen knife. You don't have to tie it when you get home. Just don't tear down the house, and no one will beat you. Qi Yuan said, stroking the tiny broken notch on the kitchen knife, and began to enter the world of the game Jade Slip. However, when he entered the game, Qi Yuan was stunned. She's there? When he got the game Jade Slip, Qi Yuan treated it as a game console. P.S. The protagonist has abnormal brain circuits, abnormal behavior, and neurotic. However, at that time, the game map had not been unlocked, and Qi Yuan inexplicably added a friend and entered the friend list. That was also the only friend he made when he was sick. Since he got sick, he lived alone and had no one to communicate with. The friend in the game became his friend. Qi Yuan also regarded that person as a game player. The two often chatted together, talking about everything. Of course, Qi Yuan listened to what the other person said more. However, the other person spoke strangely. Occasionally, words like Imperial Guards and Prime Minister popped out of his mouth. Qi Yuan guessed that it should be a rich and beautiful woman who inherited the family business. However, he did not completely control the company. The two chatted a lot, and Qi Yuan said at the time, let's team up to play games together. Unfortunately, after the game map was refreshed, his friend list disappeared. He had never seen the other party, let alone team up. Now, seeing the other party's list, he thought about it and sent a message, are you there? Now that he has traveled to the world of immortal cultivation, the other party may not be there. The mist was filled, and the ink painting on the screen seemed to be infected, with narrow and long lines. Get out! Cold and another majestic voice came, and the serving girls in palace dress bowed their heads and left. After the maids left, the beautiful face of the queen of Nanshan Kingdom showed a tired look. 10 years ago, the demons invaded. Her father died in the battle. She became the queen of Nanshan Kingdom. At that time, she was only 7 years old. The huge empire was all on her. The demons attacked, the enemy countries coveted, and the powerful ministers were not loyal. She struggled for 10 years. Now, she barely controls the balance of the empire. However, the pressure on her shoulders is getting bigger and bigger. It can even be said that if you are not careful, you will be in danger of death. Especially recently, the powerful Prime Minister Sima Teng has almost stopped hiding his collusion with the Northern Khan royal court. Her situation is even more worrying. And 3 days ago, Aunt Qin, who she relied on the most, a king-level strongman, was besieged by a group of men in black and was seriously injured. Although the origins of the men in black were well hidden, everyone in the court knew who sent the killer. Knowing who the enemy is, she is powerless. This feeling is not good. She stood in front of the screen. Her long green skirt was plain and elegant. The hem of the skirt was embroidered with a phoenix pattern in gold thread. A white jade belt was wrapped around her slender waist. The belt was untied, and the clothes were removed, revealing her natural skin, which was like flawless jade. The queen was not very old, but her figure was very proud, which formed a sharp contrast with her slender waist. She entered the bathtub, and her snow-white and delicate shoulders floated on the water. Through the white soup-like water, it seemed that she could see her white fat. The queen closed her eyes, and the fatigue on her body slowly dissipated. At this moment, suddenly, a ray of red light flashed on the table. Jean Li's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Qi Yuan? On the table was the rare treasure Linglong Yushi. It was rumored that this rare treasure was a natural match. Any two people who got this rare treasure could communicate through the rare treasure. In ancient times, this rare treasure was very famous. Unfortunately, with the changing times, treasures that can transmit messages over long distances are no longer rare. The value of Linglong Yushi was greatly reduced and it was placed in the royal treasury. A year ago, Jean Li entered the royal treasury, saw Linglong Yushi, and took it out. Unexpectedly, she met an interesting person in Linglong Yushi. The man's name was Qi Yuan, and he spoke in a wild and unconstrained way, always saying things she didn't understand. Since the two didn't know each other, it seemed that there were thousands of mountains and rivers between them, so she could reveal her thoughts freely. After all, as the queen, she couldn't let others see her weakness. Unfortunately, half a year ago, for some reason, Qi Yuan had no news. She was at that time she felt a little disappointed and uneasy. Unexpectedly, the other party was there. The stone in her heart fell to the ground. She picked up Linglong Yushi and held it tightly. Looking at the message on it, she quickly replied, yes. After the message was sent, Jinli thought about it and asked again, you have been away for a long time. Where have you been? Last time I was going to invite you to go monster hunting together, but I didn't expect that I would suddenly enter the game map and couldn't contact the outside world. That should be a very dangerous place, right? Jinli asked. In her opinion, Shi Yuan is a free demon hunter. What he said about monster hunting in game maps is to hunt demon beasts. On the other side, Shi Yuan shrugged, we players are the fourth disaster, what's the danger? Those monsters are just our experience packs. Jinli saw the familiar tone and answer, and her heart calmed down. Every time she talked with Qi Yuan, even if Qi Yuan said something unreliable, she felt peace in her heart. This time when you were away, I spent half a year to kill monsters by myself. Do you want to team up with me? Men and women work together, and the work is not tiring. If there are two of us, we will definitely reach level 100 very quickly. Jinli heard this and replied, I have something to do at home now, and I can't leave. Are you so busy that you don't even have time to play games? Alas, you white, rich and beautiful women, you have money and work so hard, what should we poor people do? Jinli couldn't help but smile when she saw this. Or, you come and kill monsters with me now, I just changed the map, and there are a lot of monsters here. Qi Yuan said, I need your support, beautiful Lady Jean. Seeing the other party's relaxed tone, Jinli knew that the other party was not in danger. She smiled and said, it's not convenient for me now. What are you doing? It's not convenient, are you working overtime? Jinli hesitated for a moment, and finally sent out, bathing. The other party, Qi Yuan, was stunned when he saw this. His eyes were calm, how about we meet again after you take a shower? On the other side, Jinli saw this and smiled bitterly, I can't come. But she thought of something and asked, where are you? I was in Xianyuan Forbidden before, and now I'm on my way to Yiguan Forbidden. Qi Yuan did not hide it. He was in the teleportation array of the game, preparing to teleport to the next map. Xianyuan Forbidden? Yiguan Forbidden? Jinli was stunned. Aren't those the 4 forbidden areas? Rumor has it that a king-level powerhouse will die in blood if he enters, and an emperor-level powerhouse may also fall if he enters. No, Xianyuan Forbidden, even an emperor-level powerhouse cannot enter. The moon-watching continent is vast and boundless. The human race and the demon race compete with each other. There are more than 10 countries of different sizes among the human race. The human race and the demon race are the two most powerful forces on the moon-watching continent. However, there is a more terrifying existence above the human race and the demon race. That is not a race, but the legendary 4 forbidden and 1 absolute. The 4 forbidden areas are extremely strange and full of dangers. Even the emperor of the demon race dare not step into them rashly, otherwise there will be danger of death. The forbidden area among them is even more terrifying, named Tianjue. If the emperor goes in, there is no chance of survival. It is dangerous, but whoever enters the 4 forbidden and 1 absolute and can come out alive will get great benefits. The 4 forbidden areas are full of spiritual herbs and countless natural treasures. It is rumored that there is an ascension platform in Tianjue. If you climb up, you can ascend to the legendary fairyland. Shenyuan Forbidden Land is a well-known forbidden land, and it is located in the territory of Nanshan Kingdom, less than 1,000 miles away from the Nanshan Imperial City. Unlike other forbidden lands, Shenyuan Forbidden Land is rumored to be the tomb of a supreme strongman. The periphery of Shenyuan Forbidden Land is covered with supreme restrictions, and even the emperor-level strongman cannot enter it. Now, Qi Yuan said that he has been killing monsters in Shenyuan Forbidden Land for a while? How is this possible? At first, Jinli thought Qi Yuan was joking. However, she still asked carefully, isn't what you said true? Why would I lie to you? I'm still waiting to invite you to join a team. It's too boring to go to a dungeon alone. Jinli still couldn't believe it. Shenyuan Forbidden Land, there are a lot of monsters. I killed all the monsters by myself for more than half a year. I was exhausted. Jinli was stunned. The monsters in Shenyuan Forbidden Land are not just many? Not only are they many, but they are also very strong. The Wanhui continent has experienced ups and downs for thousands of years, and many geniuses have emerged, but no era has conquered any forbidden land. What kind of strength does it take to break through the Shenyuan Forbidden Killing Zone? I'm afraid that even the Supreme Emperor can't do it. What kind of cultivation is that, Emperor? Jinli asked cautiously. Emperor? What's that? Now, I'm level 82. Level 82? Jinli was puzzled. But she also knew that Qi Yuan always spoke strangely. For example, Qi Yuan once said that he wanted to take a spaceship to see the stars in the sky, but he was afraid that he would die on the stars without oxygen. How far away are the stars? According to ancient records, there are countless human and fairy realms in the world, and every world shares the same starry sky. Rumor has it that those starry skies are reflections of the heavens by the mighty, not real. Climbing the stars is even more illusory. It is normal for Qi Yuan to say something strange. She thought for a moment and asked, how strong are the monsters in Xianyuan Forbidden? In Xianyuan Forbidden, the strongest one is a crazy pen. It is particularly insidious, always likes to turn into a pen at night, and sneak attacks people without martial ethics. It makes me have to dig a hole for myself every time I go offline. It's barely over level 70. Crazy pen? Level 70? Jean Li pondered. If what Qi Yuan said is true, then level 70 should correspond to the level of an emperor, or even the supreme emperor. And the number of emperors in the entire Nanxian kingdom is very few, only 2 or 3. It is rumored that there is a ban outside Xianyuan Forbidden, and it seems that even an emperor cannot break in. Jean Li said. It's easy to enter Xianyuan Forbidden. Just like going to a movie theater, you just need to carry a ladder and you can go in. The monsters inside won't attack you. Qi Yuan said, I have already cleared the copy of Xianyuan Forbidden. Okay, no more talk. I'm going to Iguan Forbidden. Let's talk next time. Qi Yuan said and cut off the communication. Jean Li, who was bathing, felt disappointed when she heard this. The two of them talked hurriedly without much words. Xianyuan Forbidden and Iguan Forbidden are 100,000 miles apart. How can they get through in such a short time? Even the Supreme Emperor couldn't do it. In the scene that emerged in Jean Li's mind, Qi Yuan became blurred again, covered with a veil. Qi Yuan, what kind of person are you? Jean Li scooped up a handful of water and let it slide down her snow-white shoulders. Her sorrow also dissipated like water. Does it matter what kind of person Qi Yuan is? At least, the two are good pen pals, friends who have never met. After taking a bath, Jean Li dressed herself up. She didn't like being served by palace maids. Who knows if there are spies planted by Prime Minister Sima Ting among them? She returned to Fenghuan Palace and sat on the glazed throne, on which were placed thick memorials. As the night deepened, she picked up the memorials and began to review them. From time to time, her eyebrows were tightly knitted, and her delicate hands wrote something. The war in the south is important, and the War Elephant tribe has also joined the war. In 3 days, the Prince of Nanfeng will come to the imperial capital? Jean Li held her forehead and felt a headache. Today's Nanxian kingdom is like a piece of fat meat, coveted by others. What is the intention of the Prince of Nanfeng to come here? Jean Li knew it best. She looked at the memorials and had a headache for a while. She thought of Qi Yuan. Only by chatting with Qi Yuan could she abandon her identity and her responsibilities. Of course, she also understood that since she enjoyed the fine clothes and food and became the queen of Nanxian, she should shoulder the people of Nanxian. Come, go to the library and find all the records about Zuen Yuanjin. Jean Li thought of something and ordered the maid next to her. Yes. The maid left and Jean Li continued to review the memorials. The general's mansion is located in Qingyi Lane. When the general was still alive, it was incomparable and crowded. Now, it is deserted. At this time, an uninvited guest came to the general's mansion. This man was broad, 7 feet tall, and had a beard. The most striking thing was that there seemed to be a depression in the middle of his forehead. He is the powerful Prime Minister of Nanxian, Sima Ting. He looked at the widow of the general and said slowly, Madam Qin, is your injury okay? Aunt Qin looked at Sima Ting, her eyes about to burst into anger. Sima Ting. She shouted, her face became even paler. She knew who caused her injury best. Sima Ting actually dared to come over. Sima Ting was not angry, and said calmly, Madam Qin, now that the overall situation has been decided, why are you still stubborn? What future do you have with that girl? You dare to disrespect the queen. Aunt Qin was angry. If she hadn't been attacked and seriously injured, with her strength as a top king, Sima Ting would not dare to speak like this in front of her. Sima Ting glanced at Aunt Qin, with a look of disdain in his eyes. She is just a woman. If it weren't for me, how could she be in the throne? On the day she ascended the throne, she was able to fall flat on the ground. This is a sign from heaven. She is not worthy of the position. She has been in charge of Nanxian for 10 years. Now Nanxian is facing internal and external troubles. If it weren't for me, I'm afraid the country would have been gone long ago. She is no longer qualified to be in that position. Aunt Qin heard this, and she was angry and a little sad. Jean Li grew up under her watch. Jean Li has worked very hard, but unfortunately, she has never been able to master the power of the emperor, and she can't play the whole court with the civil and military officials. She is not an empress who is good at the power of the emperor, but she is definitely a good emperor who works hard for the people. Sometimes, Aunt Chin even thinks that if Jinli had not become an empress, but an ordinary princess, it would be great. Unfortunately, since she holds the Jade Seal, she can't retreat, and she can't not fight. Not fighting is death. Aunt Chin would rather Jinli was not in that position. But she knew she couldn't. Wolf ambitions. She looked at Sima Ting with anger in her eyes. Colluding with the Northern Khan's royal court, his crime should be punished. The Northern Khan's royal court and the Southern Qian kingdom are old enemies. Every autumn harvest season, the Northern Khan's royal court's cavalry would break through the border of the Southern Qian kingdom to forage for grass and grain. There is a blood feud between the two countries. This is the gap between me and you. Sima Ting raised his head and said, between countries, there are only interests, and warriors talk about grudges and hatred. Madam Qin, I advise you to know yourself and hand over the key to the treasury, otherwise. Sima Ting threatened. As the legal wife of the deceased general, Aunt Qin holds the key to the imperial court treasury. And this key can open the Tianyun lock and take out the Tianyun Jade Seal. He wants to usurp the throne, and he must get the Tianyun Jade Seal to be legitimate and take over the national destiny of the Southern Qian kingdom. Don't even think about it. Sima Ting looked at Aunt Qin and said nothing more. After all, Aunt Qin is the widow of that great general. Now, Admiral Tanchi on the front line and that great general were once as close as brothers. If he kills Aunt Qin, things will become troublesome. But Aunt Qin is the one that the Empress relies on, and he has to take action and seriously injure her. Then, the Empress will be helpless. Madam Qin, you should take care of yourself. Sima Ting said, in 3 days, the Prince of Nanfeng will arrive, and in 10 days, it will be the date of the appointment. How will you deal with it? Sima Ting finished speaking and left with a wave of his sleeves. Anger flashed in Aunt Qin's eyes, and then turned into a lonely look. She is now seriously injured, and even her foundation is damaged. It is almost impossible to heal in a short time. That appointment will only be lost. Your Majesty, there are a total of 7 books here, all of which record Shen Yuan ban. The palace maid held the book and placed it on the jade throne. Well. Jinli nodded, picked up a book and read it carefully. Today, after hearing Qi Yuan talking about Shen Yuan Jin, she became interested in Shen Yuan Jin. Now, Aunt Qin was seriously injured. In 10 days, the Crown Prince of Nanfeng will come to the Nanxian Imperial City, and his imperial teacher will challenge Aunt Qin to a duel. If they lose, Nanxian will lose face, and her fate will also be in danger. Because 10 years ago, when Jinli's father passed away and she had not yet ascended the throne, Nanxian the situation was turbulent, and Nanfeng State deployed 200,000 troops on the border, intending to take the opportunity to invade Nanxian State. The powerful Prime Minister Sima Ting went to the border and reached an agreement on behalf of Nanxian State and Nanfeng State. This also laid a trap for Jinli. If she lost this battle, she would have to marry the Prince of Nanfeng State. How could she, a queen of a generation, marry the prince of another country? This was the trap Sima Ting laid. Because, 10 years ago, before she ascended the throne, there were not many problems with the agreement between Sima Ting and Nanfeng State. It was just a princess in exchange for peace on the border. Now, Aunt Qin was seriously injured. If she wanted to win this battle, she had to recover from her injuries first before she could fight. There were many spiritual objects in the 4 forbidden areas, and there might be medicinal materials for treatment. After just flipping through a few books, she saw that there were several rare spiritual medicines in Xianyuan Forbidden Area, with various medicinal effects, such as healing and prolonging life. 9-flower Qilua? Jinli's eyes moved as she flipped through the books. It is recorded in ancient books that there is a magical medicine called 9-flower Qilua in Xianyuan Forbidden. This magical medicine has 9 petals and emits 9 kinds of strange fragrances. It is called the Imperial Medicine. If Aunt Qin gets this magical medicine, not only will her injuries be gone, but she may even break through to the imperial level. This information came from the hands of a top emperor. The top emperor entered Xianyuan Forbidden by chance. Originally, he saw the magical medicine and wanted to pick it, but was besieged by the demon king inside. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. He escaped from Xianyuan Forbidden, but never had the chance to enter again. So, there should be many demon kings in Xianyuan Forbidden? The demon king is unknown. Jinli thought. If there is no demon king, they can sneak in with the perception of the demon king only, and maybe they can really pick the magical medicine. Unfortunately, there is no record of how to enter Xianyuan Forbidden. The 4 forbidden areas have their own difficulties. And the most difficult thing about Xianyuan Forbidden is how to enter. Is it really like Qi Yuan said, carrying a ladder in? Thinking of Qi Yuan, Jinli couldn't help but smile. Of course, this is impossible. This matter is too outrageous, or there is no logic. However, Qi Yuan has no reason to lie to her. She trusts Qi Yuan in her heart. Otherwise, she would not let the palace maid collect information about Xianyuan Forbidden. Jinli read the next few books very carefully. Unfortunately, there was no information about how to enter Xianyuan Forbidden. However, she suddenly saw a record, and she couldn't help but read it out loud. Xianyuan has a monster, which looks like a fox tail and a pen, crazy and likes to attack at night. This record was also recorded by the Supreme Emperor. Jinli was stunned. What Qi Yuan said before appeared in front of her. The crazy pen is particularly insidious, likes to turn into a pen at night, and sneak attacks people without martial ethics. Is this the same beast? Countless thoughts flashed through Jinli's mind. The Supreme Emperor who left this information was once a great worshipper of Nanshan Kingdom. This information has been kept in the library and has never been circulated. Qi Yuan. How did he know? Could it be that Qi Yuan is a member of my royal family? Jinli's heart was very uneasy at the moment. No. He knows that the beast is called Crazy Pen. Could it be that Qi Yuan has really been to Xianyuan Forbidden City? Jinli took out Linglong Yushi and quickly sent a message. Qi Yuan, have you really been to Xianyuan Forbidden City? Carrying a ladder. To go in is not fake, right? I have something urgent. I need to go in. Although Qi Yuan is not in tune, he always likes to talk nonsense. She was afraid that Qi Yuan would see her message, but she still answered casually, so she mentioned that she went. She was gambling with her life. Qi Yuan would not joke again. However, she sent the message, and Qi Yuan did not reply to her. It's a pity that Iguan Forbidden City is too far away, otherwise. Hey! Jinli sighed, and then her eyes became firm. Come on, get ready, I will leave the palace tomorrow. There was no time. She decided to leave the palace tomorrow and go to Xianyuan Forbidden City. She had no choice. Staying in the imperial capital was just waiting to die. However, she thought of something, and continued to order, Shilingard, send a team to the Clothes and Hats Forbidden City to see if there is anything unusual in the Clothes and Hats Forbidden City. Qi Yuan said that he went to the Clothes and Hats Forbidden City. If Qi Yuan is a strong man, then there will definitely be turmoil in the Clothes and Hats Forbidden City. She sent the Shilingard to inquire about the news of the Clothes and Hats Forbidden City. At the same time, in the Clothes and Hats Forbidden City, Qi Yuan carried a large golden sword and looked at the strange creatures in front of him with curiosity in his eyes. Qi Yuan looked around and saw a lot of colorful clothes floating in the Clothes and Hats Forbidden area. These monsters are designed very creatively. The colorful clothes include luo skirts, shorts, robes, vests, breast protection skirts, coats, suspenders. Ancient and modern clothes, everything is available. These clothes are like living creatures floating in the air. However, when Qi Yuan entered the Clothes and Hats Forbidden area, these colorful clothes all turned their heads. There was no head on the clothes, it was empty, but Qi Yuan felt as if there were thousands of eyes staring at him. Hard-headed, run! Qi Yuan ran away directly. Although he was at level 82, there were too many clothing monsters in the Clothes and Hats Forbidden area. There were tens of thousands of them in front of him, and many of them were above level 50. The most important thing is that the beasts and monsters in the Xianyuan Forbidden area are strong, but they do not have a complete organizational relationship and fight on their own. At this moment, the Clothes and Hats Forbidden area is obviously like an army. If Qi Yuan took action, these people in formal attire would probably surround him directly. Qi Yuan fled shamefully. About a quarter of an hour later, Qi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally escaped. He picked up the big sword and dug directly into the ground. He immediately dug a big pit. It was unknown how deep this pit was. He dug very skillfully. After all, he was used to it. He lay in the pit. He then noticed the message sent by Jinli on the chat interface. He immediately replied, I didn't lie to you. You can enter Xianyuan Forbidden with a ladder on your back. There is no danger. How could there be any problem with the rules he personally set? Of course, seeing Jinli said that he was going to Xianyuan Forbidden in person, Qi Yuan still looked at his game screen. The game screen showed that Xianyuan Forbidden was in the stage of being controlled. In other words, Xianyuan Forbidden was his item. He sent another sentence, don't worry, it's okay, go boldly. Qi Yuan on the 7-colored peak looked at the moonlight in the sky and felt a little tired. I don't know if it was because he had played the game for a long time and consumed too much energy. He said to Jinli in the game, "There are too many clothing monsters in Iguan Jin. I will go to kill them tomorrow." I dug a hole and buried myself in the soil. I am offline now. Good night. After Chi Yuan finished speaking, he put down the game Jade Slip. And this game Jade Slip also merged into his body. On the other side, in the dark palace at night, Jinli, who had fallen asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were fixed on Linglong Yushi. When she saw the content inside, an inexplicable look flashed in her eyes. "Okay, you be careful, pay attention to safety, good night." It was just a simple greeting. At the same time, in the Prime Minister's mansion, Sima Ting had not gone to bed yet. On his desk, there was a pile of official documents to be processed. It can be said that compared to Queen Jinli, he is more like a politician with means, always putting interests first. Did the Empress make any unusual moves today? Sima Ting put down the official documents and asked slowly. Next to him, a man covered in shadows appeared, lowered his head and said, "Today, the Empress met with the Minister of Revenue at 3 p.m. to mobilize disaster silver. She went to see old Madame Qin at 3 p.m. After returning to the palace, she has been reviewing memorials and has not made any unusual moves. However, at night, she ordered the maid to go to the library to check the information of Xianyuan Forbidden." Xianyuan Forbidden? Sima Ting smiled. It seems that she has no other way and can only pin her hopes on the illusory Xianyuan Forbidden. Sima Ting knew that the battle in 10 days was very important to Empress Jinli. Once Empress Jinli lost, the situation that was originally difficult to support would collapse. And now, Madame Qin was seriously injured and could not be the opponent of the national teacher of Nanfeng Kingdom. Therefore, Empress Jinli took the risk and went to Xianyuan Forbidden, hoping to enter it to get the elixir and save Madame Qin. This was Sima Ting's guess. Her Majesty is desperate, don't worry about it. Sima Ting didn't take Jinli seriously at all. What he needed to pay attention to and worry about most was the collaborator of the Northern Khan Royal Court and General Tianchi who was stationed at the border. However, he picked up the official document and added, "Take some people to follow and see if there are any accidents. It's better to be cautious in doing anything." A familiar tone came. Chi Yuan waved his hand, and the wooden cat puppet was sealed again, unable to make a sound. But this time, Chi Yuan rarely opened his eyes. "The sun is shining on my. As the eldest brother of the Seven Colors Peak, I need to set an example for my junior sister and can't sleep in." Although the disciples of the Xinguang sect had already finished their morning practice at this time. But for Chi Yuan, it was rare to get up early. After Chi Yuan finished washing, he stretched his waist, and the sun shone on his face, looking extremely lazy. But because he was so handsome, he looked particularly elegant even when he was lazy. "Good morning, junior sister." Chi Yuan came out of the yard and saw Jiang Lingsu, who was covered in sweat. He did not approach and kept his distance. Hidden information about Jiang Lingsu also appeared in his sight. This is an ordinary girl. She has a lot of Taoist skills and practices hard. She hopes that one day she will have the power to overwhelm the world and prevent disasters from happening again. Seeing this, Chi Yuan gave Jiang Lingsu an extra point in his heart. Jiang Lingsu looked at Chi Yuan and frowned. "Big brother, why do you look so weak, as if you have indulged too much?" Chi Yuan was stunned. He just played too many games and consumed too much of his mind. Now, his strength is stuck in the perfect state of chi refining and has not yet entered the foundation building stage. So, isn't it normal to consume more energy playing games? Unfortunately, Chi Yuan now lacks two things to enter the foundation building stage. One thing is a suitable technique. The second thing is a suitable spiritual object for foundation building. The suitable technique is naturally self-created. Although his cultivation is low, his eyes can see hidden information. He can create a technique blindly, and then constantly modify it through hidden information. Chi Yuan now has read all the techniques of the sect. Unfortunately, he is still far from creating a technique. Or in other words, he has accumulated too little. However, just now, Jiang Lingsu had countless techniques in his hands. He looked at Jiang Lingsu and said, "Junior sister, you have to save your senior brother." He didn't take Jiang Lingsu's verbal attack just now to heart. "What's wrong?" Jiang Lingsu asked worriedly. She was afraid that her senior brother had problems with his cultivation. "I see that you are of extraordinary origin. Do you want to borrow money?" "No, what I want to say is, do you have any extra techniques here, regardless of the grade? Please lend them to me to take a look," Chi Yuan said. Jiang Lingsu breathed a sigh of relief. "How many techniques do you want, brother?" "Of course, the more the better." Chi Yuan said, "It would be best if there were hundreds or even thousands of techniques." There were so many Taoist techniques, which meant that there would be a lot of them. Brother, what do you want these techniques for? Jiang Lingsu asked. Shi Yuan said lazily, even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Give me some techniques, and when I succeed in my cultivation, I will protect you and the entire Xinguang sect, no, the entire Kanglan realm. Jiang Lingsu smiled when she heard this. Protect her? Does she still need protection? Although Qi Yuan is taller than her and maybe older than her, if the two of them fight, Jiang Lingsu thinks she can beat this senior brother with one hand. What do you want so many techniques for? Tell me about it. Jiang Lingsu asked again. Self-created techniques. Qi Yuan did not hide it. Anyway, in this world, no one believes the truth. For example, he has revealed the fact that the sect master is an undercover spy, but unfortunately no one believes him. Jiang Lingsu was stunned. Self-created techniques? This senior brother really dares to think. But she thought of something, so she took out a jade slip. Brother, there are a lot of exercises here, I'll lend it to you for a look. For so many years, Ruan Ishi has only accepted the eldest brother as her disciple. This shows that Ruan Ishi must value Qi Yuan very much. She has to build a good relationship with Qi Yuan. I'll lend you the exercises, but you have to stop being addicted to games every day, practice hard, and protect your little sister in the future. Jiang Lingsu said. Games are also a kind of practice. Qi Yuan took the jade slip of exercises. As for the stinky sweat on the little sister's body, it doesn't smell stinky now, but fragrant, because the little sister's jade slip of exercises contains hundreds of exercises. Jiang Lingsu did not reject Qi Yuan again. The lineage of the obsessive is different from ordinary people. As for whether there is potential for obsession with games, it actually depends on the person. A sword-fighting genius who practices basic sword techniques can also challenge a mediocre person who practices the Nine Heavens divine sword. Of course, is the eldest brother a genius? In Jiang Lingsu's opinion, he can be considered a genius, but he is still far from a genius. The Great Shang Kingdom is too small, and the Kanglan realm is too big. Even her family is actually nothing in the Kanglan realm. Brother, remember to practice well and protect me in the future. Jiang Lingsu said, and returned to his thatched hut to continue practicing. Qi Yuan also returned to his room. He took the jade slip of the exercises given by Jiang Lingsu and read it carefully. Earth Demon Soul Art? 4 Jin Art? 3 Yuan Gong. Qi Yuan quickly read the exercises in the jade slip, and his talent for seeing hidden information is also constantly being used. This is the 4 Jinju, created by the 4 gentlemen of Jinzhong. On the surface, it is a high-grade technique, but in fact, it is a technique for 4 people to practice together. If you find 4 people to practice together, you can reach the jade level. The techniques for cultivation are divided into primary, middle, high, jade, mysterious, and heavenly levels. The higher the level, the harder it is to practice, but the higher its power and potential. There are a total of 627 techniques in the jade slip, most of which are primary and middle grades. High-grade techniques are very rare, and there are only a few jade-grade techniques. Qi Yuan was obsessed with the technique jade slip for 2 consecutive days, and he didn't even open the game jade slip. For him, accumulating this knowledge is very helpful. With his ability to see hidden information, he can easily create a technique that will not become a resource. Of course, this technique may have limited potential. For example, if you practice it to the great success level, the effect is comparable to doing 100 push-ups a day. The next night, Qi Yuan's eyes were full of dark circles. He suddenly laughed. Master Dao, I have realized it. That's right, he finally created prototypes of his own skills based on the skills collected by Xinguang sect and the skills given by his junior sister Jiang Lingsu, and finally succeeded in one. He looked at his own skills. This is a skill full of loopholes. When practicing, there is a certain probability that memory confusion will occur. It can be practiced to the perfection of qi refining. It is worth mentioning, yes, practicing this technique will not become a resource for a certain existence. Qi Yuan was very excited. It was worth his hard work during this period of time. His efforts will eventually pay off. I should give this technique a resounding name. Qi Yuan thought seriously. He had to take the technique he successfully created seriously. After thinking for a while, he finally decided on the name of the technique. It will be called Qi Yuan Jing in the future. The name is easy to understand. Qi Yuan was very satisfied. After being happy, Qi Yuan felt a strong sense of fatigue. He was indeed overconsumed. It's a pity that I can only practice to the perfection of qi refining. Tomorrow, I have to attend some big classes to fully understand the foundation building and strive to perfect the technique to the foundation building stage. He picked up the game jade slip and wanted to go in, but after all, he consumed too much energy. His eyelids closed unwillingly, and the game jade slip also merged into his body. I don't know how Jinli is. Shi Yuan fell into a deep sleep. Shen Yuan forbidden, rarely visited by people. Forbidden land represents great terror. The inside of the forbidden area is extremely dangerous, and the outside of the forbidden area is also full of dangers. Few people come to the forbidden area, especially the Xianyuan forbidden area, which is said to be inaccessible even to the Supreme Emperor. At this time, a group of uninvited guests came outside the Xianyuan forbidden area. They were 7 women dressed in extraordinary clothes and 3 men dressed as prisoners. The most strange thing was that they all carried a ladder on their backs. Jinli looked at the Xianyuan forbidden area in front of her. There seemed to be a layer of protective shield outside the Xianyuan forbidden area. This protective shield could not be broken even by the emperor. Through the protective shield, you can see what is inside the Xianyuan forbidden area for a few hundred meters. But even in these few hundred meters, Jinli also saw a lot of terrifying beasts. At this time, the commander of the Imperial Army stepped forward with a respectful look on her face. "Your Majesty, we just investigated the people nearby, and they all said that the Xianyuan forbidden area is no different from before, and there is no movement inside." When Jinli heard this, a trace of doubt appeared in her eyes. Some time ago, Qi Yuan told her that he had been slaying monsters in the Xianyuan forbidden area. If it was a monster spawn, then there would definitely be some movement in Xianyuan forbidden city. As a result, the news she received was like this, and she hesitated. The commander of the Imperial Guards beside her actually had many questions in his mind. However, she was loyal to the queen, and her loyalty was not second. She would do what the empress ordered unswervingly. "Yes." Jinli opened her red lips slightly, her voice was cold and majestic. "You carry the ladder and go to Xianyuan forbidden city." The 6 direct descendants of the Imperial Guards drew their swords and pointed them at the 3 prisoners. The 3 prisoners were all death row prisoners. They were brought here and had no idea what to do. They knew that the front was Xianyuan forbidden city, and even the emperor-level strongmen could not enter. How could they get in? However, there were swords and knives facing them from behind, so they could only carry the ladder and slowly move forward. Beside them, the commander of the Imperial Guards finally asked, "Your Majesty wants to enter Xianyuan forbidden city, but can you enter like this?" Jinli was also a little uneasy in her heart. She trusted these 6 women very much. "A friend told me that carrying a ladder may allow you to enter Xianyuan forbidden city. This is a bit unbelievable," the commander of the Imperial Guards said. The other Imperial Guards next to him felt the same way. And according to this, there were 2 men on the big tree a few hundred meters away. They were the people arranged by the powerful Prime Minister Sima Ting. Since Quan had no expectations for Jinli's trip to Xianyuan forbidden city, he did not send any experts. The 2 people looked up from a high place, with curiosity in their eyes. "What do you think the queen means? She wants to break into Xianyuan forbidden city?" "Breaking into Xianyuan forbidden city is fine, but why does she have to carry a ladder? It's really ridiculous. No wonder, most of the world is ruled by men, and it's rare to see a woman become an emperor." "Your Majesty, this is too funny. You can enter Xianyuan forbidden city with a ladder on your back, which can be said to be outrageous. It's like saying that whoever farts loudest can ascend to heaven." But in the next breath, the eyes of the 2 people became stunned. Because they saw that the Xianyuan forbidden city's protective shield, which was said to be indestructible even by the emperor-level strongmen, actually allowed the 3 prisoners carrying ladders to enter so openly. Jinli's heart was also extremely excited. What Qi Yuan said was actually true. The commander of the Imperial Guards and the other Imperial Guards all showed unbelievable expressions. Even though Jinli was excited, she remained calm. "Huaiwei, go and deal with the 2 bugs behind." Upon hearing this, the Imperial Guard woman named Huaiwei disappeared. And Jinli's eyes became deep. She looked at Xianyuan Jin with a complicated expression. I don't know what she was thinking. At this moment, the several Imperial Guards present and the commander of the Imperial Guards still had an expression of disbelief on their faces. That was Xianyuan Forbidden, a terrifying forbidden place that had existed for countless tens of thousands of years. Even the Supreme Emperor could not enter. For tens of thousands of years, countless powerful people had studied how to enter, but all ended in failure. But now, carrying a ladder, they just went in? Isn't this too easy? Jinli said coldly, this matter must not be spread. We are willing to use our lives as a witness that this matter will not be leaked to anyone else. The Imperial Guards present also knew the importance of the matter. The commander of the Imperial Guards was excited. This is God bless our Emperor. Once we master the method of entering Xianyuan Forbidden, we can enter it with human lives, and we will definitely be able to collect a lot of spiritual medicines on the periphery. Xianyuan Forbidden has been at least 10,000 years, and no living creatures have entered it. There must be a lot of spiritual medicines in it. The depths of Xianyuan Forbidden are still difficult to explore with their current strength, but there must be a lot of spiritual medicines on the periphery, and there are few fierce beasts. The commander of the Imperial Guards said, and wanted to go in directly with the ladder on his back. Because, just in the periphery, she has seen several extremely precious spiritual medicines. Jinli's face was cold, and people could not see her excitement. There was also a ladder next to her, but she had not carried it yet, and she needed to continue to verify. Don't act rashly for the time being, wait and see. Those death row prisoners were all extremely vicious. At this time, 3 people carried ladders and entered Xianyuan Forbidden. There was shock and fear on their faces. One of the men saw a spiritual medicine and showed a greedy look on his face. He immediately picked it and stuffed the spiritual medicine into his stomach. There were powerful Imperial Guards outside. If you want to survive, eating spiritual medicine is the only chance. As for escaping, their current speed is about the same as that of ordinary people. The Imperial Guards behind them are staring at them. How can they escape? Eating spiritual medicine is the only possible chance to survive. The commander of the Imperial Guards saw those death row prisoners eating spiritual medicine, and she was extremely anxious. Even she was reluctant to eat those spiritual medicines. As a result, they were eaten by several death row prisoners. Queen Jinli was very calm, without saying a word, staring at Xianyuan Forbidden. Seeing this, the commander of the Imperial Guards could only stay where he was, but he felt extremely painful. This was more painful than cutting off the flesh on her chest. At this moment, Queen Jinli's pupils shrank slightly. The Imperial Guards present also realized something and became alert. A roar was heard, and a giant white-haired insect with green eyes and a height of 10 feet appeared. It stepped on the ground, and the trees and things all swayed. The wood chips flew everywhere after being stepped on. The big worm was only a few hundred meters away from the 3 prisoners. For this kind of beast, a distance of a few hundred meters is just a matter of a few breaths. Green Gang Tiger. The commander of the Imperial Guards looked solemn, a terrifying beast of the Demon King level. She was a king-level warrior, at the same level as the Green Gang Tiger in front of her. But in actual combat, she was definitely not the opponent of this Green Gang Tiger. The Green Gang Tiger was bloodthirsty by nature, and the 3 prisoners would definitely die. At this moment, the Green Gang Tiger appeared, and they could not enter the outer perimeter of Xianyuan Forbidden City, otherwise they would definitely collide. Upon discovering the existence of the Green Gang Tiger, 2 prisoners directly dropped the ladder and fled frantically. And one of them was so scared that his legs were weak that he held the ladder tightly and could not move at all. On! The Green Gang Tiger roared, and a stream of energy spurted out of its mouth, rushing straight towards the 2 prisoners who were fleeing. The prisoner's body froze and fell directly, his body torn into pieces, and his flesh and blood were blurred. The remaining one, who was limp on the ground and holding onto the ladder, was so frightened that yellow liquid flowed out of his crotch. Xing Ganghu glanced at the last prisoner, and an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes, as if he was thinking and in awe. However, Xing Ganghu left. The commander of the Imperial Guards was stunned. So were the other Imperial Guards. Why did Xing Ganghu leave? Isn't it bloodthirsty by nature? If humans go in, they will definitely be attacked by it, right? And a complicated look flashed in the eyes of Queen Jinli. You can enter Xianyuan Forbidden with a ladder on your back, unimpeded. Qi Yuan didn't lie to her. What Qi Yuan said was true. Qi Yuan, who are you? Jinli was a little confused, and she couldn't help but feel a little inferior in her heart. But soon, she put this emotion aside. Everyone, carry the ladder on your back and follow me in. Remember, even if you encounter a terrifying beast, you can't leave the ladder. Do you understand? Yes. Several Imperial Guards agreed. The commander of the Imperial Guards advised, Your Majesty is of noble status, how can you be trapped in a dangerous place? Let us go in, and Your Majesty will wait here. Queen Jinli thought of Qi Yuan. If she didn't go in, it would be too unworthy of Qi Yuan's trust. No problem, I will go in with you. There was no doubt about Queen Jinli's words. A group of people carried a ladder and entered Xianyuan Forbidden. The prisoner who was still alive was also dealt with by them. So many elixirs. This is Sanoaxiang. Zuanyukeo. Green fruit. The imperial guards who entered the periphery of Xianyuan Forbidden were all very excited. Because there are too many spiritual medicines here. For tens of thousands of years, no one has entered it. The spiritual medicines here can be imagined. Unlike other forbidden areas, the spiritual medicines on the periphery have long been picked by the strong. And in the depths, even the strong dare not go in. And now, they are picking outside the Xianyuan Forbidden area, and it can be said that the harvest is very rich. In just 1 hour, we have picked 23 king-grade spiritual medicines. Jinli couldn't help but sigh. King-grade spiritual medicines, even Jinli, as the queen of Nanxian Kingdom, has only taken less than 10 from childhood to adulthood. And here, in just such a short time, 23 were collected. As for spiritual medicines of other levels, the number is even greater. It can be said that the harvest in just such a short time is worth more than the annual harvest of the national treasury. The face of the commander of the imperial army glowed red. With so many spiritual medicines, we don't know how many strong people we can create and how many masters we can invite to serve. Jinli was also happy in her heart. She remembered what Qi Yuan said, that he had already broken through the copy of Xianyuan Forbidden Area. Yes, it is called a copy. She thought of something and said, we must go to the depths of Xianyuan Forbidden, and we must pick the royal spiritual medicine, especially the 9-flower Qiluo. Jinli wanted to go deep into the depths, and she did want to pick the 9-flower Qiluo. But there was another reason. The imperial guards next to him heard this and their faces changed slightly. There are royal spiritual medicines in the depths of Xianyuan Forbidden, but there must also be royal beasts. If they encounter king-level beasts, they can still escape. If they encounter king-level beasts, they can hardly escape. They couldn't help but hold the ladder harder. I don't know if this ladder is still useful. I am willing to go with your majesty. Yes. Jinli nodded. She wanted to turn the tables, but these 20 or so royal spiritual medicines were far from enough. She must get the 9-flower Qiluo, heal Aunt Qin's injuries, and even help Aunt Qin go further. She also had to pick other royal spiritual medicines. Of course, she also wanted to take a look at the depths of Xianyuan Forbidden, where Qi Yuan had stayed for half a year. A group of beautiful women, carrying ladders on their backs, walked carefully in Xianyuan Forbidden. Whenever they encountered ferocious beasts, no matter they were strong, weak, fierce or docile, they all turned a blind eye to the few people, and were even afraid of hurting Jinli and the others. This scene made the commander of the Imperial Guards marvel. We can enter Xianyuan Forbidden with ladders on our backs, and these ferocious beasts will not even attack us. This is really incredible. After she finished speaking, she changed the subject. I wonder which strange person told this method to your majesty. The others also looked at Jinli, and they were also very curious. That must be an almighty emperor, right? A ray of tenderness flashed in the depths of Jinli's eyes. He is my good friend. Before she finished, she added one more sentence. I am not very clear about his identity. Several imperial guards present were all moved. Who is this strange man? I didn't expect that I could be so diligent. It seems that the good character of diligence of the Chinese people is still engraved in my genes. Qi Yuan stretched his body and felt very happy. Today, he got up before the puppet cat called. Sure enough, only by not playing games and going to bed early and getting up early can we enjoy such a beautiful morning. At this time, Jiang Lingsu's voice came, Big brother, we have all finished morning practice. Qi Yuan was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Jiang Lingsu continued, but compared with the past few days, Big brother, you have made progress. If you can do as you said just now and stop playing those decadent games in the future will be promising. It is impossible not to play games. Qi Yuan rejected it flatly. Big brother, didn't you say you would protect me in the future? Jiang Lingsu said with a smile, if you don't practice well, how can you protect me? Don't let junior sister protect you in the future when you get into trouble. Your protection is good for me. Qi Yuan said, my favorite saying is if you become rich, don't forget each other. Jiang Lingsu rolled her eyes at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan thought of something and took out the jade slip of the technique. Junior sister, I'll give it back to you, thank you. Jiang Lingsu took the jade slip with a smile on her face. Big brother, have you created your own technique? Of course. Qi Yuan said confidently, it's just that it's not perfect yet. I can only practice it to the perfection of qi refining. I have to supplement it to the foundation building. Jiang Lingsu was stunned when she heard it, and then laughed even more happily. Big brother has created his own technique in just 2 days. He is really a genius. She didn't mean what she said. Because, this is impossible. Unless, instead of creating a technique, it's better to say that he modified some of others' techniques and said it was his own. Of course, this is also amazing. Do you want to change to the technique I created? Chi Yuan said seriously, the techniques you practice have too many problems. But it will become the nourishment of a certain existence. Chi Yuan will naturally not practice such a technique. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but it's no need. Jiang Lingsu refused. The technique she practiced was a heavenly technique, and it was absolutely impossible to change it. Senior brother, seeing how you are dressed, are you going to go down the mountain? Yes. Chi Yuan nodded. I plan to create my own technique for the foundation building part, but unfortunately I don't know much about the foundation building, especially the level of the foundation building. I plan to go down the mountain to listen to some lectures on the foundation building. Hearing this, Zhang Lingsu was more and more certain that what the senior brother said before was all a joke. If you don't understand much about the foundation building, you will create a technique. Can such a technique really be practiced? Before leaving, Jiang Lingsu kindly reminded, Senior brother, Kung Fu is the foundation of a cultivator, so don't modify it at will. Half an hour later, Chi Yuan sat in the practice hall of the big class. He came early and found a good seat. Later, many disciples came in one after another, and when they saw Chi Yuan, they all showed puzzled expressions. They lowered their voices and discussed in a low voice, he wears a purple robe and is a true disciple. Why does he come here to attend the big class? This is not an ordinary purple robe. Look at his collar, there are 9 gold lines. He is not an ordinary true disciple, but the chief of a peak. What? The people here looked at Chi Yuan with a mixture of awe and confusion. After all, this kind of big class is usually watched by outer disciples and menial disciples. There are relatively few inner disciples, not to mention true disciples. In the Xinguan sect, disciples are divided into true disciples, formal disciples and menial disciples. Menial disciples have the lowest status and can practice, but have to do menial work. Formal disciples are further divided into inner disciples and outer disciples, both of which are formally enshrined in the first peak. Once an inner disciple worships an elder as his master, he will become a true disciple. There is also a gap between true disciples, and this gap is mainly reflected in the strength of the master. And the chief disciple of a peak is the true disciple among the true disciples, and ordinary elders dare not offend him. Such a chief disciple is naturally trained by the peak master, so how could he come to such a big class? He is Chi Yuan, the chief disciple of the 7-colored peak. It's him, he is worthy of being the chief disciple, so handsome. After learning of Chi Yuan's identity, these menial disciples and formal disciples had different expressions, some were envious, some were in awe, and some were jealous. Why did he come here? According to rumors, he angered the master of the 7-colored peak, and the master was so angry that he stayed indoors in the 7-colored palace. By the way, I only told you these news, don't tell anyone else. He is so bold to offend the peak master. I heard that the other true disciples called Chi Yuan a traitor who betrayed his master and destroyed his ancestors. Everyone was talking about it, and there were also many beautiful female disciples who flirted with Chi Yuan. However, in view of Chi Yuan's behavior of bullying his teacher, they did not dare to be too blatant, for fear of getting into trouble. Chi Yuan sat in his seat and couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, handsome men are the focus wherever they go. About half an incense stick of time passed, and the deacon who was giving the lecture finally arrived. He was an old man whose half body could be buried in the ground. When he saw Chi Yuan, he was slightly stunned, and then a proud look flashed through his mind. He felt that his lectures were so good that even such a top disciple came to listen to his lectures. He decided that he would use 200% of his skills in this lecture, and he had to make it sound grand and impressive, and he must shock Chi Yuan. This is what is commonly known as empty talk. My name is Su Rinshan. Today, I will teach you the key points of foundation building. After Su Rinshan finished speaking, the disciples in the audience, all of them looked serious. Although their cultivation was still far from the foundation building stage, it was very important for them to know the information about the foundation building stage in advance. Above chi refining is the foundation building stage. Once you become a foundation building stage, you can become a deacon of our Xinguang sect and enjoy offerings. However, the foundation building stage is extremely difficult, and it has stopped many people who seek the truth. Su Rinshan said, with a nostalgic look in his eyes. At the beginning, he almost failed to build the foundation. There are also differences in the level of foundation building. You should know that the foundation building stage requires foundation building spiritual objects, and the foundation building spiritual objects are the foundation to build one's own foundation. The higher the grade of the foundation building spiritual objects, the better the effect of the foundation building will be. Su Rinshan talked freely. A disciple immediately responded, I know that foundation building spiritual objects are divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, with upper grades being the best and lower grades being the worst. Su Rinshan nodded with satisfaction. The higher the grade of the foundation building spiritual object, the better the foundation building effect. You know that foundation building spiritual objects have grades, but I'm afraid few people know that foundation building also has grades. After hearing this, many people on the field focused their attention. They really didn't know this. Su Rinshan glanced at Qi Yuan's position and saw that Qi Yuan was also listening carefully, and he was very proud. Foundation building is divided into ordinary foundation building, spiritual foundation building, ground foundation building, and immortal foundation building. Generally, low-grade foundation building spiritual objects can achieve ordinary foundation building. I am an ordinary foundation building, and I have wasted my life without the hope of Yuandan. What a pity! Middle-grade foundation building spiritual objects can achieve spiritual foundation building, and of course there is also the possibility of becoming a ground foundation building. And high-grade foundation building spiritual objects correspond to ground foundation building. Rumor has it that there are higher-level foundation building spiritual objects above high-grade foundation building spiritual objects, which can achieve immortal foundation building. Immortal foundation building represents the hope of becoming a real immortal. Everyone on the field was breathing rapidly. Who doesn't want to become a real immortal? Of course, there are also subdivisions in each level of foundation building. Qi Yuan frowned, and he suddenly asked, May I ask, teacher, is the immortal foundation building the best foundation building? Hearing the chief disciple of the seven-colored peak asking him a question, Su Rinshan's beard almost stood up. No, above the immortal foundation building, there is the legendary Heavenly Tao foundation building, which is the strongest foundation building. Then may I ask, teacher, what is the Heavenly Tao foundation building? Qi Yuan asked seriously. Su Rinshan was stunned when he heard this. He was just a small foundation building cultivator, and he knew nothing about the Heavenly Tao foundation building. However, he still said with a stiff upper lip, the so-called Heavenly Tao foundation building is unfathomable. I can only make one or two guesses. You just listen to it, don't take it seriously. After saying these words, Su Rinshan breathed a sigh of relief. He began to make up stories. Anyway, he said that this was just his guess and it should not be taken seriously. Moreover, this kind of thing, the disciples here will never use it in their lifetime. He made up stories, and no one exposed him. Hearing this, Qi Yuan immediately focused. He wanted to know what the Heavenly Tao foundation building was. Su Rinshan moistened his throat. What do you think is the most precious foundation building spiritual object in the world? He looked at the disciples below, looking like a master. Is it the nine heavens divine thunderfruit? A female disciple asked tentatively. Seeing this, Su Rinshan said, it is said that the nine heavens divine thunderfruit can only be produced in the nine heavens thunder region. It is a foundation building spiritual object of the upper grade and can be considered rare in the world, but it is still a long way from being the most precious. Star tears? Xianhuang source qi? Supreme bone? Many disciples on the field mentioned some extremely precious foundation building spiritual objects. These foundation building spiritual objects are precious foundation building spiritual objects that only exist in legends. Su Rinshan looked at Qi Yuan, who had been thinking, and asked, Qi Yuan, what do you think it is? Qi Yuan replied, the foundation of the Heavenly Tao. Since it is the Heavenly Tao, is it related to the Heavenly Tao? Su Rinshan praised, you are right. The foundation of the Heavenly Tao requires spiritual objects for foundation building, which should be. At this moment, Qi Yuan suddenly felt enlightened. He felt like he had grown a brain. He was about to get enlightenment. His face was excited and a little crazy. I got it. The foundation of the Heavenly Tao, so that's it. Qi Yuan solemnly saluted Su Rinshan as a teacher and then said goodbye. The inspiration was fleeting, and he had to go back and record it quickly. Su Rinshan smiled when he saw this scene. He continued to explain to the other disciples of the Xinguang sect, there is a strange thing in the world, called the qi of the heavenly vein. It is said that this is a wisp of qi that falls from the Heavenly Tao. If you get it, you can build the foundation of the Heavenly Tao. These are what Su Rinshan saw in ancient books. The qi of the heavenly veins is the most precious spiritual object for building the foundation. On the seven-colored peak, Qi Yuan sat there in a daze, his brain working at an unusually fast speed. Building the foundation with the Heavenly Tao. So the so-called building the foundation with the Heavenly Tao is to use the Heavenly Tao as the spiritual object for building the foundation. Qi Yuan understood and grew up smarter. If his goal was not so ambitious, perhaps the heavenly Tao of this world would directly bless him and let him gather the 5 flowers at the top of his head. The heavenly Tao liked him so much that it gave him 2 more flowers in addition to the 3 flowers. Qi Yuan raised his head and looked at the sky with a puzzled look. But how can I refine the heavenly Tao into my spiritual object for building the foundation? I don't know what the heavenly Tao tastes like, and whether it tastes good. Unfortunately, no one responded to him. Speaking of the heavenly Tao, I seem to have obtained a fragment of the heavenly Tao in Xian Yuan Forbidden. Can this be used as a spiritual item for building a foundation? Qi Yuan was refreshed, and he discovered something incredible. That game Jade Slip, to Qi Yuan, was more than just a game. But he was too lazy to think deeply. I haven't played games for a long time, start it. Thinking of this, Qi Yuan entered the game again. This time, as usual, Qi Yuan was buried in the soil. Opening the chat interface, he saw the message sent by Jinli. A smile appeared on his lips. I didn't lie to you, right? The current Xian Yuan Forbidden is already in my shape. You can take whatever you want from it. He was very generous. He had already taken away the most precious things in Xian Yuan Forbidden. As for those so-called spiritual medicines, to him, they were just some snacks. He didn't want those that didn't taste good. Moreover, those spiritual medicines, to him, were not as effective as killing a monster. He replied again, those spiritual medicines are of average value. The most valuable ones are those fierce beasts. Killing one can gain a lot of experience and level up quickly. But after sending the message, Qi Yuan felt a little regretful. That Jinli must be of a lower level and could not defeat those monsters. If you have time, come to Yiguanjin, I will take you to kill monsters. I have to say, there are so many monsters here. After Qi Yuan sent the message, he left the pit. He is now level 82. But in Yiguanjin, he still needs to be careful. The monsters in Xianyuanjin fight on their own, but those in Yiguanjin are not. It seems that I have to play the game again. Qi Yuan murmured. The cultivation in the game will be weekly fed back to his real body. Therefore, he keeps leveling up in the game. At the same time, there is another problem, that is, after clearing the dungeon, he can get a reward. The fragment of the heavenly Tao is what he wants most now. That is his foundation building spiritual object. With this mood, he began to work hard to kill monsters. Most of the Yiguanjin's Yiguan monsters appear together, and I have to deal with the ones that are alone. Qi Yuan thought. If the Yiguan Yao united together, there would be too many of them to surround him, and he would die. When he was in Xuanyuanjin, Qi Yuan was accidentally injured once. His game character was not in good condition for several days, and he was also affected in reality. So, he had to be careful. Stealth. Qi Yuan entered the stealth state. At level 82, his combat power continued to improve, and also obtained a lot of game skills. Of course, if placed in the world of immortal cultivation, it can be called supernatural power. He mainly obtained 2 main skills and 8 small skills. Every 30 levels, a main skill is obtained. Every 10 levels, a small skill is obtained. The 2 major skills that Qi Yuan obtained are Heaven-Cutting Sword Drawing Technique and Hegemonic Power. Stealth is a small skill that can hide the body and walk quickly. I saw that in the forbidden area of clothing and hats. Qi Yuan passed through many jungles and saw many strange clothing and hats. Especially a certain jungle, which made him feel as if he had not entered a forbidden area. I saw that there were many trees in the dense jungle. There were colorful belly bands and bras hanging on each tree. With the wind, the belly bands fluttered. This picture was extremely funny. Among them, Qi Yuan also saw a lot of pants. If some perverts came here, they would definitely call it addictive. But if the pervert attacked these belly bands, the end would be extremely miserable. The level of each of these belly bands is not lower than level 30. Qi Yuan left here quickly. After about half an hour, Qi Yuan finally stopped. Finally found a place where there are few people who like clothes. He looked at the dozen or so clothes monsters washing clothes by the water in front of him. These clothes monsters ranged from level 30 to 50. They were washing clothes. Qi Yuan shouted, "Monster, look at the sword." The golden sword suddenly grew larger, several feet in size. The huge sword slapped horizontally, sweeping out a strong wind, and the water in the river was overturned. The sword fell on the clothes monsters, crackling, and directly smashed the clothes monsters into pieces. Experience plus 100. Experience plus 300. Experience plus 200. Shi Yang, who is level 82, can kill these low-level clothes monsters in 1 second. Not bad. Qi Yuan clapped his hands. You can go find other clothes monsters. Before he took action, he used a small skill to cover up the movement in this area so as not to attract the attention of other clothes monsters. However, what Qi Yuan did not expect was that as soon as he left, hundreds of well-dressed demons came rushing over. At the same time, he also sensed that many well-dressed demons were running towards him from all directions. He was stunned. How did I get exposed? He ran away quickly. If he was surrounded, his fate would definitely be miserable. An hour later, Qi Yuan was panting. After confirming that there was no one behind him, he lay down in a valley. This is not playing a game, this is escaping. He killed more than a dozen clothed demons in remote places, but hundreds of clothed demons surrounded him directly. He kept running and finally escaped with great effort. Qi Yuan sat up with a puzzled look on his face. How did the other clothed demons find me? He was very confused. Could it be that all the clothed demons share the same perception? Qi Yuan thought of the Zerg he had seen in anime before. In a certain anime, it was said that all Zerg were controlled by the mother body and used the same system. If that's the case, it's troublesome. In this case, Qi Yuan's divide and conquer battle plan would fail. He was very distressed. This game map is more difficult to brush than imagined. How about asking Jinli for help? Maybe she has some game strategies. Qi Yuan thought about it and sent some messages. There are too many clothes monsters in clothes forbidden. Today I saw a forest of people wearing belly bands. The scene was so shocking. If I take a picture with my mobile phone and post it on the internet, it will definitely go viral. I hunted clothes monsters today and found some problems. Qi Yuan stated the problems he encountered and sent them out. Do you have any strategy here? Send it to me. I'll take a look. Thank you very much. Prime Minister, His Majesty has returned to the palace. A man in a robe said respectfully, the people we sent are gone. Sima Ting was playing chess. Hearing this, he laughed and ignored the man in the robe. Instead, he said to the civil servant who was playing chess with him, Bo Chang, are you sure you want to land here and capture one of my pieces? My chess pieces are connected together, and there are real eyes everywhere. The overall situation is determined, and you are dead. Upon hearing this, the civil servant flattered and joked, my chess skills are far inferior to the Prime Minister. The situation is over. I can capture one piece at a time. Sima Ting also laughed when he heard this. Today, Queen Jinli is like a black piece on the chessboard, with no way to survive. Trapped beasts still fight, and death is only a matter of time. The civil servant took advantage of the situation and said, 6 days later, when Madame Qin loses, we will attack her together. Then, Nanxian will be the Prime Minister's kingdom. Upon hearing this, the powerful Prime Minister Sima Ting smiled even more. Although Nanxian is his kingdom now, how can it be better than having a legitimate reason? Jinli was in a good mood. She had just met Aunt Qin and brought the 9-flower Chilua. This imperial medicine was given to Aunt Qin. With this imperial medicine, Aunt Qin's injuries will not be a problem. Moreover, Aunt Qin may even step into the realm of the emperor. This is undoubtedly an exciting thing for Jinli. In a world where force is respected, with one more emperor-level strongman, she will be more confident in dealing with Sima Ting. And all of this was brought to her by Qi Yuan. Thinking of Qi Yuan, she felt complicated. At this time, Linglong Yushi flashed again. She took out Linglong Yushi, and her joy increased. She looked at the contents inside and read them carefully. She read them very carefully, much more carefully than reading memorials, word by word. When she saw Qi Yuan in danger in Yiguanjin, she was a little frightened. When she saw the trees in Yiguanjin were full of belly bands, a smile appeared on her face involuntarily. Information about Yiguanjin? When she saw Qi Yuan asking her for help, she immediately took it to heart. I'll help you find the information about the clothing ban right away. Be careful before you get any results. Oh, thank you for your concern. Qi Yuan's message was replied very quickly. Let me tell you, this clothing ban is weird, too strange. Qi Yuan talked endlessly. Jinli also listened carefully. At this time, she no longer had the identity of the empress. In her eyes, Qi Yuan was not the mysterious and powerful master. The two were just old friends who could talk. Half an hour later, Jinli looked at the book on the jade throne and frowned. There are so few records about the clothing ban? There was only a thin book in front of her, and there were very few records about the clothing ban, only a few pages. And these introductions were all common goods and could not help Qi Yuan at all. Call One Yuan Pavilion Grand Secretary Dong Shishun. Jinli said. One Yuan Pavilion Grand Secretary Dong Shishun was one of the most knowledgeable people in Nanxian Kingdom. And Dong Shishun was also from Jinli's faction. She hoped to learn about the clothing ban from Dong Shishun. Not long after, Dong Shishun, the Grand Secretary of One Yuan Pavilion, appeared in the Luan Palace. Jinli asked directly, Mr. Dong, do you know any information about the clothing and hat prohibition, especially the introduction of the clothing and hat demon? Dong Shishun was stunned when he heard it. The clothing and hat prohibition is one of the 4 prohibitions and one secret of Wanhua continent. It is tens of thousands of miles away from the capital of Nanshin Kingdom. Why is your majesty asking these questions? Your majesty, I don't know. Dong Shishun answered truthfully. The clothing and hat prohibition is too far away, and the information about it is indeed scarce. Jinli heard it, a little disappointed. Can't help Qi Yuan? But at this time, Dong Shishun he seemed to be hesitating about something, and finally said, Your humble servant. If you have anything to say, just say it. There may be books about the prohibition of clothing and hats in Lord Yu's mansion. When the old duke was young, he went to the prohibition of clothing and hats in person. Dong Shishun knew that Lord Yu's mansion had books about the prohibition of clothing and hats, and they were very detailed. The reason why he hesitated was that Lord Yu had a very bad relationship with His Majesty, even stiff. Lord Yu's daughter was the former imperial concubine, and His Majesty's mother was the former queen. The imperial concubine and the queen had a grudge and eventually died accidentally in the palace. Lord Yu blamed the queen for this. By the way, he also hated His Majesty. If Jinli asked for a book, she would definitely be made difficult. Jinli also realized this, but she was still very happy in her heart that she finally found a clue. She waved her sleeves, I will go to see Lord Yu in person. She didn't have many people under her command. If she sent someone to ask Lord Yu for a book, he would definitely be recognized by him. It would be better for her to go herself. Being made difficult for a while was nothing. As long as she found the information about the prohibition of clothing and hats, it was nothing. Late at night, Jinli left Lord Yu's mansion with a book in her arms. She knelt for too long, and her legs felt uncomfortable when she walked, but her face was full of smiles. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Huasian, supported Jinli, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Lord Yu is too much. He knew that your majesty had injured your legs in your early years, but he still deliberately made things difficult for you. Your majesty is a noble and honorable person, but you actually knelt for concubine Shi for 3 hours. Huasian was angry and helpless. In the era of the previous emperor, the imperial power had already declined and Sima Ting was in power. Later, Sima Ting killed all the royal family members and supported a girl to ascend the throne. No one in the court took Jinli, the emperor, seriously. She was very distressed when she saw His Majesty kneeling for several hours. It is very painful for ordinary people to kneel on the ground for 3 hours. Those who are spoiled would probably have fainted long ago. Ordinary adults would probably find it unbearable. Only when you really kneel for 3 hours and can't move, you will understand how painful it is. Although Empress Jinli has some cultivation, she is not very strong, and her legs are injured, otherwise she would not have made a fool of herself when she ascended the throne. Kneeling on the ground for 3 hours was also a difficult thing for her. It's okay, at least I got what I wanted. Jinli hugged the book tightly, feeling satisfied. In the carriage, Jinli could not wait to flip through the books. As the night deepened, she was still flipping through them after returning to the palace, looking for the information Qi Yuan needed. Your Majesty, it's already Inshur, it's time to go to bed. If the emperor is not well, I can't bear it. The maid in the goose yellow palace skirt reminded. Jinli didn't even raise her head. Yes. There is a lot of information about the clothing ban in Yugong's mansion. Jinli is looking for the answer to Qi Yuan's question, and at the same time, she is also collecting other information about the clothing ban to share with him and help him. Finally found it. Jinli's eyes lit up. All the clothing monsters are one, and they communicate with each other, but at night, this connection will be greatly weakened. After getting this information, she quickly took out Linglong Yushi and told Qi Yuan. At the same time, she also told Qi Yuan the information she sorted out about the clothing ban. After sending this, she was a little excited, but when she saw the records in the books, she showed a puzzled expression. According to ancient books, the only clothing ban nowadays is the wedding dress monster. Strange, how to explain the belly band monster that Qi Yuan mentioned? Could it be that other clothing monsters have been born in the clothing ban? Jinli was puzzled. However, when the guards she sent earlier returned, she could ask them what the reason was. I wonder if the guards can see Qi Yuan. What does Qi Yuan look like? Jinli was a little curious. Putting down the book, a strong fatigue came over her. She was tired, and her slender thighs and delicate jade feet were also a little sore. The sequelae of kneeling for 3 hours have not completely dissipated. The sun shone on Qi Yuan's body, lazily. He had just climbed out of the pit, and the smell of soil still remained on his body. He looked up at the sun. It's really round. just like the golden elixir. He opened the chat interface as usual. In the chat area, there were many messages sent by Jinli. He checked them one by one. As expected, 3 heads are better than 1. Asking for help from Jinli really worked. He got useful information from Jinli. It turns out that there is indeed a connection between the clothing demons, but at night, their connection is greatly weakened. This is my chance. However, it is not easy to test it now in the daytime. I have to wait until night. Qi Yuan continued to look at the following information. Jinli not only provided him with the questions he needed to ask, but also provided him with a detailed explanation of the situation, and also marked some dangerous areas, and explained the distribution of the strong men of the clothes demon, etc. She is really virtuous. No, it should be careful and considerate. Qi Yuan thought, realized something, and immediately changed his words. After all, in the last life, the word virtuous has become a derogatory word to some extent. I have to wait until dark to spawn monsters, so boring. Qi Yuan was bored and sent a bunch of messages to Jinli. Although Jinli may not be online and cannot be the first to reply, it doesn't affect anything. He said to himself, the scenery here is really beautiful, but the clothes demon is a little creepy, much scarier than the ghost movies on TV. If I weren't level 82, I might really be scared. It's a pity that I can't take pictures, otherwise I can take pictures of the scenery here for you to see, maybe it will scare you. Qi Yuan was sending messages, and suddenly thought, hey, what do you look like? If you can take pictures, you might be able to see what the female netizen looks like. It's a pity that this game can't post pictures or videos. Qi Yuan originally thought that Jinli would reply to his message later, but he didn't expect that Jinli's message came right after he finished sending it. I look okay. On the other hand, Jinli's mood was not calm, and her mood fluctuated more than when she just met the powerful Prime Minister Sima Ting. I'm okay too, how about we meet up sometime? Qi Yuan had a good impression of Jinli. When he was seriously ill, he lived alone, and the only one he chatted with was Jinli. And Jinli's personality and temperament were quite compatible with Qi Yuan. In short, the two of them could chat, and he didn't see anything he disliked about Jinli. Jinli sat on the rosewood chair, and a faint fragrance emerged. She looked at the words in Linglong Yushi for a long time before she said solemnly, okay. Qi Yuan saw this and smiled. By the way, is the map you went to different from mine? The map I'm open now only has 4 bands and 2 uniques. I can only stay here now and can't leave. Map, 4 bands and 2 uniques? Isn't it 1 unique? By the way, you are not killing monsters, but following the game plot, right? What is your identity here, and what difficulties have you encountered? Tell me, maybe I can help you with some reference. Without waiting for Jinli to answer, Qi Yuan kindly asked again. Jinli in the hall was a little dizzy. She knew that Qi Yuan spoke strangely and was talking in a mysterious way. The difficulty he mentioned? Identity? Was he asking about her identity in real life? Originally, she and Qi Yuan met by chance, and she did not fully reveal her identity. After all, she was the ruler of the Nanxin kingdom, with a special identity, and she had concealed it from Qi Yuan before. Now, I am the queen of the Nanxin kingdom. Jinli did not hide her identity anymore. Wow! Your plot character is so powerful, it's actually the Empress. No, I have to meet you. I have never even seen the mayor in my life. The Empress, that's very rare. Jinli couldn't help but smile bitterly when she heard this. What is your current mission? Qi Yuan continued to ask. Mission? Jinli was used to Qi Yuan's strange words. She roughly understood what Qi Yuan meant. I am the queen of Nanxian. Sima Ting, the powerful minister, covets the throne. There are invasions from the court of the Northern Khan. There are also monsters attacking cities from time to time. So, your most important task now is to kill Sima Ting, keep the throne, and then kill the rest of the enemies? Seeing Qi Yuan's light words, Jinli was a little shocked. She had thought about these big things, but how could she do it? It was good enough to maintain peace. Even if Qi Yuan was a supreme emperor who mastered the method of entering Shenyuan Forbidden and could break into Yiguan Forbidden. However, such a supreme emperor could not do what was mentioned above. Alas, I don't know how high the level of the game character you met is, and whether you can kill it with a sword. Qi Yuan said, and then he asked, have you read The Great Man's Dragon Slaying Technique? It's a great book. The Great Man is very powerful. If you can understand a little of his true teachings, this situation will definitely be a piece of cake. I haven't read it. Dragon Slaying Technique? It's very precious, right? When Jinli heard these 3 words, she felt that it should be a very precious thing. And Qi Yuan said that if she understood the dragon slaying technique, her problem would be solved in an instant. The book written by the great man must be worth 1,000 gold. It's not expensive, about a few hundred coins. It can be bought with 100 kilograms of grain. It's a pity that I haven't read it, otherwise I would teach you and set off a revolution in the game world. Perhaps another word is heavier, so he used revolution instead. Jean Lee was stunned when she heard this. Such a precious book is only worth 100 kilograms of grain. I don't understand military affairs, nor can I play politics. I think, in this situation, we should just kill him and turn the world upside down. Shi Yuan said his strange opinion. I'll see when I can recruit some younger brothers in Iguanjin and send them to help you. After chatting with Jean Lee for a long time, Shi Yuan quit the game. Iguanjin's monsters are not easy to deal with during the day. He has to wait until night to go online to deal with them. The game is online for too long, which is too mentally draining, so Shi Yuan didn't stay in the game world all the time. I have to change my schedule. Shi Yuan felt that during this period of time, he had to play the game at night and sleep during the day. I have to speed up the progress and complete the game. Maybe I can collect the fragments of the Heavenly Tao. According to the theory of the Heavenly Tao Foundation, the Heavenly Tao is the best foundation building spiritual object. If I build my foundation with the Heavenly Tao, the chief disciple of the 5 peaks should be me. Shi Yuan thought so. It's still early, I should go walk the knife. I have to walk it more frequently recently, I feel like it's going to grow a brain. It will be born with intelligence in about a month? How come it's so early? Could it be related to my understanding of the Heavenly Tao Foundation building? Shi Yuan was walking the ordinary iron kitchen knife, thinking about something. I wonder if it has developed intelligence, can I kill Yuan Danjunrun with it? Shi Yuan was looking forward to it. He had been modifying the soul forging technique for a long time. The knife he cultivated must be extraordinary. In a short period of time, he could not break through to the foundation building stage, and his strength could not change qualitatively, but the knife could give him extraordinary power. Shi Yuan was strolling casually on the main road of Xinguang sect. At this time, a group of disciples in black tight clothes hurriedly passed by. These disciples were from the Golden Light Hall of Xinguang sect. The Golden Light Hall was the law enforcement hall of Xinguang sect, both externally and internally. These people hurriedly walked out of the mountain gate, and it was obvious that something urgent had happened again. However, when they saw Shi Yuan, the disciples of Jingguangtang stopped and said, "Hello, senior brother." Shi Yuan looked at the law enforcement disciples of Jingguangtang, especially the leader, and nodded, "No need to be polite, just go." "Thank you, senior brother." The leader Zhang Zhangha replied, and then a group of people left in a hurry. Shi Yuan was more familiar with Zhang Zhangha. Because he was more different, he was captured and taken to Jingguangtang several times, and he was already familiar with Zhang Zhangha. Looking at Zhang Zhangha's back, a series of words emerged in Shi Yuan's mind. This is a cultivator with a strong sense of justice. At this moment, I just want to kill people. I don't know what happened down the mountain. Shi Yuan simply sat on a stone, too lazy to walk, letting the knife bask in the sun. The disciples of the Xinguang sect around him were also talking about it, as if they were discussing the hurried departure of the law enforcement disciples of the Jingguangtang. So many disciples of the Jingguangtang went out. What happened? Don't you know that there have been several murders in our Xinguang sect area recently? Murder? Last night, the son of Su Dashan in Rongqing got married. It should have been a happy event, but alas, at dawn, someone found that Su Dashan's family of 18 people were all killed. Especially the newlyweds, who were raped and then killed. It was too tragic. This is the behavior of evildoers. Such things have happened 3 times near Rongqing. They were all young girls who were raped on their wedding nights, and their husbands were wiped out. Which evil man is so bold that he dares to do evil under the rule of our Xinguang sect? Some people were indignant, some were heartbroken, and some were indifferent. No need to think, of course it's those demons from the Black Mountain sect. When they heard about the Black Mountain sect, the faces of everyone present changed slightly. There are 3 major sects in the Great Shang Kingdom, and the Divine Light sect is one of them. The 3 major sects are the Divine Light sect, the Suspended Mountain, and the Devil Desire sect. The 3 major sects are the 3 most powerful sects in the Great Shang Kingdom. But if we talk about the sect that should not be provoked, it is definitely the Black Mountain sect, which is below the 3 major sections. The Black Mountain sect only has a few Yuan Danjunmen sitting in. In terms of strength, it is naturally not as good as the 3 major sections. But the leader of the Black Mountain sect has recognized a foster father, named Black Chicken Old Demon. This old demon is a demon giant in the middle stage of the divine infant, and he is a casual cultivator who will take revenge for any slight, and is quite difficult to deal with. The Black Mountain sect has always been the filial son and grandson of the Black Chicken Old Demon. And those demons of the Black Mountain sect, relying on the power of the Black Chicken Old Demon, have become more arrogant and domineering, and continue to do evil. The reputation of the Black Mountain sect in the Great Shang Kingdom is considered to be bad. Unfortunately, the Black Chicken Demon was too powerful, and he was also a casual cultivator, so he was quite difficult to deal with. If they could not guarantee to kill him directly, those sects might suffer revenge from him. Therefore, the Black Mountain sect was so arrogant. The disciples of the Divine Light sect were talking about it, and some of them felt very aggrieved. What could they do when the disciples of the Black Mountain sect did evil? They could only condemn them secretly. This time, the law enforcement disciples of the Golden Light Hall would probably return empty-handed when they went to Rongqing. Shi Yuan heard this and murmured, "Another world version Chang Wei? No, he is even more annoying than Chang Wei." As night was falling, Shi Yuan killed a chicken and made some chicken soup. He felt a little weak after consuming too much energy in the game. He had to replenish himself. Of course, he also shared the chicken soup with Jiang Lingsu. After all, the jade slip of cultivation method that Jiang Lingsu gave him last time was of great help to him. Well, it smells so good. Jiang Lingsu drank a full bowl of chicken soup with tears on the corners of his mouth. "Senior brother, you made a good black chicken soup. If you can't continue to cultivate to become an immortal in the future, it would be nice to be a chef and open a restaurant. Then you have to be my spokesperson." Shi Yuan took a look. Although Jiang Lingsu was not very old, she had a good appearance and temperament. She was much prettier than the so-called 98 flowers and 00 flowers in her previous life. With salt? Jiang Lingsu didn't understand. However, this topic did not continue. Shi Yuan had to start playing the game. At night, Shi Yuan entered the game. It was quiet in the forbidden area. Suddenly, a pale arm stretched out from the soil. Shi Yuan was online. He held the big sword and continued to sneak. Not long after, he came to a forest. There were many clothes hanging on the trees. If you don't look carefully, you would think there were corpses hanging there. Shi Yuan chose a place where there were some well-dressed young men. He took out the big sword and kept looking around vigilantly. Sure enough, at night, their senses will be weakened a lot, and the connection between them will also be weakened. To what extent will it be weakened? If it were daytime, he would have been spotted by the monsters in clothing long ago, holding the big sword and showing up so blatantly. But now, no one has spotted him. This shows that their senses are indeed weakened at night. Shi Yuan walked over and stabbed a bellyband with the big sword. The bellyband shattered instantly. He looked around, and the rest of the monsters in clothing were still hanging on the trees, without any reaction. Shi Yuan smiled. "Doesn't that mean that I can quietly kill all the monsters in clothing in one night?" Thinking of this, he walked towards the second monster in clothing and did the same thing. Experience plus 200. He held the big sword and killed them easily and casually. However, when he killed the 30th monster in clothing, the monsters hanging on the trees finally reacted and woke up one after another. However, unlike the neat and uniform behavior during the day, they looked very chaotic at night, like headless flies. Hunting time. Shi Yuan felt that this was his chance. Shi Yuan held a big sword and shuttled among the belly bands. No, among the clothed monsters. He kept using small skills. Strong sword splits the skull. Xiaoxiang sword rain. Blood escape. Experience plus 300. Experience plus 200. Experience plus 400. Shi Yuan killed happily and finally found the feeling of playing games. These are all experience packs. He killed people everywhere in the game. The sword picked up the big pants. Cut off the coat. The sword stabbed the suspenders. Shi Yuan killed happily. And the clothed monsters around him were increasing. The trees were broken and the clothed monsters were chopped to pieces. The area of dozens of meters was Shi Yuan's main battlefield. He was like a killing god. Once he approached a clothed monster, that clothed monster became his experience baby. Because of the night, those clothed monsters could not gather quickly and fought on their own. For Shi Yuan, this was undoubtedly like a wolf among sheep. The reason why he was able to kill people everywhere in Xianyuan Forbidden was because the monsters in Xianyuan Forbidden were not united. At this moment, all the clothes monsters in the clothes forbidden zone were slowly reviving. Shi Yuan was killing people, and some of the revived clothes monsters were stunned after waking up from a deep sleep. It turns out that even monsters can get trampled. Shi Yuan looked at the trampling in the distance and rushed over. The stampede of clothes monsters was naturally different. That was because they had just woken up and had emergency reactions, so they took action directly and attacked randomly. This also caused many weak clothes monsters to be implicated. Kill. Shi Yuan turned into a liver god and killed people everywhere in the game. However, after only a few hours, Shi Yuan decided to run away. No, we have to run. Although the senses of those clothes monsters would be much worse at night. However, so much time also allowed them to slowly form an army formation and kill Qi Yuan. Now, of course, it was time to run. As in the past, Qi Yuan directly dug a hole and buried himself. Not bad, I have reached level 84, and my strength has become much stronger. After a night of liver, he accumulated 1.5 levels of experience and reached 2 levels. I will try to completely take down the clothes ban within half a month. Qi Yuan thought that if he did this every night, he would have almost defeated the clothes ban's clothes monster in half a month. By then, he might be able to reach level 90. Awaken a big skill again. By then, his strength in the game world will be improved again, and the speed of brushing other forbidden areas and even Jedi will also increase, and the spiritual objects of the Heavenly Tao Foundation building can also be collected. Qi Yuan thought of this and suddenly became depressed. It's too difficult to cultivate immortals. Just for a Heavenly Tao Foundation building, I actually need to kill through a world? How strong are those legendary Heavenly Tao Foundation building geniuses? I have to stay away from them in the future. Qi Yuan lay in the pit, changed to a comfortable posture, and sent a message to Jinli as usual. He talked about today's night raid, and finally said goodnight and went offline. Because if he stayed in the game for too long, he would not be able to bear it mentally. He tried it, and now he is in a serious condition if he stays in the game for more than half a day. How serious is it? Just like an ordinary person, hypoglycemia, both eyes are black. Therefore, he hardly stays in the game for 12 hours or more. However, before he logged off, he sighed with some disappointment. I strike hard in the game, but I am timid in reality. That's right, in the game, he killed all the monsters and defeated them. But in reality, he was timid and couldn't even kill a Yuan Dan. He could only wait until the knife was born with intelligence before he had a chance to kill the Yuan Dan. Of course, it was just a chance, not a guarantee. The next day, when Qi Yuan woke up, he seemed to hear thousands of ducks calling. He opened his eyes, put on his clothes, and washed up. He walked out of the yard, looked at the 3 girls in front of him, and took a deep breath of the morning air. What are you talking about so early in the morning? Among the 3 girls in front of him, one was his junior sister Jiang Lingsu. He had seen the other one before, a girl with top grades who entered the Xinguang sect this year. At the beginning, he was the one who chose the junior sister, and excluded this girl. This girl looked innocent on the surface, but there was always a hint of charm in her eyes. Qi Yuan remembered that when he first saw this girl, she had a special physique and was favored by the black chicken demon. The last girl was ordinary, and the most noticeable thing was that she had a lot of freckles on her face. Generally speaking, immortal cultivators rarely have freckles on their faces. Hello, senior brother. The 3 girls saluted. The chief disciple was of noble status, even though Zhang Jianghe led the team out yesterday. On the way, he met Qi Yuan, and he also stopped to pay his respects and left. Jiang Lingsu looked at Qi Yuan, who was still asleep, and couldn't help but said, "Big brother, it's noon now, how can it be early?" Qi Yuan looked up at the sun in the sky. It was big and round. He looked at the 3 girls again. Hey. He must have been thinking about forming a golden elixir recently. Everything he sees is big and round. What are you discussing? You look quite indignant? Qi Yuan asked casually. It's still the Black Mountain sect, the innocent girl said with anger on her face. Qi Yuan suddenly remembered that Zhang Jianghe led the Jingguangtang to Rongqing yesterday, which seemed to be related to the Black Mountain sect. What happened? Some time ago, a true disciple of the Black Mountain sect, named Chu Tianxiong, did evil things in Rongqing, raped several newlywed women, and even wiped out their entire family. It was really abominable. Senior brother Zhang Jianghe led the Jingguangtang to capture Chu Tianxiong in Rongqing. The innocent girl became more and more excited, and her words were a little unclear. Jiang Lingsu said, "Xiaoran, don't be excited, let me tell you. Chu Tianxiong was captured by the Jingguangtang and was extremely arrogant." Senior brother Zhang Jianghe was about to take Chu Tianxiong back to the mountain gate for disposal, but halfway, an elder of the Black Mountain sect appeared and took Chu Tianxiong away directly, and also injured senior brother Zhang Jianghe. The 3 girls present were very angry, and the freckled girl clenched her fists, wishing she could kill Chu Tianxiong. Jiang Ran said, "The Black Mountain sect is really too rampant." The freckled girl couldn't help but speak out. If there was no black chicken old demon, how could the Black Mountain sect dare to be so arrogant? Hearing about the black chicken old demon, Jiang Ran's face became heavy. Qi Yuan said, "I have watched many TV series, and the villains don't have a good ending." The 3 girls looked confused and didn't know what the TV series was about. But they understood the second half of the sentence. They were all silent. Bad guys really don't have a good ending? Jiang Lingsu still remembers that when the demon giant who once slaughtered a country came to her clan, her father and grandfather treated him with courtesy. This is a world where strength is respected after all. Bad people may live a better life than good people. Big Brother is right, good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. It's not that there is no retribution, but the time has not come yet. Jiang Lingsu echoed. Qi Yuan put the matter of Black Mountain sect behind his mind. He continued to walk with his knife in hand. Along the way, he heard many whispers, all of which were condemnations of Black Mountain sect. Black Mountain sect is really abominable. They actually hurt senior brother Zhang and didn't take our Xinguang sect seriously. Who made their sect master have a good adoptive father? What's even more hateful is that Black Mountain sect will come to participate in the foundation building conference in half a month. What? Black Mountain sect is coming too? I heard that the chief disciples of several peaks are discussing yesterday's events. Why is that person still walking around with his knife? Keep your voice down, hasn't that person built his foundation yet? What's the point of discussing? I'm afraid he can't even beat Chu Tianxiong. Don't say that. Senior brother didn't build his foundation because he didn't want to, and he definitely doesn't want to stop at Qi refining perfection. Qi Yuan listened to all this and didn't seem to react. Moon-watching continent. Queen Jinli showed a trace of joy on her face. Aunt Qin, are you healed? Aunt Qin nodded. Thank you for the imperial medicine given by your majesty. My injury has finally healed, and my strength has even reached a new level. That's good. Jinli felt relieved. After her father and mother passed away, it was Aunt Qin who watched her grow up. She relied on Aunt Qin very much. However, she thought of something and asked, Aunt Qin, are you sure to fight with the national teacher of Nanfeng in 6 days? The battle in 6 days is related to the life and death of Jinli and others. If they fail, Sima Ting will certainly wait for an opportunity to launch an attack. By then, Jinli will have no ability to resist at all. Forcibly resisting will only make the people who follow her die in advance. When Aunt Qin heard this, a trace of worry appeared on her face. Yesterday, the prince of Nanfeng Kingdom visited Sima Ting. Sima Ting gave him a powerful medicine called Hunyuan Locking Blood Pill. What? Jinli chewed her teeth and penetrated her gums. Everyone knows what Sima Ting is thinking. The national teacher of Nanfeng Kingdom is a powerful person in the late king level. He practices the dragon-elephant purgatory technique. The stronger the blood and chi of this skill, the stronger the strength. When it is practiced to the highest level, it is enough to have the strength of 100 dragons and elephants. If Aunt Qin had taken 9 flowers Qilua before, she would be a little stronger than the national teacher of Nanfeng Kingdom. However, the powerful medicine given by Sima Ting is a top-grade blood and chi medicine. The national teacher of Nanfeng Kingdom will be like a tiger with wings after taking this kind of medicine, and his strength will definitely increase greatly. From the late king level to perfection, it is no problem, and there is even hope to get a glimpse of the emperor level. Aunt Qin is no match for the current national teacher of Nanfeng Kingdom. And the one who caused all this is the Nanshan Kingdom. Prime Minister Sima Ting. Isn't Sima Ting afraid of being pointed at by thousands of people? The commander of the imperial army, Hua Sen, was also very angry. Sima Ting was getting more and more unconcealed. Jinli frowned, and she took out the remaining imperial medicine. Aunt Qin, can taking these imperial medicines improve your strength? Aunt Qin saw the imperial medicines, and a look of shock flashed in her eyes. She didn't know where His Majesty got so many precious imperial medicines. If I take these imperial medicines, I am sure I can break through to the imperial level within 3 years. But there is no time. Aunt Qin's words were full of regret. Jinli frowned, thinking about how to break the situation. Imperial medicine hiring an imperial level strongman to take action? Excluded. Find some tiger and wolf medicines that can improve strength in a short time? No. Jinli didn't have a good idea for a while. She couldn't help but think of what Qi Yuan said, that he wanted to collect some little monsters in the clothes and hats to help her. This emotion flashed by. It's not that simple to subdue the clothes and hats monsters. Just talk about it. I don't know where there is a way to quickly improve my cultivation. Jinli couldn't think of it. She looked at Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin, the fact that you have recovered from your injury should be concealed for now. Don't let Sima Ting know. I will find a way to improve my strength. Yes, sir. Greetings to the sect master. The hall was empty. Qi Yuan stood in the center with a respectful attitude. True Lord Kurumu glanced at Qi Yuan with a hint of teasing in his expression. You still recognize me as the sect master? A few months ago, this eldest disciple of the Seven Colors Peak suddenly revealed that the sect master of the Divine Light sect, that is, him, was actually a spy of the Demon Desire sect. At that time, he was shocked and thought that he was exposed. The one from the Seven Colors Peak, together with the other peak masters, wanted to attack him. Unexpectedly, it was a false alarm, and it was all Qi Yuan's nonsense. He did have a deep connection with the Demon Desire sect, and was personally sent to the Divine Light sect by an elder of the Demon Desire sect, from a menial disciple, to an outer disciple, and then to a true disciple. Day after day, he was trembling with fear. He often contacted the elder. Every time, the elder said, "Wait a little longer." Day after day, year after year, he was careful, from an undercover, to the leader of the Xinguang sect. When the elder saw him again, True Lord Kuruma changed his face and said, "You are a demon, and you want to sow discord between me and the Xinguang sect." The elder of the Devil Desire sect was already dying, and he died when he heard this. Qi Yuan looked at True Lord Kurumu and said lazily, You haven't done anything to let down the Xinguang sect, so why can't I call you the sect master?" True Lord Kurumu looked at Qi Yuan, his heart was extremely complicated. This senior disciple from the seven-colored peak in front of him was so mysterious. How did he know that he was an undercover agent of the Demonic Desire sect? Or was it just a complete fabrication? "Qi Yuan, I have something for you to do." True Lord Kurumu returned to business. Qi Yuan's attitude also became serious. In half a month, it will be the Foundation Establishment Conference. When it came to this, a gleam of edge flashed in True Lord Kurumu's eyes. This Foundation Establishment Conference will be hosted by our Xinguang sect. By then, the Great Shang Kingdom, the Suspended Mountain, the Demonic Desire sect, and other sects will send some disciples to participate and compete for the first-grade foundation-building spiritual object, the yellow flower fruit. The first-grade foundation-building spiritual objects are the best among the top 3-grade foundation-building spiritual objects. They are extremely rare in the Great Shang Kingdom. It is rumored that there are only a handful of those elusive strongmen in the Great Shang Kingdom, and they use the top 3-grade foundation-building spiritual objects to build their foundations. And they are not even first-grade. It can be seen that the first-grade foundation-building spiritual objects are precious. Qi Yuan was stunned when he heard this. "Why don't you senior brothers and sisters wait for this yellow flower fruit? We didn't expect that there would only be a few foundation-building spiritual objects in the secret realm this time, including this yellow flower fruit." True Lord Kurumu lamented. If he had known that there would be first-grade foundation-building spiritual objects, he would definitely not let the chief disciples of several peaks build their foundations in advance. Now, among the chief disciples of several peaks, only Qi Yuan has not built his foundation. True Lord Kurumu felt that this might be a coincidence. But it might also be the work of the one from the seven-colored peak. She deliberately left the top-grade foundation-building spiritual objects for her disciples. "So, this time you will lead our Xinguang sect to participate in the foundation-building conference. Qi Yuan, I hope you can promote the prestige of our sect and take down the yellow flower fruit." Qi Yuan was quite helpless when he heard this. "Can I not participate?" "No." The leader of the Xinguang sect flatly refused. Thinking of Qi Yuan's character, he added, "You only need to play once for the last time, which will take less than an hour." Seeing this, Qi Yuan finally agreed. "Okay. Sect master, goodbye." Qi Yuan wanted to leave. Seeing Qi Yuan's appearance, the leader of the Xinguang sect couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I don't know if it's reliable to pin my hopes on Qi Yuan. If the yellow flower fruit is taken away by other sects and creates another strong man like the black chicken old demon, it will be bad." But before he thought about it, Qi Yuan suddenly stopped. "Sect master, is the queen of the Great Shang beautiful?" Even though True Lord Kurumu was a true lord of his generation, his heart was still churning. He looked at Qi Yuan and wanted to say something. However, Qi Yuan left directly. True Lord Kurumu sat down, his hand on the purple fragrant wood chair. The scent of the red dust rose, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Outside the Xinguang sect, Qi Yuan was walking with his knife again. A first-grade foundation-building spiritual object. Yellow flower fruit. In fact, Qi Yuan was a little tempted. The price of foundation-building spiritual objects is expensive. However, in the foundation-building conference, you need to defeat disciples from other sects to get rewards. It's too troublesome. Qi Yuan felt bored when he thought about the competition. It would be better to play games, and his strength would really increase. However, when he went to a store and asked about the price of a first-grade foundation-building spiritual object, his eyes lit up. "What, it's worth 10,000 spirit stones? There is no market for it?" A noble family was willing to bid 50,000 spirit stones, but they didn't buy it? They didn't even buy the second grade one? Shi Yuan was a little tempted. As the eldest disciple of the Seven Colors Peak, the resources he could obtain every month were only 10 spirit stones. However, after he offended his master, his spiritual stones were cut off. He lived a stingy life every day. Some time ago, his thatched house was leaking, and he was reluctant to spend spiritual stones to find someone to repair it, so he climbed up the roof to fix it himself. What kind of a mortal is this? Moreover, once Qi Yuan builds his foundation, he will lack a huge amount of spiritual stones. The polishing of magic power during the foundation building period consumes the most spiritual stones. Therefore, the foundation building disciples of the Xinguang sect often go out to do tasks to earn spiritual stones. How about a competition? Forget it, it's too troublesome. It would be great if some bad guy won it, so I can stand on the moral high ground and it away. Qi Yuan had wild thoughts, but it was just wild thoughts. This level of foundation building spiritual objects must be protected by powerful people. How could he get away with his small arms and legs now? After hanging around like a street urchin for a day, Qi Yuan felt that he was missing a will-o'-the-wisp and a young girl who said to her father, "Dad, you don't understand him at all." When he returned to the seven-colored peak, Qi Yuan smelled a strong aroma. Spiritual carp, drunken mushrooms, northern melon. Qi Yuan had a keen nose. These aromas whetted his appetite. "Junior sister, this pot of yours is full of spiritual materials. They are not cheap, are they?" Qi Yuan remembered that in the half-year since he came to this world, he had only eaten a delicacy made with spiritual materials once. "It's worth less than one spiritual stone." "Well, it's not bad, just a few dozen spiritual stones," Jiang Lingsu said with ease, clapping her hands. "There's still a while before I build my foundation, so I have to eat something good to replenish my body." Of course, Jiang Lingsu had other considerations. She showed a little financial strength to see if she could attract the attention of the cold and beautiful fairy on the seven-colored peak. After all, when the dark turmoil comes in the future, the fairy on the seven-colored peak may be the one who can resist it. Qi Yuan was stunned when he heard this. "Where did you get so many spiritual stones?" Jiang Lingsu smiled. "Good reincarnation. You rich dog." Qi Yuan gritted his teeth, saying that the grapes were sour because he couldn't eat them. "The seasoning added to your spiritual food is too little, and the taste may be a little lacking." He couldn't afford these spiritual materials, even a mushroom in it. "Brother, last time you made chicken soup for me, this time I'll treat you to spiritual material soup," Jiang Lingsu said. Qi Yuan's expression changed instantly. "It smells really good. The ingredients are good, so it smells good naturally." He also took the opportunity to advertise the spiritual food made by Jiang Lingsu. Jiang Lingsu. As expected, the crazy one has some problems in his head. She filled a bowl of spiritual food for Qi Yuan. She also filled a bowl for herself. Qi Yuan took a bite, and his lips and teeth were fragrant and his mouth was full of saliva. "It's really delicious on earth." Qi Yuan commented that this was much better than the Hextech takeaway he bought in his previous life. Moreover, with just this one bite, he felt that his mana increased by a trace. This is no less than the increase in cultivation that he killed a level 70 monster in the game Jade Slip and was fed back to his body. Suddenly, I felt that playing games was not good anymore, it was better to eat spiritual food. Moreover, it was so delicious, much better than Hextech and pre-made dishes. But at this time, Jiang Lingsu frowned. It's a pity that the level of the spiritual materials is too low, and the taste of the spiritual food made is a bit poor. Qi Yuan suddenly felt that the spiritual food in the bowl was not fragrant. No matter how fragrant it was, he was not polite when eating. "Play the game." Seeing that it was late at night, Qi Yuan entered the game again. As usual, Qi Yuan crawled out of the pit. After a good meal and a good drink, play the game. He took the big sword and sneaked into the woods. Tonight's clothing ban was no different from usual. It seemed that the damage to the clothing demon last night did not affect the some of the clothed monsters left a memory. Soon, Qi Yuan came to the place where the clothed monsters hanged themselves. Xiaoshan Sword Rain. Wristmaster Strong Fist. Qi Yuan started hunting again. The clothed monsters were slaughtered one by one. And other clothed monsters also woke up on the trees. They have no face, no eyes, no ears, and even no mouth. But Qi Yuan can feel their anger. If he presses a mouth on them, Qi Yuan can be sure that he will hear a series of beautiful motherland. Uday, of course, these clothed monsters can't speak, can't insult Qi Yuan, can only attack Qi Yuan, vent their anger. Unfortunately, they all became Qi Yuan's experienced babies. Qi Yuan went in and out 7 times here, comparable to Zhao Yun and Wen Yang. A few hours later, when he saw the cloth monsters gathering again, Shi Yuan directly brushed his clothes and left, leaving no trace. Afterwards, Shi Yuan dug a pit and buried himself. He was summing up. The speed at which the hooded monsters gather has become faster. It seems that they are also growing. But I am also growing, and I have reached another level. Unfortunately, it will be slower and slower in the future. Shi Yuan finished his summary and opened the chat interface. He replied to a series of messages from Jinli as usual. Jinli's messages were very fragmented. For example, in the memorial, there was a flood in a place, and she was a little worried. For example, today the horse she led suddenly went crazy and she was almost injured. Shi Yuan replied slowly, and then he shared his daily life in the game with Jinli. After a while, he sent a series of messages. It's getting late, it's time to log off. Shi Yuan felt that he had stayed in the game for long enough. At this time, to his surprise, Jinli sent a message. You are still awake so late? Shi Yuan wanted to look up at the moon, but unfortunately the moon could not be seen in the pit. There are a lot of things today. Jinli said, tired, and she felt the peace of mind. I went to see Aunt Qin during the day and used the imperial medicine picked in Xianyuan Forbidden. Her injuries have healed a lot. Jinli slowly told what happened today. She didn't like to spread negative energy, so she tried to express it in a calm tone. Your task is a bit difficult. Shi Yuan felt that if he were in Jinli's position, he might not do as well as she did. After all, the court is full of human relationships, and he only knows how to fight and kill. Tell me, is there any way in the world that can quickly improve people's strength? Jinli couldn't help asking. Get stronger quickly? Shi Yuan instantly had several answers in his mind. Eat devil fruit? Get enlightened by the master? And do push-ups. In this world, there are no devil fruits, and no one gets enlightened. Do push-ups, you can get stronger. Shi Yuan said enthusiastically, I know a person, ordinary, mediocre, but he insists on exercising every day. Push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups. As a result, not long after, although he was bald, he also became stronger. Exercise, push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups? What is this? Jinli was confused. Could it be the supreme technique? Shi Yuan saw this and was a little surprised. It turns out that you are a girl who doesn't like sports. Let me teach you how to exercise. Isn't this bad? Jinli thought Shi Yuan was going to teach her the supreme technique. Don't worry, this is common stuff, very simple. Shi Yuan thought for a while, and taught for about 10 minutes before handing these exercises to Jinli. This can improve strength? Jinli felt incredible. Because these movements are ordinary and not mysterious. But when she thought that she could enter Xianyuan Forbidden with a ladder on her back, she felt that this was true. Well, actually not, maybe after 10 years of practice, you can beat a wolf? Shi Yuan said. Jinli was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. These can be popularized to ordinary soldiers. But it's not impossible. Shi Yuan said, and took out the magic pen. The current Xianyuan Forbidden is under his control. He can change the rules of Xianyuan Forbidden. Then add it, exercise the body and improve cultivation. After thinking about it, Shi Yuan wrote down push-ups and sit-ups and other exercises to increase cultivation. After writing, Shi Yuan was thoughtful. It worked. But there seem to be some side effects? Will my hair fall out? So, even if I change the rules, will it be changed according to my cognition? No, I need to grow my brain and stop thinking. Shi Yuan felt a headache and couldn't delve into the principle. He quickly said to Jinli, in Xianyuan Forbidden, do the exercises I told you, and you can quickly improve your cultivation. Bring more people over, increase your strength, and try to pass the level earlier, and help me brush the dungeon. Going to Xianyuan Forbidden to do these can increase your strength? Jinli was a little confused. Of course, why would I lie to you? But you have to be careful, if you do this exercise too much, your hair will fall out. Jinli was still a little confused. Psychologically, she believed Shi Yuan's words. But logically and rationally, she felt that Shi Yuan was talking nonsense. As for the side effect of losing hair, she didn't care too much. Compared with improving cultivation, this is nothing? However, she thought about it and bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. Thank you. I have to log off, it's too late. Shi Yuan said. Where are you going? Jinli asked. 7 Color Peak, I'm a disciple of the Xinguang sect. Shi Yuan said, then logged off and went to sleep. And Jinli wrote down the place. Shi Yuan said. Xinguang sect, 7 Color Peak? Where is that? Jinli murmured. However, thinking of the method of becoming stronger provided by Shi Yuan, although it was funny and a little outrageous, it was too outrageous, but Jinli still chose to believe it and put it into action. Come on, go to the general's mansion. Night slowly fell. The carriage stopped outside Xianyuan Forbidden. In the carriage were Jin Li's confidants and Aunt Qin. They had been traveling for almost a day and a night, without stopping. When they were tired, they slept in the carriage. Finally, they arrived at Xianyuan Forbidden. Do you remember what I said? After getting off the carriage, Jin Li looked at the more than 30 people in front of her with a serious face. These more than 30 people were all her true confidants, loyal people who would die for her. Aunt Qin was among them. They all nodded and did not resist Jin Li's order. Aunt Qin held the ladder in her hand, and she didn't know what she was thinking. She then asked, Your Majesty, is the imperial medicine taken from Xianyuan Forbidden? It seems that Your Majesty has mastered the method of entering Xianyuan Forbidden. Aunt Qin looked at Xianyuan Forbidden in front of her and had a guess in her heart. However, she was curious about how to get in. Would the ladder in her hand work? Everyone, carry the ladder and go into Xianyuan Forbidden together. Remember, no matter what happens, you can't throw the ladder away. Yes. Although these confidants were confused, they all did what Jin Li said. Although everyone was silent, they actually had a lot of questions in their heads. The Imperial Guard's commander Hua Xian couldn't help but chuckle when she saw this scene. She was also confused when she first entered Xianyuan Forbidden like this. Wait, after we get in, I'm afraid their expressions will be very interesting. Sure enough, when everyone turned their backs on him, when they carried the ladder and entered Xianyuan Forbidden Temple unimpeded, even the most well-trained Imperial Guards could not help but exclaim. Hua Xian smiled triumphantly. You can enter Xianyuan Forbidden Temple with a ladder on your back. This is what a good friend of mine told me. This must not be leaked. Yes, sir. These confidants knew the seriousness of the matter. They all felt incredible. Xianyuan Forbidden Temple, I'm afraid no one has been able to enter for 10,000 years. Why? Can you enter with a ladder on your back? Has no one tried this method in the past 10,000 years? However, on second thought, which emperor would be so idle to enter Xianyuan Forbidden Temple with a ladder on his back? But why can he enter? Does carrying a ladder on your back represent any special meaning? They were puzzled. After entering Xianyuan Forbidden Temple, everyone went deep into it. Jin Li said again, You need to carry the ladder on your back and don't let go. Do you remember the few moves I taught you on the way here? Remember. Get ready, and we'll do those moves in Xianyuan Forbidden Temple. Jin Li gave orders. Everyone present was a little confused. Aunt Qin also asked, Your Majesty, why are we doing this? Aunt Qin, do you believe me? Jin Li looked at Aunt Qin and said seriously, Your Majesty, I naturally believe what you say. Doing these actions. Jin Li looked up at the sky. In Xianyuan Forbidden, you can quickly improve your cultivation. What? Improve your cultivation? If they were not Jin Li's confidants, if Jin Li was not the queen, if it were some keyboard warriors in the world where Qi Yuan's previous life was, they would definitely start to spray now. Words such as funny and shark arms poured out. But these confidants also had incomprehensible expressions on their faces. Aunt Qin was the same. This is even more difficult to accept than carrying a ladder into Xianyuan Forbidden. If cultivation is so simple, wouldn't the world be full of high-level cultivators? Aunt Qin naturally didn't believe it in her heart, but she still said slowly, This method of cultivation is indeed quite interesting. I don't know where Your Majesty got it from. It was still that good friend who told me. Jin Li did not hide it. It seems that the senior must be a strong man who plays with the world. Aunt Qin murmured. The word game represents her thoughts. However, she still carried the ladder and started doing push-ups. Let me give it a try and see how it works. She took action. Everyone present stopped what they were doing and looked at Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin tried push-ups at first. She leaned down with a ladder on her back. When her palms touched the soil, she felt that there was nothing mysterious about it. Maybe. Nonsense? With this thought, Aunt Qin started to do push-ups. It must be said that it was quite incongruous for someone wearing silk and brocade to do push-ups. In less than a breath, Aunt Qin had already finished a push-up. Aunt Qin originally smiled helplessly, because during the push-up, she did not feel the operation of the skills and true energy. Without these, how could she become stronger? But the next moment, she had just finished a push-up, and a special change came in an instant. Jin Li asked hurriedly, How is Aunt Qin? At this time, Aunt Qin was stunned. I feel. My body seems to have become a little stronger. What? The people present exclaimed. Could it be that doing exercise can really make you stronger? How much stronger is this? Hua Xian asked hurriedly. She was afraid that Aunt Qin would consider Empress Jin Li's face, so she gave such an ambiguous answer. Aunt Jean then said seriously, just one push-up is equivalent to my half an hour of practice. What? Everyone present was shocked. One push-up is equivalent to half an hour of practice. Isn't this too exaggerated? Doesn't it mean that without 10,000 push-ups, it is equivalent to a year of practice? Hua-sen calculated and was shocked. If it is true, one day of practice here can be equivalent to 10 years of practice outside? Everyone was extremely shocked. Doing push-ups can improve cultivation? What is the principle? How can there be such a thing? It is simply incomprehensible. It's like saying that eating a meal, drinking water, and can break through the cultivation. Although everyone was shocked and puzzled, they all started to exercise. So, these 30 confidants all started to carry ladders and exercise in Xianyuan Forbidden. They are all cultivators, with strong strength. They can do push-ups very quickly, and prone like flying. This scene is extremely shocking. If people in Shi Yuan's previous world saw it, they would definitely say awesome. Of course, if it was a video, they would say it's just a so-so, I can do it too, I have a friend. After all, that is the comment area, gathering all kinds of geniuses and great powers. I have a breakthrough. The bottleneck that has trapped me for 3 years has been broken. Push-ups are very helpful in breaking through the bottleneck. Everyone present was extremely surprised. They did push-ups quickly and shared their feelings. In just half an hour, 3 of the more than 30 people present had broken through one after another. 2 of them broke through to a small realm, and 1 broke through to a large realm. Go and try other sports. These people naturally did not just do push-ups, but tried other sports. Pull-ups are a bit difficult to do with a ladder on your back, but it is still possible. Pull-ups can also improve your strength and cultivation, and the focus of improvement is also different. Some people choose pull-ups, while others choose push-ups. But, how about sit-ups? How do you do them with a ladder on your back? Carrying a ladder on your back? You don't have to carry it on your back, you can use the instep of your feet. Stand the ladder upright, hook it with your feet, and do sit-ups. Everyone tried it carefully. It turned out that this really works and can quickly increase your cultivation. Some people put the ladder flat in the air and do sit-ups with their feet hooked. Anyway, they are all cultivators, and they can easily do the postures that even dancers find difficult. On the field, everyone keeps doing exercises, push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups. In full swing. Jean Li looked at Aunt Jean and asked, Aunt Jean, how is it? At this moment, Aunt Jean's face is ruddy, and her cultivation is becoming more and more profound. She continued to do exercises. I feel magical. I'm afraid that even the Supreme Emperor may not have such means. Your Majesty's friend is really an outsider. Thinking of Qi Yuan, Jean Li's expression was a little complicated, and a strong sense of inferiority came over her. But thinking of her current predicament, she didn't have time to think about anything else. Aunt Jean, how long will it take you here to break through to the Emperor level? Jean Li asked. Only by reaching the Emperor level and the scheduled battle a few days later can they win. It only takes 2 days, I will definitely be able to step into the Emperor level. Aunt Jean said confidently. Originally, she was at the late king level. In Xianyuan Forbidden, improving cultivation is as easy as drinking water. Breaking through to the Emperor level is a piece of cake. That's the Emperor level. She was extremely excited. When Jean Li heard this, she felt relieved. She looked at everyone, thought of something, and said softly, there is something I forgot to tell you. In Xianyuan Forbidden, doing these exercises can improve cultivation. There are certain side effects. Hearing this, the original joy in the hearts of the people present was somewhat dissipated. Yes, this is reasonable. If there are no side effects, it is unreasonable to be able to improve so much cultivation. We are willing to die for your majesty. They stopped exercising and shouted in unison, as if they were ready to die. In their opinion, such a heaven-defying way to increase cultivation must have terrible side effects. Aunt Jean also said in a deep voice, to die for your majesty, die without regrets. Jean Li was moved and a little amused when she saw this. The side effects are not that terrible, and they will not kill everyone. Everyone felt relieved. The commander of the Imperial Army, Huaxian, looked at Jean Li and asked slowly, may I ask what the side effects are? Becoming stronger. May lose hair. Hair loss? It's actually hair loss? That's it? Everyone was shocked. What shocked them was, that's it? With such a big improvement, the side effect is just losing hair. Not to mention losing hair, in order to improve their strength, some people in Nanshan country even castrated themselves to practice evil skills. Compared with that, what's losing hair? It's not a big deal at all. A woman who had broken through a great realm before smiled, I lost more than a dozen hairs when I broke through the realm before. I don't know the reason, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Not to mention losing more than a dozen hairs, they are willing to lose all the hair on their bodies after breaking through a great realm. At this time, a bald female Imperial Guard suddenly said, I don't have hair. What should I lose? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Time passed quickly. Qi Yuan hunted the clothed demons again. Now, after this period of hard work, he is already level 88. He killed a clothed demon with one sword. Unfortunately, these clothed demons can't speak or scream. Suddenly, the expression on Qi Yuan's face changed drastically. It hurts. He screamed, a look of pain on his face, holding his stomach. My body is going to be chopped up. But soon, seeing that the clothes demon was completely broken into pieces, he smiled triumphantly. I am such a good person. Since you are dumb and can't speak, I specially dubbed for you. Today, I will be a voice actor for a day, he said, and rushed towards the clothes demon with a sword. Strong sword to split the skull. No! Xiaoxiang sword rain. It hurts. Dragon turn. Ah! After killing everyone, Qi Yuan dug a hole again to bury himself. In 10 days or so, I should be able to reach level 90. I wonder what the awakened big skill is. Qi Yuan was looking forward to it. If I reach level 90, the clothing ban will be cleared soon. If I break through the map of this world, will I awaken a new special ability? Qi Yuan thought wildly. Not long after entering the game Jade Slip, his eyes mutated and could see hidden information. If he breaks through the game, will he have other mutations? Will I have a sharp ear? Can I hear the indescribable whispers? Or, do I have a dog's nose? Qi Yuan thought so. He lay in the pit and still couldn't see the moon. Qi Yuan, thank you. Aunt Qin defeated the Nanfeng State Master today. When Aunt Qin showed her Emperor-level strength, Sima Ting's gloomy expression was really interesting. Jin Li's message came. It seems that she is really happy, and she even speaks with modal particles. Sure, you have completed a lot of tasks. Finish them quickly so that we can meet in person. By the way, should we set a place to meet? Qi Yuan said whatever he thought of. There was no reply from the other end for a long time, and it took a long time before he sent a message. What do you think of it under the ancient Qi Chun tree? Jin Li asked. The ancient Qi Chun tree is the most mythical ancient tree in Wanhui continent. The ancient tree is towering, and its height is unknown. It is said that if you stand on it, you can hold the stars in your hands. It is said that this tree was planted by a god. Before the god defeated the demon, he planted an ancient Qi Chun tree in the yard. The god told his wife that he would return when the ancient Qi Chun tree grew to 3 feet high. The god's wife had been waiting under the ancient Qi Chun tree, waiting for who knows how many years. The ancient Qi Chun tree, which was once as tall as a person, finally grew to 3 feet high. She did not wait for her lover to return. Later, it grew to 30 feet, 300 feet, and even 30,000 feet or even higher. The god's wife did not wait for her husband to return triumphantly. The ancient Qi Chun tree has also become the most legendary tree in the moonwatching continent. Ancient Qi Chun tree? Qi Yuan was slightly stunned. He knew this tree because there was one on the top of the 7-colored peak. But where can he find such a tree? Where is the ancient Qi Chun tree? Jin Li was stunned for a moment. She walked out of the house and looked into the distance. The silhouette of a huge tree came into her sight. As long as you are on the moonwatching continent, no matter where you are, as long as you look up and look far away, you can see the ancient Qi Chun tree. The ancient tree is towering, and the stars are dotted in the leaves, like stars. Look up, look to the southwest, there is a big tree there, it is the ancient Qi Chun tree. Qi Yuan was slightly stunned. He came out of the pit and looked to the southwest. There was a huge towering ancient tree in the southwest, and the stars seemed to be within reach. Is this the ancient Qi Chun tree you mentioned? It's really big. If it grows a little taller, it feels like it will reach the stars in the sky. When the time comes, I'll make some barbecue, you bring some good wine, and we'll camp under the ancient Qi Chun tree. It's a different experience. Qi Yuan went back into the pit. Okay. Jin Li's expression was inexplicable. Today, Aunt Qin won a big victory. She wants to pursue the victory and wipe out Sima Ting's wings. Of course, she also understood that she had not won yet. There were still many crises in all directions. Shenguang sect. Qi Yuan was walking his knife, or more precisely, his kitchen knife. At this time, a disciple from Wanfa Peak greeted Qi Yuan. Brother, the foundation building meeting will be held tomorrow. Why are you walking your pet? Qi Yuan did not stop. My pet will soon open its spiritual wisdom, so I can't be careless and have to go out for a walk. The man smiled when he heard Qi Yuan's answer. Brother, you are a wonderful person. Qi Yuan was walking his knife very seriously. Behind him, several disciples from Shunguang's sect lowered their heads and discussed something. This guy from Chi Se Feng is really calm. Tomorrow is the foundation building conference, but he still has the leisure to walk his pet, and the pet he is walking is a kitchen knife. The emperor is not in a hurry, but the is. You are not in a hurry. Why haven't I seen you fighting on behalf of the Xinguang sect? Ahem, it's not that my cultivation is not good enough. Rumor has it that the reward for the winner of this foundation building conference is a first-grade foundation building spiritual object, the yellow flower fruit. That is a first-grade foundation building spiritual object. Whoever gets it will definitely be able to form a baby, and will be able to walk sideways in the Great Shang Kingdom in the future. I'm afraid he will be a big shot in other countries. A first-grade foundation building spiritual object is so powerful. The Earth Vein Foundation and the Heavenly Foundation above it are so heroic. Don't even think about it. We will never meet such a person. Everyone sighed, only felt that the universe was too vast and that they were too small. At this time, a male disciple gnashed his teeth and said, I heard that Chu Tianxiong from the Black Mountain sect will also come to us. He actually dared to come. Some time ago, the elders of the Black Mountain sect injured Zhang Zhanghe, and he actually dared to come to us. We female disciples have to be careful, otherwise. What if? Some female disciples were pale, obviously very afraid of Chu Tianxiong. Humph, this is the Xinguang sect, one of the three major sects of Dishan. How can they, the Black Mountain sect, be so presumptuous? A disciple said loudly. For the Black Mountain sect, the disciples of the Xinguang sect all shared the same hatred and were extremely angry, but they could do nothing. After all, the old black chicken demon was like a heavy mountain, pressing on the three major sections. Qi Yuan naturally did not hear what these people said. He walked his knife and slowly returned to the Seven Colors Peak. Oh, why don't you awaken your spiritual wisdom? Qi Yuan wanted to slap the knife with his hand, but he was afraid of cutting his hand. What he feared the most was that he would make Daozi stupid. What if he became a fool after awakening his spiritual wisdom? But it will probably only be these 2 days, or even tonight. Qi Yuan thought. He returned to the yard and tied the knife to the wooden stake. I have to finish the game quickly tonight and go to bed early. I have to attend that foundation building conference tomorrow. It's annoying. Qi Yuan felt that he was very socially anxious. He still liked to communicate with the dumb monsters in the game, and he could even voice them. At the foundation building conference tomorrow, he would be the face of the Xinguang sect, welcoming guests and communicating with people from other sections. It was annoying just thinking about it. It would be nice if my body was a star in the vast universe, just hanging in the sky, without saying anything. Qi Yuan thought so and entered the game. What he didn't know was that at night, a kitchen knife suddenly jumped up and cut the rope that was holding him. It searched anxiously in the thatched hut for a long time and found some grass to eat. It seemed to be extremely hungry, and set its sights on a thatched hut not far away. Taking advantage of the moonlight, it sneaked out. Then, it looked at the thatched hut greedily. If it had eyes, it would have glowed. But in the end, it hesitated for a moment and began to rummage through the garbage. About half an hour later, it came back on tiptoe and tied itself up again with a rope. The morning light was dim and the sun was just beginning to shine. Jiang Lingsu was wearing a long green dress, and her silk was fluttering, just like a green snake girl. Her lively eyes were still a little tired. She brushed away her hair and took a deep breath of air. I seem to have lost a piece of Jin Yuan jade yesterday. Alas, it's a pity that Xinguang Zone can't buy it. I can only make do with it. Jin Yuan jade was originally a kind of spiritual jade. When it was burned, it could emit a mysterious fragrance and brighten the eyes and lighten the mind. Yesterday, the puppet cleaned the house and dumped an unused piece into the garbage heap. If it were in the past, she would not feel bad. But this is Xinguang Zone, and there is no replacement. She decided to go to the garbage heap to retrieve it. She came to the garbage heap, covering her mouth and nose with her sleeves, and she was ready to summon the puppet to retrieve the piece of Jin Yuan jade. But, that garbage heap, who turned it over? She looked at the garbage heap and was stunned. In the garbage heap, her daily garbage was usually placed, and there were some unused spiritual objects. For example, Jin Yuan jade. Unexpectedly, the garbage dump outside her house was turned over. She thought of something, and a talisman appeared in her hand. This talisman, called the Induction Talisman, is one of the many talismans in Jiang Lingsu's hand, and was refined by a cultivator in the Divine Infant realm. She usually puts it in front of the bed for early warning. When the garbage dump was turned over, she immediately took out the Induction Talisman to see if there was any clue on it. I saw that there was a faint line in the middle of the Induction Talisman. At showtime last night? A creature stayed outside my house for an incense stick of time? Jiang Lingsu knew from the information left on the induction talisman that a creature should have stayed outside her house for quite a long time last night. However, there was no malice, and the induction talisman did not warn, otherwise people would not be able to sleep. Jiang Lingsu looked at the garbage dump and frowned. There are only master, me and my senior brother in the Seven Colors Peak. Other ordinary animals will not cause the induction talisman to respond. At least it must be a spiritual one. Could it be? Suddenly, Jiang Lingsu looked at the thatched house next door. She recalled the last time her senior brother ate spiritual food, and she felt strange emotions. Sigh. She thought about it and returned to her room. Half an hour later, Jiang Lingsu came to Qi Yuan's yard. Senior brother, are you up? Jiang Lingsu called softly. What's the matter, junior sister? Qi Yuan changed into a white robe and looked at her. Qi Yuan looked quite handsome. Today was the foundation building meeting, so he got up earlier than usual. Jiang Lingsu felt relaxed and happy when she saw Qi Yuan. Sure enough, seeing beautiful things always makes people feel good. Big brother, can I trouble you with something? Jiang Lingsu said. Oh, what is it? Qi Yuan was very enthusiastic. He was very grateful for the jade slips of the cultivation method and the spiritual food given by his junior sister last time. Big brother, do you know any special people in our sect? Or mysterious people? Jiang Lingsu initially locked on Ruan Ishi, the leader of the Seven Colors Peak, as the person who could resist the disaster. However, Jiang Lingsu felt that he could lock on more people. Special people? Qi Yuan thought, and then his eyes lit up. I know someone, very special. Who is it? Jiang Lingsu's heart skipped a beat. Me. Qi Yuan pointed at himself. Jiang Lingsu was stunned when he heard this. The senior brother was indeed quite special. After all, the cultivators of the Qi lineage all had some abnormal brains. Jiang Lingsu was a little discouraged, and felt that it was too unreliable to ask the senior brother for this matter, but she thought of what happened in the morning. She took out a storage bag. Senior brother, here are 1,000 spirit stones, which will be your reward. Help me find more special people, and there will be rewards later. Qi Yuan looked at the storage bag and blinked. What is the meaning of doing this, junior sister? Jiang Lingsu didn't expect the senior brother to ask this. But on second thought, the Qiji lineage is just a little crazy, not stupid. She said the reason she had thought of before I came to the Xinguang sect, I met a fortune teller. He told me that there is a special person in the sect, who is my benefactor, so I want to find out who that person is. Qi Yuan heard what Jiang Lingsu said and suddenly said, It's better to believe that I am Qin Shi Huang than to believe you. Jiang Lingsu, ? Qi Yuan continued, I will take this matter. Qi Yuan took the storage bag. His eyes can see different information. Finding a special person should be the most appropriate. What other characteristics does that person have? Qi Yuan asked again. Jiang Lingsu lowered his head and said, he must be very strong, or he must be very talented. Oh, maybe it's not just one person. Please, senior brother. Jiang Lingsu said, and left Qi Yuan's yard. Qi Yuan took the storage bag and looked at the 1,000 spirit stones inside. It must be said that this was the first time he had seen such a huge amount of money. However, he did not have too many fluctuations in his heart. Instead, he murmured, why would junior sister send me spirit stones? Junior sister asked him for help, which seemed to be true. But this spirit stone looked like a gift to him. Could it be that junior sister saw through my inner stubbornness and wanted to tear off my disguise? To support me? Qi Yuan suddenly had an idea. However, he did not get entangled in the end, but set his eyes on the kitchen knife tied in the yard. Junior sister saw my stubbornness, did you see it? Knife. The kitchen knife lay on the ground, motionless. What name should I give you? The kitchen knife still did not move. Knife? Kai Daozi? Nanatsi? Dao Daozi? Yao Dao? Tian Dao? The kitchen knife finally reacted and looked trembling. Qi Yuan grabbed the kitchen knife. A puzzled look flashed in his eyes. Does this mean it has intelligence? How come even my classmate Xiao AI is not smart? Xiao AI, if you ask her to, she at least knows to ask classmate Xiao Du next to her to. This kitchen knife looks like it has intelligence, and there is no difference between it and not having intelligence. But it is normal to think about it. However, Qi Yuan grabbed the knife, and he felt that his combat power had increased. 8 cuts in summer can kill a few Yuan Dan? Unfortunately, this is the Seven Colors Peak. It is not easy to practice with the sword. And he has to represent the Xinguang sect to attend the foundation building conference, so he has no time to practice with the sword. Inside the Xinguang sect, the foundation building conference finally began. And this time, because of the first grade foundation building spiritual object Manhwa fruit, all the sects of the Great Shang Kingdom are not weak. The elder Feihua of the Demon Desire sect is here. The master of the floating mountain light-splitting sword is here. The prince of Changshan is here. The Black Mountain sect's worship chicken ancestor is here. As the boy reported, colorful clouds gathered outside the mountain gate of the Xinguang sect. I saw that one by one, the spirit boats stopped in the air and landed in front of the mountain gate of Xinguang sect. Qi Yuan was wearing a white robe, and the wind blew through his clothes, making a rustling sound. He looked at the people from various sects in front of him with an elegant smile in his eyes. Welcome everyone to my Xinguang sect to participate in the foundation building conference. At this moment, he was still quite reliable. The cultivators from the major sects landed with different expressions on their faces. Qi Yuan stood aside, and he already knew the leaders of each sect. Since the foundation building spiritual objects this time were of the first grade, the people sent by each sect were much stronger than in the past. In the past, there would be no Yuandan Junren participating in the foundation building conference. But this time, there were 4 of them. 2 from the Suspended Mountain and the Devil Desire sect, the Changshan County King representing the Great Shang Kingdom, and the Black Mountain sect's worship chicken patriarch. In fact, according to the unspoken rules of the immortal cultivation world, except for the 3 major sects and the Great Shang Kingdom, other sects cannot send Yuandan Jinren even if they value them. But the Black Mountain sect was arrogant and domineering, and had been pushing its sect to become one of the 4 major sects, so it sent the worship chicken patriarch. Behind the several strong men, there were some foundation building elders from each sect, as well as disciples in the perfect state of chi refining. Many of those disciples in the perfect state of chi refining had sharp eyes, and they obviously hoped that they could show their style at this foundation building conference. Some of the chi refining disciples of some small sects looked a little nervous, obviously afraid of not getting good results. The Prince of Changshan was a handsome man with a beautiful beard. He wore a silk and gorgeous clothes and strode forward to Qi Yuan with a smile on his face. Where is your sect master? Is he not in seclusion? After the foundation building meeting is over, let him come and have a few drinks with me. The Prince of Changshan looked very free and easy. He was considered a Yuandan Jinren, but he spoke with a sense of heroism. The Yuandan Jinren of several sects present looked at the Prince of Changshan with a little awe in their eyes. After all, the Prince of Changshan was the father of the current queen of the Great Shang Kingdom, and he had the confidence. After the foundation building meeting is over, the prince can ask the elders of my sect. Qi Yuan thought wildly. If the Prince of Changshan knew that his daughter and the sect master were together, I wonder if he could still drink happily with the sect master. After all, the sect master is much older than the Prince of Changshan. Qi Yuan is the chief disciple of the 7-colored peak. Although he is at the perfect chi refining stage, his status is only slightly lower than that of a Yuandan cultivator, and he is currently representing the Divine Light sect. Therefore, these Yuandan cultivators will communicate with him on an equal footing. At this time, the Black Mountain sect's patriarch Baiji spoke up, somewhat impatiently. The foundation establishment conference won't start soon, I'm still waiting to go back and raise chickens. When the other sect elders heard this, their faces changed slightly, and they were obviously dissatisfied with what Patriarch Baiji said. The Prince of Changshan laughed. Why is Patriarch Baiji so anxious? There is no shortage of such. Please give me some time. Seeing that it was the Prince of Changshan who was speaking, Patriarch Baiji gave him some face. If it was anyone else, he would have to say something retorted. Qi Yuan also said, please, everyone. Patriarch Baiji, formerly known as Master Kunshin, later, together with the leader of the Black Mountain sect, recognized the Black Chicken Old Demon as his godfather and changed his name to Patriarch Baiji. A group of people followed Qi Yuan and slowly walked into the interior of the Xinguang sect. These leading elders communicated as they walked. As for the others, they remained silent. At this moment, a rather frivolous voice was heard. Hey, isn't this Jiang Ran? How did you escape to the Xinguang sect? Everyone looked over and saw a foundation establishment cultivator with a rather frivolous face. And in the Xinguang sect, a young girl had a pale face. She was Jiang Ran. Qi Yuan had met her twice before. Qi Yuan knew that Jiang Ran had a special physique and was regarded as a cauldron by the Black Chicken Old Demon. Last time, Jiang Ran and Jiang Lingsu complained about the Black Mountain sect. Qi Yuan looked at the frivolous man. He is an ordinary demon cultivator, his face is slightly black, as if he has suffered a disaster. The disciples of the Xinguang sect also looked at the frivolous man. All of them were angry and gnashed their teeth. Shu Tianxiong. How dare you come to our Xinguang sect? It's really hateful. The frivolous man was Chu Tianxiong, who had committed a heinous crime in Rongqing. He raped several newlyweds and killed entire families. Zhang Jianghe led the Jingwantang team to arrest Chu Tianxiong. As a result, an elder from the Black Mountain sect who had reached the perfect foundation building stage appeared, beat Zhang Jianghe, and rescued Chu Tianxiong, becoming extremely arrogant. When Chu Tianxiong heard the voices of these disciples from the Xingguan sect, the mocking look on his face became even more intense. The way you gnashed your teeth is very much like that cultivator named Zhang Jianghe some time ago. When the disciples of Xingguang sect heard this, they were even more angry. After all, brother Zhang Jianghe was injured because of Chu Tianxiong some time ago. And the sins committed by Chu Tianxiong have not been punished as they deserve. At the gate of Xingguang sect, there are several white-haired old men kneeling there in the sun and rain. They are the family members of the victimized bride. As for the groom's family, no one survived, which is quite tragic. At this time, Qi Yuan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke, "Brother, I have recently practiced a way of divination. Can I tell you a fortune?" Chu Tianxiong was stunned and said with squinted eyes, "Junior brother, it's okay. I see that your forehead is black. I'm afraid there will be a disaster soon." Qi Yuan said softly. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was quiet and no one spoke. Chu Tianxiong's face was furious. He seemed to be angry, but was stopped by the ancestor Baiji. Chu Tianxiong heard the voice transmission and said 3 good words in a row. Finally, he said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, I will remember it." The Black Mountain sect was not afraid of the Divine Light sect, but they did not dare to provoke the 7-colored peak. After a storm, the foundation building conference began. The disciples of the Qi refining realm from various sects came to the arena one after another. The foundation building conference was very simple, just a battle of magic. Qi Yuan was quite bored. After all, he was in the game world every day, and this level of battle was quite boring to him. If there were not so many people, he would have wanted to take out the game jade slips to play the game. At this time, a voice sounded from Qi Yuan's ears. "Senior brother, it's your turn." Qi Yuan saw this and then slowly walked onto the stage. The Yuandan Jinren and foundation building cultivators present all set their eyes on Qi Yuan. After all, Qi Yuan was the eldest disciple of the 7-colored peak and had a very special identity. "I am Duan Tianjiao from the Demonic Desire sect. Nice to meet you, senior brother." Duan Tianjiao was dressed in black, with a curvy figure and a teardrop mole under her left eye, which made her look particularly charming. Qi Yuan from the Divine Light sect. Qi Yuan also introduced himself. He also looked at Duan Tianjiao. She is an ordinary cultivator, but has a small habit. She likes to pick her feet. Don't get kicked by her feet, or you will get athlete's foot. Qi Yuan was stunned. This girl is beautiful, but she is also good at biochemical attacks. He has to be careful. Start. With the sound of a bell, the battle began. Qi Yuan was extremely cautious and kept staring at Duan Tianjiao's feet. When he saw Duan Tianjiao flying over, he raised his hand lightly. However, before he started to use his magic power, a surprising scene happened. Puff! Duan Tianjiao flew out directly, spitting blood. Senior brother is worthy of being the eldest disciple of the 7-colored peak. The technique of poking acupoints from a distance is really powerful. Tianjiao is defeated. Duan Tianjiao stood up and admitted defeat directly. Qi Yuan was confused. "I haven't even used any strength, and you fell down?" "No, he hasn't even made a move, and the other party has already lost?" This foundation building conference. Is there something shady? The other elders of the sect and the Qi refining realm disciples in the audience were not surprised to see this. It's just that some disciples looked at Qi Yuan with a hint of jealousy. Qi Yuan stood on the ring, his sleeves rustling in the wind. Could it be that I am too handsome? The other party was impressed and gave up directly? Qi Yuan looked at Duan Tianjiao, who had given up. Well, she was a woman. It was normal for her to be impressed by his appearance. As for the looks of others looking at Qi Yuan, he seemed not to see it. Qi Yuan wins this battle. Qi Yuan accepted this result with peace of mind. Qi Yuan left the ring. It was the turn of other cultivators to perform martial arts and fight, and they were having a lot of fun. Qi Yuan sat upright in the crowd, watching drowsy. The Prince of Changshan stroked his beard with a smile on his face. "Brother Qi, you have obtained the first-grade foundation building spiritual object Manhwa fruit. You have a promising future." Qi Yuan was a little confused. "The fight is not over yet. How does the prince know that I can come out on top?" The Prince of Changshan smiled but said nothing. Time passed quickly. It was time for Qi Yuan to go on stage again. This time, Qi Yuan faced a sword cultivator from the floating mountain. Sword cultivators are quite rare in the Great Shang Kingdom. Qi Yuan also took it seriously. He actually wanted to see whether the sword cultivator's sword controlling technique was to fly on the sword or to transform into a swordlight. Of course, he also understood that the other party was only in the chi refining realm and could not fly with a sword. Please teach me. Sword is a gentleman. Chi Yuan was humble and polite in front of the boy with a sharp look. The sword cultivator boy on the floating mountain held an iron sword in his hand, and with a cold light flashing, he pointed the iron sword at Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan stretched out his finger and turned it into a sword finger. In the game world, his weapon is a big sword. The sword is away. A refreshing competition between men about swordsmanship is about to begin. However, at this critical moment, the sword cultivator boy's face turned pale in an instant, and he covered his stomach. What a domineering spell, hurting people invisibly. Senior brother. I admit defeat. That's right, this boy directly admitted defeat and retreated from the ring. Chi Yuan was stunned. How could this scene be a bit coincidental? Could it be that his appearance is enough to impress men? Thinking of this, Chi Yuan decided that it would be better to go out less. After another victory, Chi Yuan came down. He squinted his eyes and suddenly looked at the seven-colored peak. The peaks were majestic, interspersed like clouds, and there was a white jade palace in the distance. Master. Chi Yuan thought about it and thought of that unremarkable woman. I'm afraid that in the entire Xinguang sect, only she can be so unremarkable you have to save face to do such things. Brother Chi, is the yellow flower fruit in your pocket? The Changshan County king smiled. It is a blessing in this life to have such a master. After the first grade foundation building spiritual object yellow flower fruit came into the world, the cultivators of these big sects and big families were indeed quite excited and were ready to fight. Unfortunately, the peak master of the seven-colored peak sent a carrier pigeon to other sections. There was no inducement, only coercion and some favors. These people from the big sects were helpless and unwilling to accept it, and they could only hold it in. After all, there is only one such shameless cultivator, and his strength is so strong. They still have to sell the face of the peak master of the seven-colored peak, so they came here and made such a scene. Of course, other chi refining realm disciples will still try their best to fight when they meet each other. Foundation building spiritual objects are not only like Wanwali. Chi Yuan looked at the Changshan County king and said slowly, "My master has such a big face?" Rather than saying that he has a big face, it's better to say that he is strong. The prince of Changshan revealed a look of reminiscence. 30 years ago, the Devil's Desire sect was ambitious and seemed to want to unify the Shang dynasty and become the leader of the immortal way. Do you know what happened later? Chi Yuan revealed a curious look and listened carefully. To be honest, he has only been in this world for half a year. He has not spent much time with his master, and he does not know much about his master. He only knows that she is very beautiful. Your master, the leader of the seven-colored peak, went to the Devil's Desire sect alone. She said that she fell in love with the ancient Chichuan tree that the Devil's Desire sect had just planted. At that time, the Devil's Desire sect was in full swing, and it was inevitable that they would have a fight. No one knows how it went, but we only know that your master planted the ancient Chichuan tree on the seven-colored peak. The prince of Changshan had a smile in his eyes. Since then, the Devil's Desire sect has never mentioned becoming the leader of the immortal way of the Shang dynasty again. Of course, it is precisely because of this incident that the seven-colored peak master has done a favor to all the major immortal sects, so this time they will give the seven-colored peak master a favor and hand over the first-grade foundation-building spiritual object to her disciples. When Chi Yuan heard this, he said without hesitation, "The domineering master fell in love with me?" The smile on the face of the Changshan County king restrained. "You guy, keep your voice down, don't implicate me." The Changshan County king was very afraid of the seven-colored peak master. It is rumored that the man is a great cultivator in the late stage of the divine infant. If it weren't for his body injured, he has already entered the realm of Purple Mansion. In the following process, Chi Yuan's fighting skills can be said to be unimpeded. As long as he goes on stage, his opponents will admit defeat. I'm afraid that before coming, they have been warned by their elders not to hurt the beloved disciple of the seven-color peak master. However, when Chi Yuan entered the last round of fighting skills, an accident happened. Black Mountain Sect, Xu Yundong, please teach me, senior brother. Xu Yundong was dressed in black, exuding a strong murderous aura. He did not admit defeat as soon as he came up, but looked at Chi Yuan with a serious face. Chi Yuan was not surprised. "Please teach me," he said, looking at a strange-shaped magic weapon in Xu Yundong's hand. It was like a feather duster, with black chicken feathers on it, lined up in rows, and extremely hard. This is a foundation-building magic weapon. When it is used, the chicken feathers will scatter and can hurt the foundation. The elders of the major sects off the field saw this scene and all showed surprised expressions, and some looked at the ancestor of worshipping chickens, wondering what he was thinking. The Black Mountain sect is quite ambitious. Elder Feihua of the Demon Desire sect looked at the old ancestor Baiji. The old ancestor Baiji smiled and said, "Everyone can get the spiritual objects for foundation building. Otherwise, what is the reason for holding this foundation building conference? Even the foundation building instruments are used." The master of the spectral sword of the floating mountain narrowed his eyes and stared at the old ancestor Baiji, the black chicken old demon. Is his cultivation level a little more advanced? The others also looked at the old ancestor Baiji, wanting to learn more about the black chicken old demon from him. The Black Mountain sect suddenly attacked, and no one would believe it if there was no instruction from the black chicken old demon behind it. The black chicken old demon is in the middle stage of the divine infant, and the peak master of the seven colors peak is suspected to be an injured late stage of the divine infant. Could it be that the black chicken old demon has broken through to the late stage of the divine infant? From a small matter, everyone present glimpsed a lot. Chu Tianxiong also showed a happy smile. Before, he was told by Qi Yuan that there would be a disaster, and he wanted to get angry, but was dissuaded by the old ancestor. Now seeing this scene, he is particularly proud. He wanted to see Chu Yundong use the foundation-building magic weapon to defeat Qi Yuan and seize the first-grade foundation-building spiritual object. The elders of the sects on the field no longer paid attention to the win or loss on the field, but thought about how to pass the information back to the sect. Only the Changshan County King and Chu Tianxiong were still paying attention to the arena. Unfortunately, due to the rules, the Changshan County King could not remind Qi Yuan to be careful of the foundation-building magic weapon in Chu Yundong's hand. Begin! As the bell rang, the final battle began. The disciples of the Xinguang sect all looked at the ring, with worries on their faces. Qi Yuan also moved at this time. Since the opponent was holding a foundation-building magic weapon, then let the opponent not be able to exert the power of the foundation-building magic weapon. Although, he was not afraid. But if it can be easily solved, why bother? A little stealth technique. In an instant, Qi Yuan's figure disappeared from the ring. Chu Yundong was stunned for a moment. Where is the person? At this time, a huge fist landed on the back of his head. Bang! Chu Yundong didn't react at all and was knocked down by a punch. Qi Yuan has been playing games for so long and has rich experience in killing monsters. What flick sniping, what positioning, what combo, it's easy, practice makes perfect. Dealing with a Chu Yundong, isn't it easy? Qi Yuan knocked Chu Yundong down with one blow, and then cast a dust-clearing technique on his fist. Who knows if Chu Yundong has dandruff on his head? He held out his fist, just like a boxing champion. I won. Unfortunately, there were no boxing girls holding up signs for him, and no bold people even gave him a hot kiss. Only the old man with a long beard, the Prince of Changshan, stood up and waved to Qi Yuan enthusiastically without any grace. Xinguang sect, Qi Yuan wins. As this voice sounded, everyone finally noticed what was happening on the ring. Chu Tianxiong looked gloomy and looked at Chu Yundong, who fell to the ground. Waste. The old ancestor Baiji was also stunned for a moment, but he didn't say anything after all. The other disciples of the sect were not surprised to see this. Qi Yuan was the chief disciple of the Seven Colors Peak after all. Even if there was no shady deal in this foundation building conference, he might have a chance to win. Of course, if the head of the Seven Colors Peak hadn't said hello in advance, this foundation building conference might not be so harmonious, and the outcome is still unknown. You are worthy of being the eldest disciple of the Seven Colors Peak. You are not just a person who cultivates magic power at first glance, and your fighting skills are so profound. Brother, how did you win? Asked the disciple of the Xinguang sect. In their opinion, Qi Yuan was a cultivator from the Qi lineage, with good talent, but how about fighting? Everyone knew that the eldest brother of the Seven Colors Peak had never been to the fighting hall to compete. He was obsessed with games all day, or walking around with a kitchen knife. Play more games. Qi Yuan answered sincerely. The disciples who heard this laughed. Qi Yuan walked off the stage, feeling relaxed. This foundation building conference was held in a sloppy manner, and ended in a sloppy manner. When he got off the stage, he saw a white-haired elder of the sect looking at him kindly. The elder held a brown wooden box in his hand, on which there were patterns of flying birds, fish, and insects. Qi Yuan, this is the reward for this foundation building conference, the first-grade foundation building spiritual object manhua fruit. The elder of the sect handed the box to Qi Yuan. The disciples of the Xinguang sect or other disciples around him were extremely jealous. Even some elders were extremely jealous. Qi Yuan also had stars in his eyes. Tens of thousands of spiritual stones. These are tens of thousands of spiritual stones. The elder of the sect encouraged, I hope you can use this foundation building spiritual object to build a foundation as soon as possible and add more combat power to the sect. Foundation building? Shi Yuan did not want to use manhua fruit to build a foundation. After all, he had a better choice. To build a foundation, build the best one, the Heavenly Tao Foundation. The Heavenly Tao Foundation building that Deacon Su Rinshan talked about last time has entered his mind. Of course, he didn't say these words. Under the envious gaze of the crowd, Shi Yuan bid farewell to the elders of the major sects and prepared to return to the seven-colored peak. You kid, given time, will surely be on our great Shang Tianjil list. The foundation building conference is over, and I'm going to go to your sect leader for a drink. After the Changshan County king finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and left, free and easy. In the crowd, Chu Tianxiong looked at Shi Yuan, with a glimmer of greed in his eyes. At this time, Shi Yuan seemed to notice Chu Tianxiong. With a concerned look on his face, this senior brother, you have to be careful recently, the blood disaster on you is getting stronger. He felt that Chu Tianxiong was not far from death. I just don't know who should be hit by this blood disaster. Chu Tianxiong heard this, his face became even uglier. Humph, you should care about your junior sister Jiangran, I think she is the one who has the blood disaster. Huh, is that so? I have to do some divination for junior sister Jiangran as well. Shi Yuan said, as if he really took Chu Tianxiong's words seriously. She is an ordinary cultivator. Recently, auspicious light has emerged from her body, and it seems that something happy is going to happen. After reading it, he looked at Chu Tianxiong. My divination tells me that junior sister Jiangran seems to have something happy. Otherwise, you go to kowtow to junior sister Jiangran and get some good luck. Maybe some disasters will be dispelled. Shi Yuan said it very sincerely, and he really cared about Chu Tianxiong. Chu Tianxiong was furious, and finally left in anger, too lazy to continue communicating with Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan sighed. He said, a dog bites Lu Dongbin, who doesn't know the kindness of a good person. As he said this, he took the yellow fruit and prepared to return to the seven-colored peak. Since his master cared about him so much, he had to show some courtesy. Brother Shi Yuan, thank you. Just then, Jiang Ran came over, her eyes were still a little red. Today, Chu Tianxiong attacked her, and she was very scared. In the end, it was brother Shi Yuan who stepped forward and helped her. Shi Yuan was stunned. What are you thanking me for? Thank you brother Shi Yuan for saving me, and also said that Chu Tianxiong had a blood disaster, which made him furious. Jiang Ran felt a little relieved when he said this. Shi Yuan smiled, what I said is true, he is in danger of bloodshed. It's a pity that he doesn't listen to advice. If he kowtows to you, maybe the bloodshed will really be gone. People have to listen to advice. I knew a person who was particularly good at listening to advice, and he became a big anchor in the end. Jiang Ran listened to Qi Yuan's messy words, and his inner sorrow dissipated a lot. Senior brother, you are really interesting. However, thinking of something, Jiang Ran said solemnly, Senior brother, you have to be careful of Chu Tianxiong. He is a cruel and vindictive person. Recently. Try not to leave the sect. Little Chu Tianxiong, what is there to be afraid of? I chopped off his dog head with one knife, which just happened to bring him bloodshed. Qi Yuan said casually. Jiang Ran knew Qi Yuan was not being serious, but he still said, Chu Tianxiong is a strong foundation-building person, and his wife was given to the black chicken old demon as a concubine. Because of this, he is particularly favored by the Black Mountain sect. No matter what, senior brother should be careful. Qi Yuan raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that this guy would wear a hat on his head. He is quite security conscious. After finishing the conversation with Jiang Ran, Qi Yuan left with the yellow flower fruit. Jiang Ran looked at Qi Yuan's back and sighed faintly. With a first-grade foundation-building spiritual object, senior brother may be able to enter the realm of the divine infant in 500 years. I wonder if I will still be alive by then. The black chicken old demon was like a thick cloud of sorrow, pressing on her heart. And the arrogant and cruel Chu Tianxiong was even more of a thorn, which made all the disciples of the Xinguang sect and Jiang Ran disgusted. After all, Chu Tianxiong had not been punished for the sins he committed in Rongqing some time ago. When Jiang Ran learned that the Black Mountain sect had chosen to rest in Rongqing tonight, he was even more angry and felt powerless. Qi Yuan returned to the seven-colored peak with the first-grade foundation-building spiritual object Manhua fruit. Soon, he returned to the courtyard. Junior sister Jiang Lingsu was practicing and seemed to have reached a critical point. Qi Yuan glanced at the thatched hut of the junior sister. There was white mist inside. The junior sister's practice seemed to have reached a critical moment. Qi Yuan passed the thatched hut and walked up the mountain. Not long after, a barrier appeared in front of Qi Yuan. It was the restriction set by Master Ruan Ishi to prevent Qi Yuan from going up the mountain. Open sesame! Qi Yuan tried to shout. Unfortunately, the restriction did not move at all. Could it be that I misunderstood Master's meaning? Qi Yuan was distressed. Master won the first grade foundation building spiritual object for him. Is there any need to think about this intention? Could it be that I am too reserved? Seeing this, Qi Yuan held the first grade foundation building spiritual object Huanghua fruit in his hand. He was seen lifting the Huanghua fruit up. Master, disciple Qi Yuan is here with the betrothal gift. The restriction did not move at all. Qi Yuan looked up and saw the clouds in the sky gathered at that moment, as if there was a peerless beast hidden in them. A cold wind blew, and Qi Yuan's face hurt. After a long time, these abnormalities disappeared. Qi Yuan showed a puzzled look. Could it be that I misunderstood what Master meant? No, it must be that the meaning of the yellow flower fruit is not good. Yellow flower, tomorrow's yellow flower. Or, is it possible that she is already my wife? Why should I give her a gift? Thinking of this, Qi Yuan became excited again. His eyes clearly saw. Her name is Ruan Ishi. On the surface, she is your beautiful master, but in fact, she may be your wife. He saw it with his own eyes, how could it be false? As we all know, eyes will not lie, and what you see with your eyes cannot be photoshopped. Of course, if the Chinese heard what Qi Yuan said, they might say something ridiculous. Qi Yuan put down the yellow flower fruit and prepared to go back to his thatched house. At this time, Jiang Lingsu walked out of the room with a suspicious look on her face. Big brother, did you feel something strange just now? When she was practicing, she suddenly felt the changes of the 4 seasons of heaven and earth. It seemed that there was a change in the mood of a strong man, causing the spiritual energy to fluctuate. Or it might be Master. Qi Yuan did not hide it. Master? Jiang Lingsu felt normal. She looked at Qi Yuan and felt that this abnormal senior brother must have offended her somehow. Master. If it's Master, it's normal. Jiang Lingsu's eyes fell on the box in Qi Yuan's hand, and she sniffed it. First grade foundation building spiritual object Huanghua fruit? Big brother, oh, it's not bad. She looked at Qi Yuan with a look of surprise. In her opinion, Big brother has talent, but he probably lacks the ability to fight. After all, if you are obsessed with a game, how can you have the opportunity to improve your actual combat ability? Qi Yuan also looked at Jiang Lingsu with a puzzled look. Your last name is not Zhou, right? Question mark. Jiang Lingsu was confused. Big brother's brain circuit was weird. It's the one who lives in Charlotte's shadow. Qi Yuan tried to recall. Jiang Lingsu was speechless. She felt that Big brother must have played too many games and couldn't tell the difference between games and reality. Big brother, are you going to walk the knife again later? Jiang Lingsu changed the subject, not wanting to say something inexplicable to Qi Yuan. I'm not going today. Don't you go there every day? Today I have to sharpen my knife. What are you doing? I want to eat fish. Big brother. I don't know why, but I always feel cold when you say something. In Xinguang sect, Zhang Zhanghe's face was a little pale. It was obvious that he had not fully recovered from his last injury. The doctor of Xingyao Peak said softly, your injury is not completely healed yet, are you still going? Zhang Zhanghe said gloomily, as the disciple on duty of Jin Guangtang, I must go. Otherwise, if something like that happens again in Rongqing, how can I live in this world with dignity? Alas, you are just too strong-willed. The doctor said with regret, and applied the prepared liquid medicine on Zhang Zhanghe's body. Zhang Zhanghe had just broken through the foundation building stage, and had not yet practiced any healing secrets, and was not good at wood and water Taoist methods, so his healing was extremely slow. Today, the Black Mountain sect launched an attack, showing how arrogant they are. Listening to the elders on the peak, the old black chicken demon may have entered the late stage of the divine infant. That Chu Tianxiong may be even more arrogant. They chose to spend the night in Rongqing, which must be a sinister intention. The doctor was worried about Zhang Zhanghe. If I go, they will be afraid to use force. Do they dare to kill me? Zhang Zhanghe said, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes, everyone from the Black Mountain sect should die. He knew that the Black Mountain sect was a sinister existence. It can be said that there is no disciple in their sect who can stop them. One of them is a good person, and all of them are evil cultivators with blood on their hands. A few years ago, a Yuandan elder of the Black Mountain sect refined a soul-calling flag and stripped the souls of the creatures in a town. Afterwards, the Yuandan elder shamelessly said that he saw that the people in that town were used to being lazy, so he found something for them to do. Those demons have actually lost their humanity. The doctor also understood Zheng Jianghe's thoughts, and he couldn't help but say, "They dare not kill you, but they can hurt you, you should be careful this time." Rongqing. A spacious house, but there is no one living there. There seems to be broken red paper cuts on the broken windows. In the pond in the yard, a few fish are swaying their tails, as if waiting for people to feed them. There are faint traces of blood on the mossy marble. Chu Tianxiang stepped into the house and laughed heartily. "Elder, let's stay here tonight." Ancestor Baiji looked at the house and showed a satisfied smile. "Tianxiang, you are still good at doing things. Living here will definitely annoy those hypocritical and upright people." Next to him, the other disciples of the Black Mountain sect stepped forward and asked, "Deacon Tianxiang, is there anything strange here? Why does living here make the Xingguan sect feel uncomfortable?" Chu Tianxiang laughed when he heard it. "That's because, half a month ago, the man of this family got married. The lady he married was so beautiful, 3 times more beautiful than my master's wife." Hearing this, the eyes of the Black Mountain sect disciples present lit up. 3 times more beautiful than master's wife? Deacon Tianxiang, you are so lucky. I was about to. In front of her husband, but I didn't expect that woman to be so fierce that she crashed into the pillar and died. Look, it's the pillar in front. I killed her here for half an incense stick of time, and then I slept with her body in my arms for a night. Deacon Tianxiang, how does the body smell? Humph. Chu Tianxiang snorted coldly. "You people, do you think I'm the kind of lustful and bloodthirsty person? If you look at me like this, you are looking down on me. I robbed my newlywed wife and killed her whole family. Of course, the reason is not simple human desires, but to cultivate a Taoist method. If a person is controlled by simple desires, he is not worthy of embarking on the path of cultivating immortals." When the other disciples of the Black Mountain sect heard this, they all showed admiration. Deacon Tianxiang said it well. Taoism is supreme. Deacon Tianxiang, when I entered the city today, I seemed to hear the sound of firecrackers and gongs, as if someone was getting married. I deliberately released a spirit insect to follow and wrote down the address. Deacon Tianxiang, do you want to practice Taoism with your junior brothers at night? A disciple of the Black Mountain sect said flatteringly. Chu Tianxiang smiled with satisfaction when he heard it. "Lu Wei, right? You know how to do things. I'll remember you. Tonight, I'll let you be the first to taste the taste of the bride." Everyone laughed. However, Chu Tianxiang thought of something, and his face was fierce. Today, Shi Yuan, the eldest disciple of the 7 Colors Peak, is really too much. If he didn't have a good master, I would definitely let him understand what a disaster and hell on earth are. Deacon Tianxiang, I heard that Shi Yuan has a problem with his brain. Why should senior brother bother with a fool? When we unify the great Shangshouxian world, senior brother can do whatever he wants to that fool. The night gradually became darker. At this moment, there was a knock at the door that seemed to be very regular. The people from the Black Mountain sect in the yard stopped talking. Chu Tianxiang looked at the gate and said, "Lu Wei, go and take a look." Lu Wei stood up and walked towards the gate. The door opened, and a man wearing a mask appeared in everyone's sight. The mask was very simple, and even had no facial features, and was very flat. When Lu Wei saw the person coming, he couldn't help but show a playful look in his eyes. "What are you doing here?" The masked man took out a kitchen knife, and he slowly spoke with a hoarse voice. "I'm a little hungry, I'm going to kill some fish to eat." "A fool?" Lu Wei was stunned. Chu Tianxiang noticed what happened at the gate, and a voice came, "There are fish in the pond, let him in." Lu Wei smiled. "Deacon Tianxiang is kind, I will give you a fish to eat." Inside the yard, someone asked, "Deacon Tianxiang, why did you let him in?" Chu Tianxiang replied, "It's boring here, so I'm looking for fun." That man is crazy, but his skin is quite white. They are very courageous and strong, and they are not worried about encountering difficult problems. Moreover, they did not find any dangerous aura on the masked man. The masked man entered the yard with a kitchen knife. The ancestor Baiji was practicing in the inner courtyard, and the others watched. They all looked at the masked man with a playful expression. When the masked man came up to him, Chu Tianxiang suddenly stopped him. "Take off the mask and let me see what you look like." The masked man paused for a long time and spoke, seeming to be very hesitant. "Do you really want to see it?" "Ha, why, you don't want to show me? Are you extremely ugly?" "If you are ugly, I will change your face." The Black Mountain sect laughed, and the moonlight shone on their faces, looking extremely ferocious. "Alas, before I put on this mask today, I said that people who see my face will not have a good end." "What bad end? Tell me," Chu Tianxiang said. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened to everyone. I saw that the masked man picked up a kitchen knife. A white light flashed, and everyone had no time to react. Chu Tianxiang's huge head fell directly to the ground. His face, still with the previous smile, was frozen at that moment. Everyone present was shocked. Things happened too fast and too suddenly. The masked man looked at Chu Tianxiong's head and said thoughtfully, "So, your disaster should be on me. Meeting me is your disaster. If there is a next life, I will be reincarnated as an ant. I am kind-hearted and never use hot water to scald ant nests." The others were at a loss, furious, and shocked. Deacon Tianxiong. How brave! Traitor! Although these disciples were afraid in their hearts, they all reacted and attacked the masked man. Seeing this, the masked man showed a relaxed smile in his eyes. "The monsters in the game have no health bars, and you don't have health bars either. Is there any difference between you and monsters?" "Oh no, there is still some difference. You will scream, so I don't need to dub it myself. Sure enough, I was born to be useful, and you will all scream in pain. It rhymes. I am really a genius." At the moment when everyone was puzzled, confused, afraid, and furious, he held a kitchen knife, like the most elegant dancer. The knife rose and fell. 8 cuts in summer. Ah! Run! Who the hell are you? In an instant, most of the Black Mountain sect disciples present had died. Only 4 or 5 were left, trembling in fear. At this time, an angry voice came from the inner courtyard. "You are so brave." The old ancestor who was originally practicing finally woke up and took action. The remaining disciples of the Black Mountain sect all showed surprise after surviving a disaster. Although the masked man in front of him was extremely terrifying, he was definitely not a Yuandan. With the roar of the old ancestor Baiji, a Dan light rushed towards the masked man. Seeing this, the masked man held a kitchen knife and roared, "Heaven-cutting sword technique." This was the first time he used this big skill in reality. The idea was tough, so he had to use a big move. He jumped up, and the moonlight poured on his white robe. The part of the human body outlined emitted a faint white light. His whole figure seemed extremely illusory, only the outline was extremely solid. In the sight of the old ancestor Baiji, it was as if a kitchen knife was cut out from the moon. An extremely surging and unimaginable knife light rushed directly towards the old ancestor Baiji. For some reason, the old ancestor Baiji actually had a look of fear at this moment. You know, he is a Yuandan. The other party must not be a Yuandan. The knife light was so powerful that it instantly submerged the elixir light of the ancestor Baiji. The next moment, the knife light directly cut through everything, and also shattered the elixir light of the ancestor Baiji. The ancestor Baiji, who had appeared to be extremely majestic, was directly killed by a knife. The round golden elixir also turned into a broken ball at this moment, with thousands of holes on it. The masked man was stunned. That's it? He knew he would win, but he didn't expect that he would win so easily. Maybe he was too powerful. Maybe his knife was also very good. Maybe. He looked at the small golden elixir on the ground and commented, "His golden elixir is too small, and the elixir light is not good. He couldn't even catch my knife." It seems that if he wants to form an elixir in the future, he has to form a bigger golden elixir, and the elixir light must be more. The masked man said, looking up at the moon in the sky. "At least, the elixir light should be as much as the moonlight, right?" At this time, the remaining 2 or 3 kittens were shaking constantly, and some ran away directly. Seeing this, the masked man chanted, "I am a native of my country, and I love to kill whole families." After that, he chopped the kitten with a knife, and the little cat was dead. The masked man looked at the corpse on the ground, and he slowly walked towards the pond. "It's time to catch a fish to eat," he said, rolled up his trousers, cleaned the kitchen knife by the pond, and then caught a black fish. The water in the pond was clear and green, and the masked man put his hand in. Several black fish immediately swam towards the masked man, as if they thought he was feeding them. The masked man grabbed a fish with one hand, which was extremely slippery and sticky. The fish lay quietly without struggling. The masked man suddenly smiled, "I still don't want to eat fish." With a wave of his hand, a stream of water jumped up, and the fish in his hand entered the water. The masked man looked at the black fish. "Tell your mother that you are about to sail away." He put the black fish into a bamboo tube and put it on his waist. He looked at the corpse on the ground, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. "Do you want to touch the corpse?" Zhang Jianghe was dressed in black, and his expression was extremely gloomy. "People from the Black Mountain sect, living in the Chen Mansion?" The law enforcement disciple of the Jingguan Hall nodded, and the anger in his eyes seemed to be transformed into substance and gushed out. "Yes." Zhang Jianghe held the Ianwood pearl in his hand, and he crushed it directly. "The Black Mountain sect is too much. Just half a month ago, Chu Tianxiong slaughtered the Chen Mansion. The family was celebrating and should have been happy, but dozens of people were brutally killed overnight, and the bride also went to the underworld. At that time, when Zhang Jianghe rushed to the Chen mansion, he saw a scene like purgatory. At that time, the father of the bride rushed to the Chen mansion and kept kneeling down to him. He could not forget the scene of the white-haired old man kneeling in front of him. In particular, after Chu Tianxiang left, the stubborn father, with his wife, knelt outside the mountain gate of the Xinguang sect for more than 10 days. Zhang Jianghe had a deep memory. And at this time, Chu Tianxiang chose to live in the Chen mansion. What was his idea? Let's go, follow me to the Chen mansion. Zhang Jianghe gritted his teeth. Originally, he wanted to ask some people to watch outside the Chen mansion to prevent Chu Tianxiang from doing evil again, but after thinking about it, he decided to go by himself. A group of people took advantage of the night and rushed to the Chen mansion. Their faces all looked grim, because they knew that they could do nothing to Chu Tianxiang and other disciples of the Black Mountain sect. It was like this last time, and it was like this time as well. The smell of blood. Suddenly, Zhang Jianghe stopped, sniffed hard, and performed a Taoist method to expand his sense of smell, and the smell of blood became stronger. The source of the smell came from the Chen mansion in front, where Chu Tianxiang and other disciples of the Black Mountain sect were. Zhang Jianghe's eyes showed worry. Could it be that the disciples of the Black Mountain sect have caused another massacre in Rongqing? Go! Everyone quickly sped up and rushed to the Chen mansion. At this time, the gate a squeak sounded, and a man in a white robe wearing a strange mask walked out of the Chen mansion. Zhang Jianghe was startled. He looked at the masked man and became alert. Someone from the Black Mountain sect? No. The disciples of the Black Mountain sect all have a faint smell of blood all over their bodies. But this masked man doesn't have that. How did he come out of the Chen mansion? What about the disciples of the Black Mountain sect? Senior. Zhang Jianghe hesitated for a moment and finally spoke. There are many disciples of the Black Mountain sect in the Chen mansion. Please be careful, the disciples of the Black Mountain sect are always fierce. Although the other party may be familiar with the Black Mountain sect, he still reminded to avoid accidents. Qi Yuan saw Zhang Jianghe and naturally recognized him. He said in a hoarse voice, the people of the Black Mountain sect are very well behaved. I want to eat fish, so they opened the door and let me go in to catch fish. Zhang Jianghe was stunned. The other disciples of the Xinguang sect were also surprised and confused. My wife is about to give birth, I have to go, Qi Yuan said, and ran away. Only Zhang Jianghe and others were left in the mess in the night. But soon, Zhang Jianghe set his sights on the gate of Chen mansion. The closer he got, the stronger the smell of blood. He walked forward. Dong dong. The knock on the door sounded, and the silent night seemed particularly deep. And inside the Chen mansion, it was quiet, without any response. Zhang Jianghe and the others looked at each other, and a terrifying thought came to his mind. He suppressed the excitement in his heart. He and the others looked at each other, then raised his foot and kicked hard. The door opened in response. Everyone looked over and took a breath of cold air. I saw that there were more than a dozen corpses placed in the yard of Chen mansion. Zhang Jianghe saw a head. That was Chu Tianxiang's head. Baoji Patriarch, that is Baiji Patriarch. A disciple of Xinguang sect trembled and shouted. Zhang Jianghe looked over and saw that the previously majestic Baiji Patriarch had been cut in half. His eyes widened, revealing an unbelievable look. This is the Yuandan Jinren who has formed a golden elixir. Just die here. Zhang Jianghe suddenly laughed and said good 3 times in a row. He thought of the weirdo he had just met. Could it be? That person killed him. Although he already had some guesses in his mind, he was still extremely shocked when he really saw it. However, Zhang Jianghe quickly suppressed this emotion. He knew that this matter was very big and the consequences were extremely serious. The Black Mountain sect was not strong, with only a few Yuandan Jinren, but behind the Black Mountain sect was the Black Chicken Demon. Someone, light a fire and burn this place down. Zhang Jianghe said. Following the order, the disciples of the Xinguang sect quickly took action, prepared torches, and set the Chen mansion on fire. Zhang Jianghe wanted to destroy the scene for the masked man. Although, the effect might not be too great. But it's better than nothing. Outside the gate of the Xinguang sect, the sunset had already ended, and the moon rose slowly. The Xinguang sect seemed a little chilly at night. The white-haired old man knelt outside the gate of the Xinguang sect, with dense cold sweat on his forehead. He was in his twilight years and could lose his life at any time. Maybe he fell or maybe he slept. Old man, go back. The old woman's hair was white and a little messy, but looking at her clothes, she knew that she was definitely a person who was particular in the past. I'll kneel for a while. If there is a passing immortal master who sees it, maybe he will be moved by me and avenge Cici. The old woman looked at the stubborn old man with mist in her eyes. Mortals like them, living in the world of immortal cultivation, depend on fate. Born in the area where the Black Mountain sect is located, the fate is extremely miserable. Under the rule of a righteous sect like the Xinguang sect, they would be much luckier. However, in the eyes of the high and mighty immortals, aren't they still ants? Facing Chu Tianxiong, they had no power to take revenge and could only rely on the Xinguang sect. Now they were like people who stopped the emperor to complain. Fortunately, no one here persuaded them to go back. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came. I caught a bluefish today. I'm in a good mood. Please have some fish soup. Shi Yuan appeared with 2 bowls of fish soup in his hands. The aroma was very tempting. The old man saw this and showed an excited look on his face. He was about to kowtow. Please, master, make a decision for my poor daughter. Shi Yuan flicked his fingers and a spiritual power stabilized the old man, so he didn't kowtow. Shi Yuan brought the fish soup to the 2 of them. The sect already knows about your affairs. Drink this bowl of soup and take a good rest. Shi Yuan turned around and had a little realization. The great man is right. If the sky has feelings, it will also grow old. The righteous path of the world is vicissitudes. Since ancient times, love has been empty and hateful. This hatred will last forever. Justice delayed is not justice. My heart is at peace where it belongs. Shi Yuan was talking nonsense again. At the end, he sighed again. I hope that those who hear me will not be misled by me. After speaking, his figure disappeared. The old couple kept kowtowing, and finally joy appeared in their eyes. The immortal master noticed them. Their persistence was not in vain. Of course, in this world, there are more persistence that ends in vain. Big brother. A crisp voice came. Shi Yuan put on his clothes and rubbed his sleepy eyes. He yawned, glanced at the black fish in the fish tank, and walked out of the yard. What's wrong, so early in the morning? Outside the yard, 2 beauties, Jiang Lingsu and Jiang Ran, stood side by side, one innocent and cute, the other beautiful and pretty. Shi Yuan felt relieved. Sure enough, beautiful things always make people feel happy. Brother Shi Yuan, I have good news to share with you. Jiang Ran smiled on her pretty face. Yesterday, the disciples of the Black Mountain sect spent the night in Rongqing and were killed by a mysterious master. Chu Tianxiong died, and the ancestor Baiji also died. When Jiang Ran mentioned this, his face was full of joy. Shi Yuan slapped his thigh. I didn't expect that my divination skills would be so powerful. However, thinking of something, he changed his words and said, I said I was good at divination, and I could tell at a glance that the boy was in danger of bloodshed. See, you didn't listen to me, so you died, you really deserve it. Seeing this, Jiang Lingsu smiled helplessly. I really don't know which master did such a gratifying thing. I heard that today, a Yuandan elder from the Black Mountain sect who happened to be nearby arrived and inspected the scene. And last night, our Xinguang sect also had elders who went to Rongqing. Although the scene was burned, we have obtained a lot of clues. When Shi Yuan heard this, his heart tightened slightly. What clues? The one who slaughtered the disciples of the Black Mountain sect was a masked man. The elders said that the mysterious masked man should be a sword cultivator, but in order to avoid exposing the traces of Taoism, he deliberately changed his knife to slaughter the disciples of the Black Mountain sect. Jiang Lingsu has always been concerned about the news in the Xinguang sect and knows a lot. What knife? I don't know. Jiang Lingsu shook his head. It's not a kitchen knife, is it? Shi Yuan took out the knife and waved it. Jiang Lingsu covered her mouth and chuckled. How is it possible? Jiang Ran's innocent face also smiled, and a hint of charm naturally revealed in his smile. If they were killed by a kitchen knife, it would be aggrieved and relieved. Jiang Lingsu also added, rumor has it that the ancestor of the chicken worship was killed by a knife that shattered the protective elixir and shattered the golden elixir. It can be seen that the knife must be a powerful magic weapon. How can it be compared with a kitchen knife? Shi Yuan was immediately dissatisfied. All things are equal. How can you look down on my knife? My family, I have a kitchen knife, and I can chop off that guy's head with one knife. Jiang Ran smiled lightly and said nothing. Jiang Lingsu and Shi Yuan started to argue. All things are equal. Why do you insult dogs, senior brother? Shi Yuan did not continue on this topic. He held the kitchen knife and said worriedly, I have a kitchen knife, and the disciples of the Black Mountain sect died under the knife. Do you think that the Black Mountain sect will suspect that I killed Chu Tianxiong? Jiang Ran was stunned and wanted to laugh. Although she had not received professional training, she still held it back. Jiang Lingsu smiled lightly. Senior brother, you think too much. You should build the foundation first. Let's talk about the foundation. Let's be civilized. Question mark. Jiang Ran and Jiang Lingsu simply couldn't keep up with Shi Yuan's train of thought. Shi Yuan looked worried. Yesterday I kindly reminded Chu Tianxiong, but to outsiders, I seem to have a dispute with him. Do you think others would think that I argued with Chu Tianxiong and held a grudge, so I went out at night to kill them all? Jiang Ran and Jiang Lingsu were completely speechless. Big brother, don't worry, no one will doubt you. Then if someone asks, you have to testify for me and say that I didn't go out last night. I was on the seven-colored peak the whole time, drinking and playing rock paper scissors with you too. Okay. Jiang Lingsu held her forehead. Jiang Ran also had a smile on her lips. Obviously, after Chu Tianxiong's death, she was in a much better mood, and the haze on her face temporarily disappeared. Qi Yuan lowered his head, still looking a little scared. What do you think? If the Black Mountain sect doesn't believe your confession and forcibly arrests me, will the Divine Light sect protect me? Jiang Lingsu was completely speechless. Senior brother, I don't think you should worry about yourself now. You should be worried about the masked man like us. After all, he is facing the Black Mountain sect and the Black Chicken Old Demon. After a few people communicated for a while, Jiang Lingsu and Jiang Ran left. Jiang Lingsu still had a helpless look on her face. My senior brother is a good person, but his personality, as you can see, is a bit crazy and weird. Jiang Ran smiled sweetly. Actually, senior brother Qi Yuan is quite interesting like this. Well, it's really interesting. You don't have to have so many worries. You can be worry-free. Jiang Lingsu thought of something and couldn't help but sigh. There was a huge rock in her heart that she couldn't let go. Senior brother Qi Yuan is still worry-free? Qi Yuan was alone in the room, pacing. His face was filled with worry. I was careless last night. Just wearing a mask is not perfect. I should have dressed as a woman so that I would not reveal my gender. Oh, they know the murderer used a knife. What if they associated with me? The Black Mountain sect will not come to trouble me, right? Qi Yuan became more and more worried and angry. Although, what he did was almost perfect. But what if there is an innate saint hidden in the Black Mountain sect who figures out that it was him? He has imagined that the elders of the Black Mountain sect came to the Xinguang sect and approached the peak. He was weak, pitiful, and helpless. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His face flushed and his neck thickened. Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient road, there is a fragrant grass. The Black Mountain sect is really a waste of money. Didn't I just eliminate a few evils on behalf of the moon? They united to bully me, a 229-month-old child? Is there any law or justice? This is too much. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the poor young man. No, I have to take revenge. Qi Yuan sharpened his knife. He found a hat in the house and covered his head to avoid being seen. After thinking about it, he also touched the potash and smeared it on his face. Looking at himself in the mirror, Qi Yuan felt a little safe. He put the kitchen knife on his waist and sneaked away from the Seven Colors Peak. Not long after, Jiang Lingsu came to Qi Yuan's yard. Big brother, are you there? She shouted, but got no response. Strange, wasn't Big Brother in the yard the whole time? When did he leave? Why didn't I notice it? You know, she had established her foundation last night and officially became a foundation-building cultivator. Her perception has improved a lot. She should be able to sense that the eldest brother has left. How strange. She was surprised, and her eyes fell on a glass water tank. She looked at the black fish swimming in the water tank and murmured, "Is this the fish that the eldest brother caught last night? It doesn't seem to be a wild fish." She thought for a while, and left the eldest brother's yard without thinking anymore. At this time, in the Xinguang sect, in the library, Qi Yuan climbed to the third floor. He was hiding in a corner, secretly checking the information about the strength of the Black Mountain sect. Qi Yuan looked at the books seriously. The worry on his brow gradually relaxed. That's all the Black Mountain sect is? Originally, the Black Mountain sect was very active in the Great Shang Kingdom. Qi Yuan thought that the Black Mountain sect was absolutely strong. However, now it seems that the Black Mountain sect's own strength can only belong to the third echelon in the Great Shang Kingdom. The first echelon is the three major immortal cultivation sections. The second echelon is at least one Shenying fighting force, or the means to resist the attack of the Shenying strongman. But the Black Mountain sect does not have that. There are only 7 Yuandan Jinren in the Black Mountain sect. Among the 7 Yuandan Jinren, the strongest is the sect master, who is only in the middle stage of Yuandan. The rest are only in the early stage of Yuandan. This kind of strength only belongs to the third echelon in the Great Shang Kingdom. In other words, without the Black Chicken Old Demon, the Black Mountain sect is just like this? The more Qi Yuan thought about it, the more stable he felt. Daozi has awakened his spiritual wisdom. If he was in the late stage of Yuandan and the body protection Danguan was fully developed, he would still be a little afraid. There was only one yuandan in the middle stage, and several yuandan in the early stage, and the golden elixir they formed was still of low grade. His eyes lit up, and he sneered, "With this strength, you dare to come to me for trouble, you are already dead. The first to strike is the strongest, the last to strike will suffer." They certainly didn't expect that I would cross time and space, kill them in advance, and strangle this cause and effect in the cradle. Shi Yuan thought about the plan. The black chicken old demon was not in the Black Mountain sect. As long as he was fast enough, he could take revenge and run away. Unfortunately, I am still too weak, otherwise I still need to avoid the black chicken old demon? Just cut off his dog head with one knife. Black chicken old demon, I will remember you. If I can really travel through time and space, I must kill the black chicken old demon when it is still young and drink chicken soup, or dance on his grave after its lifespan ends. Chi Yuan couldn't help but think of a female hero in the Go world on Blue Star. That female hero is a strong person who understands the rules of time. She now beat the number one female chess player in the past. She beat the number one female chess player in the past. She is honored as punching Nanshan Nursing Home and kicking Beihai Kindergarten. Brother Chi Yuan, why are you here? At this moment, a familiar voice came. Zhang Jianghe was staring at Chi Yuan with a strange look on his face. When he came to the third floor of the library, Zhang Jianghe noticed Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan's dress was strange and his behavior was sneaky. He didn't look like a good person. Hiding in the corner, it would be strange if it didn't attract attention. Zhang Jianghe also looked for a long time before confirming that this was the eldest disciple of the Seven Colors Peak, senior brother Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan was also shocked when he saw Zhang Jianghe. It was like a couple doing something wrong in the library and being discovered. However, he quickly calmed down. Well, come and take a look at the information. Senior brother is also reading the information about the Black Mountain sect? I wonder if you can give me the information after reading it. I want to take these materials out of the library and hand them over to the elders. Zhang Jianghe said seriously. No problem. Chi Yuan put down all the books. He thought of something and suddenly asked, what is written here should be true, right? The black chicken old demon has never been in the Black Mountain sect? Zhang Jianghe felt that Chi Yuan's question was strange, but he answered truthfully, the black chicken old demon's dojo is in Wanyaling, 1,000 miles away from the Black Mountain sect. It is rumored that the black chicken old demon is seeking to break through to the late stage of the divine infant recently, and should be in a closed state for a short time. That's good. Chi Yuan felt relieved. Zhang Jianghe looked strange. I wonder why senior brother is investigating the Black Mountain sect? Chi Yuan looked at Zhang Jianghe and took out a kitchen knife. Do you know what this is? Senior brother's pet. Zhang Jianghe was familiar with this knife. He often saw Chi Yuan walking around with a kitchen knife. I heard that Chu Tianxiong of the Black Mountain sect and the old ancestor Baiji died under the knife of a mysterious strongman. And I also used a knife. I was afraid that the Black Mountain sect would misunderstand and think that I was the mysterious strongman. So, I have to take precautions early and see which strong men there are in the Black Mountain sect, Chi Yuan said seriously. Zhang Jianghe. He coughed and finally said, senior brother is really prepared for danger in times of peace. How could the people of the Black Mountain sect suspect you? Zhang Jianghe felt it was outrageous. But thinking of senior brother Chi Yuan's usual brain circuit, he could understand it. After all, the person who dared to call the seven-color peak master his wife in person, Chi Yuan was the only one in the entire Xinguang sect, no, the entire Dashang. Zhang Jianghe left with the book. Chi Yuanzi tilted his head and thought, it seems that I have to find an excuse to leave the sect. The Black Mountain sect is quite far from the Divine Light sect. It is not like Rongqing, where you can go back and forth in a few hours. He needs to report before leaving. After all, he is a senior disciple of a peak, not an ordinary disciple. Dong Xian hugged a pile of bamboo slips and walked quickly in the Divine Light sect. When he arrived in front of the Divine Light sect, he had no cultivation and took the initiative to break off the engagement with his fiancée. It was because of his series of actions that he was able to avoid the vortex of power struggle and come to the Xinguang sect. Just a few days ago, the residual soul in his body began to awaken. The residual soul in his body was a powerful weapon refiner who was harmed by a villain, leaving only a wisp of residual soul, which entered his body. During this period, the residual soul has been guiding him in his cultivation and teaching him the secrets of weapon refinement. Yesterday, under the guidance of the residual soul, he also picked up a few precious weapon refinement materials in the market. Master Qi, do you think that if the old black chicken demon enters the late stage of the divine infant, will the entire Great Shang fall into chaos? Dong Xian held the bamboo slips and communicated with the residual soul Master Qi in his body. Qi Lao smiled and said, you are just refining qi, why do you think so much? Are you still thinking about your power? Dong Xian was silent for a long time and replied, if I can help you to recover your strength. If you can seize power, then everything will be fine. But you have too little foundation and your mother's family is not strong enough. You should practice with peace of mind and follow the steps. With my refining skills, if there are no accidents, you will be able to enter the divine infant in a few hundred years. Strength is the foundation of everything. Qi Lao persuaded earnestly. Dong Xian has a special identity. In fact, he is an unpopular prince of the Great Shang Kingdom. Now, the emperor of the Great Shang Kingdom is old and stupid, and his lifespan is not long. And the princes are ambitious, fighting for power and profit, coveting the position of the supreme emperor. Among the many princes, Dong Xian has the worst background in foundation. Therefore, some time ago, he took the initiative to propose to cancel the engagement, retreat bravely, and come to the Xinguang sect to avoid that place of right and wrong. Suddenly, Qi Lao was surprised. Who is that person? Dong Xian looked over and saw a man in strange clothes walking on the avenue. However, he still recognized the man. Qi Yuan, the senior disciple of Qi Sei Peak. Dong Xian didn't know why Qi Lao was paying attention to that man. Did you see the kitchen knife on his waist? It must be a good thing. Unfortunately, my spiritual sense cannot be released, otherwise I will definitely be able to find out what is special about that kitchen knife. Quick, buy that kitchen knife. Qi Lao's voice was urgent. Dong Xian was stunned. If it was just an ordinary kitchen knife, and Qi Yuan was also an ordinary disciple of Xinguang sect, he might still buy it. But that's not it. Qi Lao ordered, and he still went up. Hello, senior brother Qi Yuan. Dong Xian stepped forward and looked respectful when he saw Qi Yuan. Is it you? Qi Yuan glanced at Dong Xian and couldn't help but take a half step back. People like Dong Xian who are suspected of having the fate of being the protagonist should be kept as far away as possible. In the TV or animation that Qi Yuan watched, whenever there is a close-up of a supporting character being nice to the protagonist, there is no doubt that this person is about to be stabbed, and then the protagonist will be inspired. So many TV shows have such comments. Old man Fei. Qi Yuan is not an old man, and he doesn't want to be stabbed. Senior brother Qi Yuan, I have an unwelcome request, I don't know if I should tell you. Dong Xian said. Qi Yuan hurriedly said, I shouldn't tell you. He blocked what Dong Xian was about to say. At this time, Qi Yuan also looked at Dong Xian seriously. He is an ordinary teenager. The residual soul in his body has awakened. He is a weapon refiner. This weapon refiner has taken a fancy to your kitchen knife. Qi Yuan saw that Dong Xian didn't respond, so he patted him on the shoulder and said, Young man, there is a strange fire in the kitchen of Xinyao Peak. I think it suits you very well. Qi Yuan left immediately after he finished speaking. However, he covered the aura of the knife while walking. The remnant soul just now took a fancy to his knife, which aroused his vigilance. At this time, Dong Xian was still standing there, looking confused. Strange fire? What is that? At this time, the voice of Qi Lao came. This Qi Yuan, you have to be careful, he is not as simple as he looks. Just now, when we were in close contact, I found that his kitchen knife was stained with blood. Blood? Isn't that normal? The blood of a Yuandan cultivator. Qi Lao said. Dong Xian was stunned. Yuandan cultivator? That kitchen knife killed a Yuandan cultivator? You know, Yuandan cultivators are also like royal worshippers in the Great Shang Kingdom. That ordinary kitchen knife was stained with the blood of a Yuandan cultivator? Was it given to Qi Yuan by the leader of the seven-colored peak? No wonder Qi Lao said that the kitchen knife was extraordinary. Qi Lao continued, this Qi Yuan can only be a friend, not an enemy. He hadn't said half a sentence yet, that blood was stained recently. Dong Xian couldn't help laughing and said, why would I be an enemy of the chief disciple of a peak if I have nothing to do? On the seven-colored peak, Jiang Lingsu looked surprised. Big brother, are you leaving the sect? Qi Yuan nodded, I have already talked to the leader, and he agreed to let me go out to build my foundation. Build a foundation? Jiang Lingsu was puzzled. Why do you want to leave the sect? Isn't it okay to build a foundation in the seven-colored peak? Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Jiang Lingsu was stunned. Big brother, sometimes you say something that makes sense. But I think you are definitely not doing this for building a foundation. Alas. Qi Yuan sighed, your big brother is running for his life, in order to fight for a lifetime of life. Qi Yuan felt that he was very similar to the tragic figure Nangong Daxian, who dared to fight for a lifetime of immortality. Jiang Lingsu was speechless. Big brother, please speak human language. Seeing this, Shi Yuan said, isn't it that I am afraid that the Black Mountain sect will suspect that I killed Chu Tianxiong and the others? What if the Black Chicken Demon leads his troops to the foot of the mountain and I am blocked here? Isn't it a dead end? It's better to hide outside and come back after the storm has passed. Jiang Lingsu. Senior brother, you'd better leave quickly. I'm afraid that if I stay with you for too long, I'll lose my mind. Jiang Lingsu looked disgusted. However, she thought of something and reminded him, Senior brother, you should be careful when you are alone outside. The people of the Black Mountain sect might be desperate and really cause trouble for you. Great minds think alike. I also feel that the Black Mountain sect has wolfish ambitions. Shi Yuan agreed fiercely. Jiang Lingsu. Senior brother, I think it would be better if you were a mute. You must be a handsome man that is rarely seen in a century. Just open your mouth. Kneel. Of course, it doesn't mean that Shi Yuan's voice is unpleasant, but that the content of his words is outrageous. There are still 2 vacancies in the Tianzi position. If you want to adjust your position, hurry up. It only takes 1 spirit stone. On the spirit boat, the female cultivator in the Qi training realm reminded the passengers of the dizzy in a crisp voice. This is a flying boat bound for Wushu City. Wushu City, located in the northernmost part of Dashang, is a rather chaotic city. After all, Wushu City is close to the jurisdiction of the Black Mountain sect. Generally speaking, not many upright cultivators are willing to go there. However, a kind of blood crystal is produced outside the bloodless city. This blood crystal is very valuable and can be used by some cultivators for cultivation. Therefore, many independent cultivators and even disciples of major sects will go to the bloodless city to collect blood crystals to improve their strength. Now, Shi Yuan is sitting in the spirit boat. This spirit boat is a foundation-building magic weapon. However, unlike ordinary foundation-building magic weapons, all its points are added to the speed. Shi Yuan was tempted when he heard the words of the flight attendant. The day before yesterday, he was a poor man who suddenly became rich and wanted to sit in the first-class cabin of the Tianzio. However, thinking that he was doing big things and had to keep a low profile, he put an end to this idea. Dao Yu also went to the bloodless city to dig blood crystals? Seeing that Dao Yu has an extraordinary temperament, you should be a disciple of a major sect, right? At this time, a beautiful woman next to him approached Shi Yuan. The beautiful woman was dressed exquisitely, her hair was tied into a fallen horse bun, and a peachwood hairpin was inserted diagonally on it. She wore a light green robe, simple and elegant, and extremely dignified. She was dressed simply, but it was obvious that she was wealthy. Shi Yuan sighed when he heard this. Even though he had used the art of disguise and concealment to change his face, which reduced his appearance by 9/10, he was still seen as handsome. I am just a casual cultivator. Shi Yuan is now playing the role of a casual cultivator. Casual cultivators are not bad, they are hard-working. When I was young, I was also a casual cultivator. Now that I am older, I have joined a sect and like a more stable life. The beautiful woman sighed. Isn't my sister in her prime? Shi Yuan said. As the saying goes, young people don't know how good their sisters are, and they mistakenly treat lowly as treasures. There will definitely be many Chao thieves who like such a beautiful and wealthy woman. Shi Yuan's major skill is domineering power, but he has not awakened the attributes of Boss Chao. Dao Yu are really good at talking. The beautiful woman smiled coquettishly. How can I compare with you young people, who are strong and healthy? She looked at Shi Yuan's tall and strong body, and seemed to think of the past. Fellow Taoist, when you go to Bloodless City to dig for blood crystals, you must be careful of the people from the Black Mountain sect. It is better to offend the Lord of Bloodless City than to offend the Black Mountain sect. If you offend the Lord of the city, you may be the only one who will die. If you offend the Black Mountain sect, your whole family may die. When the Black Mountain sect was mentioned, there was obviously a trace of fear and disgust in the eyes of the beautiful woman. The Black Mountain sect is so bad that it killed a whole family? Shi Yuan lowered his voice and was a little excited. If the Black Mountain sect knew that he had killed Chu Tianxiong, would the people of the Black Mountain sect go to Blue Star and kill his whole family? That would be terrible. But Shi Yuan thought about it again. He didn't have a whole family. He was the only one listed in the household registration book. Too miserable. He couldn't refute others who scolded him on the internet. The Black Mountain sect is powerful and domineering. The blood crystals we excavated in the Bloodless City must not only be handed over 10% to the City Lord's mansion, but also 20% to the Black Mountain sect. Even more than 20%. At this point, the beautiful woman gritted her teeth and looked quite angry. Shi Yuan heard it and was immediately furious. Bloodless City is not under the rule of the Black Mountain sect. Why are they so arrogant? It's even more evil than the capitalists, and it's time to be fired. Seeing this, the beautiful woman lowered her voice and said, "Dao Yu, please keep your voice down, don't let the people from the Black Mountain sect hear you, otherwise you'll be in big trouble." Qi Yuan thought to himself when he heard this. I'm not selfish. I'm not avenging myself. I'm doing justice for the heavens. He brainwashed himself, and anyway he was standing on the moral high ground, enough to look down on the Black Mountain sect. He and the beautiful woman had a great chat on the journey on the spirit boat. Of course, this has nothing to do with Qi Yuan's emotional intelligence, but it may have something to do with his appearance in youth. About 5 hours later, the spirit boat landed. Many cultivators got off the spirit boat one after another. The beautiful woman politely invited, "If you don't have a place to stay, why not come to my house and stay for a night?" Qi Yuan heard this and looked at the sky. No. He had to hurry up, or he would miss the last train of the spirit boat. He would not stay here overnight. After killing someone, he had to run quickly. As for returning to the crime scene, people who often kill people should know that returning to the crime scene to observe is easy to be caught. At this moment, a slightly dissatisfied voice came. "Mom, I'm here." A woman in an exquisite palace skirt came over, followed by a female cultivator who was building a foundation. The girl in the palace skirt looked at Qi Yuan with a hint of hostility in her eyes. Qi Yuan looked puzzled. "Dao Yu Lu Piao, goodbye." Qi Yuan said goodbye to the beautiful woman and turned to leave. The woman in the palace skirt stepped forward and took the beautiful woman's arm. "Mom, who is that person?" The beautiful woman smiled and said, "Xiao Rou, your personality is that you are too defensive against everyone. That's just a casual cultivator I met by chance, who came to Wuxue City to dig blood crystals. I saw that he had a good temperament, so I chatted with him. You are not young anymore, and it's time to find a Taoist partner." The vigilance in the eyes of the woman in the palace skirt disappeared, and she said helplessly, "I have to deal with such a big business as the blood crystal mine, where do I have the time? And mother, although I am not a favored girl, it is not the case that any casual cultivator on the street is worthy of me. Alas, after picking you up, I have to go to the Black Mountain sect with other mine owners. I have made an appointment with them and will set off in an hour." Speaking of the Black Mountain sect, there was an undispellable cloud of sorrow in the eyes of the woman in the palace skirt. Happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Lu Piao felt a headache and heartache when she heard her daughter's words. The cultivators in the Black Mountain sect are not good people. If it were dealing with other righteous sects, it would be fine. But dealing with the Black Mountain sect, you are beautiful, it will be a lot of trouble. Especially, this time the Black Mountain sect increased the share of the blood crystal mine, which is not so easy to solve. So, I thought that you should get married early, and leave this kind of thing to your husband. Then we have to find a more powerful person, just like that weak and fragile person just now, who met the people of the Black Mountain sect and argued with them about the share of the blood crystal mine. Can we fight for our interests? The woman said proudly. Just now you were on guard against others, and now you say that others are weak and fragile. Hey, no matter how you say it, you are right. Lu Piao knows her daughter best. Her personality has always been like this, which makes her quite helpless. The Black Mountain sect, in the entire Great Shang Kingdom, is only a second or third-rate sect. It does not have any divine infant foundation, and even does not have a strong man in the late Yuandan period. But the head of the Black Mountain sect recognized the strong man, the black chicken old demon, as his adoptive father. The status of the Black Mountain sect has risen. In the Great Shang Kingdom, the Black Mountain sect has become more and more domineering. There are hundreds of disciples, dozens of deacons, and several elders in the mountain gate. But even these people have a very bad reputation in the surrounding area. It can be said that when an ordinary Black Mountain sect disciple goes out and comes to the place under its rule, those ordinary people have to kneel down and kowtow. The Black Mountain sect has reached the point where children cry at night. In the Black Mountain sect, the elder Yu Linglong is covered with a black veil, but her graceful figure cannot be concealed. She is half lying on the white jade bench, exhaling like orchids. Haven't you investigated the identity of the masked man yet? The disciple knelt on the ground and did not dare to look up at the elder. This elder is the most beautiful woman in the Black Mountain sect. She is also a woman that the black chicken old demon values. Of course, the black chicken old demon did not touch her. It is rumored that he is going to cultivate her to the realm of the divine infant, and then become a Taoist partner with her to practice dual cultivation together. In the Black Mountain sect, Yu Linglong's status is higher than that of the sect master. That masked man killed people with a knife, but it was actually swordsmanship. Floating Mountain is highly suspected. The disciple said, Elder Tornado has returned now, and the sect master has summoned all the disciples and elders who are away, ready to put pressure on Floating Mountain. Yu Linglong heard this and her eyes widened. The smile in her eyes became more charming. It seems that the old black chicken demon is really going to enter the late stage of the divine infant. The disciples below knelt on the ground. When they heard Yu Linglong calling the old black chicken demon like this, they pretended not to hear it. At this time, there seemed to be a sound of clothes falling. Yu Linglong opened her red lips and said to the disciples below, "Do you dare to climb up?" The disciple's heart was shaken. He knew that Yu Linglong was dissatisfied with the old black chicken demon. He still refused quickly, "I dare not." Yu Linglong heard this and patted her chest and smiled, "You are a guy with lustful thoughts but no courage. Come here, I won't tell others." The disciples below broke out in cold sweat on their foreheads. They didn't want to stay here for too long, fearing that they really couldn't control themselves. Beauty and life, he still knew which was more important. No matter how much Elder Yu Linglong disliked the old black chicken demon, he couldn't touch her. However, at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. The disciple's face changed and he hurriedly left. "Disciple, go and have a look." He didn't want to stay here any longer. At this time, Shi Yuan was holding a big sword in the Black Mountain sect. On the surface, this is a big sword, but in fact, it is a kitchen knife, and Shi Yuan wrapped it with metal to make it look like a sword. He walked across the bone bridge and killed 5 disciples who were watching the bridge with one sword. He also cut off the only bone bridge that entered the sect. Except for the foundation building in Yuandan, ordinary disciples can only be trapped in the Black Mountain sect and cannot leave. "You thief, report your name, and dare to come to my Black Mountain sect to make trouble." Several foundation building deacons appeared, fierce and ferocious, with extremely angry expressions on their faces. It has always been their Black Mountain sect that went to other people to make trouble, but now someone dared to come to their Black Mountain sect to make trouble. "Black Mountain sect, you killed my whole family. I have practiced hard for 100 years and finally achieved great magic. Today I will destroy your Black Mountain sect." Shi Yuan shouted and made up an identity for himself. So it was that fish that slipped through the net. The black-bearded deacon heard this and was not surprised. The Black Mountain sect often kills entire families, so it is normal for fish to slip through the net. "I let you escape 100 years ago. If you had lived a miserable life, you might have been able to enjoy your old age. Now you come back to Black Mountain sect to die. It is really unwise. Your lineage will be cut off." The black-bearded butler roared. Shi Yuan was stunned. He was too immersed in the play. "You actually want to cut off my roots?" As he spoke, his eyes turned red. "You all have to die." As he spoke, the great sword swept across. Shi Yuan was originally a perfect chi refiner. In the game, his strength continued to grow and was reflected in reality. Although the reflected strength was less than 1/100th, it was enough for Chi Yuan to look down on all the perfect chi refiners. It can even be said that the foundation building can be easily killed. Through the adapted exercises, the knife has gained intelligence. Holding the knife, Shi Yuan's strength has reached a new level. One knife can chop off a Yuandan dog head. What's more, these foundation building deacons? The strong wind raised by the great sword directly slapped the 3 foundation building deacons on the big stone at the mountain gate. Puff! Several foundation building deacons vomited blood and their heart veins were shattered. Shi Yuan raised the great sword and overturned the gate of the Black Mountain sect with one sword. 100 years ago, you killed my whole family. Today, I will wipe out your entire family. Shi Yuan's voice was like rolling thunder, soaring into the sky. In the Black Mountain sect, the disciples of the Black Mountain sect trembled when they saw several great deacons fall. After all, the idea was too tough. If they stepped forward to stop it, they would just die. It would take the Yuandan elders to do it. Sure enough, as Chi Yuan split the mountain gate, in the Black Mountain sect, 2 Yuandan elders appeared together. There was endless anger on their faces. The spiritual energy in the space began to become restless. All the disciples were excited to see this scene. Those foundation building deacons and disciples also stepped forward to surround and fight Chi Yuan. Seeing this, Chi Yuan was not polite. The big sword swept across. The powerful gust of wind killed dozens of disciples on the spot in an instant. The Yuandan elders in the sky were furious. It was the first time he had seen such a ruthless person who specifically picked disciples to beat. However, seeing Chi Yuan's move, he also discovered something. Did you kill the ancestor Baiji? This Yuandan elder was none other than Elder Xianfeng, who had returned from outside. He had checked the bodies of Patriarch Baiji and others and knew a lot of information. Chi Yuan looked at Elder Xianfeng, waving his great sword. You actually discovered me, I can't let you stay. He also flew up to the sky. The 2 Yuandan elders saw this, with a look of suspicion in their eyes. Why don't you have the golden elixir in your body? Aren't you a Yuandan cultivator? The one who answered them was Qi Yuan's great sword. My golden elixir is in the sky. Qi Yuan shouted, holding the big sword and slashing Xia Tian 8 times. Elder Tornado was awed in his heart. He felt a huge threat and didn't dare to take the sword. He was actually more shocked in his heart. You are not a Yuandan cultivator. Finally, he found something. The shock in his heart was even more terrifying. Not a Yuandan, but he actually beat Yuandan. Is there such a foundation building cultivator in the world? This is too evil. No, I am a Yuandan, I have a golden elixir. Qi Yuan hurriedly explained. It must be said that the three-person battle looked quite funny, just like a fight between elementary school students. The fight could not attract the attention of the Black Mountain sect disciples, but the content of the quarrel was quite interesting. Qi Yuan held the big sword and beat the two people. In less than 10 breaths, he completely controlled the situation. Suddenly, Elder Tornado performed a Taoist method, and he seemed to notice something, and his eyes widened. He realized something: you are not a foundation-building cultivator. After he said this, he suddenly yelled, "Run away, this is not a human." Yes, I am not a foundation-building cultivator, I am a Yuandan cultivator. Qi Yuan would naturally not give the Yuandan elders a chance to escape. With one sword from top to bottom, the sword opened the gate of heaven and directly chopped the two Yuandan elders into pieces. There was no need to cut the bodies. All this happened too fast. The two Yuandan elders had just fought with Qi Yuan for more than 10 breaths, and they were all killed. In the Black Mountain sect, including the sect master, there are only 7 Yuandan true immortals. The Baiji patriarch is dead. 2 more have just fallen. In other words, there are only 4 Yuandan elders left in the Black Mountain sect. The loss of the Black Mountain sect is nearly half. At this time, the other strong men in the Black Mountain sect finally stopped watching the show, or came out of seclusion and came to the front of the mountain gate. The leader was the sect master of the Black Mountain sect, the Black Wind Taoist. He was dressed in a gray robe, with white hair and a childlike face. He looked very old. It was hard to imagine that such an old man had a foster father. Yu Linglong stood beside the Black Wind Taoist, staring at Qi Yuan with curiosity, and occasionally flirting. The other 2 Yuandan elders stared at Qi Yuan with sullen faces. The Black Wind Taoist looked at the ruins on the ground, his eyes unchanged. Your Excellency attacked the mountain gate, which was a bit too much. Our Black Mountain sect is a small sect, but the old demon Black Chicken is my adoptive father. If you leave now, this matter will be over. At the beginning, our Black Mountain sect wiped out your entire family. Now that you have killed 3 of our Black Mountain sect's Yuandan elders, it is enough to write it off. The Black Wind Taoist was flexible and showed weakness to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan did not move when he heard this. He was sizing up the people of the Black Mountain sect, thinking about them quickly. Seeing Qi Yuan didn't say anything, Black Wind Taoist continued, if you still insist, our Black Mountain sect is not a soft persimmon. It is still unknown who will win. And the Black Chicken Demon is my adoptive father, do you know? Qi Yuan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Kill my whole family and threaten me. Do you really think I grew up eating cuteness? Black Wind Taoist was stunned. Yu Linglong, who was wearing a black veil, smiled and said charmingly, little brother is quite interesting. If you are willing to let Black Mountain sect go, I am willing to accompany you for a night of romance for the sake of the sect. Black Wind Taoist frowned slightly, but said nothing. Qi Yuan heard this and said loudly, you have used the beauty trap, which is really despicable. Today, I must wipe out your entire family. Qi Yuan didn't want to talk anymore, so he took action directly. Talking is too boring. The most important thing is that Qi Yuan is not good at talking nonsense, and he has never won a quarrel. Seeing this, the Taoist Haifeng looked grim. It seems that you really want to die. The Taoist Haifeng did not waste words. He directly took out a formation flag and threw it into the air. Form a formation. At this moment, he activated the sect's formation. In an instant, all the Qi refining disciples turned pale. The foundation building deacon was better, but his face was also a little pale. On the other hand, the 4 Yuandan elders had ruddy faces and their aura became more vast. The Black Mountain sect's formation was to draw the cultivation of all the disciples and deacons and transfer it to the Yuandan elders. In an instant, the strength of the 4 elders was raised to a higher level. Qi Yuan looked at these people and chopped the big sword in his hand with force. Seeing this, the Taoist Haifeng was not in a hurry. Now he felt that he seemed to have reached the late Yuandan stage, and a round golden pill flew out. Take my attack. When the Black Wind Taoist attacked, he used his strongest golden elixir. The golden elixir is the most precious thing for Yuandan cultivators, and it is also the gathering of Taoism. Using this method, the Black Wind Taoist seemed to have a sure win. The golden elixir I formed is of the third grade, which is the heavy iron golden elixir. This elixir is the most solid, and even the divine infant cultivator cannot break it in a short period of time. Your Taoism is exquisite, and your killing moves are endless. Your fighting experience is far beyond ours. If I fight with you, I will definitely be defeated by you one by one. So, I will use the golden elixir to break all the methods with one force. The Black Wind Taoist did not have much experience in fighting. His biggest advantage was that his cultivation level was higher than the opponent. Therefore, he used the most reliable move, using the heavy iron golden elixir to suppress the opponent. This move was very rogue, and it could almost crush the cultivators of lower levels. However, when Qi Yuan saw the golden elixir, his eyes lit up. It's not even as big as a football, and you still want to suppress me? If the Black Wind Taoist fought Qi Yuan in an upright manner, it might take a long time. But if he took out the golden elixir? That's too bad. Qi Yuan's knife is specially used to chop the golden elixir. Heaven-slashing sword technique. Qi Yuan used his great skill again. The glory of the sun and the moon was condensed in him. The huge sword exploded at this moment, revealing the shape of a kitchen knife. Seeing this scene, the Black Wind Taoist was stunned. Kitchen knife? However, before he was stunned for long, his heart was frantically warned. He subconsciously wanted to take back the golden elixir. But it was too late. The kitchen knife chopped on the golden elixir, and there was not even a sound of metal collision. It was just like a kitchen knife cutting an egg, directly chopping the Black Wind Taoist's golden elixir into pieces. The Black Wind Taoist widened his eyes and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. The aura of the whole person fell wildly, and he was not far from death. How is it possible? The Black Wind Taoist was puzzled. His golden elixir was chopped by a kitchen knife. His was a heavy iron golden elixir. A golden elixir as heavy as a mountain. Such a heavy force, condensed into the size of an egg, you can see how terrifying it is. Qi Yuan looked at the Black Wind Taoist and said coldly, "It's not that I'm too strong, it's that your golden elixir is too small." Qi Yuan was also reflecting in his heart. In the future, when refining golden elixirs, you must refine a big one. You can't be like the Black Wind Taoist, who refined an egg as big as an egg and was chopped by someone with a knife, right? After he finished speaking, he took the kitchen knife and no longer concealed. Kill. He killed the other 3 Yuan Dan. He chopped 8 times in summer, and he didn't have to care whether the kitchen knife would chop other disciples. At the beginning, the 3 Yuan Dan elders were still restrained, afraid of killing the disciples. But after just a dozen breaths, they didn't care anymore and fought madly with Qi Yuan. The chi-refining disciples and foundation-building deacons of the Black Mountain sect were killed or injured in an instant. Qi Yuan took the kitchen knife and used the heaven-cutting sword technique again to kill a Yuandan elder. Another Yuandan elder, who was already seriously injured, was ambushed by Yu Linglong and swallowed his Yuandan to restore his own cultivation. Now, Yu Linglong is the only Yuandan elder left in the entire Black Mountain sect. There were bloodstains on the black gauze, and her clothes were tattered, revealing a large area of smoothness on her towering chest. She looked at Qi Yuan, pitiful, her eyes moved, and she was full of charm. "Sir, can you spare my life?" "Humph." Qi Yuan ignored him and chopped wildly with the kitchen knife. Seeing this, Yu Linglong continued, "You have a grudge against the Black Mountain sect. Now almost all the people in the Black Mountain sect are dead. Why are you entangled with me? Although I am the elder of the Black Mountain sect, I have no feelings for the Black Mountain sect. Which, die." Yu Linglong was afraid. If she continued like this, she would die in less than 10 breaths. She hardened her heart and said quickly, "I have a secret to tell you, fellow Taoist." Qi Yuan ignored her. Yu Linglong was anxious. "In fact, I have the body of a purple bamboo. I have not lost my primordialine until now, and I have maintained my chastity. The old black chicken demon covets my primordialine, and has been spending huge amounts of resources to train me, just to train me to a divine infant. Once I reach the divine infant stage, he will practice dual cultivation with me, and if he gets my primordialine, he will have the opportunity to step into the legendary Purple Mansion realm. If you are willing to spare my life, I am willing to be your slave and give you my primordialine to help you achieve the Purple Mansion immortal fate." When Qi Yuan heard it, he said, "Purple Mansion?" Yu Linglong was delighted when she saw this. "As long as you are willing to have with me, you can step into the divine infant today. If you wait until I grow into a divine infant, and then spend a night with me, you may have hope of entering the Purple Mansion." When she saw that Qi Yuan did not attack again, her voice became more charming. Seeing this, Qi Yuan's thoughts turned between his eyebrows. "Doesn't it mean that you are the nourishment of the black chicken old demon? You can't be left alone. The black chicken old demon in the divine infant realm is so terrifying, not to mention the purple mansion realm. As he said, he directly chopped off Yu Linglong's head with a kitchen knife. Instantly, Yu Linglong's head flew out, and Qi Yuan chopped Yu Linglong's golden elixir into pieces with a knife. Yu Linglong couldn't die anymore. Qi Yuan looked at Yu Linglong's body and said happily, "I was scared to death. Fortunately she said she had the body of purple bamboo. Otherwise, I would kill her and run away, and when the black chicken old demon comes, maybe I can pick up her body. Who knows, can that body help people enter the purple mansion?" Qi Yuan thought, took out a special corpse-dissolving water, and poured it on Yu Linglong's body. Suddenly, Yu Linglong became a pool of water. This way, the old demon black chicken shouldn't be able to take away her essence, right? No, it's still not safe. Qi Yuan lit another fire to dry the water, and put the soil here into the storage bag. After working for a while, Qi Yuan looked at the Black Mountain sect with murderous intent in his eyes. Some disciples are still alive. We have to deal with them, and then move their library away and run away. The Black Wind Taoist performed the formation, and Yu Linglong and other Yuandan elders fought with Qi Yuan. In order to improve their strength, they drained the cultivation of the remaining disciples. Many disciples turned into mummies, but a few were still alive. Qi Yuan would naturally not let them go. After finishing the knife, Qi Yuan plundered the Black Mountain sect like a whirlwind. Of course, due to limited time, he focused on the library. For Qi Yuan, the most important thing is the skills. The endless skills gave him a huge amount of knowledge, and with his eyes that can see hidden information, he can continue to improve the Qi Yuan Sutra and embark on a road to immortal cultivation. We have to go. Qi Yuan estimated the time and left the Black Mountain sect at a high speed. Duan Qianro was wearing a plain chest-length skirt. At this moment, she was sitting on the Cloud Rabbit cart. The Cloud Rabbit has 3 heads and 8 legs. It can step on the ground and fly in the air. It is very stable. Therefore, the rabbit has a good fate. It is a good land and air cart puller, and there is no need to worry about the rabbit head being eaten. Everyone, this time we negotiate with the Black Mountain sect. We must stand together and cannot retreat. The blood crystals handed over to the Black Mountain sect are already our limit. We can't add more, said a burly man. There are more than 10 people on this Cloud Rabbit car, all of whom are the owners of the major blood crystal mines in Wushu City. Just a few days ago, the Black Mountain sect required that the amount of blood crystals that the mine owners should hand in was increased from 20% to 30%. This made these mine owners extremely angry. Wushu City is not under the rule of the Black Mountain sect, and it was unreasonable to hand in 20% before. As a result, it is directly increased to 30%, which is really overbearing. Alas, Lao, what can we do with our united front? The Black Mountain sect has the black chicken old demon behind it, and even the 3 major immortal cultivation sects have to give them face. How can we, the casual cultivators, deal with the Black Mountain sect? I'm afraid that if we don't increase our share, we won't be able to return to Wushu City. An old man in the foundation building period spoke, his voice helpless. Everyone present looked stern. The Black Mountain sect can do such a thing. Which of the elders of the Black Mountain sect is not a ruthless character? Even the pitiful-looking Yu Linglong, before being taken in by the black chicken old demon, practiced Taoism by killing people. As for the disciples of the Black Mountain sect, most of them were born as robbery cultivators, so you can imagine how bad their personalities are. Alas, if a sword immortal comes one day and destroys the Black Mountain sect with one sword, how great it would be. Even the 3 major sects can't do anything to the Black Mountain sect. How can there be a sword immortal? Old, keep your voice down, don't let the people of the Black Mountain sect hear you. Duan Qianro sat in the Cloud Rabbit car, feeling a little melancholy. However, at this moment, the speed of the Yunta car slowed down. The people in the car were stunned, thinking that they had met someone from the Black Mountain sect. The curtains were drawn open, and everyone saw a handsome young man. Duan Qianro was a little surprised, because this young man was the one who had a good chat with her mother today. How could he be in the territory of the Black Mountain sect? Moreover, he was so close to the Black Mountain sect headquarters. Could it be that the other party was a disciple of the Black Mountain sect? Thinking of this, Duan Qianro felt disgusted. It was not her map canon, but there were really no good people in the Black Mountain sect. Everyone, excuse me. The visitor was Qi Yuan, who had just wiped out his sect and went down the mountain. He looked at everyone and said slowly, "May I ask you, which market nearby has Lingtian Pavilion?" Everyone was relieved to hear that they were asking for directions. I was afraid that he was a disciple of the Black Mountain sect. It's in Taiyan Yunfang. Duan Qianro replied. Thank you very much. Shi Yuan saluted politely, and at the same time sighed in his heart that there are still many good people in this world. Duan Qianro thought of something and couldn't help asking, "Why did you come to the Black Mountain sect?" Everyone understood that Duan Qianro knew the boy, so there was no problem. "I came here to see the stars." Shi Yuan's eyes rolled. He really couldn't lie, so he made up a story. Duan Qianro chuckled, "I'm abrupt. By the way, the Black Mountain sect is very dangerous. If it's not necessary, don't come here." "You're right, it's too dangerous here. I have to run away," Shi Yuan said, and ran away quickly. Looking at Shi Yuan, who was running away, everyone present felt a little puzzled. "Does the mine owner Duan know this boy?" Lao asked. "His personality is very interesting." "No," Duan Qianro denied. Everyone didn't say anything, just thinking that Duan Qianro was kind-hearted. This was just a small episode. Everyone didn't take it to heart. The Cloud Rabbit car drove quickly. Everyone soon arrived at the gate of the Black Mountain sect. "Hey, why is the White Bone Bridge broken?" Everyone was surprised. To get to the Black Mountain sect, you have to walk across the White Bone Bridge. Now, the Bone Bridge is gone. "Look, what is that?" Everyone immediately used Taoism to look inside the Black Mountain sect's mountain gate. They saw that the Black Mountain sect's mountain gate had collapsed, and the interior of the Black Mountain sect was full of corpses. "That's the Yuan Dan. Elder." Someone's teeth chattered. The Black Mountain sect was wiped out. Everyone was shocked. That was the Black Mountain sect, the extremely domineering Black Mountain sect. To be able to wipe out the Black Mountain sect, it must be at least a divine infant monster, right? "Aren't you afraid of offending the Black Chicken monster?" Everyone suddenly looked at Lao, who had just said that the Sword Immortal wiped out the Black Mountain sect. Lao waved his hands quickly. "It's not me, I didn't." Duan Qianro squinted her eyes and thought of the young man she met on the road before. Did he see anything? Everyone present had different thoughts, but they all understood that the Great Shan Kingdom was going to be in chaos. Taiyan Yunfang. Shi Yuan walked faster than usual. After coming down from the Black Mountain sect, he suddenly realized that he had not handled things well. Although Yu Linglong had been destroyed by him. But what if there is more than one purple bamboo body in the Black Mountain sect? What if the leader of the Black Mountain sect, the Black Wind Taoist, is also a purple bamboo body? The old demon Black Chicken was making a big move. Yu Linglong was only the purple bamboo body in public. His adopted son, Taoist Black Wind, and other people in the Black Mountain sect were the purple bamboo body in secret. He didn't dare to go back to the Black Mountain sect, so he thought for a long time and found a way. That is to spread the news that there was a purple bamboo body in the Black Mountain sect. In that case, I'm afraid that when the old demon Black Chicken came out of retreat and came to the Black Mountain sect, what he saw would definitely be a Black Mountain sect without a single corpse. In order to break through the realm, and to break through to the nascent soul or even the Purple Mansion, how crazy the cultivators were, Shi Yuan couldn't imagine. So, he asked about the location of Lingtian Pavilion on the way. Lingtian Pavilion is a special existence in Dishang. It can be said that 80% of the game jade slips, 90% of the projection jade slips, and 50% of the communication jade slips in Dishang all came from Lingtian Pavilion. According to Qi Yuan's understanding, this is the penguin in the previous life. The purpose of his coming to Lingtian Pavilion is to let the cultivators of Dishang know that there is a purple bamboo body in the Black Mountain sect through the various jade slip channels of Lingtian Pavilion. If that were the case, there would surely be countless cultivators who would take the risk and go to the Black Mountain sect. If that were the case, would the Black Chicken Demon come out of his retreat and come to the Black Mountain sect to investigate the people who destroyed the Black Mountain sect? What the hell? They were all human beings. The bodies of the Black Mountain sect disciples were scattered all over the country. In Lingtian Pavilion, Buchizu was wearing a Taoist robe, holding a stove in his hand, and the incense in the stove was lingering. There are three elements of Taoism: plain clothes, plain food, and plain. The door was pushed open with a creak. "Deacon, business is coming." The servant seemed to be very familiar with Buchizu. He didn't even knock on the door and pushed the door open directly. Buchizu was not angry either. He was gentle and looked at Qi Yuan at the door. "What can I do for you, distinguished guest? I want to make a piece of information public through your Lingtian Pavilion. This is the price list. Please take a look and choose which level." Buchizu handed the price list to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan looked at the prices on it and smacked his lips. This price is really high. It starts at dozens of spirit stones. If he hadn't made a fortune in the Black Mountain sect, he wouldn't even be able to afford an advertisement. "I choose the 3,000 spirit stones level." Chi Yuan hesitated for a moment and chose this advertisement. This advertisement is enough to meet Chi Yuan's requirements. Once many people know that the Black Mountain sect has the body of the purple bamboo, then there will definitely be people who will come to grab the body crazily. Of course, most people cannot recognize the purple bamboo body. What news do you want to publish? After hearing the 3,000 spirit stones, Buchizu only glanced at Chi Yuan, as if guessing Chi Yuan's identity. The news I want to publish is: there is a purple bamboo body in the Black Mountain sect, Chi Yuan said in a low voice. What? Buchizu's eyebrows jumped, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He looked at Chi Yuan and smiled lightly. Do you have a grudge against the Black Mountain sect? You want to make the disciples of the Black Mountain sect restless? Chi Yuan nodded after hearing this. This person was half right. He wanted the disciples of the Black Mountain sect to die and not rest in peace. First of all, even if there is really a purple bamboo body, it will not fall into the hands of the Black Chicken Old Demon. Secondly, when the Black Chicken Old Demon comes out of seclusion, he will face the Black Mountain sect, which has nothing. How can he find the murderer behind the scenes? Chi Yuan is dragging everyone into the water. If it were any other pavilion, they probably wouldn't dare to take this business, fearing to offend the Black Mountain sect. But my Lingtian pavilion is not afraid. I'll take this business, Buchizu said, with confidence in his eyes. Chi Yuan gave the spirit stone to Buchizu, feeling a little painful. The spirit stone was gone before he could even warm it up. Fortunately, he managed to grab a lot this time. Chi Yuan left Lingtian pavilion, secretly took a spirit boat, and returned to the Xinguang sect overnight. As soon as he returned to the seven-colored peak, he fell asleep. After all, he was tense and exhausted after the battle with the Black Mountain sect. While Chi Yuan was asleep, two pieces of information came in, sweeping away everything. The entire world of immortal cultivators in the Great Shang Kingdom was shocked. The first piece of information was that there was a purple bamboo body in the Black Mountain sect. The second piece of information was that the Black Mountain sect was wiped out. Some people who did not know the truth and only learned about it based on the information first come first served, immediately smelled the smell of great terror. Did a strong man discover that there was a purple bamboo body in the Black Mountain sect and wiped out the Black Mountain sect? Regarding the annihilation of the Black Mountain sect, some people did not believe it and thought it was a rumor. Some people felt very happy, and some people were speculating which mysterious strong man was so bold that he dared to wipe out the entire Black Mountain sect. Some people with quick minds put on disguises at this time, and took advantage of the night to sneak into the Black Mountain sect. There were corpses all over the Black Mountain sect, and blood was constantly flowing. A barefoot man in black sneakily climbed up to the Black Mountain sect, looking at the corpses, his eyes surging with surprise. It seems that I am the one who was smart and brave enough to come to the Black Mountain sect first. Suddenly, a cold shout came. You, the monk Wu Dian with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are also thinking about the purple bamboo body? What, you want to find that corpse and refine it into your boy? The man in black was shocked and looked at the three men in black behind him. Who are you and how did you find me? Monk Wu Dian, who else would walk barefoot every day here except you? A crisp female voice said with mockery. The woman was holding a man in black, and the two looked like Taoist couples. At this time, an angry voice came. I am the monk Wu Dian, who are you, pretending to be me? Another barefoot man in black appeared. The five men in black present looked at each other and did not argue about this matter. The Black Mountain sect was wiped out, and then the news of the purple bamboo body spread. The murderer behind the scenes has a big plan. The female voice was crisp and her face was solemn. To wipe out the Black Mountain sect, at least the old monster Shenying must have taken action. But there is no aura of any Yuanying taking action here. Could it be that it was a Yuandan? I'm afraid it's not an ordinary Yuandan. The wound looks like a knife, but it's actually a sword. Could it be someone from Floating Mountain, said the man in black that the woman was holding? Immediately, the barefoot burly man hurriedly said, it's not only Floating Mountain who uses swords. Another barefoot burly man was furious. You old thing from Floating Mountain, you pretended to be me. Everyone was thinking about who destroyed the Black Mountain sect. At this time, the female voice said, who destroyed the Black Mountain sect should not be what we need to consider most. Everyone, don't forget the purpose of coming here. Are you trying to make fun of us? There is no purple bamboo body here at all. The five people looked dignified, their consciousness spread, and they scanned the surroundings. Purple bamboo bug? The woman caught a bug. The faces of the others changed slightly. Where the purple bamboo bug appears, there must be purple bamboo body active for a long time. It seems that there must be a purple bamboo body here. Everyone's breathing became rapid. The importance of the purple bamboo body can be imagined. It is a special physique that has the opportunity to help the late Shenying to step into the purple mansion realm. Everyone immediately scanned all the corpses, trying to find the purple bamboo body. Suddenly, the barefoot big man looked at a pool of mud. Yulinglong, the Yuandan Jinren of the Black Mountain sect, is missing. He stared at the mud and instantly moved his eyes away. Could it be that the purple bamboo body has been taken away by the person who destroyed the sect? Why did he announce this news? To make fun of us? The old man who had been silent all the time spoke in a hoarse voice. At this time, the second barefoot man who came seemed to have discovered something, and grabbed the body of the leader of the Black Mountain sect with one hand. Monk Wu Dian, how dare you? Seeing this, the other few people took action and grabbed the body of the leader of the Black Mountain sect. In an instant, the body of the leader of the Black Mountain sect was caught by several old monsters of the Divine Infant, and it was torn into pieces. Poor leader of the Black Mountain sect, he could not rest in peace after death. The barefoot man was furious. This is not the body of purple bamboo. What are you fighting with me for? This is indeed not the body of purple bamboo, but it is the body of blue bamboo, which is one level lower than the body of purple bamboo. Grind its body into ashes and cultivate a special elixir, which can produce a blue infant fruit and improve the cultivation of the divine infant realm. The woman has a broad vision. I didn't expect that the leader of the Black Mountain sect was actually Yulinglong's father, or grandfather? Fortunately, someone discovered these early, otherwise within 200 years, the old black chicken monster would have entered the realm of Purple Mansion. When this was mentioned, everyone was terrified. Once this happened, the situation of the Great Shang Kingdom would definitely change drastically. However, this terrified state was only temporary. Just after snatching the corpse of the Black-Winged Taoist, these powerful divine infants started moving again. After all, the purple bamboo body and the blue bamboo body appeared frequently, and maybe there would be other physiques. These corpses cannot be let go. So, a battle to corpses took place in the Black Mountain sect. Qi Yuan naturally didn't know about this. He stretched his body and felt refreshed. Finally, I can play games with peace of mind. Little clothing monsters, your internet mouth is here. The next day, Qi Yuan was still asleep. Suddenly, a crisp voice came. Big brother, when did you come back? Qi Yuan woke up from his sleep. He packed up simply and walked out of the room, still sleepy on his face. I came back last night, he said, looking at Jiang Lingsu, junior sister. How did you know I came back? You didn't peek at me sleeping, did you? Jiang Lingsu was furious. She wanted to say that when she got up this morning, she found that the garbage pile in her yard had been turned over. But she thought that this would easily hurt the self-esteem of the big brother. She said calmly, Big brother, isn't your knife still tied in the yard? She looked at the kitchen knife tied with a rope, like a pet. Qi Yuan glanced at the kitchen knife and showed a suspicious look. This time he destroyed the Black Mountain sect. He gained a lot. Of course, the biggest gain was the Black Mountain sect's library, which was emptied by Qi Yuan. As for other spirit stones and spiritual objects, he ran too fast and didn't take too much. However, even so, the spiritual objects obtained were valuable, and Daozi ate them with relish. After all, Qi Yuan now only had the strength to build his foundation. He was able to chop and kill Yuan Dan with the help of the power of the knife. Just like in Investiture of the Gods, there was a powerful magic weapon that directly challenged a higher level. Qi Yuan was the same. In the short term, even if he used up all the spiritual stones, his own power would be limited. What he lacked most was the skills and foundation. And he used most of the spiritual stones and treasures on the knife to increase its strength. Today's knife is even more terrifying. Qi Yuan holding the knife was enough to fight against the Yuan Dan in the late stage who was not proficient in Taoism. He fed so many spiritual stones and spiritual objects. Why is it still? Qi Yuan wanted to cover his face. Could it be that a dog can't stop eating, and a knife can't stop rummaging through garbage? Or is the junior sister's garbage dump richer than his? Seeing Qi Yuan didn't say anything, Jiang Lingsu continued to ask, Big brother, didn't you go to build your foundation? Have you succeeded? She looked at Qi Yuan, as if she wanted to see something. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's face immediately fell. I failed. Alas, it's too difficult to build a foundation with a first-grade foundation building spiritual item. Jiang Lingsu heard this and sighed in her heart. The higher the level of the foundation building spiritual item, the stronger the combat power after building the foundation, and the greater the probability of breaking through in the future. But for cultivators, it is not true that the higher the grade of foundation building spiritual objects, the better. If one is not talented enough, forcing a high-grade foundation building spiritual object to build the foundation may fail. There are 50 great ways, 49 of them are heavenly, and one is missing. Even if one builds the foundation with the lowest grade foundation building spiritual object, there is still a chance to reach the top. Most ordinary cultivators do not have high grade foundation building spiritual objects. The best one is the one that suits them. One of the great elders in the Jianglingsu clan built his foundation with an 8th grade foundation building spiritual object, which can be said to be very shabby, but that great elder is among the top 3 in the clan in terms of strength. Big brother, don't force it. The best one is the one that suits you. Although the yellow flower fruit is a 1st grade foundation building spiritual object, it is just a so. Jianglingsu comforted. Hearing this, Shi Yuan nodded in approval. You are right, the yellow flower fruit is not suitable for me. I want to build the foundation of the heavenly Tao. Jianglingsu. She has also just built the foundation of the earth veins, and it is the lower 3rd grade among the earth veins. As for the heavenly Tao foundation, Jianglingsu had never seen such a prodigy. After all, the energy of the heavenly veins can only be captured by the primordial spirit, and the primordial spirit may not be captured. Only when you cultivate to the realm of Yin God can you give birth to the primordial spirit, travel around the world, and travel through the void. The primordial spirit here is very different from the soul, consciousness, etc. that Jianglingsu knows. This senior brother is really bold. Without a strong Yin God or Yang God in his ancestors, he still wants to build a foundation in the heavenly way? However, Jianglingsu glanced at the palace on the 7 colors peak and thought about it. Senior brother, this is the Yunfa pill, which can calm the magic power. You just failed to break through, and your magic power is unstable. You need to take one so that you can continue to break through in the short term. It's not expensive, it's unique to the family, just a few spirit stones. Jianglingsu's slender hand stretched out an exquisite white porcelain bottle, and a pill was placed in the bottle. Chi Yuan was stunned. Junior sister, you are my Doraemon, right? He can always take out some strange things from his sleeves. Ah? Jianglingsu responded to Chi Yuan's strange words. Chi Yuan took the Yunfa pill. This is Yunfa pill. If a cultivator fails to build a foundation and his mana is disordered, he needs to polish his mana before accumulating it for the next breakthrough. Yunfa pill neutralizes and replenishes mana. It can replenish the mana of 10 high-grade spirit stones. However, this Yunfa pill still has many defects and can be improved. Shi Yuan was stunned. Fill the power of 10 high-grade spirit stones? That's 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. This Yunfa pill is indeed only a few spirit stones, but it is a high-grade spirit stone. Chi Yuan looked at Jianglingsu. Junior sister, I appreciate your kindness. If someone cuts you in the future, I will help you block the knife. This is a real rich woman. I have to hold on to this thick leg. No, it's a tender and white leg. Jianglingsu chuckled. Big brother, you should protect yourself. I don't want to see you get hurt. Jianglingsu is just like an ordinary person among the masses, with many advantages and many disadvantages. Of course, she is not ordinary either, she has a lot of money. Thinking of something, Jianglingsu's eyes became solemn. Fortunately, you are back, senior brother. Yesterday, the Black Mountain sect was wiped out. I'm afraid that the whole Great Shang Kingdom will change. What, the Black Mountain sect was wiped out? Shi Yuan widened his eyes. He felt that his acting skills must be very good to get a little golden man. Who is the murderer? Did he use a knife or a sword? Senior brother, your focus is too strange. Jianglingsu suddenly stared at Chi Yuan. The Black Mountain sect was wiped out. It can't be related to you, right? When Chi Yuan heard it, his superb acting skills were immediately broken. No, it's not me. You are guilty. It can't really be you, right? Jianglingsu laughed, but didn't take it seriously. Senior brother is crazy, obsessed with games, and weird. This kind of personality can only be cured by lightning therapy. It's a pity that the world has changed drastically now, and there is no thunder tribulation when the cultivator breaks through the realm. Otherwise, it must be very interesting to see senior brother being struck by lightning. After communicating with senior brother for a while, Jianglingsu returned to his room. An ordinary mirror appeared in her hand. She refining perfection. Ah! This mirror, called Kuanshan mirror, is one of the many sub-mirrors of Qiankuan mirror, which can see through cultivation. It shows that Chi Yuan's cultivation is Chi refining perfection. Why are you, Daozi, digging through the garbage again? Chi Yuan wanted to slap Daozi, but he was afraid of hurting himself. Today, I have to go outside to test the wind and see what happened after the destruction of the Black Mountain sect. People who often kill people should know that they can't go back to the scene, but it should be okay to pay attention to the murder case from a distance, right? Anyway, there are no police here, and the old demon black chicken is still in seclusion. After returning from the peak, Chi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one suspected it was me. Lingtian Pavilion is too powerful. Last night, a strong man flattened the top of the Black Mountain sect. I don't know which old monster of the Divine Infant took action. Is there anyone from our Xingguang sect going? Sure enough, most people's attention is now on long heard this bamboo body. Even if the old black chicken monster comes out, I'm afraid he won't be able to find the murderer. Chi Yuan muttered to himself. Night fell. Chi Yuan entered the game world again. The first thing he did was to chat with his netizen Jinli. In the current Nanshan kingdom, Aunt Qin showed her emperor-level strength on the day of the battle and defeated the national teacher of Nanfeng kingdom. Sima Teng, the powerful prime minister of Nanshan kingdom, looked extremely ugly. Jinli's short-term mission was completed. However, the crisis has not been resolved. I have never been a qualified emperor. When the Nanshan storm is over, I leave Nanshan. What do you think? Jinli sent these words to Chi Yuan through Linglong Yushi. She held Yushi tightly, feeling a little uneasy. This time, Chi Yuan's message came more than 10 breaths later. Jinli hurriedly read it. What's the point of being an emperor? Just leave after completing the task. Why not go with me to kill monsters? How interesting. When she saw the last sentence, Jinli's mouth curled up a smile. Okay, with you. This unqualified queen had insomnia again tonight, tossing and turning. And the instigator Chi Yuan, now holding his big sword, began the hunting time. However, when he stepped into the depths of the clothes and hats forbidden zone, Chi Yuan squinted his eyes. Something's wrong. He noticed that today's clothes and hats forbidden zone was a little different from usual. On a bent-neck tree, most of the branches were broken, revealing barbed fractures, and a piece of gray trousers hung on it. This is not. I heard it. Is there anyone else? The monsters killed by Chi Yuan will eventually turn into ashes and become his experience. There will definitely not be a situation where most of them are broken. His eyes are solemn and he becomes more cautious. After all, in this world, there are treacherous prime ministers like Sima Teng, and there must be other human NPCs. Maybe there is such an NPC in the forbidden clothes. Chi Yuan was very careful and observed. However, he only found a few broken pieces of clothing monsters. The rest of the clothing monsters were the same as usual. Chi Yuan hesitated. Should I continue to kill? If he didn't find out the situation, he would be a little uneasy. Unfortunately, he sneaked around all night and still didn't find anything special. The clothing monsters in the forbidden clothes were all the same as just like in the past, hanging on the tree, quiet, like a ghost. Is it not that I scared myself? Chi Yuan retreated from the depths of the forbidden area, and he decided to dig a pit. After all, every time he was afraid, he would hide in the quilt and the fear would dissipate. According to the first principle of ghosts, ghosts cannot harm people hiding in the quilt. Chi Yuan decided to hide in the pit first. The pit was small and airtight on all sides, just like some special places in the chicken game, which can give people a false sense of security. The cold moonlight passed on the tree, and a half-green dress was hanging not far away. The torn clothes seemed to be torn by the claws of an animal. When the wind blew, the half-green dress fluttered. Chi Yuan used a big sword to quickly dig a pit. He immediately got into the pit. Seeing that there was mud on all sides and no other space, Chi Yuan felt relieved. It really feels much better, just blocking the entrance. He stood up and prepared to block the entrance and bury himself in the ground. However, when he raised his head, he immediately met a pair of deep, empty eyes. At the mouth of the pit, there was a head, staring at Chi Yuan silently. This head seemed to be wearing a mask, which was made of black and white, half black and half white. The white part was like a cold corpse that was smeared with 3 layers of powder by a rookie undertaker, trying his best to restore the facial expression of the deceased, but it still felt creepy. You are so unethical. Chi Yuan was shocked. Anyone who was about to go to bed and suddenly looked up and saw a pair of eyes staring at him tightly, not saying anything, just looking at him quietly, would have the same reaction as Chi Yuan. Overbearing power. When Chi Yuan saw this creature, his first reaction was to use his overbearing power. In an instant, Chi Yuan's strength skyrocketed wildly. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Overbearing power is the real overbearing power. He exerted his overbearing power and rushed directly to this unknown creature. Kill! The big sword chopped it down. Under the mask, Chi Yuan saw a hint of red. The unknown creature was still staring at Chi Yuan. There was a hint of weirdness in the eyes of the unknown creature. A stream of red gas, like the chemical gas released from a gas tank, rushed towards Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan could see the whole appearance of this unknown creature. A black and white masked face, a white and red cloth strip, and in one of the sleeves, there was a pale human arm, but the nails on the palm were long and black as ink. Lord of the Fallen Forbidden Zone, the Ugly Clothes Monster King, level 95. Big boss? Ah! Shi Yuan's great sword. Push. With the blessing of the domineering power, this sword is enough to hurt a level 90 monster. However, this sword only made the unknown creature retreat half a step. And the red gas, at this time, merged into Shi Yuan's body. Shi Yuan instantly felt that his body became stiff. Those red gases seemed to turn into red lines, imprisoning his internal organs and turning him into a puppet. Hard-headed, run. Level 95. He was only level 88, 7 levels behind the Lord of the Fallen Forbidden Zone, and there was a big level difference. He had to run quickly. However, after knowing that the other party was the Lord of the Fallen Forbidden Zone, Shi Yuan was relieved. NPC, if he can see the health bar, he can kill it. Of course, he still has to run now. Shi Yuan ran quickly, using his domineering power to the extreme. And the ugly-clothed Monster King only followed from a distance, and did not seem to be in a hurry to catch Shi Yuan. I don't know how long he ran. Shi Yuan's body was exhausted and felt too weak. He also noticed that the ugly-clothed Monster King behind him was no longer chasing him. He breathed a sigh of relief. He ran a few hundred miles. No, hurry up and dig a hole to sleep. My body is hollowed out and I can't stand it anymore. He quickly picked up the big sword and prepared to dig a hole. However, he was stunned. Is this a cemetery? A mass grave? Never mind, if you don't dig, you will be forced to log off. Dear uncles, please borrow your feng shui treasure land. We will be neighbors for one night. There was a layer of mist in the mass grave. Abandoned tombstones collapsed. On a grave, chrysanthemums grew lushly. There was a hole underneath, and white centipedes with dense little feet could be seen inside. Shi Yuan found a place far away from the cemetery and dug a big hole. Shi Yuan was glad that he didn't dig into his neighbor's house. He quickly filled the hole and changed to a comfortable position to lie down. However, when he closed his eyes, he felt that he seemed to touch something slippery. Isn't it that I touched the skull of that old man? With such emotions, Shi Yuan logged off. And he on the 7-colored peak also insisted not to go, and fell into a deep sleep. Clothes are forbidden. In the cemetery, half an hour later. The sound of firecrackers and gongs rang out at this moment. It seemed like a funeral, or a wedding. I saw a group of clothing monsters coming in groups from the thick fog. They danced and set their clothes on fire. The cemetery was brightly lit, and the clothing monsters were dancing. When Shi Yuan logged into the game again, he wanted to post a video. Family, what should I do? My family arranged a ghost marriage for me. Then, he added a watermelon head special effect. If it was a certain audio platform, the comment might be sisters, hold on. If it was a certain bar, the comment might be brothers or blessed. Of course, these are all stereotypes. These answers can't solve Shi Yuan's current problems. He looked at his bride. He wanted to see her face, her eyebrows, her arms and thighs clearly. It's not too much to see his own bride, right? But, this bride has no face. Not only no face, but also no arms and legs. No jade feet. Alas, I just took a nap. How did I get married to an NPC? Shi Yuan was in a place similar to a wedding room. On the window, there were paper flowers with the word happiness written on them. But as soon as he entered the game, he and his bride were lying on the board. His bride was wearing a bright red wedding dress, in ancient Chinese style, the kind in ghost movies. If you look closely, you can really imagine a bride with beautiful eyebrows, graceful appearance, and graceful manners. He looked at the clothing monster in front of him, or the wedding dress monster. He looked helpless. I really want to kill you with one sword and treat you as an experience pack. As if it understood Shi Yuan's words, the big red wedding dress shrank back. However, Shi Yuan did not kill this NPC after all. At that time, when fighting with the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, the Ugly Clothes Monster King, the blood-red gas of the Ugly Clothes Monster King entered Shi Yuan's body. That gas was extremely difficult for him, and it had been weakening his attributes, and even wanted to slowly control Shi Yuan's body. And that red gas was helped by this wedding dress monster, Shi Yuan's bride. Others have helped you? How can you have the nerve to turn her into an experience pack again? Moreover, this wedding dress monster seems to have some wisdom. It is different from those clothing monsters who want to kill Shi Yuan when they see Shi Yuan. He looked at the wedding dress monster who was sitting on the board, only one step away from him, and said slowly, "Who are you and what's your name?" The wedding dress monster did not answer and did not move. No name? Can't remember? Then call you Xiaohong? Xiaogui? Xiajia? In the end, Shi Yuan still gave the wedding dress monster a name. The name of the wedding dress monster was temporarily decided to be Xiaojia. Unfortunately, Xiaojia has no face, no skin, no legs or hands. If sleeves and trouser legs are counted as hands and legs, then there are. Alas, I picked up a wife. Shi Yuan didn't know whether to be happy or sad. This wife still couldn't communicate with him normally. Why do you want to marry me? Shi Yuan still tried to communicate with Xiaojia, although she didn't seem to be able to communicate. This time, to Qi Yuan's surprise, Xiaojia did not fail to respond. She threw out a wooden sign from her red sleeve. The material of the wooden sign was very old, with 2 words written on it. Husband? Yes, the word husband was written on it. You want me to be your husband? So you took advantage of me being offline to marry me? Qi Yuan was speechless. He met an existence that was even less outrageous than himself. Moreover, it was an NPC. No, we didn't go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, it doesn't count. Qi Yuan continued. He didn't want to marry a piece of clothing. Although brothers are like limbs and women are like clothes, you can't be real clothes, right? Otherwise, how can you coordinate your married life? Xiaojia's sleeve tightly grasped Qi Yuan's arm and didn't let go. She couldn't speak, but she showed it with her actions. Qi Yuan was helpless. Since you can communicate with wooden signs, at least take more wooden signs and introduce yourself more. He looked around and saw that Xiaojia didn't present much information. Xiaojia, you are the bride who was married in a sedan chair. Xiaojia's hand shook, and 8 wooden signs fell out of her sleeve. Where did it fall from? Qi Yuan stared at Xiaojia's sleeve. Can I put my hand in to look for it? Xiaojia did not step back, which means she did not refuse. Qi Yuan reached into Xiaojia's sleeves and reached for her chest, appendix, and liver, but he found nothing. Xiaojia seemed to have a big reaction and fell to the ground. Qi Yuan finally stopped trying to take things out, but helped Xiaojia up and looked at the 8 wooden signs on it. A picture of a man with husband written on it. A picture of a wedding dress with wife written on it. A smiling face. A crying face. A sticker. A hand-holding sleeve. A sleeping. A lying board. You were a wholesaler of emoticons in your previous life, right? Qi Yuan couldn't help but complain. He saw that Xiaojia could express her ideas with wooden signs. He immediately conducted a test. For example, he gave Xiaojia some wooden signs and asked her to express her ideas. To Qi Yuan's disappointment, it didn't work. Xiaojia could only take out the 8 wooden signs. It seemed that her world could only be expressed by these 8 wooden signs. Alas, let's get a divorce. Qi Yuan said, our relationship has broken down, so let's apply for a divorce. Xiaojia held Qi Yuan's arm tightly, and a piece of wood slipped off, revealing a hand-in-hand pattern. Can you help me? For some reason, Qi Yuan seemed to understand the meaning of the pattern, which meant that he should not leave and that she could help him. Qi Yuan became interested and looked at Xiaojia. At this moment, Xiaojia's whole cold body pressed against Qi Yuan's. A special change happened at this moment. In the wedding room, the blood-red wedding dress turned into red spots of light, falling on Qi Yuan's body like red fireflies. In less than a 10,000th of a second, the red fireflies turned into red armor and draped over Qi Yuan, completely covering his body parts, leaving only a pair of eyes outside. From a distance, the armor was blood-red, like flowing blood, but it was this kind of fluid armor that gave Qi Yuan a strong sense of security. Exquisite and beautiful, mysterious and powerful. Qi Yuan was wearing blood armor and holding a big sword, and his height was raised to 10 meters. Now he was like a terrifying demon walking in hell. Qi Yuan felt that there was a tattoo of a wedding dress on his chest. The tattoo was exactly the same as Xiaojia's. He could feel that the pattern on the wedding dress was Xiaojia's true self. The blood-colored armor was the defense given to him by Xiaojia, not Xiaojia's true self. Qi Yuan looked at himself and was stunned. Level 93? Wearing Xiaojia, or in other words, merging with Xiaojia, he surprisingly increased by 5 levels and became level 93. However, he felt vaguely that this was temporary. This made him a little excited. That was 5 levels. Raising 5 levels was a great improvement for Qi Yuan, and he didn't have to bother to kill monsters anymore. When he met the level 95 Ugly Clothes Monster King again, he didn't have to run away directly, and he even had the strength to fight. If it was a one-on-one, Qi Yuan was still sure to win. Of course, this one-on-one was him and Xiaojia against the Ugly Clothes Monster King. At this time, something unexpected happened to Qi Yuan. He activated 2 skills at the same time. 1 big skill and 1 small skill. Every 30 levels, Qi Yuan can obtain a big skill, which can be used in the present world. Every 10 levels, a small skill is obtained. After merging with Xiaojia, Qi Yuan's level broke through level 90 and obtained 2 skills. The big skill is, Tong Pao with you, and the small skill is, Tear Clothes. Sharing the same robe with you. As long as Qi Yuan and Xiaojia are not too far apart, even if they are not together and have not seen each other, Qi Yuan can use this big skill and the two can merge. When using this skill, Qi Yuan can enjoy Xiaojia's authority. Tearing Clothes. Qi Yuan's attacks always have armor-breaking properties for clothes and armor. These 2 skills are quite good. After all, Qi Yuan found that he could get 2 skills when he upgraded to level 90 normally. This is equivalent to him getting 2 skills for free. Xiaojia left his body, and for some reason, Qi Yuan felt that he and this clothing monster seemed to have some connection in the dark. He looked at Xiaojia, looking at her seriously. He wanted to see her eyes, but he couldn't see them. Are you sure you don't want to divorce? Qi Yuan said, after this map is finished, maybe I will leave here. In the past, there were stories of Su Xian and the Snake Demon, Dong Yon and the 7 Fairies, and Tong Biape and his indifferent love for Cassian. But I have never seen a person fall in love with an NPC. Not to mention that the NPC is clothes. When Xiaojia heard Qi Yuan's words, her body trembled, and a wooden sign fell down. On it was a picture of a man and the word husband was written. Qi Yuan picked up the wooden sign and thought for a while, then you are just my CP in this game. We are still in the divorce cooling off period. When he passes the level, it will be the end. Another wooden sign slipped from Xiaojia's sleeve. Sticking. If the little guy had eyes, he must be looking forward to looking at Qi Yuan. No. What's the point of sticking? It's better to merge. Qi Yuan looked at Xiaojia and said slowly, let's merge. Seeing that Xiaojia did not refuse, Qi Yuan used the skill of being in the same robe with him. Being in the same robe with him is not the same as Xiaojia and him actively merging. He wanted to see the difference between the two. In an instant, Xiaojia was printed on his chest again. A blood-red armor appeared in Qi Yuan's body again. Unlike the armor that Xiaojia actively possessed, this armor was covered with blood-red barbs, and it looked more dangerous and creepy. The blood-red color was also brighter, not the dark red color before. If the armor that Xiaojia actively possessed focused on defense and protection, then Qi Yuan's combination with Zi Tongpao focused on attack. The level 5 bonus still exists. This bonus is extremely terrifying. If I wear this armor and kill into the clothing monsters, who can stop me except the master of the restricted area? Qi Yuan felt that his progress in playing the game had accelerated a little. Where is the shared authority? Qi Yuan felt it. Ha! Control of 1/3 of the clothing band power? Qi Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect it to be this. However, Xiaojia's control is obviously different from Qi Yuan's previous control over Xianyuan Jin. According to the game, Xiaojia's is soft control, and Qi Yuan's is strong control, hard control. He lowered his head, looking through the red armor, and saw Xiaojia printed on his chest. It seems that she is also the big boss of Yiguanjin. Since it can be shared, there is no need to kill her? He was thinking about something. He wanted to obtain the fragments of the Heavenly Tao and successfully build the foundation of the Heavenly Tao. If Yiguanjin can be cleared, this game should also be cleared. Although Qi Yuan sometimes looks very unreliable, he will not make mistakes at critical moments. Power. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes. His figure flashed. This time, the place where he appeared was the cemetery where he appeared before. He was 10 meters tall, but he looked like a giant here. He stared at a grave, and his body shrank to the size of a normal person. The grave was very ordinary, and there was even a hole where a white centipede could be seen crawling. Qi Yuan went straight into the hole. Having obtained the authority shared by Xiaojia, Qi Yuan knew that there was an underground palace under the grave. In the underground palace, the emperors of every generation in the ancient times of the clothing band were buried. The cave was pitch black, and to Qi Yuan, it was nothing. He held up a big sword, and the red metal flowed, covering his big sword. Originally, the underground palace, which was full of threats, was open to Qi Yuan, perhaps because of Xiaojia's possession. Walking in the underground palace, Qi Yuan looked at the surrounding buildings and was a little puzzled. The ability to build such an underground palace shows that the clothing monsters are still intelligent. Why are all the clothing monsters I see bloodthirsty, crazy and unintelligent clothing monsters? In the game, even if Qi Yuan did not attract the hatred of the NPC monsters, these monsters would still actively attack him. It seemed that those monsters wanted to tear apart all the living things in the world. And Xiaojia was different from the NPCs that Qi Yuan had seen. He suddenly remembered the information he saw when he looked at the ugly clothes monster king. The Lord of the Fallen Forbidden Zone? Could it be that Xiaojia is not fallen? Shi Yuan felt that he seemed to have discovered the truth of the matter. He entered the depths of the underground palace, and suddenly, Shi Yuan was stunned. Am I entering the mausoleum of the Qin Emperor? All he could see was a piece of black armor. Some of them held spears, and some held halberds. They stood in the pit, like an organized army, motionless, but Shi Yuan still felt the grim and murderous intent of the military formation. Looking around, there were densely packed thousands of them. At this moment, they were like the terracotta warriors. But Shi Yuan had a feeling in his heart, once they are awakened, they will be the strongest army in the world, invincible. Shi Yuan's eyes were attracted by a stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there were densely engraved words. The 4 departments of the divine court, the clothing department, the princess of wedding clothes, the wife of the god of heaven, are in charge. Gather the battle clothes of the world, support the splendor of the divine court, and make the monsters angry and frightened, and you can wear the world. He looked at it carefully. There are many records on this stone tablet, and it also records an extremely powerful and prosperous era. In the past, the god of heaven established the divine court, commanded the 4 departments, and shocked the world, and the 4 seas were peaceful. The clothing department is the most prominent of the 4 departments, and its main purpose is to kill. The clothing department's imperial guards have flattened hundreds of thousands of mountains and endless plains, and drove the monsters into the ice and snow wilderness. The head of the clothing department, the princess of wedding clothes, is also the wife of the god of heaven. Shi Yuan thought of Xiaojia. Could it be that Xiaojia is related to this wedding clothes goddess? He continued to look. The divine court sits in charge of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, and the world has been peaceful for hundreds of years. The divine court, which commands the 4 divisions, is already invincible in the world. But if the world is invincible, then there will be enemies from the sky. Suddenly one day, an enemy from outside the domain invaded the moon-watching continent. The lord of the divine court, the powerful god, led the people to fight the enemy. As a result, he never came back. The 4 divisions also gradually declined. And the last of the Ibu imperial guards was also buried in the underground palace, waiting to be revived one day to fight for the gods and the world. So, this is the setting of this game? The 4 forbidden areas should be the 4 divisions of the divine court. The biggest boss should be the enemy from outside the domain. My mission goal is to defeat the enemy from outside the domain, protect the world, and then give me the reward from the heavenly Tao? Sure enough, after wearing the Emperor's armor, I have to be a hero who protects the world. As a non-experienced game player, this is Shi Yuan's idea. I thought Jinli's mission to guard a country was difficult, but it seems that mine is the real hell difficulty. According to records, the God Court reigns over the world, and there are nearly 100 countries in the human race. For the foundation of the heavenly Tao, we have to fight. Now, I have a man to marry. Directly upgrade to level 5. That's too strong. Somewhere in the moon-watching continent, some murmurs sounded, as if whispering. Shi Yuan half leaned on the coffin in the underground palace. He felt that he had to complain to Jinli about the strange things that happened today. Jinli, I have good news and bad news to tell you. Which one do you want to hear first? In the palace, Jinli, who was having a headache dealing with memorials, saw the light flashing from Linglong Yushi. The corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily. The troubles of the Nanqian kingdom seemed to have disappeared. Hear the good news first. The good news is that I got married. Get married? The bad news is that the object of my marriage is a wedding dress. Shi Yuan told Jinli roughly what happened today. After hearing this, Jinli felt relieved for some reason. With Xiaojia, I will definitely be able to kill monsters faster. It is estimated that it will not take long for me to break through the clothing ban. What about you? How is the situation? Jinli frowned when she saw the message sent by Shi Yuan. After the death of the previous emperor, all the royal descendants were slaughtered, leaving only Jinli as the only one alive. It can be said that the entire Nanqian kingdom is Sima Ting's world. However, Sima Ting did not directly usurp the throne for the sake of orthodoxy and legitimacy, and also because he was concerned about General Tianqi, who led troops outside and had become a vassal, and the Tianyun Holy Gate. Some time ago, the challenge of the Nanfeng Kingdom's national master was Sima Ting's conspiracy. However, due to Shenyuan ban, Anqin broke through to the emperor level, and when she challenged, she defeated the Nanfeng Kingdom's national master and thwarted Sima Ting's conspiracy. Even so, the power controlled by Jinli is too far compared to Sima Ting. It can be said that when the previous emperor was still alive, she had been sidelined. Her ascension to the throne was only in name only. Among the 6 ministries, except for the great sage Kong Qi and the Ministry of Rights, the rest were under the control of Sima Ting. The power she really controlled was only Anqin, an emperor-level strongman, and 2,000 imperial guards. Unfortunately, even if Sima Ting was tricked into the palace, Aunt Qin would cooperate with the imperial guards, and it would be difficult to kill Sima Ting. Not to mention, Sima Ting's eldest son Sima Ryu is even more ambitious than Sima Ting. Sima Ting is also respectable, but Sima Ryu is not. It's still a little difficult for me. I have too little power. Jin Li sighed. Xian Yuan Jin is able to improve the strength of his subordinates. The improvement speed is also very fast. But it is not enough for Jin Li to turn the tables quickly. Unless, give her a few years or even more than 10 years of peace. During the development period, she had more emperor-level masters under her command. In Nanxian Kingdom, there were only 3 emperor-level masters in the open, except Aunt Qin. Under Sima Ting's tutelage, there were only 2 emperor-level masters in the open, and it was unknown how many there were in secret. Moreover, she did not dare to send her confidants to Xianyuan Forbidden City. That would definitely attract Sima Ting's attention. Sima Ting's power was too strong, so it was extremely inflated, so Jinli was able to leave the imperial capital and go to Xianyuan Forbidden City last time. But Aunt Qin showed the strength of an emperor-level master. Sima Ting would certainly be afraid in his heart, and it would be much more difficult for Jinli to leave the palace again than before. Your situation is more difficult than that of Emperor Xian of Han. Qi Yuan couldn't help but complain. During the time of Emperor Xian of Han, at least the princes and the people of the world recognized the royal family as Lu on the surface. What about Jinli? She is now a mascot. Once she really shows the power that can threaten Sima Ting. I'm afraid that Sima Ting will tear his face off, not thinking about orthodoxy or face, and directly kill Jinli with thunder. What about you? How is the mission? Jinli gradually became able to talk to Qi Yuan on the same channel. I also encountered a big boss, a bit strong. It seems that even the gods are not his opponent. God? Jinli couldn't help but exclaimed, is it the god in myths and legends? I don't know. Qi Yuan only saw the record of the god in the underground palace of Yiguanjin, and he didn't know whether it was the one in myths and legends. Then you. Be careful, don't forget, you still have to meet me. In person. Jinli said. Qi Yuan shrugged, it's a pity that I can't leave the forbidden area now, otherwise I will help you kill Sima Ting and put an end to it. However, it may lower your mission evaluation and the reward will be much less. Qi Yuan now has only Xianyuan Forbidden and Yiguanjin maps. It is estimated that the other 2 forbidden areas can only be opened after Yiguanjin is cleared. After clearing the forbidden area, Qi Yuan estimated that other maps would be open. At that time, he would probably be able to meet Jinli in person. Qi Yuan also wanted to see what this female netizen who had been chatting with him for nearly a year looked like. It would be best if she was good-looking. Ordinary was fine. The other party's personality seemed to have no special features, but Qi Yuan felt particularly comfortable chatting with her. There was no majesty of the queen, no affectation, no tossing making trouble. This kind of character, to Qi Yuan, is already a very good and intimate friend. After all, in life, it is worth it to meet such a girl who can calm down and accompany you to watch the clouds rise and fall, the sunrise, and the time flow without feeling the passing of time. Your business is important. If I encounter any changes, I will let you know. Jinli felt warm in her heart. The same is true for you, although I can't help you. Since she was born, she has never tasted the so-called family affection, nor has anyone really cared for her. Her father, the emperor, was sidelined by the powerful minister, was an alcoholic, moody, and did not care about her. She has never seen her mother. The only one who is good to her is Aunt Qin, and now there is Qi Yuan. The last time you told me the information about the clothing ban, it helped me a lot. Unfortunately, I can't help you now. Qi Yuan sent the message. His eyes were fixed on the buried clothing guards in front of him. He had an idea. Now that I have control over the clothing and hat forbidden area, these clothing guards should also be mine, right? Although, in Qi Yuan's opinion, the individual strength of these clothing guards is just so. However, the power that can be exerted by the organized clothing guards should be able to sweep across the world, right? Except for the forbidden areas. The Prime Minister's mansion is like a palace. Sima Ting sat upright on a high seat, squinting his eyes, and kept turning the walnuts in his hand. I don't know what he was thinking. The eldest son Sima Ryu had a face full of anger. Father, let's rebel. It's boring to go on like this. Sima Ting looked at his son, his expression did not change at all. You can leave, I have something to discuss with your uncle one. This son is not like him at all. If it weren't for his mother's family's relationship with the Tianyun Holy Gate, Seeing Sima Ryu leave, Sima Ting looked at the man dressed as a scholar beside him. Brother one, have you investigated the reason why Madame Qin became an emperor? Is there someone behind Queen Jinli? Is she targeting me or the Heavenly Fortune Saint sect? The scholar's name is Wen Zhongyang, and he is an emperor that Sima Ting relies on. This emperor, who was born in the Heavenly Fortune Saint sect, is quite powerful, and is best at the art of killing with curses. Even though the late emperor had the Heavenly Fortune Jade Seal to protect him, he was still killed by Wen Zhongyang's curse. This shows how powerful his art of killing with curses is. Wen Zhongyang stood beside Sima Ting. He was shorter than Sima Ting. According to the information obtained by the insider, this may be related to one person. Years ago, Queen Jinli took out a treasure from the imperial treasury, named Linglong Yushi. This treasure? The powerful Sima Ting was surprised. This treasure is a natural pair. Those who get the two can communicate with each other. But it is limited to these two people. It is not as good as the current communication treasure. According to the insider, Queen Jinli has been communicating with a mysterious person through Linglong Yushi. Madame Qin's breakthrough to the emperor level may be helped by this person. When Zhang Yang said his own judgment, Sima Ting heard the words, and the dent on his forehead became more obvious. Obviously, he was angry. Most of the maids in the palace were Sima Ting's people, so it was easy for them to get this information. Moreover, when Shen Yuan was forbidden, Jinli mentioned Shi Yuan's name, and when he was in the palace, he occasionally said Shi Yuan to himself. It was normal for these news to be leaked. How dare you ruin my good thing? Have you found out the other party's identity? When Zhongyang shook his head, Linglong Yushi's other half disappeared thousands of years ago. Can you guess the other party's identity? Sima Ting asked. This person who can help Madame Qin break through to the emperor level is probably not simple. He has many enemies. Even in the Tianyun holy sect, there are his enemies. And now, someone is helping Queen Jinli and adding some trouble to him. This may be directed at him, or it may be directed at the Tianyun holy sect. The Tianyun holy sect is the first sect of the human race. More than a dozen human kingdoms respect the Tianyun holy sect as a holy place. The Tianyun holy sect stands in the northernmost place. It not only suppresses the destiny of the human race, but also intercepts the big monsters of the demon clan's ancestral court. The Tianyun holy sect is high above, like an immortal. However, in recent years, the Tianyun holy sect has also begun to interfere in the imperial power of the secular world. Sima Ting can be regarded as one of the chess pieces of the Tianyun holy sect. In fact, the other countries have also been gradually eroded by the Tianyun holy sect. In addition to the Tianyun holy sect, there are many other sects in the human race. Many of these sects have united to resist the Tianyun holy sect. In Sima Ting's opinion, Linglong Yushi's side might be the strong ones who resisted the Tianyun holy sect. However, thinking of something, Sima Ting asked, could it be the demon clan? He was a little worried. In the early years, in order to gain power, he had cooperated with a big demon. But later, after holding the thigh of the Tianyun holy sect, he decisively cut off contact with the big demon. He was afraid that this matter was related to the big demon. It doesn't matter who he is. When Zhang Yang looked confident, as long as you just need to understand that he is our enemy. If he dares to destroy the layout of the Prime Minister and the plan of the Holy Gate, even if he is the Supreme Emperor, he must die. You? Sima Ting was delighted when he heard this. Yes, I already know his name, Shi Yuan, plus Linglong Yushi. It is enough to curse him to death. Even if he is a fake name, my curse can still curse him to death. Sima Ting heard this and showed a worried look. What if the other party is the Supreme Emperor? When Zhongyang heard this and took out a piece of bamboo ruler, this thing is called Dingwa ruler, which is a gift from the Holy Lord of Tianyun. It has the supreme cultivation of the Holy Lord. I use this thing to curse, even if it is the Supreme Emperor, it will not escape death. This ruler was given by the Holy Lord of Tianyun himself. According to the instructions of the Holy Lord, these walking people all took this thing and went to various countries to gather luck. If the other party pretends to be a nobody to communicate with the Queen, wouldn't it be a waste? Sima Ting asked again. It's harmless to me, it's harmless to him, it just takes some time, and it can also be a warning to others. Prime Minister, please wait a moment, I'll find the jade and then cast the curse. Even the Supreme Emperor will die. When Zhang Yang was extremely confident. Thank you for your trouble, sir. Sima Ting said. He was also looking forward to it. He wished that Qi Yuan was the big demon who had colluded with him before, and then was cursed to death. He could be the Lord of Nanshan with peace of mind. If not, he must die. Helping Queen Jinli and offending him is a capital crime. Tianyun Holy Mountain. It is a holy place for the human race. The mountain is thousands of feet high and overlooks the entire Wanyue continent. A young man with an ordinary face climbed out of the brothel. There was a relaxed and casual look on his face. A journey through the dust in the world is not as good as the taste of a beauty. A young man with an ordinary face, if placed on the street, would be the kind that is particularly inconspicuous. However, if his identity is exposed, it will definitely shock everyone. Because he is the Holy Lord of Tianyun. After 3,000 years, I can finally leave Tianyun Mountain for 300 miles. Not bad, not bad. The Holy Lord of Tianyun was originally a tortoise in the mountains. 3,000 years ago, a drop of blood fell on it. He awakened his spiritual wisdom, turned into a human form, and lived for 10,000 years. Through that drop of immortal blood, he obtained a lot of secret methods and knowledge that he had never obtained before. But the price is that he cannot leave Tianyun Mountain. He practiced year after year. However, his aptitude was very poor. It took him 500 years to step into the realm of the emperor. It took him 1,500 years to step into the realm of the supreme emperor. 20 years ago, he even stepped into the legendary realm of the sky. His talent is not high, so he was very cowardly. When he met an enemy, he would usually outlast him, and then open a brothel on his grave to have a night of fun. Of course, this was limited to the vicinity of Tianyun Mountain. He would even force the descendants of those who offended him into prostitution and take them into his room. He did not like good families, but preferred prostitutes. However, as his strength grew, he became more and more arrogant, and even established the Tianyun Holy Gate and became the Holy Lord of the Tianyun Holy Gate. The elders of the Tianyun Holy Gate did not know that in fact, every generation of the Tianyun Holy Lord was his best. Walking on the road, the Tianyun Holy Lord hummed a little song. Sure enough, I was too timid before. The blood and energy of the people who died in the war between humans and demons for thousands of years allowed me to step into the Supreme Emperor, and the progress was quite slow. Controlling the national destiny of the human race and the blood of the demon race, and offering sacrifices to them is the right way. Feeling his strength soaring, the Tianyun Holy Lord could not help but sigh. He has poor talent and cultivates very slowly. According to the secret method of the drop of longevity blood, he provoked a war between humans and demons, and the blood and chi produced were absorbed by him, and his strength gradually increased. Humans and demons were originally in opposition, and he didn't need much effort to secretly instigate them. However, as his strength soared, he gradually became dissatisfied with this growth. Therefore, he set his sights on the strongest and most vicious and cruel secret method, the method of blood sacrifice for national destiny. He will send the ruler of the country into the country to absorb the destiny of various countries. In another 60 years, the method of blood sacrifice for national destiny will be successful. At that time, he will perform a blood sacrifice to sacrifice both the human race and the demon race in this world. He will be able to leap over the Dragon Gate and become the real master of the moonwatching continent. Looking back on his life, the Holy Lord of Destiny talked about it with relish. His life was extremely beautiful. He lived to the extreme. He was a late bloomer. I have bowed my head and served the powerful, and I have also made a few words to stir up the world. No matter how talented you are, you will be reduced to ashes and become a laughingstock. The immortal tortoise is evergreen, and the late bloomer is now. The Holy Lord of Heaven often frequents brothels and hums some songs. Unfortunately, his cultural level is not high. Not only does he not know the rhythm, but also the rhyme. The Holy Lord of Heaven is preparing to return to the Holy Gate of Heaven and continue his retreat. For the last 60 years, for the sake of safety, he has to stay in the coffin to practice, and let the vest take charge of the overall situation. He will not come out unless there is something important, and will go to the brothel a few times at most. But at this time, a crow flew over his head. The Holy Lord of Heaven cursed his bad luck. He snapped his fingers, and the crow died. For some reason, he suddenly felt frightened. No, I can't go out again. I won't go to the brothel anymore. The Holy Lord of Heaven made a decision that went against his ancestors. Nanshan country, in the Prime Minister's residence. The red G wood was ignited, crackling. The burning flame was blood red. This is the best carrier of the curse-killing technique. When Zhongyang's eyes were sharp, holding the Dingwa ruler in one hand and the whisk in the other. 10,000 miles to chase the shape, the spirit is afraid of killing. Curse! With his voice, the blood-red flame on the red G wood jumped out nearly half a foot high. The red flames, reflected on the faces of Wen Zhongyang and Sima Ting, looked particularly creepy. Sima Ting stood aside, his beard trembling. He was a little expectant. How is it, sir? Wen Zhongyang held the Dingwa ruler and said calmly, the curse-killing technique has been performed, just wait a moment, and you will see blood. He was originally an emperor-level strongman, with the Dingwa ruler of the Holy Lord of Tianyun. When performing the curse-killing technique, even the Supreme Emperor could be killed. Sima Ting breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, sir." As he spoke, he picked up the crimson-purple crane cloak and put it on Wen Zhongyang. Bang! A loud explosion sounded. Blood plasma and flesh and blood fragments flew. Sima Ting was covered in blood, and the dark purple crane cloak was directly dyed red. Sima Ting held it up, and it was covered with blood and flesh. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? Sima Ting looked at the scene in front of him with an unbelievable look. His face was covered with blood, and there were some pieces of flesh on his beard. Because it was Wen Zhongyang who exploded. And Wen Zhongyang suddenly exploded because he was backlashed by the curse. The other party. Who is it? Even the Dingguo ruler was destroyed? Thousands of miles away, Tianyun Holy Gate. In the underground palace, half of the body of the Tianyun Holy Lord crawled into the coffin. This coffin was made by him with hundreds of years of accumulation of Tianyun Holy Gate, and it was unparalleled in attack and defense. When he was outside Tianyun Mountain, he saw crows flying and had a bad feeling in his heart. He didn't make any arrangements afterwards and hurried to the coffin. However, just when he ran to the coffin, he felt a vast and unmatched force, as if it had crossed the ages and was tracking him. He widened his eyes, quite puzzled, and unwilling to accept it. Why? He had worked hard and low-key for 3,000 years, and lived a life worse than a turtle. He thought he would soar into the sky. In the end, he met with an inexplicable fate. It was as if a powerful person passed by the sky and sneezed casually, which directly shocked him to death. The careful layout became a joke. The Holy Lord of Heavenly Destiny died tragically. About an incense stick later, suddenly, the body of the Holy Lord of Heavenly Destiny exploded and broke into pieces. A quarter of an hour later, a spider crawled into the underground palace. Half an hour later, two figures entered the underground palace. One of them looked exactly like the dead Holy Lord of Heavenly Destiny. He was the substitute of the Holy Lord of Heavenly Destiny, the Holy Lord of Heavenly Destiny in the public view of the Holy Sect of Heavenly Destiny. He looked at the flesh and blood that exploded in front of the coffin, and his face showed an excited look. This old turtle is finally dead. Next to him, the man in gold said calmly, "The ancestor of our clan personally performed the art of exchanging lives. How could he survive?" To be honest, the man in gold was still a little surprised. The ancestor of his clan was the Supreme Emperor, and he died of old age. Before he died, he performed the art of exchanging lives and died together with the Holy Lord of Heavenly Destiny. Therefore, the man in gold cooperated with the puppet Holy Lord of the Holy Sect of Heavenly Destiny. Originally, he thought that the ancestor's life-changing technique could only cause the Holy Lord of Heavenly Destiny to be seriously injured and dying, but he didn't expect that he would die directly. He was a little surprised, but he wanted to take the credit for himself. This old turtle has always been strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Now that he is dead, the Holy Gate of Heavenly Destiny is yours. The man in gold looked at the person next to him. Can our cooperation continue? Of course, of course. The substitute of the Holy Lord of Heavenly Destiny was extremely excited. Is there anything more exciting in the world than a substitute becoming irregular? Chi Yuan sneezed in the forbidden clothes. It's over, I caught a cold. Just now, Chi Yuan sneezed and felt a little cold. Xiaojia followed behind Chi Yuan, keeping a distance of one body length from Chi Yuan. She seemed to understand what Chi Yuan said, and a sticky wooden sign slipped from her sleeve. Chi Yuan glanced at Xiaojia. Goodbye, your material is too silky, I'm afraid it will be even colder. After coming out of the underground palace, Chi Yuan decided to take Xiaojia with him to kill people everywhere. With Xiaojia around, they won't be completely at a disadvantage when they meet the ugly clothes monster king. Chi Yuan decided to take advantage of this time to take down the clothes ban. With Xiaojia around, his level can be directly increased by 5 levels. Level 90 and level 88 are two different concepts. The difference is a big level. Let's go, men and women team up, and it won't be tiring to kill monsters. With Xiaojia, Chi Yuan was full of confidence. The mountain was dark, with only a full moon hanging in the sky. Chi Yuan held the big sword and appeared again when the clothes monster was sleeping. Land! Kill! With Chi Yuan's loud shout, he was like a wolf into a flock of sheep, killing non-stop. What dungarees, what little mother's skirt, all taken down. Experience, also rapidly increasing. Plus 200. Plus 300. This time, Chi Yuan was much bolder than before. He killed, and after nearly half an hour, he quickly reached level 89. And at this moment, a grim look fell on Chi Yuan. Ugly Clothes Monster King, you are here. Chi Yuan was excited. I share the same robe with you. In an instant, he performed I share the same robe with you, and the blood-red battle armor was draped over his body, turning his big sword red. His figure also quickly rose to 10 meters in height. Of course, Qi Yuan could still be taller, but there was no need. 10 meters, for Qi Yuan at the moment, is the most suitable. Let me see if your health bar will be reduced. Facing the ugly clothes monster king, even Qi Yuan, who is now level 94, felt a little pressure. Heaven-slashing sword technique. Qi Yuan's first move was his strongest attack. He jumped up in red armor, and the earth was shaken by the force. Qi Yuan seemed to be carrying a full moon on his back, and a blood-red sword energy fell from the sky. Crack! The heaven-slaying sword art landed on the ugly monster king. The ugly monster king stretched out his hand, which was a mixture of pale and dark claws. It caught Qi Yuan's sword with one claw. The heaven-slaying sword art could not advance an inch, and the ugly monster king looked at Qi Yuan without any emotion. Qi Yuan was a little stunned when he saw this scene. Only a little blood loss? Slipped away. Qi Yuan felt that it was better to run away quickly. It seems that level 95 and level 94 are a big threshold. Qi Yuan switched the combat mode of the wedding dress armor to the defensive mode and ran away directly. If he didn't have the wedding dress armor, it would be very difficult for him to run away, and he might even be stopped by the ugly monster king. But now, he can just run away openly without having to hide his head in fear. Qi Yuan was in a particularly good mood after escaping. In the past, he might have felt that the ugly clothes monster king was particularly difficult to deal with. Now, it only takes 4 or 5 days. He used the wedding dress armor to level himself up to level 90, and the ugly clothes monster king could not stop him at all. At that time, it would depend on whether the ugly clothes monster king's claws were hard or Qi Yuan's sword was sharp. Qi Yuan returned to the cemetery and dug a pit for himself. I won't sleep in the bridal chamber. I don't like lying on the board, Qi Yuan said to Xiaojia behind him with a serious face. Xiaojia followed behind him, silent. Qi Yuan jumped into the pit. Suddenly, there was a bang outside the pit. Qi Yuan immediately got out of the pit and saw Xiaojia tripped by a stone. He helped Xiaojia up and wiped the dirt off her body. Sure enough, it's not good to have no eyes. You always fall down. During the time he spent with Xiaojia, Qi Yuan had discovered many of Xiaojia's attributes. For example, she was easy to fall down, and for example, she was easy to bump into things and knock over things in the house. When I get married in the future, I must find someone with eyes. Qi Yuan sighed. He thought about it, hugged Xiaojia into his arms, just like collecting clothes in the rain, and then got into the pit. Yin and Yang Forbidden Land. In a valley somewhere, dozens of coffins were displayed. Click! The coffin lid flipped up. Dozens of humanoid creatures sat up. They were both men and women, exuding a vast aura. If Qi Yuan saw these people, his eyes would definitely light up. They were all level 90 NPCs. There were even some level 95 and above. At this time, the strongest of this group of humanoid creatures, the man with vertical pupils on his forehead, looked through the yin-yang prohibition and seemed to see the clothing prohibition. He slowly spoke, his voice neither male nor female. There will be another fellow in the world soon. Congratulations, I never thought that the evil demons outside the domain would be able to enter the heavenly domain while fishing and looking at the moon. Since the gods left 10,000 years ago, the moon-watching continent has undergone terrible changes. Warriors practice, acquired, 0 to 9 levels, innate, 10 to 19 levels, master, 20 to 29 levels, king, 30 to 49, emperor, 50 to 69 levels, heavenly domain, 70 to 89 levels, and divine domain. Whenever a warrior breaks through the emperor level and enters the realm of the heavenly realm, a fishing line will drop from the sky, drill into the warrior's body, and out the brain, blood, and flesh. In the end, the fishing line leaves, leaving only an empty human skin. Therefore, in the past 10,000 years, there have been almost no new strong men from the heavenly realm appearing in the moon-watching continent. Do you know his origins? Said a fairy in white clothes. If Qi Yuan took a look at her, he would know that she was a level 97 boss. And this boss, 10,000 years ago, and even had a brief romance with the gods. Fairy buried flowers, he comes from the forbidden land of clothes and crowns, and he probably relied on the resources of the princess of wedding clothes to get to this point. An old man said, and secretly glanced at the fairy. Humph, it seems that the guy Jinjia left a lot of good things for that stinky woman. There was a hint of mockery in the tone of the fairy buried flowers. Jinjia is the name of the gods. When the others heard this, they all said nothing, not wanting to offend the fairy buried flowers. The man with vertical pupils was tall and strong. He spoke with a voice like thunder. Since he is about to step into the god's domain and is the husband of the new princess of wedding clothes, he should also be our fellow. 300 years later, when the heavenly dog swallows the moon, it is the time when the evil demons from outside the domain are the weakest, and it is time for us to attack the forbidden land of the Earth Absolute. The evil demons from outside the domain occupied the Earth Absolute and caused chaos in the world. And those of them who were once the heavenly domain and are now the God's domain strongmen can only hide in the Yin-Yang Forbidden Land and the Five Elements Forbidden Land. They have been secretly cultivating for thousands of years, accumulating strength, just to hold the demon-slaying conference when the foreign evil demons are at their weakest, attack the Earth Absolute, and join forces to defeat the demons. Otherwise, if this continues, when the foreign evil demons completely occupy the Earth Absolute and can attack in full form in the Moon-watching continent, even if they rely on the Yin-Yang Forbidden Land and the Five Elements Forbidden Land, they will not be able to stop the foreign evil demons and can only die. This invitation to the demon-slaying conference should be presented, the vertical pupil man said. But he has not yet entered the God realm, and he may not be able to pass the level of the ugly clothes monster emperor. A man said, and at the same time looked at the buried flower fairy in a flattering manner. The buried flower fairy does not like the wedding dress princess, so naturally she certainly does not like the husband of the new wedding dress princess. He has always admired the buried flower fairy, so he spoke naturally. With the princess wedding clothes here, it's only a matter of time before he kills the ugly clothes monster king. What a pity! Why did the princess wedding clothes choose him as her husband? If she had chosen Tong, or at least us, our strength would have greatly increased, and we would have a better chance of winning the demon-slaying conference. What a pity, in just 300 years, even with the support of the princess wedding clothes, I'm afraid his combat power is only close to that of weaker giants. An old man said with regret. Tong, that is, the man with vertical pupils, is their leader and a strong man at the top of the God realm. There are 3 such strong men, 1 from the Yin-Yang Forbidden Land and 2 from the Five Elements Forbidden Land. The original God of Heaven was a strong man of this level. As for the 95th to 98th level fairy burial flower, he is a giant in the God realm. The husband of the new princess of wedding dress in the clothes forbidden palace has not yet entered the God realm. In the past few hundred years, even if he has entered the God realm, with the help of the princess of wedding dress, his combat power is probably that of a second-rate giant. And if these giants get the help of the princess of wedding dress, they may be able to exert the strength of the peak of the God realm, or even surpass it. They will be more confident in facing the evil demons from outside the domain. What's the use of saying this? Do you dare to leave the Yin-Yang Forbidden Palace to find the princess of wedding dress? Moreover, we don't know that there is a new princess of wedding dress born in the world? A fat man sneered. He is also a giant. Some people were dissatisfied when they heard this. Some people remained silent. I just think it's a waste for the princess of wedding dress to marry that man. Alas, the evil demons from outside the domain are extremely terrifying. Even the gods are not their opponents. Can we win the demon-killing conference 300 years later? The gods are the most talented and powerful people 10,000 years ago. Tong, as well as the 2 peak gods in the Five Elements Forbidden Land, were all suppressed by the gods and couldn't raise their heads. The gods were defeated? Could they win? You admit defeat before the fight, old man Tang. Are you afraid? I remember that your most beloved grandson was caught by the fishing line of the evil demon from outside the domain and devoured his flesh and blood. An extra bit of strength is extremely important to us. No matter what, the one in the clothes and hats forbidden land is our fellow. How can you be rude? It's too wasteful for the Princess Jai. If Tong is allowed to, it's inevitable that she will create a second god, or even stronger. Everyone quarreled, each with their own thoughts. Tong spoke at this time, his voice grim. Enough, the enemy is at hand, no internal strife is allowed. Emily, send an invitation letter to invite that fellow to participate in the demon-killing conference. As you command. The man named Emily replied. Shi Yuan, who was about to log off in the clothes and hats forbidden land, was stunned. Invitation letter? An invitation letter appeared on Xiao Jia's body. 300 years later? Demon-slaying conference? 300 years, my daughter has been ruling the world. Shi Yuan took note of the invitation. However, the demon-slaying conference in 300 years? How could he wait? In 300 years, the Qing dynasty would be gone, right? He ignored it and logged off at the speed of light. When the annoying wooden cat puppet meowed again, Shi Yuan did not throw the dried wooden fish into its mouth this time. He stood up, patted the wooden cat puppet's head, and looked at the bright morning light outside. A day's plan begins in the morning. He pulled himself together and looked into the storage bag. When he saw the piles of books and jade slips of cultivation techniques, his face suddenly fell. I still have to work 996 when I come to another world. In the Black Mountain sect, Shi Yuan took great pains to empty the books in the library, as well as the jade slips of cultivation techniques. For Qi Yuan, cultivation techniques are the most important thing. After all, most of the cultivation techniques in this world are not suitable for him. He needs to read other books, and then use the information he sees with his own eyes to accumulate knowledge and finally perfect his own cultivation techniques. Last time, Qi Yuan used the jade slips of his junior sister Jiang Lingsu's cultivation techniques, which contained more than 600 techniques. At that time, Qi Yuan only took a quick look and wasted 2 days. But now, there are more than 600 techniques to read, and books are much more difficult to understand than jade slips. In addition, last time, he only read the techniques of the qi refining stage, which he only needed to take a quick look at. Now, he has to read the techniques of the foundation establishment stage in detail. It is impossible to finish reading so many books in a month. Qi Yuan buried his head in the books and read them seriously. He read them very seriously. Because this is the basis for him to create the foundation building techniques. He read the boring techniques more seriously than advanced mathematics. Unfortunately, he reads very slowly. It takes a long time to read a technique, which is not as good as quantum reading. It is better to build the foundation of the heavenly Tao earlier, so that the consciousness can be released, so that reading books will not be so tiring. Qi Yuan flipped through the books and felt that the consciousness was really a good thing. Unfortunately, it is necessary to release the consciousness in quantum reading after the foundation building stage. For several days, Qi Yuan read books during the day and played games online at night. With the blessing of Xiaojia, Qi Yuan was already powerful enough to walk sideways in Yiguanjin. Although he still could not kill the ugly clothes monster king, but as his strength increased, he could also hurt the ugly clothes monster king. The terrifying ugly clothes monster king had no way to deal with Qi Yuan. He could only let Qi Yuan go on a killing spree in Yiguanjin. The strong sword splits the skull. I have no head, how can you split my skull? Qi Yuan, as always, dubbed these clothing monsters in Yiguanjin to entertain himself and find some fun for himself. Otherwise, the boring time of killing monsters would be too boring. The experience bar skyrocketed. He was level 89, not far from level 90. Qi Yuan glanced at the ugly clothes monster king flying over from a distance. He's gone. He was too lazy to fight with the ugly clothes monster king, so he might as well wait until he reached level 90. Level 90, then I will be more confident. Qi Yuan immediately exited quickly. He had killed almost all the people today, and he couldn't stay online anymore, his brain couldn't take it. After unmerging with Xiaojia, Qi Yuan dug a pit as usual. Suddenly, he saw a crooked tree on the grave, with a few purple fruits. It was like a combination of grapes and apples. He picked some and took a bite, and the sour taste of bayberry exploded in his taste buds. Not bad, do you want to try one? He handed it to Xiaojia. Xiaojia didn't respond. Qi Yuan sighed, without a mouth, I can't eat, and I can't. This marriage still needs to be divorced. Xiaojia felt aggrieved, and slid out a sticky wooden sign. Qi Yuan smiled, took Xiaojia into his arms, and got into the pit. He changed to a comfortable position, like a salted fish lying on the bed, holding the cold Xiaojia, and then sent a message to Jinli. However, he lowered his head and glanced at the cute and quiet Xiaojia. He was stunned. He has a wife, but he still chats with female netizens. Does this count as cheating? It seems that after the divorce, the court will definitely order him to compensate her. He has nothing but a big sword. Without thinking too much, Qi Yuan and Jinli chatted as usual. Jinli is like the night breeze by the river, slightly cool and moist, blowing on people like a trickle of rain. Is Sima Ting moving? Be careful. I'm almost done with the clothing ban, maybe I can help you. Good night, I'm too sleepy, I can't stay up late to play games anymore, I have to get up and read tomorrow morning. Looking at these messages, Jinli, who was dressed in silk and gauze, also replied good night. At this time, her face was always filled with sorrow. A few days ago, an emperor-level strongman in the prime minister's mansion died inexplicably. This is definitely a good thing for Jinli, but she can't be happy no matter what. Sima Ting and her maintain a delicate balance. Now that an emperor-level strongman has died, Sima Ting may no longer care about his face and legitimacy, and will force the palace. Recently, the army of Nanshan Kingdom has been mobilized very frequently. Jinli can already feel the military's front and the murderous atmosphere that permeates Kyoto. And all she can rely on are thousands of imperial guards. The imperial power was shelved as early as 20 years ago. How can she turn the tide now? Jinli was tired and fell into a deep sleep with a strong sense of sleepiness. What she didn't know was that at this time, a big thing was being plotted in the Prime Minister's mansion. Sima Ting, the originally domineering and noble Prime Minister, was like a pug, hunched over. Next to him, there were two people, one fat and one thin. The fat one was the big monster that Sima Ting was most reluctant to see. In his early years, he rose to power with the help of the power of this big monster. This was his handle. The thin man was an emperor-level strongman of the Tianyun holy sect. He didn't expect that the two were actually connected. And now, the two most powerful forces in the world have set their sights on the Nanshan kingdom. The pressure fell on him. The thin emperor narrowed his eyes. Sima Ting, they are just some mortal armies, why should you feel sorry? This time I will remember your great achievement. After 3 years, when the Holy Lord's plan is successful, you can have any of these dozen countries you want. The demon emperor laughed heartily. Those who achieve great things are not bound by small details. Some time ago, their demon clan, in cooperation with the substitute of the Tianyun Holy Lord, killed the real Tianyun Holy Lord. As a price, the Tianyun Holy Sect ceded Nanshan to the demon clan. At this moment, the demon emperor came with the handwritten order of the supreme emperor to fight the front line. The front line is simple, to wear down the military power of the Nanshan kingdom, and at the same time to refine a supreme emperor weapon, the bloodless imperial staff. The conditions that need to be met for the refining of this imperial staff are extremely harsh. That's why he contacted the Tianyun Holy Sect to put pressure on Sima Ting. Let Sima Ting mobilize the army and enter the capital. Set up a large formation, accumulate the solemn and murderous aura of the army, and then kill a city to make the aura extremely rich, so that he can create the supreme imperial weapon, the bloodless imperial staff. And all these need to consume is Sima Ting's foundation, his army, and the entire Nanshan capital. Sima Ting wanted to object, but facing the two most powerful forces in this world, he could only bow his head. Now his life is in the hands of others. Hearing that the strong men of the Tianyun Holy Sect gave some benefits, he could only take it. Everything is in accordance with the orders of the adults. All the troops are slowly entering the city. Before, Sima Ting deployed the army outside the imperial capital. Now, it's just to let these troops enter the city, and the speed will be very fast. Sima Ting, very good, ambitious, and knows when to advance and retreat. Tianyun Holy Gate will not treat you unfairly. The thin emperor patted Sima Ting on the shoulder, very satisfied. This matter is done, you have a sign of the hall elders, and your status in Tianyun Holy Gate is not lower than mine. Sima Ting was delighted when he heard this. That was what he longed for. With the sign of the hall elders, he would be a chess player who could overlook more than a dozen countries. Instead of now, even if he has great power, he is just a chess piece that cannot help himself. Thank you, sir. The Demon Clan Emperor grinned. I heard that the queen of your Nanshan country is a great beauty with a national beauty. I have always liked to collect wine vessels. When the imperial capital is destroyed, leave the queen's head to me. The head of a beauty, or a queen, must be very moist when used to hold wine. It is the most suitable. Sima Ting felt a chill when he heard this, but still nodded and agreed, okay. The next day, the court was overcast. The Minister of Rights, Kong Chi, was dressed in a long gown, tall and handsome. He was always well-mannered, but now his face was full of anger. Prime Minister, for 3 consecutive days, why did the Dragon War Army, the Black Flag Army, and the Liaodong Army enter the imperial capital in a dignified manner? Are you planning a rebellion? There was a silence in the court. It can be said that except for a few officials, the vast majority of officials obeyed Sima Ting's orders. Now, the 3 armies entering the capital are what they are most looking forward to. Nanshan Kingdom should have changed a lot. Of course, they don't know that these troops entering the imperial capital are not for rebellion, but just some sacrifices. And they are also sacrifices, no different from those soldiers and those civilians. Sima Ting walked like a dragon and a tiger, and said to the Minister of Rights, the 3 armies entering the capital have the transfer order of the Ministry of War, which is in line with the laws of Nanshan. It's ridiculous that you, the minister, make groundless assumptions and attack me, and treat the laws of the court as nothing. The other officials laughed. The great sage Kong Chi has a gentle temperament and is upright. He has always been known as a sage. But at this moment, he was also furious with Sima Ting. Everyone knows what Sima Ting is thinking. The great sage Kong Chi said, and suddenly burst into tears, the whole court of civil and military officials, unexpectedly, there is not a single person. Nanshan is dead. The other officials looked at Kong Chi with mockery. Kong Chi is a qualified great sage, but certainly not a mature official. At this time, Yu Guogong, who had been silent all the time, spoke up. Prime Minister, mobilizing the 3 armies to enter the city, does your majesty know what the purpose is? Sima Ting glanced at Yu Guogon. He didn't expect that this old turtle would actually speak for Jinli. However, none of this mattered. Now your majesty knows, doesn't he? Sima Ting looked at Jinli sitting on the throne, with a smile in his eyes, and no respect at all. The previous emperor was a puppet in his hands. Jinli was personally sent to the throne by him. It can be said that the whole court of civil and military officials are all his people. He continued, there have been evil spirits causing trouble in the imperial city recently. In order to ensure the safety of your majesty, I have mobilized the 3 armies to enter the capital. During this period, a ban will be issued in the capital. Only entry is allowed, but no exit. After half a month, the evil spirits will be eliminated and the 3 armies will leave the capital. There is no need to panic, Sima Ting said, and turned around and left. He didn't even pretend to do anything. The rest of the officials followed suit and left. Many officials also secretly saluted Jinli and then hurried away. In the huge palace, there were only a few officials left soon, and Jinli, who looked worried. When Jinli returned to the bedroom exhausted, she glanced at the exquisite jade in her hand. If the country was destroyed and she died, could the original agreement still be fulfilled? She looked up at the towering ancient Sichuan tree, wondering what she was thinking. At this time, Aunt Qin walked in with a strong sense of fatigue and a hint of anger on her face. Your Majesty, the 3 armies have entered and the city gates are blocked. If Sima Ting is determined to show his true colors, I will take your Majesty out even if I risk my life. The commander of the Imperial Guards next to him, Huasian, also knelt on one knee. I am willing to die for your Majesty. Jinli looked at these people who were loyal to her, and she slowly said, I'm sorry. For you. She has never been a qualified empress. Even her cultivation was secretly tampered with by Sima Ting's people, and her progress was slow. Sima Ting is ambitious and will probably start a rebellion within half a month. I can't leave the imperial city. And you still have a chance. Leave the imperial city and go to Xianyuan Forbidden City. You can escape this disaster. Jinli arranged a way out for Aunt Qin and other confidants. At this time, Aunt Qin's eyes became deep. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that old Sima Ting is not just a usurper. In the Prime Minister's mansion, I detected several very obscure and powerful auras, including the Demon Clan. Demon Clan? Jinli was stunned. And the aura of the Demon Clan outside the city seems to be even stronger, and there are no less than 3 Emperor-level strongmen. What? Jinli was completely shocked. She didn't know what Sima Ting was going to do. In the moonlight, Qi Yuan was wearing blood-red armor and exerted his combat power to the extreme. He was like a huge crazy dinosaur, and he rushed forward, and several clothing monsters were killed. The experience bar skyrocketed. Suddenly, Qi Yuan shouted, Level 90. He finally reached level 90. Level 90, according to the classification of the moon-watching continent, is a strong person above the heaven realm, at the level of the god realm. This is a qualitative difference from level 89. Qi Yuan could feel that his strength, speed, physique, etc. were all skyrocketing. If he was afraid of the siege of the clothes monster before and only dared to go out at night, now he is not afraid. During the day, he will kill as many clothed monsters as possible. 2 skills. After reaching level 90, he has 2 more skills. Thinking of this, he feels that Xiaojia is really the best clothed monster in the world. Not only does it increase by 5 levels, but it also gives him 2 skills for free. He began to look at his skills. Soul fixing? The first small skill, called soul fixing, can fix the soul, so that he can stick to his heart when facing illusions and illusions. Death radiance? The big skill is death radiance. Looking at this big skill, Qi Yuan couldn't help but be amazed. This skill is dancing on the tightrope of death. When life is on the verge of death, he can exert the most dazzling light and the most powerful combat power. Moreover, this is not only a big skill to improve combat power, but also a skill that can heal himself. When he hurts the enemy, he can absorb the enemy's vitality and heal his own injuries. In simple terms, the lower the health value, the stronger it is, and it also absorbs blood and mana. Why don't you give me a famous sword signing? Wouldn't I be invincible? Qi Yuan felt that this skill was a bit dangerous and had to be used together with the famous sword signing. In this way, maybe he could carry the enemy crystal away. But it's already very good. When it's full of blood, I can use the death radiance to double my combat power. Holding the blood-red big sword, Qi Yuan's eyes looked through the clothes and hats forbidden and into the deepest part. The clown monster. No, the ugly clothes monster king, I'm coming. And in the depths of the clothes and hats forbidden, the ugly clothes monster king, who had been staring at Qi Yuan, also approached Qi Yuan at this moment. In an instant, the two rushed in both directions and then made the strongest collision. Ah! The red blood seemed to overflow from Qi Yuan's blood-colored armor. He raised his sword. The sword, which was only a few meters long, became thousands of meters long at this moment under the red blood. Take my sword. With the death radiance, Qi Yuan's fighting style changed completely. He pursued the strongest attack power and the greatest range of destructive power. Although the aftermath could not hurt the ugly clothes monster king, it could kill other clothes monsters. This is the experience bar, and it also provides blood-sucking for the enemy. More importantly, he does not have to worry about not having enough mana, so he can let go. Today, I will kill you. The huge blood-red sword, with its mighty power, could not be underestimated even in the god realm. Not to mention, Qi Yuan, who was in the same robe with Z, was at level 95. According to the classification of the moon-watching continent, this was already considered the late stage of the god realm. One step further would make him a giant. However, the huge air wave overturned the trees, and hundreds of clothes monsters lost their courage and souls, becoming the food of the Deathglow. Under the sword, Qi Yuan's experience skyrocketed wildly, and the figure of the ugly clothes monster king was a little messy. On its huge claws, several black nails were broken, revealing white flesh. The ugly clothes monster king seemed to have no intelligence, and did not care about the pain of the injury at all, and continued to rush towards Qi Yuan. It seems that today we will not only decide who is better, but also decide life and death. Qi Yuan held the huge sword and swung it, without any sense of instability. Now he felt that he could chop down a mountain with one sword. Of course, it was not the mountain in the forbidden area. The mountains and rivers here are a bit special. With one sword, the wind and clouds moved. The small skill he activated, Clothes Tearing, has a bonus to the ugly clothes monster king in clothes monsters. Clothes Tearing has a bonus to breaking armor for clothes and armor. As for the ugly clothes monster king, they are originally clothes, and taking a bath is equivalent to washing clothes. The Clothes Tearing does not tear their robes, but their bodies. The masks on the face of the ugly clothes monster king are black and white, without any color. The sharp sword collided with the creepy claws. The claws were broken, the flesh and blood turned over, revealing the eerie white bones. You still have bones? Qi Yuan was a little surprised. The ugly clothes monster king was speechless, and the terrifying mask stared at him. The silent clothes forbidden city was a little horrifying. The two clashed again. The entire clothes forbidden city's clothes monsters were killed by the aftermath of the two, countless. The ugly clothes monster king's injuries became more and more serious, and he looked extremely miserable. On the other hand, Qi Yuan became more and more courageous. He looked at the clothes forbidden city, which was almost reduced to ruins, and the big sword in his hand shrank. This place will soon become my shape, I can't destroy it anymore. He held the sword, ready to end this meaningless battle. Domineering power. Heaven-slashing sword technique. The two skills were used at the same time, which was his strongest attack in normal state. Boom! The blood-red sword stabbed at the ugly clothes monster king. What surprised Qi Yuan was that the ugly clothes monster king didn't know whether he could dodge or not. And it deliberately did not dodge, allowing Qi Yuan's terrifying sword to pierce its chest. It looked at Qi Yuan, and the clown black and white mask without any expression seemed to reveal a relieved smile. This sword had already killed all its life. Then, its body collapsed. There was a layer of human skin floating in the air. A faceless mask also fell to the ground. Qi Yuan looked at the layer of human skin, and for some reason, he felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. He picked up the faceless mask, and some scenes appeared in his mind. You are the most talented person in the clan, and you are expected to reach the top of the heavenly domain. However, the heavenly demon is patrolling the moon-watching continent. You must hide your identity and not reveal your talent. This is a faceless mask. From now on, you will wear this mask and leave the Feng clan. One day, when you step into the realm of the Supreme Emperor, you will enter the 4 forbidden areas. Remember, don't step into the heavenly domain outside. Qi Yuan saw that the ordinary-looking, only handsome boy put on a faceless mask, abandoned his name, and forgot his past. However, when he came to the clothes in Forbidden Land and stepped into the heavenly domain, what was waiting for him was a fishing line that fell from the sky. His whole body of blood was instantly drained. Only a human skin was left, attached to a clothes and demon. Qi Yuan couldn't help but raise his head and look at the sky. Fishing line? Demon? He remembered the invitation letter to the demon-killing conference. The big boss of this world has some strong means. He looked at the human skin. The NPC is quite humane. Kill him. I'm level 91 now, very close to level 92. He picked up the faceless mask and put it on himself. At this moment, a prompt sound came into Qi Yuan's ears. The Iguan Ban copy has been cleared and rewards have been obtained. Reward 110 polluted fragments of the heavenly Tao. Reward 2, control of the Ibu Imperial Guards. Polluted fragments of the heavenly Tao? Qi Yuan was stunned. He didn't encounter this problem in Xianyuan Ban. The fragments of the heavenly Tao at that time were intact. Qi Yuan suddenly thought of the scene where the fishing line hanging from the sky sucked out the predecessor of the ugly clothes Monster King. So, this forbidden land has been polluted by the so-called heavenly demon? The heavenly demon has to be killed. However, according to the invitation letter, the heavenly demon is indeed Jue. If you want to obtain the complete fragment of the heavenly Tao, you must go to Dijue. Actually, it has no effect, but I can't completely control the clothing and hat ban. This means that it is impossible to set rules for the clothing and hat ban such as the latter. No, my mental consumption is a bit large today, I have to log off quickly. Qi Yuan was not injured in today's battle, but his mind was greatly exhausted. The mana recovery of the Death Radiance cannot restore the mind consumed by playing games. Staying in the game for too long will cause considerable damage to him in reality. Qi Yuan hugged Xiao Jia, and this time he did not dig a hole, but lay on the board together. The lights were bright in the palace. The Imperial Guards were supporting outside, and there was a solemn and tense atmosphere in the whole palace. To Jinli's surprise, today, after she summoned Kong Qi, Duke Yu also came to ask for an interview. In his words, he was quite dissatisfied with Sima Ting. Among them, from time to time, he also revealed the intention of letting Jinli leave secretly if she could. Jinli knew these principles. But she couldn't leave. It was late at night, and she was still tossing and turning. Now, the only thing that could make her feel better was the conversation with Qi Yuan. Unfortunately, it was very late today, and Qi Yuan had not sent any news. I wonder how he is doing in Iguanjin. I don't know if I can survive this disaster. The ancient Qi Chun wood can be seen but not touched. At this time, Linglong Yushi flashed a glimmer. Jinli loosened her grip on it and looked at the information inside. I have good news for you. I have taken down the clothing ban. The clothing ban is mine. I have to log off. I have consumed too much today. I will go to other forbidden areas tomorrow. Jinli felt relieved when she saw this. The clothing ban was finally taken down by Qi Yuan. Be careful. After Jinli sent the message, she felt a little hot on her face. She remembered that she had seen the female guards under her command whispering to their husbands like she did. She thought of the recent predicament and wanted to tell Qi Yuan in person. But seeing that Qi Yuan seemed very tired, she thought, wait until he had a good rest before telling him. However, Linglong Yushi jumped again. Little Jinli, I have a good plan that can help you stabilize Nanxian. Do you want to listen? Ah? Jinli was stunned for a moment. I am now in Iguanjin, and I have subdued a group of younger brothers. The strength of these younger brothers should be okay, and it should be no problem to defeat Sima Ting. Do you want me to send them to help you? Qi Yuan has always kept Jinli's current situation in mind. Since he has subdued the Iguan Jinzibu Imperial Guards, he should send them to help Jinli as soon as possible. Delaying for one day will easily cause irreparable regrets. Ah! A huge surprise surged into Jinli's heart. If Qi Yuan was by her side, she couldn't imagine how crazy or abrupt she would act at this moment. She dared to devote herself, but was afraid that she was not worthy of him. Are you happy? Qi Yuan said proudly, I will help you cheat. He suddenly felt that he was a player who spent tens of millions of RMB. Jinli was an ordinary player. Ordinary players also have the gaming experience of RMB players. Of course, more importantly, when he was seriously ill and lived alone, Jinli was the only light he saw. But if I send them, I think the speed will be quite slow, and we have to attack from outside the city. There is no one to protect you, and Sima Ting may be desperate. Let's do this. You build a sacrificial altar and perform sacrifices, and the clothing department Imperial Guards will appear. It will probably take 3 days. Qi Yuan told Jinli in detail about the method of summoning the clothing department Imperial Guards, which took about half an hour. Qi Yuan was extremely tired and finally went offline. Xiao Jia quietly hugged Qi Yuan and did not move, as if Qi Yuan was everything to her. Summoned the clothing department Imperial Guards. Jinli's eyes showed a smile. There was both the joy of surviving the disaster and the joy of being able to see. Qi Yuan. Come here, summon the Minister of Rights Kong Qi. Jinli said, thinking, she added another name, summon Yu Guogong. About half an hour later. In the palace, Kong Qi and Yu Guogong stood under the hall. An Qin, Hua Xian, and others also stood aside. They looked at Queen Jinli with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Minister Kong, I want to build a sacrificial altar. Here is the blueprint. How many days can it be built? Queen Jinli handed a blueprint to the flower fairy, who handed it to Kong Chi. This blueprint was drawn by Jinli herself. Kong Chi took the blueprint and looked at it carefully. After looking at it for a while, he had a puzzled look in his eyes. Your Majesty, the sacrificial altar can be built in 4 to 5 days. I wonder if Your Majesty will build this sacrificial altar in 5 days. What is the use of the altar? Kong Chi was very puzzled. Dukyu next to him was also a little confused. Now that Sima Ting is ambitious, he shouldn't be thinking about how to deal with it or escape. Why would he build this altar? Jinli's face changed, becoming cold and majestic. Just do it, don't ask why. This. Kong Chi's face became embarrassed. Although I am the Minister of Rights, the Ministry of Rights is actually under the control of that villain Sima Ting. I want to mobilize manpower and material resources to build the altar, and I need to find a suitable reason. An Qin was a little dissatisfied when she heard this. Isn't it okay for Your Majesty to personally order it? Although, she didn't understand why Your Majesty did this. However, she would definitely agree with what Your Majesty did. The reason is that I want to sacrifice to God and my ancestors? Is this reason enough? Jinli said. In fact, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Indeed, she had no control over the 6 ministries. She was like a mascot. Life and death depended entirely on Sima Ting's mood. Your Majesty, I'm afraid it won't work. Kong Chi knelt on the ground, his whole body crawling on the ground, his face full of shame. I have failed the Emperor's grace. Although he was a great sage and had a good reputation in Nanxian, he could not even control the Ministry of Rights. However, Kong Chi raised his head again. Your Majesty, the most urgent task is to leave the imperial city. Building an altar is not a big deal. Your Majesty, please put the overall situation first, discuss the plan of leaving Beijing, go to Yanbei Pass, and order General Tanchi to fight the enemy. In Kong Chi's opinion, building an altar. What's the point? Now the most urgent task is for His Majesty to leave Beijing. As long as General Tanchi is still loyal to Nanxian, His Majesty will still be His Majesty. Jinli said nothing. Building an altar is very important. But she can't tell anyone that she can summon the Yibu Imperial Guards, otherwise it might reach Sima Ting's ears. This matter sounds weird and far-fetched, but what if Sima Ting is cautious? Dukyu stood aside and whispered, Your Majesty, it's better to leave Beijing now. Leaving Beijing, there is a glimmer of hope. Although most people present knew that His Majesty had almost no chance of leaving Beijing successfully. But this is the only possibility to survive. Jinli's face was gloomy. Build an altar. At this moment, she must be stubborn and tough. Seeing this, Kong Chi was a little disappointed with Queen Jinli. Although the late emperor was also sidelined, but he always wanted to break free from the cage, and acted like a wise king. But Empress Jinli. Kong Chi was in pain. Seeing Jinli's stubbornness, he burst into tears. I am useless and cannot share Your Majesty's worries. I am willing to donate 370 taels of silver to help Your Majesty build a sacrificial altar. 370 taels of silver is a lot for ordinary people, but it is not enough to build a sacrificial altar. Yu Guogong, who was standing aside, heard this and sighed. Your Majesty is going to fall with the country. I am willing to donate 80,000 taels of silver and 800 craftsmen to build a sacrificial altar for Your Majesty. It can be regarded as the last thing I do for Nanxian. At that time, his daughter, concubine Shi, was pregnant, and the queen was also pregnant with a child. The two were admiring flowers together. At that time, the palace maid brought a bowl of apricot blossom snow and a bowl of ordinary soup. Concubine Shi always liked to drink apricot blossom snow, so the queen gave some to concubine Shi. As a result, someone put drugs in the soup, and concubine Shi had a miscarriage after drinking it, and finally died in depression. It can be said that if there was no concubine Shi, it would be the queen who drank the bowl of soup, and then Queen Jinli would not be born. It can be said that concubine Shi and the child in her belly saved Queen Jinli's life. Of course, there are rumors that concubine Shi was poisoned by the queen out of jealousy, but Dukyu knew that it was Sima Ting's handiwork. Therefore, when Queen Jinli came to Dukyu's mansion to borrow books, Dukyu broke the law and asked Jinli to kneel down for his daughter. Because her daughter and grandson who had never met died for Queen Jinli. Sometimes, he even regarded Queen Jinli as his granddaughter. Jinli naturally didn't know this, and she was happy when she heard what Dukyu said. Thank you, Dukyu. Silver is important, but craftsmen are the most important. Dukyu provided 800 craftsmen, which can be said to have solved almost all problems. How could Jinli not be happy? Dukyu looked at Empress Jinli, stood up and said, Your Majesty, I don't know why you do this. But I want to say that your life is the result of countless sacrifices. Your Majesty's life and death are related to the safety of Nanxian. Your Majesty, please put the country first. I will stay in the palace and build the altar. His implication was that he would be a cover to build the altar, and then Empress Jinli would leave secretly. Empress Jinli heard the meaning of Dukyu's words. No matter how dumb she was, she said, I can save it. Watching Dukyu and Kong Chi leave, Jinli felt exhausted. She was still not fit to be the empress. If Nanshan was done, she wanted to leave here and go to the ancient Chinese tune tree to meet Qi Yuan. If she could. Your Majesty. Aunt Qin lowered her voice and whispered in Jinli's ear, building the altar, was that person's idea? Jinli hesitated when she heard it. Aunt Qin, you just need to follow what I say. Aunt Qin stopped talking after hearing it, but a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Because she saw the altar on the drawing clearly. And Dukyu also saw it clearly. Aunt Qin withdrew and left the palace. She saw Dukyu standing alone not far away, his hands on the grey railing. Dukyu saw Aunt Qin and said loudly, Old Madam Qin, you should recognize what is drawn on the drawing. Yes. Aunt Qin nodded, this is the altar for offering sacrifices to the gods. It is said that in ancient times, Manhwa continent was unified and there was a divine court that shook the world. Building the altar for offering sacrifices to the gods can summon the divine army to come. Unfortunately, these have become legends now. The divine court has long been overthrown. Where is the divine army? 20 years ago, Jingzhou of Qin Kingdom was besieged by monsters. The governor of Jingzhou got the altar drawings and built the altar. What was the result? Dukyu could only sigh when he heard this. I don't know where your majesty got the drawings. But isn't it equally hopeless to expect the altar for offering sacrifices to the gods and to expect your majesty to leave the imperial city safely? Obviously, Dukyu didn't think that this altar for offering sacrifices to the gods could really summon the divine army. Aunt Qin looked gloomy. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Build an altar for offering sacrifices to the gods? What a joke! When Sima Ting heard the news, he showed a mocking look in his eyes. The emperor of the demon clan was holding a blueprint in his hand with a smile in his eyes, using the sword of the ancient gods' court to slay the modern demons. This Queen Jinli is really cute. As a demon clan member, he is most familiar with the gods' court. At the beginning, the demon clan and the human race were competing. Among the human race, a top strong man appeared and was revered as a god. The god established the gods' court and commanded the 4 divisions. By building an altar for the gods, the army of gods can be summoned. At the beginning, the gods' court beat their demon clan to survive in the icy and snowy wasteland. These things are all recorded in the ancestral court of the demon clan. The emperor of the demon clan knows it best. Let her cultivate, it's just a dying struggle. The emperor of the Tianyun Holy Gate didn't care. The demon clan emperor narrowed his eyes. The most important thing now is to create the supreme emperor. Staff, other things can be postponed. By the way, don't forget to help Ding Tian keep an eye on Empress Jinli. Don't let her escape, said the thin emperor of Tianyun Holy Gate. Sima Ting hurriedly said, Don't worry, the palace has been surrounded, Empress Jinli can't escape. Don't worry, there are 7 emperors of my demon clan outside the city, she can't escape. The emperor of the demon clan didn't care, he was sure of victory. This time, the demon clan sent a lot of power, just to refine that supreme imperial weapon. 7 emperors, plus some kings, are enough to refine the entire imperial city. It's a pity that the civil and military officials in the city who followed Sima Ting are still celebrating, thinking that they can steal the throne with good reason. Little do they know that they, like the people in the city, are fish to be slaughtered by the demon clan. So sleepy. Qi Yuan woke up, feeling exhausted. Although he was on top of the ugly clothes monster king and didn't even get hurt, the loss to his mind was quite great. With a wave of his hand, a water mirror appeared in front of him. Qi Yuan looked at the mirror, his face was a little pale, and he seemed to have consumed a lot. It feels like my body has been hollowed out. I really want to drink a bottle of Shenbao. At the very least, some Luwei Dihuang pills? The consumption in the game is very high, but for Qi Yuan, the improvement is also extremely large. Especially after reaching level 90 in the game, he felt that his cultivation had improved a lot in the real world. Before, he didn't use a knife, but relied on the fighting skills honed in the game and various skills to have the combat power of the foundation building level. Now, with the improvement of his cultivation, Qi Yuan can suppress ordinary foundation building with only his own magic power, without using any tricks or skills. This improvement is extremely high. Unfortunately, the consumption of mind is still too great. Is it because my soul is too weak? Qi Yuan pondered. Unfortunately, cultivators in the Qi refining stage cannot sense their own souls at all, and can only sense them in the foundation establishment stage. After the foundation is established, I must practice some secret techniques to strengthen my soul, so that I can stay in the game longer. Qi Yuan thought so and took out the book in the storage bag to read. He was still very hardworking. As a result, as soon as he saw the book in the storage bag, he felt a tingling in his head. Obviously, this was the sequelae of staying up late to play games. I can't read books anymore. I have to cultivate myself and have a massage. Qi Yuan felt that he really had to go out for a rest. Otherwise, it would be too funny if he died suddenly. Qi Yuan slowly left the thatched cottage and saw Jiang Lingsu flipping through something. Jiang Lingsu wearing an ice blue long skirt. Jiang Lingsu glanced at Qi Yuan and frowned. Big brother, is there a problem with your cultivation? No, I just stayed up late playing games and my body can't take it. Go out for a massage, it should be fine. Junior sister, do you want to give me a massage? Senior brother will give you 3 spirit stones as a reward. Go away. Seeing Qi Yuan's flowery words, Jiang Lingsu's concern was extinguished. Qi Yuan smiled and walked down the mountain slowly. Fortunately, the junior sister didn't agree, otherwise he would have wasted 3 spirit stones. The proper massage at the foot of the mountain doesn't even use spirit stones. If it weren't for the fact that the junior sister is a rich woman, he wouldn't have reluctantly added 3 spirit stones. Qi Yuan walked on his own. Jiang Lingsu looked at the back of his senior brother and felt a little guilty. Was his tone just now too heavy? Qi Yuan went down the mountain and had a proper massage, all vegetarian. He spent another spirit stone and bought a rather rich spirit soup to drink. After a day of relaxation, Qi Yuan felt better. My soul is still too weak. Unfortunately, the techniques and even the elixirs related to the soul are extremely rare. Qi Yuan did not find any spells related to the soul in the piles of books in the Black Mountain sect. As for the elixirs, there were none. Qi Yuan knew that all the elixirs and treasures related to the soul were very precious. It was rumored that from the time when the divine infant entered the Purple Mansion, there were very high requirements for the soul. Therefore, all the elixirs or spells related to the soul were almost monopolized by those old monsters of the divine infant. Not to mention that Qi Yuan was in the Qi refining stage. Even if he was in the foundation building stage or Yuan Dan, it was difficult to get the elixirs that could improve the soul. But it's not a big problem. But I will consider increasing the soul after I succeed in the foundation building stage. Qi Yuan's eyes could see hidden information. This was the ability he gained after entering the game and entering the Qi refining stage. When he entered the foundation building stage, he might get some other abilities. Qi Yuan was not in a hurry. He returned to the 7 Colors Peak and prepared to continue resting, and then enter the game after he recovered. When passing by the big tree halfway up the mountain, Qi Yuan stopped again. He looked down. This is a little grass that is a little unusual. It smelled the breath of the moon again. Qi Yuan looked up at the sky. The breath of the moon, what is that? He lowered his head and looked at the grass. He said to the grass, when I see you tomorrow, can I see that you have smelled the breath of Qi Yuan? He wanted to find someone who didn't have diabetes to wake up this unusual grass. Then ask it, how did it go from ordinary to extraordinary? He also wanted to become extraordinary. The night was dark. In the imperial city, Aunt Qin was covered in blood. The horror in her eyes had not yet dissipated, but at this moment, she was running madly into the city. The 2 auras behind her did not chase after her, but lay dormant. However, Aunt Qin's fear had not dissipated. She quickly entered the palace. Aunt Qin, what's wrong with you? Seeing Aunt Qin covered in blood, Jin Li was horrified. Next to her, Duke Yu and the great sage Kong Qi, who were supervising the progress of the altar, also walked over quickly, obviously noticing Aunt Qin's miserable condition. When they saw Aunt Qin's serious injuries, both of them showed worry and despair in their eyes. In the past few days, they not only built the altar, but also secretly conspired with Aunt Qin to see if they could send Queen Jinli out of the imperial city. Tonight, Aunt Qin secretly left the city to test it. But unexpectedly, Aunt Qin would return seriously injured. Cough cough. Aunt Qin coughed and coughed up a mouthful of blood foam, which seemed to be mixed with broken organs and meat. Seeing this, Jinli hurriedly fed Aunt Qin the healing medicine that the flower fairy brought. After taking the medicine, Aunt Qin's complexion improved a little. Aunt Qin, are you feeling better? Jinli was extremely worried. Better, thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Aunt Qin looked at everyone and said solemnly, just now, when I was about to leave the city, I was blocked by 2 emperors. What, 2? If it were just 2, I wouldn't be hurt so badly. There are also several hiding in the dark. The most important thing is that they are not human, but monsters. A large formation has been set up outside the imperial city. Aunt Chin spoke very quickly. When everyone present heard this, their faces changed drastically. The beard of the great sage Kong Chi trembled. Monster? Large formation? Outside this formation, blood is everywhere, and there are 3,000 white banners in it. It is suspected to be the formation of burying souls into banners. When Aunt Chin said this, everyone present was a little unsettled. The formation of burying souls into banners is notorious. 50 years ago, there was a small country adjacent to the territory of monsters. It was invaded by the monsters, who set up a soul burial banner formation, which refined hundreds of thousands of people in that small country to death. Because of that incident, the human countries on the moonwatching continent were furious and formed a coalition to fight the monsters. As a result, they were seriously injured. It was also because of that incident that the imperial power of the Nanxian kingdom began to gradually decline. Great changes have taken place in several major human kingdoms. Now, hearing from Aunt Chin that there is a soul burial banner formation outside the imperial city, how can several people not be terrified? You haven't seen it? Wrong? Duke Yu looked at Aunt Chin with a low voice. The others also looked at Aunt Chin with anxious faces. Aunt Chin said, I'm not wrong, that's the soul burial banner array. Kong Chi sat on the ground in a daze after hearing this, and suddenly he stood up. I want to ask, what does Sima Ting want to do? Jin Li also felt a little frightened when she heard the news. She also thought that Sima Ting just wanted to usurp the throne and only wanted her life and the life of the people behind him. Now it seems that Sima Ting has evil intentions and wants the entire Nanxian kingdom to be destroyed. However, so many monsters and emperors have entered Nanxian. Doesn't the Tianyun Holy Gate know about it? Jin Li was inexplicably chilled. She also knew that this matter was deeper than she had imagined. However, she looked at the altar that was about to be built, and a sharp edge appeared in her eyes. Let's put this matter aside first, let's build the altar first. Her voice was firm, with a sense of no doubt. Kong Chi, who had been in a state of despair, also stood up. Yes, sir. But he was completely out of energy. Jin Li returned to the palace and stood alone in the bedroom. She looked at the ancient Sichuan wood in the sky through the window, and she held Linglong Yushi tightly. Qi Yuan, if it were you, what would you do? In the Prime Minister's mansion. Sima Ting lowered his head, looking extremely flattering. My lords, if that person is not eliminated, I'm afraid the matter of the formation will be exposed, affecting the plans of all the lords. The thin emperor of the Tianyun Holy Gate smiled but said nothing. The emperor of the demon clan didn't care. The formation is complete, so let it be exposed. The turmoil in the city is also good for the process of refining the bloodless imperial scepter. But if they publicize it, I'm afraid something will happen, causing a mutiny among the soldiers in the city. Sima Ting was still a little worried. Don't you, Sima Ting, manage your soldiers? The monster king mocked. Sima Ting broke out in a cold sweat. If the matter is leaked, I will find a reason to appease the army. Now, the entire imperial city is in his hands, so it is not difficult to appease the army. I heard that at noon the day after tomorrow, your queen will go to the altar to offer sacrifices to God? The monster king changed the subject. That's right. Sima Ting replied. It's just right. I have nothing to do. I'll go and take a look. See if my future wine vessel is beautiful enough. The monster king laughed. I'll arrange it now. Originally Sima Ting didn't plan to go, but since the demon king wants to go, he has to take the civil and military officials with him. Yeah. The demon king nodded with satisfaction, with a deep look in his eyes. He went to see the altar, of course, not just to see his wine vessels. That day, when the civil and military officials gathered, he would go on a killing spree. The blood was turbulent, the people were in panic, and the whole imperial city would be in turmoil. Blood, fighting, fear, and desire gathered, and the bloodless imperial staff would become even more terrifying. Of course, he would not tell Sima Ting these words. The altar is more than 2 feet high, with a pavilion on it, and there is a small animal sculpture on each of the 4 corners of the pavilion. The whole altar gives people a feeling of simplicity, full of primitive and rough atmosphere. From a distance, it looks vast and heavy. Precisely because of its simplicity, the construction of the altar did not take much time. Sima Ting sat upright in his seat, and the demon king sat beside him, without any sitting posture. Sima Ryu did not have his hair, which made him look even more rampant. Beside them, a group of civil and military officials whispered. Some looked at Sima Ting with doubt in their eyes, while others looked at the demon king with a thoughtful look. Obviously, Aunt Chin had leaked the news of the formation. However, most people thought that it was just a plot by Queen Jinli to alienate people. Of course, they did not have the power of a royal strongman, and they could not find the soul burial banner formation at all. Your Majesty is here. With a voice, Queen Jinli appeared in everyone's sight. She was wearing a golden cross-collared wide-sleeved dress with a golden phoenix on her sleeves, a white jade necklace with golden flowers on her neck, a delicate jade belt around her waist, and a pearl phoenix crown on her head. At this moment, she looked like an empress, elegant and majestic. Unfortunately, when Queen Jinli appeared, no one saluted except the Minister of Rites and a few others. At that time, the army entered the imperial city, and Sima Ting's faction was too lazy to pretend. Sima Ryu was very proud when he saw this scene. He leaned close to Sima Ting's ear and said in a loud voice, "Dad, if you had done this earlier, your son would have been the crown prince?" Many civil and military officials in the court smiled when they heard this. Jinli was speechless when she heard this. The auspicious time has come, please offer sacrifices to the gods. Kong Qi straightened his back and spoke in a heavy voice, as if this sacrifice would witness the end of a dynasty. Following Kong Qi's chanting, Jinli slowly stepped onto the altar. It should have been a national sacrifice, but only the Minister of Rites performed the ceremony. How sad. Aunt Sheen and Duke Yu stood below the stage. They looked at Jinli on the stage, and a strong sense of powerlessness flashed in their eyes. Jinli stepped onto the altar and asked the army of the god court to come, but it was just a mirage, like a dream. They were powerless to save the situation. Some civil and military officials besides Sima Ting looked at Jinli with a mentality of watching a play. In particular, some officials who knew the origin of the altar mocked, and some secretly felt sad. The Empress was desperate. It was a pity that the beauty was short-lived, and Empress Jinli would eventually be buried with this empire. Under the attention of the crowd, Empress Jinli slowly stepped onto the altar. This time, she walked very steadily. She had all kinds of emotions in her heart. The most of them was worry about Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan had not replied to her message for 4 days. But at this moment, the important matter was urgent and there was no point in being anxious. She threw away other emotions and performed the sacrifice according to the steps Qi Yuan said. She held the long flat jade scepter in her hand, with a pious expression. When Queen Jinli climbed 2/3 of the steps, Kong Qi prostrated himself on the ground, curled up, and burst into tears. This was the most aggrieved ceremony he had ever presided over. It was even more aggrieved than when the queen ascended the throne. And this time, it was probably his last ceremony, and also the last ceremony of the Nanshin kingdom. He will be like the queen, a few words in the history books, leaving no trace. Sima Ryu sat among the officials, with his legs spread out, without any sitting posture. He pointed at the altar with his finger. "You say, if Her Majesty jumps from this altar, will it be a swan song? The last queen of the empire, if she jumps from the altar, may become a swan song for all ages." All the officials were silent, and no one answered him. The Demon King opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth. "I hope she doesn't face the ground, otherwise my beautiful wine vessel will break," he said, drinking by himself. However, his way of drinking was a bit strange, biting the cup into pieces and swallowing it into his stomach. This strange behavior also attracted the attention of many people. Sima Ryu watched the Demon King swallow the wine cup into his stomach, and then looked at the beautiful head of Queen Jinli, and a trace of fear inexplicably surged in his heart. He knew that the unusual man in front of him seemed to be from the Tianyun Holy Gate. He couldn't help but say, "Your Excellency has a unique taste and is indeed a refined person." The Demon King picked up the wine and poured a glass for Sima Ryu, and the two drank by themselves. As for the queen on the altar, who would pay attention? Queen Jinli climbed onto the altar. On the 2-meter-high altar, she raised the jade scepter in her left hand and threw a jade ring into the stone burnt basin with her right hand, and the jade ring immediately broke into pieces. The voice of Empress Jinli is as clear as a mountain spring, and as majestic as the sound of a tripod. "God, please come and have pity on my thoughts. Please hold up the jade scepter for my thoughts." The flames jumped when the voice sounded. "My heart is in turmoil, I want to comfort the heaven. The glorious heaven, please shine down on me." There are not many words for the summoning ceremony, and part of them are given by Kong Qi. Among them, the most important part of the ceremony is the gift from Qi Yuan. It is also very short, with 2 sentences in total. Jinli recited the first sentence carefully. The last sentence does not need to be recited, just think about it in your heart. The Lord of Clothing Qi Yuan issued an order, and the clothing guards obey. As soon as these words came out, the sun in the sky was still the same sun. The civil and military officials below still looked bored, and no one really took this sacrifice seriously. And Duke Yu seemed to have anticipated this scene, and the only glimmer of hope in his eyes' hope has also disappeared. Aunt Qin looked at Jinli, recalling everything that happened in Xianyuan Forbidden City. She still had a thought in her mind. The altar could not summon the legendary Yibu Imperial Guards, but what if the mysterious and powerful Qi Yuan, who was comparable to the Supreme Emperor, came? With his fighting power, he might not be able to compete with the combined forces of the demon emperors, and the formation outside was not something that a Supreme Emperor could break, but he was able to take Queen Jinli out. This is already the best ending. Originally, Jinli became the queen under duress, and she was not suitable to be the queen. Then, the Nanxian kingdom will eventually survive. Kangqi crawled on the ground, his eyes were sore, and his face was neither sad nor happy. But Jinli felt that she seemed to have some more connections with something in the dark. She felt that as long as she thought about it in her heart, the Yibu Imperial Guards that Qi Yuan mentioned would appear immediately. She believed in Qi Yuan almost unconditionally. She did not recite the last sentence immediately, but looked at the civil and military officials under the altar. Jinli's voice was cold and a little angry. Sima Ting, I ask you, is there a soul-burying flag formation outside the Imperial City? You colluded with the demons and set up this town outside the city. Do you want to put all the people of Nanxian in an irretrievable place? Jinli's cultivation was not high, and her voice was like spring thunder, which spread throughout the scene. Many of the civil and military officials were moved, and many felt that this was the last dying struggle of Queen Jinli. Some secretly looked at Sima Ting, waiting for his answer. Sima Ting stood up. His tall stature made him stand out from the crowd. Facing the questioning of Empress Jinli, he was calm and said, Your Majesty, why are you making trouble? Do you think this little trick can affect the overall situation? As an emperor, you must act in an upright manner and defeat evil with justice. Devilish tricks are not the way of an emperor. Your Majesty, you are a woman's hand, you are indecisive, weak-minded and lack of strategy, and you are not worthy of being a king. I just ask you, is there a soul-burying flag formation outside the city? Jinli asked again. The civil and military officials on the scene were relieved when they heard the answer of Prime Minister Sima Ting. Nanxian belongs to the Prime Minister, so how could the Prime Minister dig his own grave and collude with the demon clan to bury his own foundation? Sima Ryu, who was standing by, couldn't stand it any longer. He stood up and shouted proudly, Empress Jinli, you are too boring. I was thinking about watching you use the altar to summon the so-called army of the gods to kill us one by one. Sima Ryu's words caused a burst of laughter. Almost everyone didn't take the Empress seriously. The surname of the Nanxian kingdom was Sima as early as 20 years ago. Jinli was not moved, and her face was majestic. Is there a formation outside the city? After 3 consecutive questions, many officials felt that Empress Jinli was at her wits' end. Many people laughed secretly, and some people felt that Empress Jinli was a beautiful woman with a tragic fate. At this time, the demon king who had been drinking by himself unexpectedly said, Beautiful Jinli, you are right. Now outside the Imperial City, there is a soul-burying formation set up by my demon clan. When this was said, everyone in the room was shocked. Prime Minister? Who is this? The soul burial in the banner array is actually real. The civil and military officials were stunned for a moment, and then turned into panic. The demon king had a fierce smile on his face. Sima Ting, is what I said true? Seeing this, Sima Ting's face was neither sad nor happy. Yes. The civil and military officials were all shocked at this moment, and there was a commotion on the field. However, at this moment, the demon king suddenly he roared, a bunch of trash. As soon as he made a move, the power of an emperor-level powerhouse surged, and dozens of officials died in his hands under a wave of light. The demon clan emperor had a cruel smile in his eyes. A little more chaos, a little more chaos. He made a move and killed hundreds of officials from Sima Ting's camp. At this moment, most of these officials fell in a pool of blood, extremely miserable. Looking at the chaos, the demon clan emperor showed a happy smile. The more chaotic in the imperial city is, the stronger the bloodless imperial staff will be. After killing the officials, he set his sights on Aunt Qin who was guarding the altar, and a look of contempt flashed in his eyes. Aunt Qin in her prime was not his opponent, not to mention that she was injured now. Wine vessel, here I come. The demon clan emperor said, and his figure suddenly grew at this moment, and in an instant he was 3 feet tall, taller than the altar. Facing the emperor-level powerhouse, he still showed respect. The ferocious beast looked at the world teasingly. Aunt Qin saw this and leaped into the air, her thin body blocking the altar. At this moment, Aunt Qin heard the solemn chanting of Queen Jinli. All troops, listen to my orders, kill. And with this chanting, something that almost no one expected happened. Above the altar, a large cluster of black clouds suddenly appeared in the originally clear sky. The thick black clouds were crowded together. The entire imperial city suddenly became dark at this moment. A solemn, mysterious, and profound atmosphere permeated. Everyone present was terrified. They seemed to hear the sound of thousands of troops galloping, and they also seemed to hear the gods reviving. What's wrong? For the first time, the face of the Demon King showed emotion. Several Demon Kings outside the capital also showed stunned expressions. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the sky. Follow the order of Qi Yuan, the leader of the clothing department. Summoned by Queen Jinli of Nanqian. The 4 departments of the Divine Court, the clothing department's imperial guards, wipe out the evil. As the voice fell, a bright ray of sunlight pierced through the thick black clouds. It was dawn. It was dark again in an instant. Looking up at the sky, I saw thousands of troops appearing near the altar. They were wearing black armor and black clothes, holding golden spears, standing in the air. They gathered around Queen Jinli, and the ones in the front were 10 powerful men with terrifying auras, all wearing black armor. No one spoke, but they gave endless pressure. They seemed to have stepped through the long river of history and crawled out of hell. They didn't look at the people below, as if they didn't care to look, but everyone felt the unbearable pressure. At this moment, the clothing department's imperial guards formed a military formation, holding long spears and golden spears, announcing their arrival to the world. Duke Yu widened his eyes when he saw this scene. The 4 divisions of the Divine Court. The clothing department's imperial guards, they are really here. The great sage Kong Qi, who was crawling on the ground, was also completely stunned and cried with joy, "God bless Nanqian, God bless my emperor." An Qin was also shocked. It's all true, the lord of the clothing department? Qi Yuan? After so many thousands of years, is there still the Divine Court in the world? Is there still the clothing department? Yes. At this time, the eerie and silent clothing department's imperial guards finally moved. An imperial guard in wedding dress and red armor flew silently in front of Queen Jinli, and her voice was mechanical. My lord brought 2 words. The master said that he wanted to say a rustic love word. With him here, no one in the world can touch you. The master also said. Hearing these 2 sentences, Jinli's eyes flashed with determination. She looked up at the ancient Chichun wood in the center of the world, and her eyes were like stars shining. Unspeakable emotions filled the air. Jinli couldn't help but ask, how is he? Wedding red armor seemed to have a premonition, Master, he is fine. After saying this, Wedding red armor seemed to have lost all his spirituality and said nothing. Jinli felt at ease. She knew that this was a Yibu Imperial Guard that had revived from death. They were originally a battle-hardened army that had died in battle. She looked at the Demon King. And the Demon King also looked at her in horror at this moment. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The 4 divisions of the Divine Court have long been destroyed in the clouds of history. Where in the world are there Yibu Imperial Guards? You are just projections, demons in your heart. You messed up my supreme heart. You deserve to be killed. The Demon King roared, as if he was going to rush towards the Yibu Imperial Guard and shatter those phantoms with one punch. However, something happened that surprised everyone. He took a step forward and turned back directly and flew out of the city. At this time, among the 10 commanders of the Yibu Imperial Guard, one of them was wearing a black armor and holding a longbow. He shot the arrow before it was fully stretched. Whoosh! The long arrow made a sonic boom and left a long trail on the sky. The lightning-fast feather arrow shot into the body of the Demon King. The Demon King looked back in disbelief. Supreme King! With a bang, the arrow exploded and the body exploded. A terrifying giant beast, the Demon King, was easily shot dead by an arrow and then exploded. It was like being shot into a balloon by an arrow. This scene shocked all the civil and military officials on the scene. Sima Ting was also extremely shocked. The thin king of Tianyun Shangman beside him was trembling, with an unbelievable look in his eyes. That was a strong man who was infinitely close to the Supreme King, and was considered one of the top 10 strong men in the Demon Clan. How could he be shot dead by an arrow? He looked at the sky, like the heavenly soldiers and generals, and had no thought of resistance. The 10 leaders, each of them had a deep aura like the sea. They were supreme emperors. Moreover, they were not ordinary supreme emperors. 10,000 people led by 10 supreme emperors, nearly 100 emperors. What a concept! None of the soldiers inside were mortals. At the very least, they were innate and even acquired. Yes. Who can defeat such a Yibu Imperial Guard? He wanted to find a crack in the ground, sneak in, and then escape back to Tianyun Holy Gate. At this time, Sima Ting suddenly laughed. Crazy, why? Thief God, why do you keep playing with me? He suddenly pointed at the thin emperor of Tianyun Holy Gate. He is from Tianyun Holy Gate, and everything is planned by them. At this moment, Sima Ting seemed to have accepted his fate. Jinli on the altar, although she had guessed it in her heart, she was still moved and disappointed when she heard this answer. The holy land of the human race, Tianyun Holy Gate, has fallen after all. She looked at the Yibu Imperial Guard, and she thought of Qi Yuan who was still in the Forbidden Land. She made a decision in her heart. She wanted to use the Yibu Imperial Guard to quickly clear the dilemma she encountered, and then go to the ancient Qi Chun tree to meet that man. The ancient Qi Chun tree is the sacred tree of Wanyue continent. It is rumored that if infatuated men and women meet under the ancient Qi Chun tree, they will be blessed by the sacred tree. Kill. Jinli's face showed a cold look. She would just be the queen of Nanshan Kingdom for a while. She grew up worshipped by the people, and she should do something for this country. Following Jinli's voice, the silent imperial army stepped forward, and a great commander, holding a spear, nailed the thin emperor to the ground with one shot. Put away the spear. The spear returned and the man was killed. Sima Ting was also nailed to death with one shot. All the civil and military officials, seeing this scene, no one dared to run, they only dared to tremble, or kneel on the ground, begging for the forgiveness of Queen Jinli. Jinli looked at the civil and military officials with panic on their faces and lying in a pool of blood, without any mercy in her eyes. The soul burial banner formation outside the city and several demon emperors were the problems she should solve most. Gentlemen, kill the enemy. Jinli's face was majestic. At this moment, the grievances that had been suppressed for 17 years seemed to be vented. It's a pity that it would be perfect if she only saw that person. Xiao Jia? Qi Yuan stood in the space and patted Xiao Jia gently. At this moment, Xiao Jia was like an octopus, wrapped around his body. And Xiao Jia was sleeping soundly. Qi Yuan looked at Xiao Jia, lost in thought. It's a pity, it would be better if you had a face. Qi Yuan thought to himself. He did not disturb Xiao Jia, because he found that Xiao Jia seemed to be as exhausted as him and had not recovered yet. It was the first time he noticed that Xiao Jia was in this state. Qi Yuan looked puzzled. It seemed that he could no longer be so aggressive. Qi Yuan decided that he should just hide in the future. At this moment, Xiao Jia, who had been sleeping, suddenly moved. If she had eyes, Qi Yuan would have noticed that her long eyelashes fluttered and then she opened her eyes. Seeing Xiao Jia wake up, Qi Yuan showed a gentle smile. You are finished. You left the clothes and hats Forbidden Land. I am afraid that you will not be able to see your people in a short time. There are many other wedding dress monsters in the clothes and hats Forbidden Land. Xiao Jia still clung to Qi Yuan tightly, like a clinging puppy. I don't know if you will not be able to adapt to the climate. The place we are going to next is called the Five Elements Forbidden Land. I wonder if there are many monsters in the Five Elements Forbidden Land? If there are many monsters in the Five Elements Forbidden Land, Qi Yuan decided to combine less with Xiao Jia and fight on his own. Without Xiao Jia, wouldn't he still break through the clothes and hats Forbidden Land? She was originally clumsy. She would knock things over when she walked, and she would fall for no reason. Moreover, her body was soft, petite, and often combined. Qi Yuan was afraid that she could not bear it. Of course, Qi Yuan still remembered a brother and sister on TV. The brother said that he could defeat the enemy without the sword. But the ending was that the sister sacrificed the sword and the brother died in battle. Such an ending was naturally not pleasing to Qi Yuan. Five Elements Forbidden Land. I'm coming. Qi Yuan held Xiao Jia's cold little hand, and the two finally stepped into the Five Elements Forbidden Land. It was very different from Shenyuan Forbidden Land and Iguan Forbidden Land. Looking around, Qi Yuan did not see flowers, trees, or other monsters in the Five Elements Forbidden Land. The environment in front of him was very strange. On one side was magma, burning with flames, on one side was ice, spewing springs, on one side was gold mines, with gold sands dotted, and some were liquid and flowing. Five Elements Forbidden Land, where the five elements gather. He held Xiao Jia's hand tightly and stepped into the Five Elements Forbidden Land. After all, with Xiao Jia's reckless and innocent personality, if she walked by herself, what if she fell into the fire, burned her clothes, and was exposed? Of course, what if she was actually injured? At this moment, an old voice sounded in Qi Yuan's ears. Master of the clothing department, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Qi Yuan looked towards the source of the sound, and only felt a sharp feeling. He looked carefully, and saw a kind old man. However, this old man gave Qi Yuan a very strange feeling. It was as if he was not a living person. Suddenly, a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. He protected Xiao Jia behind him, held a long sword, and faced the old man. He said, "You are a demon." Qi Yuan saw that the old man's body was empty, and the whole person was actually just a human skin. Seeing this, the old man still had a kind smile on his face. I can be considered a demon, but I am not. Shi Yuan looked at the old man carefully again. He felt that there was a strong metallic aura on the old man. He had a guess in his mind. The old man said, I have long forgotten my name in my lifetime. After being devoured by the evil demons from outside the domain, I died, leaving only a human skin in the world. After entering the 5 elements forbidden land, I got a glimmer of hope. Now, my name is Jinzu. I am not a human. If you ask about life and death, I am dead. Shi Yuan looked at Jinzu and understood. Jinzu today is just a carrier of a golden rule. He doesn't even have a soul. It's just an obsession. So, he is no different from being dead. What are you waiting for me to do? Shi Yuan asked, and his vigilance was not relaxed. Master Tong of the Yin-Yang Forbidden Land should have invited the Lord of the Clothing Department to participate in the demon-killing conference in 300 years. Since we are all creatures of the moon-watching continent, we should unite against the enemy and kill the evil demons from outside the domain. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will die like my predecessor, leaving only a human skin. Jinzu sighed. Shi Yuan looked at Jinzu. Although he was just a human skin, he did not find him creepy. Instead, he felt that he was much more comfortable than the elders and disciples of the Black Mountain sect. I will kill the evil demons from outside the domain. Shi Yuan was determined. The big boss must be defeated. His foundation of heaven fell on the big boss. When Jinzu heard this, the kindness in his eyes became even more intense. Now that the leader of the clothing department has come to the 5 elements forbidden land, we are willing to open the 5 elements training land. There is the energy of the 5 elements in the 5 elements training land. Collecting it can strengthen oneself and improve cultivation. There are many young geniuses in our 5 elements forbidden land. They are all practicing in it. There are powerful people who have newly broken through to the heaven realm in the past 10,000 years, and even the god realm. There are still 300 years before the demon-slaying conference. The Lord of the Clothing Department can enter the 5 elements training land, and after 100 years of training, his cultivation may be improved. Are there any monsters in it? Shi Yuan asked. Jinzu was stunned for a moment, but still said, yes. No problem. If there are monsters, you can level up. Jinzu always had a smile on his face. Lord of the Clothing Department, please go with me. Shi Yuan did not move, but looked at Jinzu. I came to the 5 elements forbidden land for another purpose. The 5 elements forbidden land is different from the clothing forbidden land and the Xianyuan forbidden land. In other forbidden lands, you can control the forbidden land by killing monsters. Of course, there are some exceptions to the clothing forbidden land, and you need to marry a little. There seem to be many powerful people lurking in the 5 elements forbidden land, not monsters like the clothing monster. You can't kill them all, and it seems that killing them will not increase experience points. How to control it? Please tell me, Lord of the Clothing Department. Jinzu's attitude was kind. I want to completely control the 5 elements forbidden land, but is there any way? Shi Yuan looked at Jinzu. Jinzu was a little stunned when he heard this. Obviously, this goal was beyond his expectations. He hadn't answered yet. A dissatisfied voice came from behind, a woman in green clothes, who looked very delicate and innocent, like a short little girl who was very strong in the postgraduate entrance examination. At this moment, she had an angry look on her face. Okay, you, the leader of the clothing department, are planning to come to our 5 elements forbidden land. You want to control the 5 elements forbidden land. You are just dreaming. Do you understand what this means? I'm afraid you are a spy sent by the evil demons from outside the domain, otherwise why did you suddenly jump out? If it weren't for Jinzu, this green-clothed woman would probably jump up and pat Shi Yuan on the head. Jinzu looked at the girl and smiled dotingly. Little green, don't offend the guests. He then looked at Shi Yuan. It is indeed difficult for the leader of the clothing department to control the 5 elements forbidden land. This depends on your talent, the leader of the clothing department. If the head of the clothing department shows unparalleled talent in the 5 elements training ground, what if the 5 elements forbidden land is under your control? Shi Yuan looked behind Jinzu. His eyes seemed to penetrate the 5 elements forbidden land. He saw many coffins and many dormant auras. Each one was above level 90. Among them, there were some surpassing the ugly clothes monster king, probably above level 95. It seems that you are not the strongest in the 5 elements forbidden land. Can you make the decision to hand over the 5 elements forbidden land to me? Of course I can make the decision. Jinzu said confidently. Okay, it's a deal. Shi Yuan responded. It seems that it won't be long before I can clear the 5 elements forbidden land. The green-clothed woman looked at Shi Yuan with dissatisfaction. She looked at Jinzu and said in a voice transmission, "Grandpa Jinzu, how can you make such an agreement with him?" Jinzu smiled and said nothing. Under the leadership of Jinzu, the group walked into the depths of the Forbidden Land. During this time, Chi Yuan kept looking around. There are indeed no other monsters in the Five Elements Forbidden Land, but there are many natural disasters and disasters, which are also extremely dangerous. I am afraid that creatures of level 50 or 60 will have a high probability of death if they rashly enter. About a quarter of an hour later, Jinzu led everyone to stop in a valley. There are more